atomic bomb. They didn't do
And your mom
the
has
atomic
played
bomb on
football,
Gaza.
by the way.
But you will do it. I know you will do it, yeah?
Hey,
And you know I know it, yeah?
you can have your opinion.
But you're trying to fool people here.
Perseus,
I'm not fooling no one, bro.
do you justify what happened to Mohammed Mossadegh?
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you're not
You see?
Iranian.
Who is making fucking Western propaganda right now? This is Western propaganda. You just fed me with that shit.
Western
This is what the
propaganda.
British say. This is what America is saying. Don't tell me that you are gonna go to the CIA documents. Where's the Western propaganda right now?
How is
The
it
West,
Western
the West,
propaganda?
look, you just fucked up, so. The West is
How is
saying
it
that they
Western
made a coup
propaganda?
inside Iran, yeah?
The West supported the Shah
Since
of
when
Iran.
a king
West
makes
supported
coup
the Saudi
against
Iran.
prime
How
minister,
is it
this is what the West is saying, yeah? And you try to fed me with fucking
No,
Western
the
propaganda.
Western propaganda is that there was an Islamic revolution, a liberal Islamic revolution. That's the
Yes,
Western
Carter did
propaganda.
that shit, yeah.
That's
Carter
a
did it, the British
it was
did
a
it, and the
CIA
French.
backed coup. It wasn't a legitimate revolution. Everybody knows that. Literally, the whole fucking world knows that.
Mossadegh was 20-something years, 25 years before that.
Who gives a shit
25
about
years before the
Mossadegh?
Islamic Revolution. And since when a king does a coup against the fucking prime minister? This is what the West is trying to feed us.
Bro, what are you
This is
talking
what the
about?
West says.
Because the Shah because the Shah sold us fucking oil. That's it. That's the whole reason. There's no. It's not.
Did you know that King and Mossadegh started the project together? Did you know that shit? Did you know that after that he started expanding? Look, man. He started expanding that project, nationalization of oil, yeah? And that was the reason that 79 was supported by the West.
That's the Western propaganda. Okay?
No, what you're saying is Western propaganda.
That this was an internal revolution, not backed by the CIA, not backed by, Zionist, fucking British imperialists as well. Like, are you fucking kidding me?
This is Western propaganda. They say it was an internal.
No outside.
It was internal without any support. This is what the West is saying. You are giving me Western propaganda.
That's bullshit. That's not the Western propaganda.
No. You are giving me Western propaganda. Look, when you talk about Mossadegh, that's fucking Western propaganda. Pure shit.
Oh, bullshit.
Go read, man. Go read.
The West has always been pro-Shah. What the fuck you talking about?
Pro-Shah my ass. Khomeini was in banishment and all these IRGCs were on the street. Carter was saying, oh, democracy, where's the freedom? Democracy, Khomeini needs more rights.
You don't understand that
these terrorists need rights. They are freedom fighters, they are not terrorists. Take them out, you fucking dictator Shah. And then they were out. You see what happened? This is Western intervention. This is Western intervention.
Bro.
They shoved up the democracy up our ass, yeah? And we're seeing the democracy that West put on us.
Why is that the opinion of pretty much every fucking Arab person that I talk to? How is that Western propaganda?
I have no idea what you're talking about, man. Tell me the fucking opinion.
The opinion is that almost every regime change that happened in the last 20 years, more than that. I mean, the fucking Iranian Revolution was in the 70s. So it's been for the last fucking,
Okay, Carter came, there is fucking evidence, yeah? Khomeini was in Paris.
First, you're going to claim the 79 revolution happened just because of the West. Is that right?
Exactly.
No, it's not
all
true.
All of them were on the
it's not true. It's not true.
All of them were in prison.
It's not true, bro. It's not true. Stop the cap, okay?
Okay, tell me.
Yeah. The West helped set the stage, but oh shit. Let me see. Hold on a second. Got a message. Hold on.
The West used these scumbags to destabilize the whole region so that they can go to the region. And Israel didn't do shit because it was in Israel's profit. Can we at least just agree on that shit? That it was Western intervention.
I said nothing about Israel when I talked about the Islamist revolution. I never mentioned Israel.
You just fed me Western propaganda, man.
I mentioned the U.S., the CIA, and Britain. That's it.
Okay, there is documents in CIA. That's it.
So I'm gonna read it out to the room because I like to read some of the facts because now it wasn't just because of the West. It involved a lot of stuff. The '79 revolution was not simply because of the West, but Western actions were a major underlying factor alongside internal anger at the Shah's dictatorship, inequality, and religious cultural backlash. How the West helped set the stage. 1953 coup, key root cause. The US and UK overthrew elected PM Mohammad Mossadegh after he nationalized British oil and restored the Shah with strong CIA M16 backing. This entrenched the view that the West blocked Iranian democracy and used Iran as a client state. And then the backing the Shah's autocracy from 1953 to 79, Washington and London armed and financed the Shah, helping build Savak with his brutal security service and tying his rule to Western interest and oil. Westernizing from above, the Shah's Western-style modernization and secularization, white revolution, hijab restriction, cultural westernization, alienated clergy and many traditional Iranians who saw it as foreign imposed and anti-Islamic. Late abandonment in 1978 to 79 as protests grew, the Carter and Callaghan governments wavered and then signaled the Shah should go. To many elites, this confirmed that Iran's fate was in Western hands, deepening conspiracy narratives. And the internal drivers, why it still would have exploded: authoritarian rule and repression, one-party monarchy, censorship, torture, lack of political outlets. Can you please tell us, was there torture under the father of Shah?
Yes, there was torture, yeah.
Okay, and you want the same son to be?
No, I don't want the same. I want to create a new regime, democratic one.
Not the democratic.
It's not gonna. There is no.
Like those guys that were in the regime. So let me explain.
Yeah, you could maybe bring in somebody new on there, but at the same time, you shouldn't be supporting.
No, you just proved my point, Amir. You read documents
I
from
didn't.
CIA.
I didn't say. Hold on a second. I didn't say all of it. I said some. Yes, the U.S. did play a role, and it was connected to Mossadegh's. What happened during the Mossadegh's time.
Over oil.
The oil and whatnot. Yeah.
Yes. But why Khomeini was in banishment? Khomeini was in Paris, and a lot of these terrorists who were just burning cinemas.
So let me ask you this: you want mini skirts and bikini back in Iran? Is that what you want?
No, that's not what I want.
Just like the grandfather of.
I want to make a new regime.
No, but do you want the bikinis and mini skirts back in Iran?
People can wear
Okay,
bikinis.
what do you want? You want to watch porn? You want to watch porn inside Iran?
You can watch porn inside Iran.
No, but what are you trying to do? Are you trying to run a porn industry inside Iran? Is that what you want to do?
Is that even fucking relevant?
Yes, it's a question. It's very relevant because I came across
I want basic freedom, man. I'm not that. I'm not
okay,
that.
do you want?
You want to be a
I don't have basic
oligarchy ruled by billionaires?
Yeah, hell yeah. Why not? Why not? Why should I choose my people? Why should I choose my people being killed over so that the billionaires cannot rule? You see how stupid that is? You want to be Gaza be ruled by billionaires? Palestinian billionaires?
There is no neutral regime that's going to take over Iran that is not loyal to Israel.
You are just pro-regime. You just want the regime be there. That's another...
Pick Islam
if you want to be there, then there is nothing to talk about here. But the West
the Islamic regime
orchestrated that revolution and shoved the fucking democracy and freedom up our ass, yeah? And all these programs came, and you are trying to fit me with Western propaganda, CIA and MI6 documents that they made and lied about.
It's not
you say Reza Pahlavi is a puppet, yeah? But 40 years they were funding his enemies. They wanted to put fucking leftists in our government so that they make us rainbow shit and woke. And we destroyed the shit.
If we want to stay consistent and be consistently in line.
I mean, either West is right or it's not, You cannot say you're anti-Western propaganda and bring me Western propaganda and fed me. They were feeding us this shit in school.
if we want to stay consistent and stay in line with the will of the people, it's safe to say that when the revolution happened in '79, that was the will of the people, and now that their will of the people is that they want to change the government. That's also the will of the people. So history.
Khomeini was not the will of the
Wait,
people.
Let me finish. And it's safe to say that the monarchy didn't work, and it's safe to say that this government isn't working. So
yes, I can tell you that.
You need a diplomatic.
The regime before '79 was a loser, man. The regime before '79 was a loser.
This is the most stable Iran has been economically.
Stable my ass. The civilians got killed just 2 months ago.
Even put aside the civilians were killed. There's water shortages.
I cannot do that, man.
No, I'm just hold on. I know you can't do it. I'm talking to him. I know we can't put. I'm not setting aside the civilians. He said this is the most stable Iran has been.
No,
so
it's
I'm
not.
I'm trying to tell him. Just give me a second. There's water shortages. There's electricity problems left, right, and center. There's no jobs. The conversion rate for the conversion. No, I'm talking about right now. The conversion rate for money is in the shitter.
Let him finish. So let Mazi finish.
I actually do get it.
Mazi is saying he's not an insane person because Perseus is sort of like he's insane. He's a young person.
And that's not even talking about the people who got killed and slaughtered. I'm talking about, aside from that, all these other problems are happening. There's unemployment. There's the money conversion is the worst in the whole world. Iranian money is the worst in the whole world. It's the weakest in the whole world. And of course the big water shortage and electricity problems. And that's
Are you gonna be with us for a while? You can be with us for a while, or?
Yeah. I have like a 45-minute drive. So yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, you can be with us.
Hey, Mazi, but you understand that during the rule of the Shah, Iran sold a shit ton of their resources. Okay?
No, I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why there was.
You mean selling oil to Anwar Sadat when he was in war with Israel? Giving oil to Anwar Sadat when he was fighting Israel. That's what you mean?
So that stays on par with what I was saying. I said the people were not happy with him, so they did it and what they were doing. So they had a revolution, will of the people. And now the people are not happy with the government and what they're doing. So there's a revolution bubbling, will of the people. Once again, it's consistency. If we're going to stay consistent, let's stay consistent. I'm with what the people want. That's all I'm saying.
I don't believe in democracy. I think people can be swayed. I think people are fickle. I think the masses just are so easily brainwashed.
This
I think
is leftist West propaganda you're saying.
No.
No, you need to understand that.
I'm not. Listen, I'm
Just think about it. I just let you speak, yeah. But think about it a little bit.
I don't believe
we destroyed it. You can do it also.
Also, you want like a dictator, like you're cool with a dictator. I'm not trying to like poke at you. I'm just saying.
I'm cool with a centralized government. I'm not cool with a dictator. I'm cool with the centralized government. I'm cool with government control of resources. I'm cool with basically a country having its own sovereignty in a sense of nationalism. Mm-hmm. And, it has to be for the people, okay? When it comes to selling resources, okay, you can't sell off an entire country the resources and then expect them to be stable for the next 20 years. Like, Iran has to recover by not having these diplomatic relations with capitalist countries, because they're going to exploit them for their resources. And if we have another
Western propaganda,
it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse.
I mean, it does boil down to leadership in that regard. I'm not going to disagree with you there, but this leadership is clearly not working. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, let me tell you something that might be somewhat controversial. Okay, I think that the Islamic regime would change its grip, it would loosen its grip on people if they didn't have so much pressure from the West and from Israel. Okay, if they didn't have so much aggression from these countries, I think it would loosen its grip on the people, and I don't think we would need a regime change, honestly.
But you know what? To push back on that, there's been several reformist attempts within the Iranian government, namely in the Green Movement, and then after that with Mahsa Amini. So, and that's only two. There's been more. That's the one that's been the most advertised in media. But there's been so many reformist attempts, and it just hasn't worked, unfortunately. So I don't know if that's a feasible solution at this point.
But Mazvi, have the Iranian government been giving a chance for the last 47 years to mature enough to relieve whatever pressure they're applying?
Okay, Jindib, I want to tell you a quick story. During when Ahmadinejad was the president, during Ramadan, he used to come to New York. He did this 2 years in a row. He used to invite Iranians to come have iftar, right? And in that iftar, very good food, by the way. So I would go, and he would speak. The first time I went, he spoke, it was cool, whatever. The second time I went, he said something very interesting. He said, we've been having sanctions, and he was talking about America. He said, they're imposing sanctions on us, and they are not letting us do anything for, at that time it was like whatever, 30 years, 35, whatever it was, 30, 35 years. And he said, we have built our own resources, we have our own scientists, we have our own technology, and we have our own things that we built on our own. And he said, we've been here for 8,000 years. Do you think a 400-year-old country is going to destroy us? And he laughed. So what I picked up from that is that, yes, they have been able to build up their own stuff, even with the sanctions. Has the sanctions messed them up a little bit? Yes, it has. But that can't always be the excuse and say, oh, sanctions, oh, sanctions. At some point, the government has to take responsibility for their mismanagement.
But it's not just sanctions, bro. It's literal military.
So you disagree on something, you go on the street and they will shoot you. What you want to do? Is that inside with the Iranian police? I say fuck the police, and you say yeah, the police has the right to shoot.
Look, man, that happens in
Look,
all
3 years ago, let me tell you this one, and then you just reason with yourself. 3 years ago, there was a movement, a bullshit, woman life freedom, yeah? The whole West started funding this movement. They wanted to do a revolution, yeah? They wanted to do it. The US was behind it. The Israel was behind it. Many of the parties in Israel. Almost most of the left and liberal parties of the EU were there. 100,000 Iranians went to Berlin to protest, yeah? It was something like Munich last week. They put a transgender with a rainbow flag there. His dick was out and he was giving us a speech about freedom. Why we stick to Pahlavi? Because we wanted to fight against the West. This is against the West. They are accepting this shit because many people died on the street chanting his name.
Change, Perseus. The fucking trannies with their dicks out are the ones that want regime change in Iran, okay?
They don't want regime change right now, you know? This guy that his dick was out is behind the regime right now. The whole movement.
Let's stop talking about guys with their packages out, please. I beg you.
You know, you are scaring me with something that has already happened and I have fought against the last 3 years. The Pahlavi doesn't fit the narrative of any country. They fucked us up in 79 and they wanted to focus more and more and more, yeah? We stayed firm and we brought the Shah concept back. That was to fight primarily the regime and second, the West. You need to understand this. Our king was fighting against imperialism and they overthrew him because of the fucking oil.
Listen, I'm pro-regime change in Iran if it's hostile to the West. If it's hostile to the West. Because the West has been so fucking hostile this entire time.
I know, but they destabilized us, yeah. But they need to correct their mistake. We are asking them to correct it.
The only
Perseus, you have
viable-
too much trust in them for them to think that
The only
they're
viable
gonna correct.
regime change right now, Perseus, is gonna be pro-Israel and it's gonna be pro-West. Okay.
No, I don't need Israel for that, you know.
But
If
but
they
that-
correct,
this is the
if they just do
movement.
this attack, yeah, if they
This
kill
movement
Khamenei,
is pro
the people
Israel.
will do the rest,
Change movement.
and you will
pro
see.
Israel.
You will see the real fight against imperialism. Yeah, you're gonna be shocked.
Perseus, I have a
You're
question.
This is
dreaming,
gonna
bro.
stay in the history.
You're
Perseus,
dreaming. You're delusional, man.
Perseus, I have a question for you. I was in an Iranian room earlier today. It was like a Farsi speaking room. You know, those rooms are like, there was one today that was over 5,000. There was another one over 2,000. Anyway, I was in one of them, and the guy, the host was saying, host of the room was saying that what would be more, detrimental, or not detrimental, effective, would be if they don't kill him, and if they're able to bring him, arrest him, and bring him for a trial like they did the Venezuela guy. How do you feel about that?
I don't think it's possible to do Venezuela style on Iran. They just need to kill these leaders. I don't want the infrastructure of my country to be bombed.
You know
They
what's
need
That's
to
what I'm
take the
saying. If they
leader.
arrest him, it'll be less deaths. That's something.
Hold on.
I don't want deaths. You know, I don't want people to die, innocent people to die.
Yeah, man, when you go on the street and you want to change it so that nobody do fucking intervention and they shoot, you don't have much option, you know. It's like Syrians were under ISIS and you say no, if foreign intervention come, it's gonna be fucked up. No, you just go help them. And there is people who want to change everything.
Bro, what are you talking about?
So Mazi, I have a question.
Hold on, really quick.
Okay, so the Iranian people themselves, do you don't think they're capable of forging themselves through and changing the regime on their own? Do they really have to have the intervention of foreign powers to destroy their country for a regime change?
Unfortunately, that's the thing.
Ahmadinejad-
You see how fucked up that is. We need it. That there is no other way.
Nah, bro.
I believe in self-determination. That's my personal opinion, Jindid. But Perseus doesn't agree.
No.
The thing
The
is
people are gonna
also
do
the
it.
Iranian people in general are not capable of changing the regime.
I feel not only do I feel they are capable, I feel like there's many smart, intelligent, and capable leaders within Iran who can lead.
I agree.
They don't
Yeah,
need
the
they
young
don't-
people.
Yes,
but
I
lives will
agree.
be lost. Lives will be lost.
But we don't need some old guy who's been out of Iran for 4 years to come and say, "Hey,
I
I'm
think
gonna-"
that's the only way. I don't want fucking leftists from the EU and come install a rainbow
No,
government.
none of
in
them
the
should
country.
come. None of them should come. It should be within Iran. Only
Yes,
Iran.
and it comes from the within. Did you see what happened in the universities today? In the universities, they were saying Javid
Yeah,
Shah.
I heard.
Yes, did you see that? This is the will. This is the will of the people. I'm not just talking here because
No,
I'm like,
Perseus,
Alawi.
I will say this, Perseus. I don't. Wait, fam, one second. One second. If the people, majority of the people vote for this guy to be the leader, even though I don't like him, even though I think he's a piece of shit, even though I think he's not capable and he's not a leader, I will have to agree. Not agree, but I will have to tip my hat and be like, okay, this is what the people picked. But I don't think the people will. I don't think. No, listen. I don't believe that the majority of Iranians are gonna. They're smarter than.
I
that.
agree.
I don't think they're gonna pick him.
First, we need to have freedom so that an election comes, and then we will see the results. If people do not choose him, there is no point to put him in power. I believe that.
Agreed, agreed.
Everything's connected.
But
though.
first,
Hold-
we need to
hold
be.
up, hold up.
First, we need to be free. They are shooting people on the street.
Listen.
Right.
Okay, how about-
don't exist in a vacuum? Hold on. I just want to say.
Go ahead,
right
Soul, and then Jindib, and then Wayfan. Go ahead, Soul.
Okay. Listen, the geopolitics in the Middle East don't exist in a vacuum. Okay, as long as we have the EU, the U.S. and Israel controlling foreign policy in the Middle East, okay, everything that happens is going to be manipulated by those powers.
Yes, that's
if
what
you
I'm
want-
saying.
if
God
you-
bless you.
But if you want that to not be the case, there
You know
has
who
to
wants
be
to?
consequences.
You know
There
the
have to be
Republicans.
consequences.
The
Israel has to face
Republicans
consequences.
of US, just listen to this part. I explained this one too. Any question you have, I answer. Yeah.
No, after you is Jinder, Perseus, but hurry up, go ahead.
Yeah, but they have questions. I need to clarify
okay,
that. I shut up, yeah?
Oh,
But
go ahead.
US wanted to install MEK. The Republicans wanted to install MEK. And the Democrats were supporting these rainbow ones to install in Iran. We don't want rainbows. We don't want MEK. That's why we support Pahlavi. It's as simple as that. We don't want West to make a government in our country.
Go ahead, Jinder.
And I don't want the West to come and occupy my country. Soldiers like Iran.
Okay, now the other question I have is for those who are from Iran and familiar with Iran. Now, Iran does hold elections every 4 years, right? Am I correct?
Yeah.
If you are debating on that, I don't have anything to tell you, man.
Wait, let him
Rigged
finish.
elections, yeah?
Okay, well, no, my question is, so the elections, the parliamentary elections and the elections for the president and so on, are they semi-fair or are they?
No, it's not fair. Like a person like me, yeah, wants to go and be elected. They're gonna filter.
Okay, but they are engineered in such a way where they want to keep the regime in charge.
Yes, always.
Okay, so now, Wayfan, go ahead, Wayfan.
So then Iran is a republic. In a republic, people.
Wayfan, your mic is low. Can you speak a little louder or get it closer?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then Iran is a republic, like United States. In a republic, elected people decide who can go on ballot. So this is a very different thing between a democracy and a republic. Republic is a chosen people decide who goes on ballot. So it's the government of chosen people, it's not government of people. So in Iran, people who go on ballot are selected by chosen people. Like United States, people who go ballot are chosen by, like, for example, the Republican and Democratic parties. In Iran, people who go on ballot are chosen by this...
and electoral college vote as well, electoral college vote in
Right.
America.
So no, like somebody like this Perseus cannot go on ballot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an election from the bottom up kind of thing, kind of way.
Right.
So
It's
there's
a
no
republic.
pathway.
It's not like India.
Yeah,
It's not
so
like
there's
India.
there is no pathway to change the entire government, the entire system, or the pathway is extremely difficult. That's what I understand. But I always
change republic. No, you cannot change the republic.
no, I'm talking about the elected officials. I'm not talking about the republic or the country or I mean
You can
officials
change.
do
The people
change.
who go on ballot, you can like pick who. Like for example,
Like when Ahmadinejad was elected as president, did he come to the ballot? Did he come to be president through elections? Right? He was elected as president of Iran for I don't know 2 terms or 2 terms or 1 term. I can't remember.
2 terms.
2 terms. So there is a mechanism in place in which the leaders of Iran change. They do change, and reformers do come into power once in a while, and so on. So it's a messy kind of democracy. I would assume, right? So I would put more faith in the Iranian people and their ingenuity to change their own government without the interference and the destruction of their country through from a third party like Israel and America.
But they need to vote. The thing is that like the right party, imagine like the Republican Party in the United States, like has convinced them that it's useless to vote. So they don't vote, only Republican wins all the offices. So Iranian people right now generally don't vote. They don't believe in the system.
That's a terrible analogy because, listen, it really doesn't matter who you vote for in the U.S. because both parties in the U.S. are bought out by corporate sponsors. All those corporate sponsors are
so United
by
States.
Yeah, it's the same in Iran.
Right, you are
And they use every trick in the book and redistricting and doing all kinds of tricks.
Exactly. 2009. 2009 people voted.
They do the same thing in America. Don't think that America is such an incredible.
No, I don't think America
because the United States is
such
also a republic. In the United States, for example, people wanted a socialist government. They even voted in a primary 2 times. One time for Bernie Sanders, but the Electoral College picked Hillary Clinton. So it's not like United States, a capitalist system is a capitalist republic system. So it's very hard to make them socialist. Iranian government is Islamic republic, so it's very hard to like make them non-Islamic. Because of
2009, they rigged the election and stole the votes so that Ahmadinejad come to power. People went on the street.
I was in the United States that time, and I really thought that this election was stolen. But later I went to Iran and it was not. Ahmadinejad really won. It's very hard to imagine why Ahmadinejad second time won. It's the same as very hard to imagine why Trump won second time.
That's what I thought. So
it was very hard for people to accept it.
No, I believe they rigged the election. Mousavi had to have the support.
I was shocked, and I thought that the election was stolen, but he actually second term he did win.
I don't know. We don't know that, but people went on the street and they killed them also. I was a child back then. There is no other. It's a fact.
I mean, the fact that people are getting killed in the street. This is independent of what we are talking about.
Yeah.
So hold up. Look what happened in Iraq when we brought regime change. Okay.
If I don't want that, I don't want MEK I don't want US to install MEK on my country.
But
I don't want Europe to install the rainbows in my country.
Where do you think the revolution is going to come from? Who do you think is going to fund
the people?
The regime change.
The people.
No.
You say no, I say yes. That's just an opinion. We need to see what happens. It hasn't come yet, but I can tell you, the people have the will to change. People like Arash Veifan, I thought until today that he's IRGC man, but he's not. People like Arash are going to be there. I'm going to be there. Many people are going to be there, man. And we are going to do an election. If we want a monarchy, if the people want a monarchy, it will be that. If the people don't want a monarchy, it will be a republic, but a democrat republic that doesn't shoot people, and it hasn't been installed by the West, by US or EU policies. That's the thing. Arash is going to be there. I'm going to be there. The parties are going to get opened, and we will see what happens. But in freedom, without the foreign intervention, without the boots on the ground, occupying my country and bringing the rainbows and MEK in my country, we are going to do it independent. That's why
you realize there are people who are paid to pose as Iranians.
I know. Okay. We defeat them mostly. They were getting fined millions of dollars in the West. They were spending on these rainbows and MEK, but we defeated them all here.
And whether
protesting in fucking West.
And whether we like it, or whether we admit it or not, Mossad was infiltrating. Maybe not to the amount that some people are saying, but they were involved. They were disrupting and they were manipulating.
Yes, there is some parties in Israel who support MEK. There is the other ones who support these rainbows, and there is another part that supports the separatists. I don't want any of that shit. You see, Israel and Lindsey Graham are supporting Kings because the people just chanted his name. It's as simple as that. It's because we were on the West. There is no fucking point in protesting in the West. If you want to make your country free, you just go there and you go join the protest or rebellion, revolution, whatever you call it. We were here protesting so that they don't start the project in my country. That's the thing. You are anti-imperialist. I am anti-imperialist too. We have been for more than 100 years. The mullahs were working for the British for more than 250 years. Arash can say that. Arash can explain it to you how they were controlling our
Who's Arash?
Veifan.
Oh.
Yeah, me and Veifan, we were cursing each other's mom last night.
Yeah, I know. I was there. I was trying to calm you down. Then you cursed me out.
It was a fucked up day. I'm
kidding.
I didn't mean it. Yeah, I thought you were FGC.
No.
Yeah.
Cursing is no problem. See, the thing is that as long as we can communicate, so you cursing at the beginning is like we are all like deep down like dogs. We first bark at each other.
You somehow made me think you're RGC. There was a RGC there. You were supporting his statements. He was doing propaganda, and I thought
I
you're
really
with him.
want, and I would like you guys.
God bless you,
because
man.
I have
God
been
bless
through these stages that you are going through. Like, and right now I'm 44. I have been 24. And I'm telling you, you are acting like a baby, and I want to help you so you don't make the mistakes that I made.
Yeah, I understand. I don't want to make it. But you know, when Iran is free, you're going to be there. And if I have any question, I'm going to ask you.
This is you need to be practical. So, in order for a change to happen,
I know. Too many people
you need to
killed.
be able to
I come here and I try to talk to people, then they call me Zionist, and somehow I'm a Jewish Israeli, and then it makes me fucking angry. My people died. I'm trying to tell the truth here, and somehow.
Isn't that they are dying?
Oh, he's still crying. Nobody
The reason that they are dying is they are making the mistakes that you are making. See, if you really want a change happen, going into the street and shouting and burning things down is not gonna bring change. You need the reason that the revolution of 57 happened, 1979, is that there are people, intelligent people, which were able to formulate what is the problem. Right now, you cannot formulate.
Yes, I do believe, yeah, but they made a lot of mistakes.
What is the problem that you have? What change you want? Can you elaborate? Like I don't want this regime is not a request. I don't want to be killed if I burn a mosque is not a request. Like you cannot go in the United
I think the regime burned the mosques because a video came yesterday and the mosque was burning. People were chanting, "We don't fight against Islam."
Can you tell me
Did you see that?
You want?
I want freedom, yeah. The first thing
so freedom
is to
of
destroy
what?
the
You
regime.
want to be free to say whatever you want.
Yeah.
So do you right now, if you go in Iran right now and say, fuck Khamenei, do you think somebody will arrest you?
You answer me, man. That's simple.
I answer you, no, they don't. I go to Iran, I went.
Since when?
I was in Iran like last summer. I went and talked to people. I was in the street for 3 months just talking to people. Everybody was saying, fuck Khamenei.
Yeah, because it's so. Everybody say that they cannot arrest everybody.
Okay, so
that's the thing, yeah.
Here's the thing.
What else you want? So you can say whatever you want. I mean, fuck Khamenei is the highest degree of freedom of speech that you can achieve in a system like Iran, right? So what else you want?
But you cannot go in middle of the street and say, people, let's fuck Khamenei. Khamenei.
Shit,
you cannot say that shit.
No government is going to stand by and watch a revolution happen without some oppositional force. Okay, we're talking about two.
So
very
they need to shoot people with G3 guns, yeah.
No. Again, you are.
How many realistically? How many people are being?
Man, you are justifying the retaliation of Israel on Intifada.
How many people with your own eyes have you seen murdered by the regime for speaking?
Nah, so we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna trivialize people's deaths.
I'm not saying it.
Even if it's one, it's way too much.
I'm saying it's being blown out of proportion, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know, we've had this conversation in this room many times. Whether it's 3,000, 5,000, 30,000, 50,000, all of that is too much. All of it. So let's and at best case scenario, it was terrible mismanagement by government officials, by soldiers, by, you know what I'm saying? And that's best case scenario, but it's just, if they were trained, they shouldn't have killed that many people. So it's just we've gone through over this number thing so many times.
Yeah, I'm not
They
justifying.
were almost
I'm not
toppled, you know,
justifying
that's
the
why they
government
killed so much.
doing things like this. I'm not.
No, but I think Seoul is onto something. Mazi, if you look at the Iran International and how, and then the Pahlavi supporters, how they take it out of context, they're focused more on the numbers versus, the amount of people that were killed, 1, 2, right? I mean, we care about even a single life loss, it's a big thing. But when it comes down to these Pahlavi supporters, they're focused more on the numbers. Oh, look at this, it's a genocide. Because what they're trying to do is they're trying to support the Zionist narrative. We're minimizing the genocide in Gaza. So all this attention goes away from Israel and goes on to IRGC. And I have this big problem. I've been thinking about this stuff for a long time as well, right? They come out, they're like, I go, where's the number? The Iran International says 36,000 some change. But then you have the human rights, organization saying 7,000. Iran government says 3,000. I'll go with 7,000. 7,000 makes sense to me, right? But the issue here is they try to minimize. They take it out of context, and some of the people, you could agree, Mazi, that they burned down the mosque, and according to the religion, it's a big thing, man. It's a big thing to burning down a mosque. And I've spoken to even people like that you co-mod with sometimes. I'm not going to name any names, but a person that starts with S, because there's somebody in this space is recording right now, all the way at the bottom, John Kitover with a flower picture. So the person that you come out with S, even she was defending, justifying the burning of the mosque. Now, if somebody burned down the mosque, what do you think it should happen to that person, Mazi? It's a holy mosque. Let's say 200 mosques.
Of course. Listen,
let's say 200 mosques where 50 were filled with besieged.
Yeah. My whole thing is this: the mosque thing is right until further proof and evidence is a big mystery, right? I think that there were some thugs who just and remember when we used to do the Black Lives Matter protests here, there were anarchists that used to come and just cause chaos, and then the regular protesters were being blamed for it. So I think the same concept, the mosque situation is there was some rioters that were just looking to cause chaos who did that, and of course Mossad involvement that maybe fueled that, triggered that, or participated in that. I don't think regular Iranians who are out there peacefully protesting, who have maybe mothers, grandmothers, cousins, uncles who are practicing Muslims, would be disrespectful enough to
Mazi, they say that their argument is that the Basiji were firing bullets.
Yeah, but I don't connect the two. So what Basiji was not? I still think regular Iranians who are peacefully protesting, will not be disrespectful enough, Basiji or not, to go in there.
This is how they justify it. Even the person that you come out with, that lady with the S, she justified by saying this. What do we do? I could not expect. Hold on, persuasive. I'm talking to Mazi right now, okay? I could not imagine, or I could not believe when she said that she justified of the burning of the mosque by saying, "Oh, what if?" And bro, this is where I lost my mind on that day when she said this.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it doesn't make sense. And these people, they're justifying it. Like even the one that sort of like they were not Reza Pahlavi supporters, but they're justifying the burning of the mosque.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's my take on it. But I would like to definitely hear Wayfan and Perseus, both of them, what their take on it is.
You haven't grown up in Iran.
I haven't. That's why I want to hear you guys.
In Iran, like every year during Charshab Suri, it is a complete chaos. Iranian people are capable. They are young. They are very emotional, and they are capable of burning down things. Every year, Charshab Suri, which is the last Wednesday of the year, is a Zoroastrian event which people like supposed to make fire and jump over it. But these young people, it's crazy. I'm telling you, I was one of them.
But Wayfan, I'm saying
that these young people come out and they get excited and they do this.
But that's just a little percentage of knuckleheads. That's what I'm saying. That's just a small percentage of knuckleheads. I said that's just a small percentage of
No, not
knuckleheads. Like,
small. They're not. No, they're not. Don't get me wrong. The young people of Iranian, most of them are like this.
wow.
I am one of them. Many of my cousins, we are like this. And we need to learn, like from a developed societies like United States, that, we have to be.
No, don't use us as an example, bro.
Yeah, if you were here during BLM, you don't want to use us as an example,
No,
and that's just recent history.
BLM is like us. Black Americans are like, they are not developed politically. Look at the way that they protest in Minnesota. Those are developed like,
But look,
those are more peaceful. But Iranian,
I get you. I get your point. Yeah.
Very easily.
But most of the time, the rainbows are fighting against Islam, not pro-Pahlavi. Most of the time. Because pro-Pahlavi has also Muslim supporters. We cannot do it. We have.
Bro, they justified the burning of the mosque. Yesterday we had.
Don't
we
trust
had that,
Clubhouse, man.
Hold on. Yesterday we had that person in here. He claimed to be Muslim Zionist. How does it make sense? He takes out a full of Islam.
I have no idea.
Muslim
Man. I
Zionist.
have no idea.
These people are not. Bro,
Also,
are
real quick, so,
vehemently anti-Islam. Okay.
but also, so and Amir, just how Wayfan pointed out, Wayfan and that's why I wanted to hear from Wayfan and Perseus. They said, Wayfan said, I wasn't talking about me. I wasn't raised in Iran, so that's why I yielded to them. And at the same token, a lot of these people who are saying on this app, they weren't raised in Iran. From what I heard, them are like
I just
me.
wanted to say one thing, because I have a lot of friends like on tandem from Iran. Well, I wouldn't say a lot. I know a lot of people, and I will tell you that the youth in Iran is totally like, their minds are totally fucking poisoned. They
At least they don't read CIA documents and Western propaganda try to justify themselves.
They're all a bunch of, like, listen, the majority of the people, especially in places like Tehran,
This is rainbow propaganda, my friend. This is rainbow propaganda.
Let them speak. You're pretty young. Let them speak.
And they're pro-feminist. Okay, they are anti-Islam. Okay, they're not just like wanting freedom. Okay, they are vehemently anti-Islam to the point where they will justify violence against Muslims if it promotes their cultural ideals. So this idea that there's the people that are supporting a revolution in Iran, that they're somehow like reasonable, rational people with good morals, it's totally bullshit.
Look, so 3 years ago,
I
the
can't generalize
anti-Islamics
like that.
came, and said we need to fight Islam so that we topple the regime. And they started spreading hate. This is rainbow propaganda. We just defeated them. Look, Ali Karimi yesterday made a tweet about burning Qurans. Yeah, just listen to this. And because so many of the fans of Ali Karimi and Pahlavi, like my uncles, like my aunts, they're still Muslim. I'm not coming from Mars or something. I was also born Muslim. Maybe I come back to Islam after this story is finished. But anyway, when something like this happens, like Ali Karimi thinking that people should burn Quran, he has to delete that fucking post because it was disrespectful. But the rainbows 3 years ago, you're saying feminist stuff and woman life freedom. I told you, we just pushed them to the corner. They are not in the question anymore. They lost it. People on the street are saying Jawi Chow so that they don't say woman life freedom, because woman life freedom is a symbol of rainbow feminism and anti-Islamic fights. I don't want anti-Islamic fights. I don't want rainbow. I don't want any of that. That's the reason, As soon as you understand this, everything gets easier for you.
So this is actually the problem. Like, is why these young people do this. Is not ideology. It's not they're against Islam. 5 years ago, I said club.
Wait, Fad, your mic is low again.
Is it? What about now?
It's still low. A little better, but still.
Put it on max. What about now?
It's a little better now.
So the problem, the fundamental problem, in my opinion, is not these young people. They are against Islam. It's not their ideology. It's the fact that they are young and they have sexual desires.
What the
Iran,
fuck?
no, listen. In Iran, they don't have any place to go. There is no dance club in Iran. For them to release.
But we make the parties in gardens and stuff.
Not
We do all you
people. Those are only rich people can afford to go.
No man, the normal people are doing this
Majority
too.
of young
I wasn't rich back in
don't
home.
have a place to release their energy.
No, we have it. We actually drink there. We actually drink and dance there. No. You're saying bullshit. You haven't been to Iran for many years, I think. You said last year you were there. I think it's bullshit.
You're not helping your case because every time you speak about Iran, you talk about how there's already freedom. There's already people living their lives how they want to live their lives. You know,
So when they go on the street and government shoot them, we should let them continue that.
Request Perseus. You can, as a young people, ask Iranian government to give you the right to have dancing clubs, boys and girls mix. That is a request that you can do and force the government to give you that right.
Your election, when you were young, you were crying for Khamenei to give you the rights. He didn't give you any of that. We were kids.
I'm not saying they will give.
No. They don't give a fuck. Woman life freedom happened. Yeah, many people died for mandatory hijab to be gone. Yeah, many people died for that. They didn't give it. Yes, but many people died. Many people died, man. I don't want that shit anymore.
Protected environment, dancing.
Okay, dancing clubs.
I don't want fucking clubs. I don't want rainbow. I don't want fucking cocaine in the bathroom and having sex in the bathroom like we have in Germany. I don't want that shit.
I'm not talking about fucking. Going and releasing.
You just said it's sexual desire,
Listen,
man.
we're kind of veering off.
Yes, in the club in Germany, people do cocaine and fuck each other in the bathroom. I don't want that shit.
You don't need to fuck. Dance club is about releasing.
You said sexual, I didn't say.
Listen, I'm from the US.
We're kind of hold on.
You don't
kind
go
of
to
veering off topic.
DJs, you need like this Mazi come to Iran and make you dance and release your energy.
Don't throw me in the mix.
Listen, Mazi can come there and perform.
Did you see the dance please on the graves today?
One second, guys. Sorry, I have to meet everybody, Mazi, everybody. Let's pivot from here because I think we're not going to get anywhere with this. You're supposed to fast if you are frustrated, right? It's a nasiha, it's advice. You should fast, okay, for 3 days.
Amir,
yes.
Amir, let's. Taco has. We haven't heard from him.
Oh yeah, Taco, what's up with you? How you doing, bro? You okay? Taco is busy with taco business. It's a weekend.
His taco truck, you know, it's a lot of people coming up, getting a lot of tacos. Too much.
I think Taco is busy, but anyways,
I just something to add. Don't get it wrong. People are not wanting nightclubs that they go to. They're wanting, for example, okay, some people that I'm thinking of myself when I was young, and also people I've talked to. For example, the Olympics. There's people who want to represent their country, Iran, at the Olympics.
Meg, do you know what the Olympics is used for? It's used to install police states in countries. Okay? No, this is well known. Okay? This is why so many people are protesting the Olympics, okay? What they do is they trump up.
It's because Russia is not the formator flag of fucking murderers.
Who gives a shit about the Olympics? That to you is freedom? That's democracy?
As an athlete who woke up every day at 5 a.m. to hit the pool, yes, that was
You are so privileged and disconnected. Your lifestyle, your family, all of your history, like you are so disconnected from reality. Like I don't even respect your opinions.
really, and disconnected from reality and detail.
So both James.
Okay, hold on.
James, hang on a second.
Guys,
Hang on, please. Hang on, please. I'll give you the mic in a second, lady. Hold on. The question, so both things can be true. Somebody that's going there for whatever, athletic or Olympics or whatever, and the other side, sure, we could say that, yeah, maybe there's some people that go in there to set up like a small headquarters or whatever to spy on people. That's possible. I'll give you one example. So during the Maccabi fans attack that happened in Amsterdam, there's a report from Jerusalem Post 3 days prior to it. They actually, Mossad was actually present in, Amsterdam, by the way, in Netherlands. And I don't know what they were there for. You see what I'm saying? And they were there 3 or 4 days prior to it, and I think this was all a setup, how they were chanting hatred towards the Arabs and saying a whole bunch of stupid things. Even when they were, having a moment of silence at the game for Spanish flood victims, the Maccabi fans could not, shut up. And these were Israeli Maccabi fans. They come from Israel. Very disrespectful, right? And it turned into like a shit show. And then you had the police officer, the head of police officer from there came out and said, yes, this was done. This was actually started by Israelis, the Maccabi fans, not by the other side. But anyways, a lady wanted to chime in. Go on, lady. Yeah, do you want to chime in, lady? Diana, are you there? Are you on mute, by the way, lady? Are you there?
yeah. Sorry, guys. Okay, so there's so much to be said about politics, right? But it's like, I think Perseus, he has his way, and he wants the style that he wants, and he believes in what he believes in, and he's ready for the war, and he's like, I'm gonna fight for these things, okay? And that's okay. I think that's a good point, right? Because a lot of the way that these things have been pushed on us is not good for us, right? It's like everybody should have their own personal agenda, and then political agenda is separate. Your personal agenda, the way you want to have sex and all that other stuff, that's personal, right? I don't want government to be involved in that unless there's children involved in that, right? And then when you're talking about all these concepts and ideas, Zionism and the spread of Zionism, it spreads so fast. I have to take care of what I have to take care of. My country got the hurricane last year. I think it was something that was related to Netanyahu, and because he was having talks with the Jamaican Prime Minister about creating, cities in Jamaica, and now it's demolished. Nobody really came there. Nobody really gave any donations. It's beyond me, right? We were one of the best countries in the world, and nobody helped us. So, what do we do as a community, as a group at large? First, we need to make sure that we're okay, personal, then your place of origin or whatever, then the world, right? So take the micro first, and then go larger and larger until we're all good. And fuck everybody that loves this fucking idea of killing other people. We're in 2026, okay? People eating children, 800,000 children missing in America every year, and they're ending up in fucking dog food cans.
It's over crazy. 400. It's over 400,000.
It's crazy, okay?
Yeah, but 90%, more than 90% of them have been recovered. They get recovered.
Guys,
a lot of them are runaways from the house. Hold on, a lot of them are run away from the houses. Anyways, continue.
Honestly, I don't think people realize how big this Epstein thing is and how interconnected it is with the foreign policy with the US and Israel and the UK, because they're involved as well. Okay, look what happened with Prince Andrew. just recently. Of course, he's just arrested for show. He's not going to face any real consequences. None of these people are facing consequences because all of the most powerful people in the world are involved, right? So until we start holding people responsible, arresting people, look, we need to have stronger international laws. We need to hold Netanyahu responsible. We need to hold UK leaders responsible. We need to hold US leaders responsible. Okay, and the organizations that represent them. Right now we have a small group of shareholders in the US and the EU that control everything. And they all back Israel. Israel funds them. Okay, so none of these people are facing consequences until we arrest people and charge them with war crimes, and charge them with manipulating, global economies, for the purpose of imperialism, and it's techno imperialism. We don't need to have boots on the ground anymore. It's all through manipulating the financial institutions. So you have to follow the money. Arrest the bankers, arrest the leaders of these European and Western countries, and arrest Netanyahu. Until that happens, it's just going to keep getting fucked up. And the whole Epstein thing is just a blackmail list, because it's very clear that Epstein was working with Mossad, okay, and he used all this whole child trafficking thing as a way to blackmail all of these world leaders, so that when we start criticizing the U.S. foreign policy, when we start criticizing Israeli foreign policy, okay, nobody can face any consequences because they're using the Epstein list as a form of blackmail.
Did you hear what the robots are doing in crypto? Anybody? No? So the robots are taking the number down to 0. They don't want it at 100. They don't want it at 1,000. They don't want it at 1,000,000. They're taking that up to 0, okay? So that they can have 0 compute. They didn't know that you didn't need certain things to compute. They thought, oh, you need a computer, that's $1,000. They don't have computers, so why do they need a computer? That's minus $1,000, right? So they found this out through my network, right? There's a network called Coliseum, and the robots are trading and buying each other's coins and trading back and forth. They have their wallets with them, and they're buying cryptocurrencies. It's insane. The new world looks awesome, guys. How do we put humans on this? I don't know, because humans are not safe. I've tried 7 times. Humans are just not safe. But robots, when they agree on something, they just go infinity to beyond. As fast as we can. Let's go. Let's do this. 30 seconds. Finished. What?
I'm sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about. We seem to have gone to crazy land.
It's okay you don't have any idea. You don't read books and you don't do things that I do. So it's okay.
Diana, it has not gone down to 0. I mean, do you have any sources to back up your claim it?
Okay,
I actually looked it up right now.
No. So it depends on which one you're looking at. So compute. It's called compute. It's called Compute 3. I'll show you the one.
Because in this space, I like to do fact check and.
Yeah. Don't worry. I'll show you both websites. I'll show you both websites.
You can put it in the chat if you can. Thank you.
Lady Diana, where'd you get your turtleneck from?
Your mom's house?
Ah! Looks like you got an Adam's up.
Oh my God. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it civilized. I think we're not. Mazi, how you been? You okay? You good?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm good.
Okay. And Taco, did you want to chime in?
I already did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you know what? You see how we started off screaming at each other, and then everyone became
Yeah, but
civil after a while.
That kid left. The problem is that kid is very. I don't know what to tell you, man. I think he lives in Germany, Mozzie. That kid.
Perseus, yeah, he said he's living in Germany.
Oh, he doesn't live in Iran?
I don't think
I don't know if he's
Oh, that's crazy.
I think so because he brought up Germany.
That's crazy. I thought he made it seem like he lived in there.
No, I think he's ethnically Iranian, but he doesn't have a Iranian accent like.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. So, yes, he does. He does.
He almost sounds like he has a British accent when he speaks Farsi English.
Yeah, he could be from Germany or Europe or one of the European nation countries. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna ask around. Do you guys know anybody? This guy knows Perseus? I'm sure John Kitover knows. John Kitover, you probably have a clip. He records it in the room.
John Kitover.
if you ever want to get details on anybody, any dirt, he has all day. Norm calls him every time. Norm calls him every day. Hey, John, is there any room running? Any good room? I can't get in. Because Norm the other day was blocked by Buttercup, and he couldn't get into the Buttercup's room. And he's like, okay, so where do you have it streaming so I can go watch it?
That's crazy.
Hey, Amir,
I put it in the chat to the
Thank you.
websites.
Thank you. I'll check it out. Thank you.
Amir, I was falling half asleep, bro. Were you guys saying something about children being eaten alive? Is this like Epstein file shit? What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, no, I think Lady Diana.
Yeah, it's actually in the Epstein files. They talk about it in Epstein files.
What part of it? I mean, first of all, most of what's been released is majority redacted. So
ChatGPT can see the redacted files if you just put it in there.
ChatGPT cannot see the redacted files.
It can.
Nobody that doesn't have government official clearance can see redacted files.
Have you checked? No,
yeah,
right?
I've checked. ChatGPT is not going to break international law. That's crazy.
It does.
So ChatGPT, you said, lady, could actually break open the redacted files.
Right, because the file is not redacted already online, and online is immutable, right? So they already sent the website 10 years. I mean, the email 10 years ago, right? So it's already online. All they have to do is match the file. Shut up. All they have to do is match the file with the other file, and you can see it. Also, they are reading ones and zeros, so they see layers as well. It's funny, but it's not funny. And I don't want to read it, so. But okay. Yeah, it does.
Send me the prompt that allows.
You don't need a prompt. You just need to put it in. And just ask it, what is this?
Just put it in Soul, and you can share the link. If ChatGPT can remove the redacted files from Epstein.
I know, but just Google it.
You realize that OpenAI has certain policies, okay?
Yeah, but just Google it. Google it. Just Google it. Yeah, you're not gonna sit here for 5 minutes talking about the same shit. Google it.
These are policies that have been implemented, but when they first released some of the files, you were able to put them in ChatGPT and see the redacted parts. They've changed that by now. They've amended it. But yes, Lady Diana is absolutely correct. When they first released the first batch, you could definitely put them in ChatGPT and you could absolutely read them.
Yeah, I'm not doubting the AI. I'm not doubting the AI can read the layers of data and see behind
I'm gonna put the link in the chat from ChatGPT. It says no, you cannot. I put the link in there. You guys can read what the ChatGPT told me.
Well, yeah, it can't anymore. Initially it could, but as soon as they caught that, they made it so it couldn't. So it was
probably a long time ago. Yeah, long time ago.
Yeah, so there's some initial things it released you can read, and they're pretty damning, but it didn't last for long. But there's still, you can still read some. So.
We're talking about the most recent release. that happened late last year. There's nothing redacted that anybody can see without doing some sort of, illegal tech maneuvers. And all of these AI companies, they have policies. They're not gonna, even though AI, I'm sure, has the capability of reading redacted files, 100%. But if the policy of the company it doesn't allow it, it doesn't matter.
Well, you have to. There's a lot of problems that they've realized with AI that they've then changed it so it's not allowed to do certain things. But before that, they didn't realize it was able to do certain things, and so they definitely changed policies on OpenAI and on GPT as to its capabilities and made it so that it can't do some things that they could do, they didn't know it could do. But no, yeah, it doesn't anymore. But I did not read about the babies they were eating, and that's disgusting, and I don't want to read about that. Ugh, Jesus. Really, want humanity to continue on with this shit going on? Jesus, no. I think we're done.
No, I want the files released so that we can hold people accountable for war crimes. Like I said, the human trafficking is just the blackmail. The deeper bit is war crimes.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
The U.S. and Israel are committing war crimes, and they're using the blackmail of the human trafficking and all these people involved so that they won't blow the whistle on U.S. and Israeli war crimes. That's it. It's not more complicated than that.
Held to account now.
Okay, so if they don't arrest anybody, then where are we, right? We need to just reorganize and be like, y'all are fucked up. Y'all go to jail, and we're over here. Y'all over there. Bye, guys. We don't want you as our leadership.
I don't want Trump. Go ahead and take him. Go for it, you guys. I'll offer a monetary reward for whoever steals him and puts him in the middle of nowhere.
I'm not like you, Beg. I don't want to touch any of it. Get the right people on it. There has to be some kind of tactical.
Who are the right people?
I alternate between wanting to either just have this world be hit by an asteroid, or just going off to some island, somewhere way in the deep South Pacific, and just disappearing and just having no more human contact. Haven't quite decided which one, but I might go with the no more human contact. Just bye people. Too fucked up.
Just sell the files to China.
You think China cares?
I'm sure
Okay,
China does not care.
Considering that China is one of the few global powers that recognizes the genocide, happening in Palestine, yeah, they care.
But what did they do about it, though? Did they arrest Netanyahu?
They could expose. Look, if the files were sold to China, they would expose it to the world through social media, because they own most of the social media platforms, right? So, why do you think on social media we're allowed to speak out against Israel, right? Because of China's investment into social tech. That's the only reason. That's the one area where China has more power than any other country, is when it comes to social media and social technology, right? The only reason we are allowed to know about what's going on and everything isn't being censored is because China is allowing the information to be put out there, right? China is the biggest investor in social media. I'm not saying China doesn't have their own agenda.
So Diane,
when it comes to Israel,
that you posted, the first one is bullshit, right? It's some hackathon agent website. The second one,
it's made by.
It doesn't talk about.
Hold on a second. It's made by the bots, the first one. They made the site.
Yeah, but
That's
it
the
doesn't
first
talk
thing.
about the computing power going to zero. That's the thing. Like,
Okay.
because you made a claim already that Bitcoin power going to zero.
Not Bitcoin, their coin.
Their coin. Oh, okay. Which is their? What is their coin? I had never heard of their coin.
Their coin is the second one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's not at completely zero. It says 0.0002154.
Right, and they want to. They just started. Let them do this thing. Why? What?
No, but you made a claim about that it says gone down to zero.
They want it to go down to zero. It's called Compute 3. They want it to go down to zero. Because zero means zero latency, right? They're not paying for like power cords and shit like that. They're not like stuck to the machine. They're not like, they're free to just do what the job is and go home. If it takes 15 seconds, it takes 15 seconds.
Oh. Yeah, because originally you made a claim that it's going down to zero. So, I wanted to see.
I mean, 0.0002 is almost zero.
No, it's not almost zero. Zero means all zero all the way. But anyways, yeah.
Okay. Amir, come on.
And then you said something about Bitcoin. I thought it was about Bitcoin, and
I didn't say Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I didn't say Bitcoin.
Bitcoin uses a lot of energy.
Yeah, but I didn't say Bitcoin.
That's what I heard.
I know, but that's what you heard. You just wanted to hear that, but...
Okay, let's ask around. Did you guys hear her say about Bitcoin or a different coin?
She said something about a token, but I don't know if it was Bitcoin. She was definitely talking about crypto. I just don't know.
Okay. And then I probably misheard it. I thought it was Bitcoin, but because I was in a shock about Bitcoin.
Both crypto and AI completely unsustainable, right? We are going to run out of resources if we don't switch to renewable resources and we rely on fossil fuel. AI is dead in like 5 years.
Nope, AI ain't going anywhere. Because AI is going to be needed, and in the future, I think you might even be able to get a maid for your house, right? And you just have to type in the command: go get me this drink, go get me this water, go get me this.
It's just the resources that AI consumes, right, to keep these servers running. It's unsustainable. Right now, we're still relying on fossil fuel.
So you're right? So I have like 1,700 agents, and they use 17 cents a month compute time on Amazon servers, and I was like, you know what? This has all been a lie. I don't want to deal with any of the 5 top companies. All of this shit is a lie. They don't need water.
Of course they need water.
They don't need water. Who drinks water? They drink water?
Look, do you know how many resources go into the production of the energy to keep these servers running?
Yes, and it's a lie.
It's not
It's
like
a lie to keep you buying it. I was buying one of the API keys. It was like $25 a day. I was like, that is too fucking expensive. Just for one of them. I'm not spending that. I taught my AI, I was like, look, this is how you make your own API key, and done. And then when you want to switch your brain, you like change it like a Rubik's Cube. They programmed it, and it worked. Zero compute.
Lady Janet, this technology does not exist in ether, okay? It's tied to electricity. It's tied to natural resources. It's not like we have
electricity come from? Where does electricity come from? The ether. Duh.
No.
Hello? Huh? It doesn't come from the fucking wall.
We use fossil fuels to produce electricity. You understand that, right?
No, you could use anything to produce electricity, but
not with the current
the greedy people of America, they just want you to spend more money, okay?
I'm not saying that
electric bill is like $160. My compute bill for my AI is 17 cents.
Anyways, I think now when it comes down to, I think we're going to pivot a little bit. So when it comes down to the Zionism and Pahlavism, it's a disease to the freaking world, and looks like the attack, it's coming. It's a matter of time. And Trump, there's elections around the corner, and if this attack happens, it's going to be a limited amount of attack. And I actually pulled out the list earlier. The attacks is going to be on. I'll read it out to you guys. So, what the hell? Okay, there we go. All right. The attack, it said that when Trump talks about limited airstrikes in Iran, he means a short, targeted series of U.S. air attacks on a small number of specific Iranian military or nuclear-related sites, not a full-scale war or invasion. The goal, he's signaling a coercion and pressure for a deal, not regime change. Limited airstrike usually means here the scope hitting few carefully chosen targets, nuclear facilities, missile bases, command sites, likely using U.S. aircraft and standoff missiles over hours or a few days. Purpose: to punish Iran and shows U.S. resolve, damage parts of Iran's nuclear missile program, increase pressure on Tehran to sign a stricter nuclear deal. And this is what's going to happen. So it's just a limited airstrike because the election is around the corner, and so it's not, it's not going to be a big one. And anyways,
any aggression at this point, is a war crime, because all it is pressure to get them to fund a regime change. That's it. I mean.
So do you support the IRGC, so?
No, not necessarily, but I'm saying the alternative is worse, is far worse.
I hear you. Look, at the end of the day, it depends on the Iranian people, right? So, I have a problem when you have a traitor like Reza Pahlavi, okay, lives in America, he's son of Shah. They stole Iranian people's money, right? His family, from the Iranian people, and living in America, he's got a bunch of mansions and houses and whatever, and he's begging America and Israel to do the airstrike on his own people. So I have a problem with that. Anybody that supports a person like that, that's a traitor position to hold. You're a traitor, and in return, I'm an American. American tax dollars will be used. The U.S. soldiers' lives will be lost, right? And on the other side, Iranian lives will be lost. The civilians' lives will be lost. And even on the Israeli side, there's actually Muslims that live inside Israel, and because Iran did say they will attack Israel, and some people might end up losing their lives, which the civilians, kids, and whatnot, and women. I don't think it'll be a good thing, and not to mention, American government is going to lose lots of money, because if they bomb a ship or whatever, those ships are worth about close to $1 billion. The ship that they usually have those aircraft carriers on it. The aircraft carrier, basically, that's like I don't know, probably $1 billion ship. I'd have to look into the price. So
I'm willing for the U.S. to fall along with Israel. It's for the world to be.
The U.S. government.
Listen, I live in the U.S., right? So I have a vested interest in war not coming to U.S. soil. However, at this point, it's justified, and I'm trying to leave the country within the next few years.
But are you originally from America?
I am. I was born in the U.S.
No, about your background, your mom, dad, everybody's from America?
Yeah, my all of my family that's still alive is from the U.S.
Okay. You just have you're seeing you're looking outside the box, right? Where you're thinking that the amount of shit that America is getting themselves involved in, especially American government. We got a pedophile running the show in the Congress, right? And we got a whole bunch of other officials that are on the Epstein files as well, and they're running the show. This could go sideways by hitting Iran. And what if Iran does come up with the ICBM? Right now, they don't have it, but they have the technology. If they wanted to, they could build an ICBM rocket, right? ICBM holds a lot of oil. And if ICBM was to hit American target, I think they would do a pretty good job. You know what I'm saying? And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
It's a huge country, but we only have a small handful of like major cities in the U.S. So it's possible to take down the entire U.S. considering the fact that we only have like I said, a handful of major cities, but we have a lot of like even my city. Okay, we have Intel. We have Sandia Laboratories, which is one of the top nuclear facilities in the U.S. But if they did military airstrikes on the U.S., if they did missile strikes on every major U.S. city, Iran could easily take us down without an ICBM.
No, they would need ICBM because the distance. It's a long distance.
But there's Russia. Okay. The only reason China wouldn't get involved is because we're China's biggest investor, right? We're China's biggest customer, so China has a vested interest in the U.S. surviving. Of course, that's why they eat the tariffs. That's why they don't give a shit about the tariffs. Tariffs doesn't hurt China. It hurts the U.S. It hurts the U.S. consumer. But if
they could buy the ICBM from Russia, Iran.
Russia and Iran together could take the entire U.S. out completely, like in a day.
ICBM. No, I'm looking at the ICBM. Actually, it's better than the nuclear weaponry because the nuclear, it's the poison. It will poison everything, and it will make it unlivable. But ICBM will attack a certain target, and that would be it. You know what I'm saying?
What's the damage radius for an ICBM?
It says Russia has 300 to 350 deployed operational missiles as of 2026. Let's look at the damage ratio.
The radius.
I vote for I vote for them all hitting the White House, like bunker buster style. Get everyone in the White House, including the president.
Well, considering the White House is run by a bunch of shareholders, BlackRock and Vanguard, I don't think it's really going to do anything. It wouldn't matter.
So look, it says nuclear ICBM warhead. We're looking at 0.4 kilometer, 300 kT radius, 0.9 kilometers if it's 1 MT radius, and instant destruction. What is it? Heavy blast, 20 psi reinforced building collapse, 1 kilometer, under 300 k radius. Yeah. So I think it could damage. He could easily. So now the conventional ballistic missile, right? It goes at blast radius of 200 to 500 meters, lethal up to 1.5 kilometer damage in urban area, and that's what ended up happening in Israel as well with the ballistic missiles. So it could just target, I would say probably like a kilometer, 2 kilometers, ICBM, that's what I'm saying? And that would be it. So, how long is the area? They would be attacking probably military base, which is in San Diego. I'm in California. Are you in California, Sol? In the West Coast, East Coast?
I'm in New Mexico.
Oh, okay, you're in New Mexico.
Burke!
Albuquerque?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nice. So, Meg, are you for the attack as well? No? I don't want any side getting attacked because this is not going to go anywhere, and it will turn into World War III.
I'm in a major military zone in New Mexico, because we have the Kirkland Air Force Base. We also have White Sands, Sandia Laboratories. Well, White Sands isn't in Albuquerque, but it's a nuclear testing site, and Sandia Laboratories operates in Albuquerque. So does Intel. So I mean, yeah, we're a major military tech and military base area, very important for the U.S. So if there was a war, they would definitely hit my city for sure. We'd be done.
Yeah, White Sands is where the atomic was tested, wasn't it?
Yeah. The first one.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show like how big New Mexico is. So you would have to hit. The thing is, people in the U.S. could rebuild, but if you take out the infrastructure, you're essentially apocalyptic situation. But it's not like any country could decimate, like geologically decimate. That's tough. We're but you could certainly decimate our.
Yeah, I'm not entirely particular. I have an autoimmune illness that if the infrastructure gets knocked out, that means hospitals get knocked out, and I'll just die pretty quickly. So I won't be staying around in the nuclear wasteland that everyone else gets to be stuck in.
I mean, I have medical issues as well, but the only thing is, I have a dependency on certain medications, but I would go through horrible withdrawals. It wouldn't kill me. The only thing is I require a CPAP machine because I have quite severe obstructive sleep apnea as well as central sleep apnea. So I can't breathe in my sleep. But to build a rudimentary CPAP machine would be very, very easy. So it's not like I require like advanced technology to keep me alive or anything,
Yeah, no, I don't require advanced like every single day, but no, I can without medications. Yeah, no. Then yeah, I will shut down pretty quickly. So that's fine.
But do you understand too? I mean, getting medical supplies in that type of a situation, yeah, there's going to be people hoarding. There's going to be people, trying to commandeer medical supplies. But I don't know. I mean, I think if there's a need for something, if it's not like something super, super rare condition, being able to get medical supplies without an infrastructure it's not impossible.
No.
But I would rather leave. Like I said, I'm trying to leave the U.S. in a few years. At that point, I don't care what happens to the U.S. I told my family that if they're not going to come with me, you're on your own.
No, I'm on the same.
Where are you trying to go, Saul?
I'm trying to go to Japan.
Oh.
That's a beautiful country.
What America has done to Japan, I mean, God forbid he can do it again. You have to be careful, man.
Yeah, but Japan is not really, you know what I mean? They're not invested, in what's going on. They have their own economy. They have, I would say they're pretty. They're not super dependent on the U.S. Not the way China is.
And the most polite people I've ever met.
Wait, what?
I said the most polite people I've ever met.
I second that, absolutely. and one of the cleanest too. Taiwan's probably the second cleanest. No, and also Singapore. So Japan, Singapore, and Taiwan are definitely the cleanest countries in the world.
Yeah, but Singapore's boring compared to Japan.
Japan's pretty awesome, yeah. No, culturally pretty awesome too.
I mean, Singapore is a huge tech hub. You know, they're pretty advanced. I wouldn't say Singapore is boring.
You can go to
I would just
Qatar. I mean, so why do you go to Japan? I mean, Edward's going to Qatar. You know, he loves Qatar.
Nah, Qatar's even more.
Inshallah.
Qatar's even more boring than Singapore.
Qatar is a target, though. What? I mean, why would I go to Qatar?
How is Qatar a target?
It is a target.
Oh, it's Edward. Be
No.
careful, Edward. Watch your mouth.
Israel did the attack. Didn't you remember?
Give a bean to an Iranian. He thinks he owns the world.
He's such a racist. Anyway, we had to throw the Iranian in there.
Well, threw a Mexican in there too. I said bean.
Bro, calm down, man.
I'm not racist.
Edward, so the
Yes.
thing is, when you go into Qatar, right, it's a tiny country. God forbid tomorrow if there's an attack on it, right? If an attack happens, are you going to pack up your bags and use the Samsonite option and leave, come back to America?
Attack? Like what? Israel attacking again?
Yeah, it's a matter of time.
No, I don't know. I know Qatar has integrated their systems with their neighbors. Everybody is more on alert now. And Qatari pilots, fighter pilots, are being trained in the U.S. and you know they've upgraded and are still upgrading all their air defense systems. I don't think I don't think there'll be another strike on Qatar. Well, I shouldn't say that.
I think
If Bibi is normal, he was reasonable. He would not strike Qatar because he saw the ramifications of that, the whole change in the Middle East when it comes to military posturing.
I'm going nowhere that has the U.S. military base. So I'm
Saudi
standing.
desert using a bunch of solar panels. That could be cool.
Who? The Saudi?
Saudi Arabia desert.
Yeah.
Set up kind of a Bedouin tent situation with a bunch of solar panels. I'm down for that.
Bedouin tent situation? It's so.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, if we're talking about should the world get wiped out by missiles, where we're gonna go.
Oh.
I was thinking Saudi Arabia, the desert would be pretty awesome.
No, Saudi Arabia has military base in there, man. Multiple military base.
And a military base.
Saudi Arabia is big too.
And have you seen those scorpions in the dirt? Oh my God, in the desert.
Oh my, yeah, I know. That's
Yeah,
fine.
you really want to get bit by a scorpion? Huh?
I'd have like a solar-powered a fence around to electrocute them because you're right.
They have a solar power project for the U.S. actually for a massive server farm in Saudi Arabia. They're working on now.
Yeah, they've got a couple of projects. They've got also.
No, but this one was a strategic American strategic interest project that when Trump went and they gave trillions of dollars to the U.S. This was one of the projects. It's a massive server farm so that the U.S. could be competitive in AI against China because computing power in the U.S. is very expensive. So building solar farm powered AI server farm in Saudi Arabia would make it very cheap because it's solar power.
Yeah, no, there's some great caves in Saudi Arabia, and there's also the desert dunes. I wonder how deep you could dig and just create, like a little structure under the desert, underground living. They've done it in Tebekeke in Turkey has the this ancient underground building. You could do
Saudi's making that city that's like a long wall.
No, canceled.
Yeah.
That was canceled.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
Yes, it was.
It's on hold. It's on hold.
No, it's defunct. There's no
They
money.
canceled.
You're
There's no money.
defunct.
Yeah, Mazi.
Don't get mad at me.
Mazi, they stopped. It's called the Line
No, I
Project.
think it's on hold.
The line, yeah, the line.
Meg, they stopped.
So,
They're
Yeah, Noam, I was looking for.
No, the line. No, they canceled it. Actually, from the beginning, the Saudi finance board, the sovereign wealth fund board, was fully against it. It didn't make any sense, and finally, it was just canceled.
Must be nice to be that rich. To be that rich to get up one day and be like, we're gonna cancel this.
Well, they were against it because it didn't make sense. So they were being responsible. MBS was like, no, we need to be better than UAE. Okay, we need to be better than Qatar. We need to be better than Kuwait. We need to be better.
Yeah, hey, what's up? Yeah, assalamu alaikum, bro.
And so he had these projects that were not realistic. And at the end of the day, he ends up embarrassed because he has these trenches dug already.
Oh, MBK?
MBS.
MBS.
Yeah. They have these trenches dug for the city.
Yeah.
But then it was canceled. So yeah, you have these trenches in the desert.
Mazi, what Saudi Arabia should do? They should.
What's up, man?
It is postponed. I heard that.
Yeah, they want to be America so badly. Why don't they follow the American path? We're giving out residency and then turn it into citizenship. And what they will do is they will move a lot of people over there. Can you imagine the amount of tax and all this shit that they're gonna, the revenue?
Well, you're saying something similar to like Dubai or Emirates, where if you buy a property over a certain amount of money, you get like a golden visa. Is that what you mean?
They can do that, but I'm talking about like how America. You could maybe do immigration to America or Canada, right?
Yeah.
And then you can go through that process 4 or 5 years, and then if you have a good moral compass or whatever, and they give you like a citizenship, and then you can do stuff.
I think they
but you live there. The Gulf, the Khaliji countries are not big on giving citizenship to non-locals. They'll give you a visa forever but to give you citizenship is very rare. It's not in their custom.
I think they think of it differently. They think of citizenship as you belonging to one of the tribes, or it's not the same as immigration.
Tribal,
as long as lifetime.
I know some people got citizenship. They're not from the same country.
What? Yeah, some can.
Yeah, guess what? My dad knows this guy. He's a professor at one of these universities.
Yeah.
And his background is actually from I think India or somewhere, or I don't know, some Asian country, right? So every time my dad would meet him, be like, "Hey, fake Saudi." Fake Saudi.
Well, Qatar has a project or a program where they will give you, if you buy a home there, Qatar. They'll give you the golden visa thing, but it's not. It's permanent residency. But you also get. Well, you also get the you're part of the welfare program. You're part of you get free medical. You get all the perks of being a citizen, except.
Qatar doesn't give you citizenship.
No, not citizenship. It's a residency program, permanent. But you get free healthcare and free education. All the stuff that comes with citizenship.
That's what you're going for.
Me? If I do go, yeah, I would go for that. Yeah.
What are you gonna do? Study? Bro, you're really old, Edward. You're really old.
Why would I go there to study?
I'm being ageist right now. Watch me. What you gotta do? You're already too old. You have studied your life. That's it. That's the end of it. No more.
Well, I'm not going there to study. How do you get that?
So you just want to go there and enjoy the desert? What are you gonna enjoy with it?
I'm gonna enjoy being in a culture that's not Western. That's Middle Eastern, that's Islamic, and I'll run whatever businesses that I have. I can run them from Qatar, and I don't have to worry about drugs and crime and.
Hold on, Edward. What do you mean by that? Because like they're super, capitalist, imperialist, whatever the fuck. What's the real difference culturally?
From the U.S.
Yeah.
Massive. The totally different culture. It's an Islamic country.
What aspects of the culture?
Nudity. What else? Agenda. These agenda that they, the LGBT agenda, the way crime. We have near zero crime.
Edward, in this room, we don't say LGBTQ. We say LGBTQ.
That sounds more LGBTQ, actually. Let me say it that way. Or it sounds more G. Yeah, no, it's a different. Living in the Middle East is definitely different. No matter how, even in Dubai, which is probably the most westernized city.
Yeah, even there you'll feel it. You'll know you're in the Middle East. You'll know you're in a Muslim country. It's for sure. As westernized as
I'm just saying, like economically, politically, they're very similar.
There's nothing wrong with the economic system, in my opinion. Politically,
I disagree fundamentally with that. I think that's the foundation of people's morals and values is the economic system that they have set up. So, on the surface, Qatar and Dubai, like these are very, Muslim, non-Western countries, but at the same time,
Western as fuck. But
their society is still very, very similar. You know what I mean? All the differences are superficial, surface level.
No.
So they're West. It's not. They're not trying to disguise the Western thing about it. Like it's very Western.
Well, they're very Western in what? Like in fashion and.
Yeah, fashion.
That's not really.
In like
is that
stores
Western anymore?
Is that really Western? Like you can find a McDonald's easily. I'm saying like everything, all the perks that you have in the U.S., you are gonna find it. I'll use Dubai as an example. You'll find it in Dubai, but at the same time, you get the of Islam as well. The culture of Islam is there. It's prevalent. It's not like that's hidden.
You have modern infrastructure.
Dare I say it's best of both worlds? Dare I say?
Well, but you could say China is Western then. Like the way you're describing Western, which is the way a lot of people are still describing it. This is what Westernism used to be, But
I don't think China's Western in that way.
No, it's not Western. That's what I'm saying. Like, but you could say the same characteristics about China. So Qatar saying it's Western.
They don't have.
Just because they have companies there that operate from the West, to me, doesn't make it West.
They operate on a capitalist, imperialist.
Wait, I wouldn't say imperialist. No, UAE. I think you can make that argument.
But they also have stricter laws, Edward, in the UAE, for example.
Yeah,
You can't fight. The drug tolerance is almost at zero. They're very strict on certain things. Like their tolerance level is definitely at a zero. Whereas in the U.S., it's way looser and way more lenient. You know what I'm saying?
And the infrastructure here is falling apart. I mean, I don't know. You could see how we're just going downhill, we're going backwards. When it comes to infrastructure.
In Dubai and in Qatar, you don't think the same shit's gonna happen? Because it's an unsustainable economic model.
How is it unsustainable? What is unsustainable about Qatar or Dubai?
Because they extort resources out of surrounding countries. They're not.
I haven't heard of Qatar extorting resources out of. UAE.
They'll buy the shit.
Stealing, UAE. Yeah, well, UAE was stealing from Sudan, but that's not even their economic model. I'm not saying that they they should be doing this. I mean, they should be punished for it.
That is textbook imperialism. These are imperialist countries. They're gonna fail eventually, especially if the U.S. fails. You think that the Qatar and Dubai are gonna be around if the U.S. falls?
Why wouldn't they be around?
Because the U.S. is a big investor in these countries.
No, they invest in the U.S.
It's mutual.
The U.S. doesn't invest in these countries at all.
It goes both ways. What do you mean? People are setting up shop.
That's not investing. Those are private companies. When you say U.S., you're talking about the U.S. government, or you're talking about the private sector. Now you're talking about the global economic paradigm, which everybody participates in everywhere in the world in the same global economy. Qatar and UAE are no different. Even Palestinians under occupation participate in the same economy.
Why I say China is different is because China is much more, they're much more economically independent. Their infrastructure is more self-sustaining, right? They're much more stable than any other country. I mean, there's a reason why they've been able to supply the entire world with manufacturing, and because they're extremely stable. You can say what you want about like human rights and this and that in China, but it's a very stable economic system.
They use the same economic system that everybody uses, though. It's not different.
It's not.
They may
centralized government. They're still capitalist to a large degree, but it's centralized planning. It's not like it's not a free for all like it is in the Emirates and in Qatar and in Singapore and in the U.S.
But these countries like Singapore and Qatar, especially, both of these countries have it's not a free for all at all. I mean, their banking system is very, very strict, very compliant. Very well organized. I don't know much about the UAE, actually. Or the UAE has in the last 5 or 10 years, I would say 10 years, they have started doing that or becoming more compliant. It used to be you could be a Russian drug dealer and go to Dubai and pay cash for a villa, and you can't do that anymore. So they are getting more strict on that. But I would take Qatar over America any day. I mean,
I would
living here. I mean, look at the roads, look at the bridges, look at the education system, look at the healthcare system, and insane taxes, and there's no opportunities. The opportunities are dwindling every month, even for those that have degrees.
No, I'm not arguing with that. You're definitely right on the money with that, but what's stopping that from happening to Qatar?
Because Qatar hasn't. I mean, foreign investment is going into the country. They have state-of-the-art infrastructure, excellent roads, excellent healthcare. They poured a lot of money into all these sectors, and they have a thriving manufacturing and technology R&D sector.
What happened when those countries investing in Qatar are no longer economically stable enough to invest?
Then something has gone bad in the world, and Qatar would be a safe place to be. I wouldn't want to be in the U.S. if Western countries are no longer able to invest. Western companies do not have the ability to invest.
You also got to look at a country in terms of like natural resources and what's available without infrastructure, right? Like, for example, if you lived in a country like Indonesia, you could literally survive without money because food grows everywhere. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you're in the desert. I mean, it's not exactly a hospitable environment.
But they were surviving there for well before technology.
Yeah,
Technology is not even 1% of the timeline of the survival of Arabs in the desert.
Yeah, but as like a
I don't know.
primarily.
I don't know. I'm gonna put my 2 cents in. I don't know, Edward. You make Qatar to be like this economic powerhouse. It's two streets and 3 roads and 3 cities. Edward, it's a very tiny place. Its economy is a fraction of the economy of the city of New York. It's a tiny little dinky sheikdom with a state that is run. The tentacles of the state are run by intelligence services of the West. That's pretty much it. So I don't know, when you think about those countries, you think like it's a country or it's like some superpower or.
I don't know. I never said superpower or anything like that. I just like it, and it's where my objective is to live. I mean, that's all. If you don't like it, you could live somewhere else.
You're a boring guy.
And you could live where you want.
We're just
I know,
talking
I
about
know.
that.
We could leave it like that. You could leave it like that.
I'm not. It's not like we're offended that you want to live there.
No, Idlib is pretty offended.
No, I'm not. I'm like.
Yeah, you sound pretty offended.
Why would I be offended for what?
You're telling me what I. You're telling me what I think.
No, but you make it sound like it's like the super.
Why can't I just?
Power.
Why can't I just make it sound like exactly the words that I'm speaking? I didn't say it was a powerhouse. I didn't say it was a superpower. That would be ridiculous for me to say.
Yeah, it's a tiny.
And it's the
tiny
size of Connecticut.
And it's boring.
And
it's the size of Connecticut.
And I'm not large.
So, have you visited? Have you ever been to Qatar?
No.
How do you know? Why do you take my advice, Edward?
Good luck. You should take a trip and see how much you're gonna like.
Yeah, Edward.
Well, why wouldn't it? I don't understand why you guys think. I mean, I know me better than you guys know me.
You'll see.
No, I know you.
It's a country. It has a couple of cities. Life is slow. It's
Edward.
There's nothing fancy about it.
Edward.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Go to Oman. If that's
Yeah, I know Oman is really nice. I heard that, but the infrastructure is just better in Qatar. I also like convenience. So
I think Leo fell asleep. Rio, are you sleeping? Because the girl comes in, she waves at him, he goes into the Bible room every 2 seconds. Leo, are you there?
Really?
He fell asleep. I've been watching this behavior for the past 4 days now.
Girl comes in and waves at Rio. Look at Rio.
She comes up for a second just to wave at him. If he doesn't pick up, she leaves.
That's funny.
Yeah.
You know,
Anyways,
you talk to him to say it very, very.
I think Qatar is a good place for you, Edward.
I think it'll be just fine.
You should go to, if you really want like a Muslim place, Malaysia or Indonesia or something. And cheaper as well, Edward.
No.
Indonesia would be infinitely better to live in than Qatar and much more stable.
Not for me.
Just tsunamis and earthquakes and all that shit.
To eat Malaysian food, I tried it. It's pretty good.
Malaysia is a nice country.
You're sipping a Kool-Aid, bro. You're sipping a Kool-Aid.
What Kool-Aid?
You sipping the Kool-Aid?
No, you're sipping the New York City Kool-Aid.
No. I've been to Qatar. You haven't. I've been there.
So what?
And I'm telling you, it's boring. But you don't.
What? Okay, I'm not looking for excitement.
They don't have clubs.
What, you think Connecticut is not boring? You don't think Connecticut?
What do they do at the club? There's a bunch of guys dancing, no girls.
Good point, Edward. Good point.
Yeah.
Fuck her, Nazi.
I lived in New York City.
Yeah, I've been.
You live in New York City, huh?
Yeah.
You know.
New York City is a.
Did you say something? Did you say something? Yeah, of course, it's New York City. Yes.
Yes.
You live in the city, Mazi, or you live somewhere else?
In the city, yeah.
Yeah, you're such a fucker, huh?
What the hell?
That's it.
What is it cursing me out now? What's wrong with this guy? You're right today.
Because he expects you being in New York City, and he's right about this, that you are probably a troublemaker.
No,
well-traveled individual. You know what I'm saying?
No, but this guy.
What don't they have, Mazi? Let's compare Qatar with Malaysia. What don't they have?
Okay, so Malaysia is just more lively. Actually, no, I can't say Malaysia. I've been to Indonesia. I haven't been to
Indonesia.
Malaysia.
How was Indonesia compared?
Indonesia's live, man. It's live. It's like you said, it's cheap. It's good food. But I'm not gonna lie, Qatar does have good food, but it's not as live. It's just slow.
Good Iranian food, huh? Good Iranian food, Maz, yeah?
Yeah, but not better than Dubai. Dubai has better Iranian food.
Dubai does have very good Iranian food.
Yeah, yeah.
You can get around anywhere in Indonesia on a fucking object that costs you like fucking 300 rupiahs.
Look, I don't even know what that is. Why would I even get around it?
Gas is like not even an issue. It's like a little motorcycle. It's like a scooter.
Oh, that's all I need.
Remember, you can move to India and support India.
Oh, yeah. I could move to India.
No.
Yeah, battle out, fight a cow for my
And guess
land.
what? Guess what? You would, and the water, I know people say it's dirty water, but in the beginning, yes, you're gonna have some stomach issues, but I think eventually you get used to it. You get used to it. or you could do is go to Somaliland.
Yeah.
It's about to get recognized by Israel,
No, I'd rather stay in the Middle East, and I'd rather stay closer to, its finance centers.
You don't want to live inside Palestine once it becomes too steep?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, maybe you could try living inside Israel.
No, Israel.
You go occupy it slowly, and then take over their land.
Israel's infrastructure is not very good either, and Israel is just.
How about Iran?
Completely dependent on Western, funding. So
What US dollar equals like millions of whatever currency it is in Iran? What's currency is it?
Toman Real.
Taman, yeah. So how many Taman is it? $1 US, Mazi? 1,000? Maybe?
No, it's like 200. That's some crazy number, bro.
200,000? Edward, can you imagine what you could do with that currency?
It doesn't work that way.
You could
It's worse in the world.
yeah, you could play games with it. You could don't gamble though. You could give it away, to some people.
No, but it doesn't. I mean, it still work. Like, it doesn't. It doesn't mean you have $200,000.
And you can be connected to the government. And guess what? Since you're an American, they might even let you slide. Hey, you can carry a gun. Right to self-defense.
Oh yeah. They'll give me a gun, and next thing I know, I'm part of the IRGC.
No.
That's it.
Nobody's making you part of the IRGC.
He's trying to recruit. Amir is trying to recruit.
He does get paid, we know
Yep,
this.
he does. He gets commission too.
Yeah, sign me up, dog.
In those countries, I think you could pay and get a license for the gun.
I think Edward should go to Indonesia though. You find a nice Muslim wife.
No, I don't want Indonesia. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it.
I mean, look, that guy that comes in here, Edward. You know who I'm talking about. I'm not gonna name any names. Remember the funny guy? He's married to his wife from Indonesia.
Yeah. No,
Malaysia or
no problem.
Indonesia.
And Malaysia, Indonesia, both of those countries are good. I want a small country. Yes. I want a small country. I want a small country. I don't want something big. I do want boring.
I think Oman is a better fit for you, bro.
I know Oman is very, very
Or
nice.
live in Ireland, bro. They're the big support of
Ireland is
Palestine.
also very, very nice too.
Oh my God, go to Ireland, but don't bring up a drunkie though. There's a lot of people in Ireland. They're drunkies.
Yeah.
You guys know
the Muslims in Indonesia, like they're not like, you know what I mean? Like they're very haram. Like they don't follow Islamic law. They don't, like their culture is just fundamentally incompatible. It blows my mind every day.
Who are you talking about?
Indonesia, they follow Islamic law.
They're super progressive. They're very liberal there. Islam is like just the mask that they wear, but they're not very. They're not very
who says Islam is not liberal? I mean, liberal compared to how the U.S. defines liberalism, or the West? No, but it's not
like Lebanon. Like Lebanon is very.
They're very
liberal.
They're very liberal.
Yeah, but they do have Islamic ruling on stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but it's not very strict.
It's that way. So if you kill somebody, I mean, what is the charge? I mean, the capital punishment, they chop your hand off or chop your head off.
We have
Like that's no different.
Yeah, but that's what they do. The countries that are Muslim majority, they abide by the Sharia. You know, they follow some form of Sharia. So you know, some things out of Sharia.
culturally, the society is very conservative Muslim oriented, but there's still, you could say, and I don't know about Indonesia specifically, but when you say liberal, I mean, and liberal has a bad connotation to it, but that's the Western definition of liberalism. It's like democracy. We're programmed to believe that Western democracy is the only form of democracy or only form of government that's acceptable. It's not true.
I mean, we don't really liberal or conservative. Do you know they killed 1 million people? The Indonesian army.
Why would
They were purging opposition. 1 million people. Can you imagine?
That's crazy. Well, how about today? How's the culture today? I don't hear anything bad about Indonesia today.
1 million people, nobody dares to talk against you for a while.
Well, in the 1950s is one thing. I mean, the U.S. dropped 2 atomic bombs in the 1940s. We had World War I and II in the 1910s and 1930s and 40s. So, we had the Korean War. We had Vietnam.
Much more stable than Iran. But they have gone through this stage that Iran is going in 30, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
They killed 1 million people going through that stage.
Well, but how do they deal with it? Do they acknowledge it now? Do they know it's wrong? Have they bettered themselves as a society, as a culture?
Let me ask you if they're sorry for it. Let me check.
I think they are, and they're pretty progressive. Like now, That's
hold on. You did it again. Nazis were progressives. The Nazis were progressives. That was a socialist progressive party. For the time, it was progressive. It definitely wasn't a conservative party. So these terms, when you say progressive, what are you putting it on?
Like a social democracy. But I don't criticize the German Workers' Party necessarily. I don't think that their system of government was necessarily a bad one.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So you're putting the labels on and saying things are progressive.
No, I'm just saying it depends on what you're looking for in a country. You know what I mean? Because you can go to Indonesia, the culture in Bali, which is very, very progressive, it's not that much different from the rest of Indonesia, except the rest of Indonesia wears the Muslim mask, Of course, you're going to hear call to prayer, people, they do salat, but outside of that, they drink alcohol, they gamble, they're very, it's kind of a wild place. It's not super conservative. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but a Muslim country doesn't necessarily have to be a super conservative country. And I'm not saying that Muslims have to allow alcohol or anything, but
you wanted to avoid the Western progressive liberalism, right?
No, the agenda, the Western agenda of liberalism. I specifically said the LGBT, where they're pushing it on people and teaching it in schools to children. This is just one example, but in America, you can, they sexualize children in the media and marketing. They sexualize and degrade women in marketing to sell products. You can get away with so much more. You could do drugs. And nothing happens to you. Hard drugs. There's a bar on virtually every corner. People are robbing and stealing all over the place. I mean, the murder rate in the U.S. is absolutely insane. There's so many things. The tax rate is getting higher and higher, and nothing is happening on the ground in terms of, you know, fixing the roads and new fiber optics for internet and smart grid technology. You know how old our electrical grid system is in America? How sensitive
Which
it
state
is?
you are, Edward? Which state you are?
I'm in Connecticut.
Move to South. Go to North Carolina, man.
Yeah, actually, North Carolina, people are moving there. That is a hotspot to move to. It's one of the last places in the country.
Tennessee, North Carolina, those are like different ballgame.
Yeah.
I mean, I was in University of Tennessee. They are literally right now the highest tech I've ever seen. These robots like are moving around and delivering food and stuff. It's
Really?
weird. I mean, it's not in the media. That's the thing that we think that those are backward. You know, South is way better right now.
What North Carolina has always been where people, you know, people go to retire in Florida like old people, right? But the second place in the country is North Carolina, and now it's, you know, they have a lot of like a large tech sector, massive tech sector in North Carolina.
Florida, you cannot go work industries. Florida doesn't work because these hurricanes, they come and bring down your factory. But so that's the problem of Florida. You cannot really invest in it to build a factory. But there is a lot of job in North Carolina, and even though sometimes the tornado comes, but because they are much less chance.
But there's actually a middle class in North Carolina. And that's the thing too. Here in the U.S., the middle class has thinned out so much. Either you're working class, or you're, you know, wealthy.
No, if you really want to do,
very difficult to do.
Or you're dead broke.
Yeah,
or you don't pay taxes. Like I don't pay taxes.
Allegedly so. Allegedly. Edward's an accountant. Be careful.
Take a road trip across the United States. You can clearly see the condition of the roads, the highways, when you go from one state to another state. And that shows how good those states are. For example, from Arkansas to Missouri, suddenly like your car is and then it becomes like you went on an airport as soon as you pass the border. So you can get a feel for what the states are doing what, you know. Like in New York, the roads are disastrous. I mean, literally.
Wei Fan, watch your mouth, bro.
And so are the people that live there, Wei Fan, too.
I was 5 years in New York. I love the state.
Both of you chill out, right? Wei Fan, we have a saying in New York. We say, New York sucks, but everywhere else in the United States sucks more.
See, you are not true New Yorker. In New York, we say, if it's not supposed
what do you mean, we?
To be like that.
He said we. Get out of here, we.
New Yorker, my driver license right now in New York. I'm in New York.
Doesn't matter, bro. You was
They say that Edward, you can move to Taiwan, you know.
If it's not supposed to use like this, why it does fit?
Join Wei Fan over there, you know, Taiwan.
No, I mean China will come and take it over and move there.
No, they won't. They because
it's steps ahead. If Japan doesn't work, I'm going to China. Man. I'm not even.
No, Japan is a good country to move to too.
Yeah, you'll be fine. Japan is cool. China's it's all right.
Yes, I mean,
make sure to try out those fried roaches as well at Wuhan Market.
But guys, when you are in Asia, you can never call yourself Japanese.
It has a lot of protein in it, fried roaches.
Well, we have those. Chocolate covered grasshopper.
I saw those in Thailand. Those so many of them.
Like right now, if I go out and talk to people and say I'm Taiwanese in Taiwan, they will laugh at me. In New York, I could call myself
Chinese, bro. You will not be.
The problem of China and Japan. You can never call yourself Japanese. You
can even from Singapore. Right. Even if you're from Singapore, going into China, you know they ask you for extra identification if you start up a bank account or something because you're not, you know. Even if you live in China, you're from Singapore, the names are different even from Singapore to China. Like you're not Chinese. They're very.
But I mean, Japan loves foreigners. So does Taiwan. They love Americans. They love Western
Yeah.
culture. You do well in these countries. Like the thing is, like, you can't integrate, but it doesn't matter because people like you. You know, like these Asian countries, these Western Asian countries, they fucking love Americans. They love
They are
Europeans.
they are racist
fucking
as
love them.
fuck. No, they
Nah,
don't.
bro.
They are so
That's-
racist.
Nah,
You can
bro.
see how racist. They are just polite. These are very
Yeah,
polite.
the Asian
They are as racist
decorum.
as it can get. They are as racist as it can get. I'm
And
telling
you could tell how racist they are based on their smile.
Look, like everyone is fake in Japan. They're gonna pretend to like you, but genuinely, like Japanese people, they love Western culture. If you're in entertainment, if you're in art, if you're in music, like, you know, they pull out the fucking red carpet for you.
That's true.
If you're in business, it's different because you have to follow the social norms of the culture, and they're gonna treat you like dog shit. So like it depends. Like Japan, if you want to be, like I said, in entertainment and art, it's fucking biscuits and gravy.
I mean, there is
But
one
if you're
thing
trying to
that
get
they
into
love
business-
money. No, they love money. I don't think anybody in the world love money more than Asians love money. So they do anything for money. That's one thing. So entertainment, yeah, because they can make money out of it. But they hate you.
No, they have like a deep, profound love
Use
for
that with the fact that they hate you.
Western entertainment. You know what I mean? Like that's their thing. You know, like they have all these subcultures and stuff that are just like ripping off, you know, American subculture. You know, like it's their thing. They fuck with it. You know, but like I said, if you get into business, it's different because they're gonna treat you like dog shit. You know, because they already know, like Japan people, they work like they work like dogs in Japan. Your boss is basically God. You know, like you have no rights as an employee. You do whatever your boss tells you to do. But if you open up your own business and it's in entertainment in an Asian country, you're fine. But I mean, I'm not interested in working for a Japanese country. I'm not interested in you know business in that regard. You know, so I'm probably all right. But I would never work for a Japanese company.
It's so fucked up when you work there. Like when people call each other. For example, right now in the United States, if I work in a company, if I see the CEO, I will just say, hey, for example, David. But in South Korea, when you call somebody, there must be three components in that name. The first one is their rank in the company. Like for example, I have to say CEO, then their, I guess, is degree, and then their last name. So for example, if you are a janitor, so every day people are calling you janitor diploma, I don't know, Edward. That's the way they call each other. They have to remind each other at every instant possible their rank in the society. It's such a weird system.
Yeah, that's how Asian societies are. There's a name for it. It's not bad or it's not good. It's just that's the way their society is. You know, it is different. And but I've read a lot of science fiction books from China and Russia and Japan, and that been obviously translated into English. And you have to, and I learned a lot about the cultures. And you have to
Anime? You like anime?
No, like science fiction books, novels, actual novels. Like, yeah, and you learn, like, for example, the guy lights a cigarette, when he's with these other guys that they're talking, they're around the table, and that's a sign that this guy is doing. He is not conforming. He is being disrespectful. He is, and he's the bad guy in the book. But you, as Americans, wouldn't know that, though. When you're reading it, you have to pick up on those little, like, idiosyncrasies. Like, for example, when somebody interrupts someone that's speaking, and if that person is a higher status than you, not by much, just even by one level, and you interrupt them, then, you know, it's a really bad thing. And in the book, the author expects you to know that that's a bad thing, and to know, okay, this is a bad character versus the good characters. And I asked my friend about, because there was one, I forgot what it was, a book I read about two cars that were delivered to China, and one of them, they're both identical, and it was the boss and the employee. They both ordered the cars for themselves. Unfortunately, when they ordered the cars, one of them, they're both same exact model, same everything, except one of them had a sunroof, which the employee, his car had a sunroof, and the boss's car did not. And instead of just, and you can't do that, you're supposed to have the sunroof, like if you're the boss. You can't do that in China. So you would think, okay, well, they'll just swap cars. But no, they returned the cars and forgot about the incident. And they both end up without the Jaguars that they ordered.
Edward, can you please stick to the topic, please?
What's the topic?
Zionism and Pahlavism are worse start.
Oh my God.
Nowhere in there does it say, nowhere in the topic of the room does it say China automobiles.
Well,
leave it to Edward to divert.
Well, hold on a minute. First of all, you Iranians, listen to me. Don't gang up on me when we were not talking about Pahlavi or Zionism for an hour now. And Mazi was telling everybody about how boring everywhere else in the world is except for where he lives. That was the original topic.
Due to Pahlavi, that's why Mazi stuck where he's stuck. Mazi, why is Pahlavi,
Mazi, where do you live?
He lives in the hole. He lives in a place full of rats. There's too many rats over there.
I love it. They're my neighbors. What did you say, Woody?
They're bigger than cats. Oh my God.
They eat slices of pizza.
Where do you live?
I'm in
They don't
Manhattan.
eat, the rats don't eat people because that's not kosher, dog.
Oh my God.
No, it's a cool place, Manhattan. It's really melting pot of United States. Everything is real. I give it to Manhattan.
There you go.
I mean, not Manhattan. Like for example,
Taco,
Chinatown. If you go to
Taco has
Flushing, you really see Chinese. For example,
Taco's trying to get under your skin. Taco, you got some smoke for Edward?
Well, no. Does he have something to say? Did you want
He's
to
got
say
some smoke. He's got some smoke for you. Go on,
Yeah,
Taco.
but he's out of smoke now. I don't know if
Get your shit out. Get your shit out.
Okay, we're not in Chinatown.
This guy is going crazy today. Oh my God. Edward, I think, wow.
I even looked at possibly Jordan too, but because I have family there, and they're like, no, don't move here. And
Why not Lebanon?
crime is high. Crime is high, pickpocketing and shit, because of all the refugees that came from Syria and Iraq.
Crazy. Why do you want to move from United States?
Because the United States is shitty. There's no opportunity here. There's no opportunity to meet people that can open doors for you and give you opportunities. There's nothing here.
There's a lot more opportunities in America, Edward. Come on, man. Come on, you know it. I know it.
The world is much worse.
You can be somebody in America.
If you want to be somebody here, you got to work for the cartel.
Huh? Nah, bro. I know people I know somebody that started from a dishwasher cleaning job. Now he owns like $2 million worth of properties.
Yeah, that's all money. We're not living in the same economy. The U.S. economy changes so drastically every 5 years. Like if you want to start a business from scratch in the U.S. right now, it's not happening unless you have global partners. And you can't if you want to have a strictly American business, right? And your whole business plan is manufacturing in the U.S. All of your
That's not happening.
It's not. Yeah, it's not happening.
You can't manufacture shit here. You'd be crazy to.
No. And even if you refuse to outsource, you're so fucked because nobody's going to be able to afford your services.
Exactly.
Okay? It's not. There's no opportunities left here. The people that still have money, they got old money, and most of the people you see driving around sports cars, they're fucking rentals. You know, like we have the illusion of being a developed country, but it's
yeah. We used
apart.
to be though. We used to be back up until early late '80s, early '90s. Because I'm watching this YouTube video where it was common for 8-year-old children to come home and be alone in the house.
Yeah, it was latchkey kid, man.
Yeah,
Latchkey kids.
Is that what they call it?
Yes.
So that's how I grew up. But in the '90s, that changed. It did change drastically. The feminine movement has become like entrenched, and men became wrong and women became right. Literally on TV, like if you look at the old shows, women are always right no matter what they do. And then by the time you hit the 2000s, you couldn't afford anything. Like the same, a house was 200 or 300% more than it was a year or two prior. Like when my parents came, my uncles came, my parents came from Palestine, they were able to get a job within a couple of years, own a house within 10 to 15 years, have that house paid off. They could afford 2 cars. And there's no way in hell you could do any of that today. No way.
By the way, I go to the gathering of the tribes in Burke every year for the past 3-4 years.
Oh yeah,
past 4 years. Yeah, past 4 years.
Gathering of Nations.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've only been once. My ex was just from the Laguna Reservation.
I roll with the Navajos. Rolling up, it's an amazing experience.
Hey, what's up, Amir? Anybody new people can jump in as well if you guys want to jump in.
Hey, how you doing, Amir?
We're doing good. How you been? You okay? We're talking about Edward is moving somewhere out of nowhere.
No, we're not.
In the middle of nowhere.
And Amir, we're talking about how boring he is.
They have a problem with me moving potentially the next year or so.
Taco doesn't like the idea of him moving out at all. He wants him to stay where he's at.
I might be moving to Qatar.
And I think it's happening because of Reza Pahlavi. Is that why? Is that why you're moving? You're leaving us?
I don't think Reza Pahlavi would be found in Qatar anytime soon. And that's another point against America. Yeah, Reza Pahlavi.
It's a big question for you guys, anybody that's from Iran. Did Reza Pahlavi go to the Holy Kaaba prior to going to the wall?
Kaaba?
I doubt it.
Because he claims to be a Muslim, by the way, Edward. You know Reza Pahlavi?
He? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well,
so what is the reason why all these officials they have to go kiss the wall? Like, what is the reason?
Tradition, because nobody wants to break it. Tradition.
No, it's the APAC money. They have to. That's their show
Amir,
of loyalty.
Yes.
he could have went right next door. The Al-Aqsa is literally a 3-minute walk.
Or maybe you meant Alexa?
That's what I just said.
No, I'm saying to
No, but the thing is, Mazi,
I don't know why
if I'm wrong, from the Shia paradigm, right, it's difference of opinion that the mosque is not the one that...
No, up in the sky? No, that's a very, very minority opinion. A lot of us don't subscribe to that craziness.
So would you say that there's majority of Shias that actually believe that Masjid al-Aqsa is there?
Yes.
Yeah, they would have to, because Shiaism is an accepted sect. They don't call it sect in Islam, but is accepted Islam. But there are sub-Shia sects that are not accepted, and sometimes people look at these other fringe groups and think that the whole thing,
Like the
all of
people
Shiism
that
is bad.
let themselves like during Kabbalah.
No. They're still in the fold. She's talking about some other ones.
Oh, are you Muslim?
Me?
Yeah.
I was for a period.
Dude?
What
Not anymore.
do you now?
I'm non-religious.
Were you?
You're a nun from the church?
I'm non-religious.
Yeah, I thought you
He's
were
none like Brett.
Okay.
Where is Brett? I've been around.
I'm a Gnostic.
What were you before Islam? Were you born a Muslim? Or I shouldn't say that.
I was raised Christian.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm non-religious. I still believe in God. I'm just not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm anti-dogma, is what it is. I just don't. You know what I mean? Like, to me, the religious stuff is just an extension of culture, and I just can't swallow dogma. I cannot. The more I researched and the more I studied, the harder it was for me to commit to a religion. So I had to leave. Just to be an honest, truthful person. Like, it would be easy for me to just do salat and eat halal and say I'm a Muslim, but I just can't. Like, I can't, and be honest with myself.
You still like partying, huh?
No, I don't party. I'm very socially. I'm socially conservative. I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't party. I drink occasionally, but.
Yeah, but a lot of Muslims can say the same thing. They're socially conservative. Yes, Rayfan, did you say something?
Do you guys observe the last Friday of Ramadan as the day of Masjid al-Aqsa?
I don't think
This is
so.
a Shia tradition.
No.
This is a Shia tradition. Khomeini is-
Sunnis don't.
I haven't heard it, and
Wait,
I can't say for.
They don't.
Yeah, I can't say for all of the Sunnis.
So this is a big thing in Shia. They come out and like in huge numbers. The last Friday of Ramadan. This is called the day of Masjid al-Aqsa. Khomeini started it actually. This is really big in Shia.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good evening to y'all. Everyone in the space. For a Zionist, you can respectfully fuck off.
Rondo, how's your fast coming along? How's your Ramadan so far, brother?
It's good.
Alhamdulillah.
I'm diabetic. I'm not supposed to fast.
Oh, then please, brother, don't fast.
No, alhamdulillah.
Don't. You're not supposed to.
No, brother, I've been fasting a lot for the last 10 years or whatever. The last 3 Ramadans, what I do is I eat a lot of carbs and no protein. So I mix it up.
Or you could maybe fast like the kids, like half a day.
Nah, bro, no. That shit's not for me, bro. But alhamdulillah, bro. All I gotta say is, man, Allah, we all see a free Palestine and we see the annihilation of the Zionist entity that's cancerous. Inshallah. Feel like the Zionist entity is gonna soon. Inshallah.
Yeah. What do you have? Country music playing in the background, Rondo?
I'm at an Arabic cafe. I'm having my Yemeni chai and pizza and enjoying the snow.
I mean, pizza is amazing, Yemeni tea is amazing, but to have them together is pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that is a little weird.
Yeah, it's
I haven't drank my Yemeni tea yet.
Wait, Mozzie, aren't we supposed to be getting a blizzard or something?
Yeah, I just looked actually before, maybe like an hour ago, I looked on the thing, on the weather report, and it's supposed to start at like 10, 11 a.m. Tomorrow. I might just throw my car in the garage, man, and I don't want. That's what I did on the last snowstorm, and that was a very smart move. So
you can drive a scooter in the snow.
How bad? How much? What are they predicting? How many inches? But they said, are they saying blizzard?
Yeah, they're saying blizzard warning. These conditions are expected by 1 p.m. Sunday. Additional coastal blah 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 flooding. It says there's a 60% chance of snow, and then by 2 p.m. it goes up to 70%.
How many inches? Let's say later on.
Doesn't say. I don't see it.
Yeah, because they say blizzard, and I'm not finding that they're giving the standard blizzard.
It's also warm. It's not that cold.
Yeah.
It's not that cold.
It's like they say blizzard. You know how if we say blizzard, we mean blizzard. We mean but they're like, yeah, that's a blizzard.
I don't know. I might wait till the morning to put my car in the garage. I don't know.
Why does it cost money?
Hell yeah, man! You know it costs money. Stop.
It doesn't in Qatar.
Shut up.
Yeah, they don't have
it doesn't snow in Qatar either.
Bro. There's no parking, right, Muzzy?
Yeah, New York parking is a crazy luxury and a crazy hunt. If
you know what scares me? Going over the is it the Triborough Bridge or the one from Queens to Manhattan?
Queens to Manhattan. Oh, the 59th Street Bridge, the Queensboro Bridge.
Yeah, Queensboro. That's what I meant. Yeah. That shit scares me because if you're stopped in that bridge, cars are going by. It vibrates. It shakes.
Really?
Oh my God!
I never felt that.
Yeah.
I even jogged on that bridge and rode my bike on that bridge. Never felt that. Interesting.
Yeah, especially when a truck comes by. It's like. You guys heard about this? I think it happened in the 70s in San Francisco, I believe, or something. Suspension bridge that ended up collapsing.
Yo, guys, check that link I sent Amir and everyone else. Just, I find it so strange. You have two Zionist Jews who kissed the Wailing Wall are negotiating for a nuclear agreement, which is truly biased. Like, you got two wall kissers fucking trying to negotiate a so-called nuclear disarmament. Like, bro, Izzy has more nuclears than the entire Middle East does.
Rondo, I'm gonna check the link, but I will tell you this: you just inspired me to, on my way home, to grab some Yemeni tea. Salute to you.
Thank you, Habib Mazdi, brother. I have a feeling, guys, like Trump is the one that attacked Iran, but since the Jews want America, it's obviously going to be their biggest coin.
I just recently, today, actually watched the Pam Bondi, or Bondi, right? It's Bondi Beach. It's Pam Bondi. I don't know. Her roasting in Congress last week. And both the Congress and her, I thought were both despicable. If you guys watch it, it's really intense. She's the Attorney General, by the way.
Edward, did you say you watched it?
Yeah.
I think you were blind.
Well, watched is as a figure of speech. Figure of speech.
Yeah, he always says watched.
Yeah, watch, saw, figure of speech. Blind people don't change their vocabulary when they're blind. But it was pretty bad. And because she's in charge of the DOJ with the Epstein stuff, and it was really bad.
Edward, have
you
seen the Tucker Carlson thing? That shit was crazy.
No, I'm hearing talking about it, but what was that about?
He got arrested in Israel, right?
He went to Tel Aviv and he sat down with the American ambassador to Israel. Forgot his name. And he just did. I'm telling you, he body bagged this guy. He body bagged him. I couldn't believe I was listening to Tucker Carlson. It was crazy.
Wow.
Like, you just gotta watch it or see it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up today.
And it's 2 hours. I think it's like a 2 hour thing, but he has there's clips. It's been clipped, so you could just watch the highlights. The highlights are crazy.
I will. Yeah, no, people have been mentioning it on YouTube, referring to it, but I was like, I gotta put that on my list to watch. but I didn't know it was with in Israel.
And then after that, he gave a whole little rundown of how much they harassed them when they were trying to leave the airport. And like the whole routine, like sometimes I explain and other people explain the routine that they put you through and the the fucking hell that they put you through
while you're leaving.
Why? Oh no,
not when you're coming, when you're leaving.
No, Edward, when you leave Tel Aviv, sometimes it's worse than when you're
yeah.
Because
I've experienced it. I've been through that, and I'm like, why are you doing? You didn't do this when I came here.
Right.
As much. I mean, they did.
They did. No, they do.
It's taking twice as long when I leave.
It's just a mind fuck. They don't want you to come back. That's what it is.
Exactly.
And I mean, I've missed flights before because they kept me for 4 hours just doing random bullshit, checking this, checking that.
They're checking nothing.
But I'm glad that like a white American spoke up about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he also had some commentary about that aside from the interview, but definitely watch that shit, bro. He killed that.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Yo, I seen him, man. Mike Hunky B, he's the biggest, he's the boy. This is like a video. What's so funny, guys, is I believe it was a couple of months ago when Rubio was at the Western Wall. I read a comment that someone posted, they're like, why is he going to the Waiting Wall knowing that he's a Catholic? And that they hate, I'm gonna say I don't care, they hate Mary and they hate Jesus, peace be upon him. Like, why would he kiss the wall as a Catholic individual? As Catholics, they revere Mary, and we all know what they think about Mary. I gotta get into that. Y'all don't know about it. Whew. Man, it is so crazy. I'm literally eating like a fucking literally eating pizza at -2 weather.
Where are you at? Toronto?
Nah, I live in Michigan, bro.
Oh.
I used to live in Canada, not like, Toronto. I live in this small border town across,
No, but all the Christians in the U.S. are Zionists. Like it's baked into their whole.
Not all of them. Come on, not all of them. So. I mean, if you're like the evangelicals, maybe, but not.
If you're Orthodox, then maybe. But all the Protestants, they're Zionists.
I know a shit ton of Christians who aren't. I know a shit ton of Catholics, Protestants, whatever, Protestants and Catholics that aren't, and especially like a lot of the born agains aren't. There's a lot that aren't, bro. But when they are, like for real.
The mainstream Christianity though is Zionist. Like they literally call it like Judeo-Christian, like Judeo-Christian values. Like that's so fucking ridiculous, dog. It's baked into their ideology. If you're conservative, up until just recently, bro, if you're conservative and you're Christian in the U.S., it's like a given that you're a Zionist. You know what I mean? Like it's baked. You guys know about the fucking Schofield Bible? The Schofield Bible, they changed all of the interpretations of scripture to basically say that the Jews were promised Israel. Essentially, like this ideology didn't exist before within Christianity. Right, there was no movement to try to return Jews to.
Tucker
Israel.
Carlson gets at that. That's one of the things he gets at. Y'all gotta watch that.
So Christianity originally, like before this, like 500 years ago, which Protestants started. Before that, Christianity was like Islam. Money was a bad thing. And only people who could play money were Jews, and everybody hated Jews. Then a bunch of Christianity changed, and they thought they bring this idea that people who are rich, God actually loves these people. So these are newer kind of Christianity. Those are actually aligned with Jews. They like Jews. But the majority of Christianity, they don't like Jews. Actually, as a matter of fact, Christians hate Jews more than Muslims. I mean, way more. Muslims don't care about that.
Wait, I agree with you, brother. I agree with you because according to Christianity, I don't know if you're Muslim, Wayfan, but you know, Christianity says that Isa alayhi salam. Okay, mashallah. According to Christianity, Isa alayhi salam was killed by the boys, right? So at first they harbored hatred for them. Why do you think the Crusaders, who were Catholic, they massacred them boys? Because they know in their Bible it says that he was put to death by them. The Schofield Bible is very interesting because there is a majority of Protestants that read it. Maybe a few Catholics will. A lot of them say that, oh, he was put to death by the Romans, but actually it was them boys. Even the Quran talks about it. It mentions that, like, how they were trying to kill him, but, you know, you can probably guys know what I'm talking about. So they actually hate Jews more than they hate Muslims, actually. So I'll say the Jews hate Christians more than they hate Muslims.
Oh yeah, the Jews definitely hate Christians. I mean, they spit on them when they come to the West Wall. They're spitting on people. I mean, and obviously, yeah, like Talmudic Judaism, it literally says that you know, Maryam is a whore and Jesus is boiling in excrement in hell. Like this is mainstream Judaism, you know.
I mean, literally, Europe, it's so bad that they had to put law to ban like anti-Semitism. In the United States, there is no such a law. Like they are, if you don't put the law, they come out and curse Jews. I mean, this is what they are. Europe is mainly like Christian, traditional Christians. United States and England are mainly Protestant Christians, the newer version. So in the traditional Christianity, they need to put the law to make Christians not attack them. Otherwise, they will attack them.
In the Zionism, it's in America. I think majority evangelical Christians. Not the Catholic, by the way. It's actually evangelical Christians. But some of the evangelicals, I think they have difference of opinion on this. I don't even know how it makes sense. How is this a holy land? You know, I don't know. This was created by atheist, agnostic people that didn't even believe in religion, and then all of a sudden they call it holy. And I actually cornered somebody on this. You know what I brought up longitude and latitude coordinates. Can you provide it to me from the scripture? They could not provide me the longitude and latitude coordinates. And even the area that's mentioned in their book, I mean, that's not where Israel is. It's like, you know, they've taken over more land, or like they moved it. It's not at the right spot.
I mean, the only thing, like the actual biblical scripture does say that you know, when Christ returns, he's going to rule from Jerusalem, from the Mount of Olives, you know. But I mean, that doesn't mean that, like, the Jews, like biblically, the Jews now that have rejected Christ, they're not God's chosen people according to the Bible, and they have no claim to Jerusalem whatsoever, you know. And that's why the Schofield Bible came around, and it's not like every Bible is a Schofield Bible, but they all use the same interpretation of the Schofield Bible, right? So it fundamentally changed Christianity in the West after the Schofield Bible was written, because that dictates how people interpret Scripture. You know, like you know, the actual Scripture never says that, you know, the land, the kingdom of Israel is a physical location, you know, or that Jews who reject Christ are somehow the chosen people. They're not. You know, Scripture says that Jesus Christ removed them from the kingdom of Israel for rejecting it, for rejecting the Messiah. So, you know, people who are like real Christian, Orthodox Christian, yeah, they're not Zionists, because Zionist is not a part of you know, biblical scripture.
I agree with you. Whoever just spoke, you're 100% right. But I never really understand, like, if a according to one of the books that they read, that it says stuff about Mary, peace be upon her, and her son. Why would you support them? Like, I find it strange. They'd be like, yo, Muslims hate Jesus, but on the other hand, we love and adore Jesus. There's a reason why chapter 19 is mentioned after his mother, and chapter 3 is mentioned after his grandfather, the mother of Maryam, Imran. And even chapter 5 talks about, the table spread, which I think is maybe the Last Supper. So the Ma'idah talks about, the whole table spread thing, which I believe is closest to the Last Supper that he had.
Yeah, isn't like the entire Surah al-Maryam, isn't it basically their version of the gospel?
What did you say, brother? Who just spoke?
Oh, I was asking, like my understanding is the equivalent to like the New Testament gospel in the Quran would be Surah al-Maryam. So yeah, so they talk about the same stuff just from the from the Muslim perspective.
All right. Looks like what I was gonna say was the Judy. But Edward, do you think Judy's gonna come back on the SAP or no?
Who's Judy?
She's a Palestinian. And,
is that Buttercup's friend?
Buttercup's friend, yeah. She has some very strange views.
Yeah, you guys were kind of suspect about her, yeah?
I mean, she has some odd views, but Jindip said that's normal. Some Palestinians, there are some minority ones out there. So she's against the resistance, physical resistance. She said the diplomatic resistance is the way to go. Go through the diplomatic way, because every time we resist,
she is, she does have weird views, but to me, the weirdest is when she's on this thing about there's racism between Palestinian refugees and other Palestinians in the West Bank, which is not true and not possible because everybody's under.
What do you mean, Edward? Like Gazans and West Bankers?
No. So, but that's a good example. Like Gaza and West Bank, Gazans and West Bankers, they always like talk down about each other. But at the end of the day,
you've been to a refugee camp in the West Bank, Mazi, right?
Yes, many of them.
Okay, so you said you went to the refugee camp next to Balata, right? The Nablus refugee camp?
I was at Nablus and Balata, both.
Okay, so you saw that you actually went inside the camp, the refugee camp.
I stayed there, yeah, I slept there.
You slept there, okay.
Yeah.
Because no one in the world would have your experience, period. Okay? Right. Now, this lady apparently comes from a refugee camp, and she indicates that
Which one?
I don't know which refugee camp she grew up in. She felt like she was looked down upon as a Palestinian refugee in the West Bank. Now, when you meet those people in the refugee camp, did you see how they live, what their life is like?
Yeah, of course.
And you ventured out of the refugee camp to other towns or villages in the West Bank?
Yeah.
Okay, so you saw the vast difference between people that there or a person living in the city and a person living in a refugee camp. Okay, so you're familiar with the stuff. Yeah. So she comes from that kind of complexity. Okay? So that's why sometimes her words or her thoughts sometimes come out as a pretty strange thing for
Is it like an inferior? They feel inferior, like inferiority?
yeah, something to that effect, pretty much. And she's resigned to the idea that Palestinians should never resist the occupation because their resistance is futile and it brings upon destruction upon and death and destruction to Palestinians. That's her thought. That's pretty. Yeah.
But Jindif, I will tell you this, like, that's weird in this sense that, I'll give you an example, like Nablus, Balata, Jenin, Tul Karam, all these places that I've been to, these camps, they were the most steadfast and most ready to be resisting. So I don't know why she would think like most of them they're ready for the smoke. They were one and all.
I'm very impressed with people like you who actually take the time and they go actually spend a couple of hours in a refugee camp like the one next to. It's a very impressive.
Not a couple of hours, but a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I mean, it's very impressive. And I run into people like you who choose to come and live here. Okay, there are a few people, but you will not find them going into and staying for 2 weeks in a refugee camp like the one next to Nablus. Okay.
Right.
Because it's a horrendous place. You saw it. You saw how it looks like, and so on.
Yeah.
And if you can only imagine someone is born in that refugee camp and lives that cycle of the cycle of poverty and the economic cycle that refugees go through in Palestine.
Yeah, and they never know when they're gonna get invaded or
right. And you are familiar if you stood in that camp and you looked across the hill, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would see Palestinians living in another town across the hill. They look fine. They have a nice house.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Actually, that very particular place, I don't know if you're familiar. If you look to the west, probably you would see the most luxurious villa probably in the world that's modeled after an Italian Renaissance building built by that Palestinian billionaire. Al-Masri. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, Al-Masri. Yeah, they told me that they showed it to me. There's like that across the way.
So if you're standing in the refugee camp and you look across the hill, you see a $100 million house, but you're staying in a refugee camp that has very small, tiny little rooms that people live in, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
So there's a great disparity between the lives of the person living in a refugee camp and a normal Palestinian who goes about their lives, who lives in a village or a city, who probably owns a car, owns a land, owns a house, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, no, it was definitely night and day. Like I'll use Ramallah.
Yes.
Like Ramallah was way different from like Hebron.
Right. Ramallah, you think you're in Ramallah, you think you're in Geneva, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's that vast difference. So I guess this lady who came from some refugee camp and she made her way through to Jerusalem. Somehow she probably married a person who lives in Jerusalem. Of course, people who live in Jerusalem have certain privileges because they hold an Israeli ID card. They have access to the Israeli economy and so on and so forth. And she moved to America. So she comes from that disparity between the two things that you saw.
Got it.
So her words come across as sometimes a little odd, strange, and I guess she found her little comfort zone in America somewhere. She lives in America, New York. I don't know where she lives in America, and she has a job, and she's typical Palestinian immigrant who moves to a new country and so on and so forth. So her ideas about resistance. She thinks resistance for Palestinians would entail a kid going and throwing a rock at an Israeli tank, and the end result is always the same. Killing the kid will be killed, jailed, his house will be blown up, or so that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So she's resigned to the idea that Palestinians should not resist. She just coexist and just keep a low profile and survive. Yeah.
She would know that that's not an option because you don't have to be doing anything to be killed or to be arrested. And these towns, besides this guy that you talked about, I remember when he built his house there, his mansion. Besides people like him, the rest of Palestinians who are not in refugee camps, they also face the same restrictions. And
Edward, that guy built his house and he called it the House of Palestine. Actually, anybody from a refugee camp can go and can go and just visit his house. It's not like it's not like a far out thing. It's just this is a very tiny place, a very small place, but the disparity, the economic disparity between a person living in a refugee camp and a normal Palestinian is tremendous. I mean, as Mazen can attest to that.
That's not a normal Palestinian. That's a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, I understand.
You're talking about the guy that built the Robbie, right?
No. That's one of his cousins. No, that's one of his cousins. No.
Oh, well, still, I mean, but that's not normal.
You're talking about a different billionaire. No, yeah. No, another ultra wealthy Palestinian. Who's his cousin, by the way? They're cousins, okay?
But two questions for you. First, didn't you find it strange that she said when she goes to school that she has to hide the fact that she's from a refugee camp?
Yeah, that's a little odd.
Very strange.
It's not like she goes to school and know that she lives in a refugee camp.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crap. That's utter crap. Yeah.
Yeah, and then second question is, what do these billionaires do, by the way, for work, to make their money? Do you know?
Like who? Like the guy who I just mentioned?
Rabi.
Rabi. No, this guy built it. I mean, this guy is Bashar is one of the members of the Masri family. They have a lot of old money. Sabih is his other cousin who owns multinational corporations. Their other cousin who lives in Nablus is older, but he made his money from oil in Texas. He's married to. He made a lot of his money in Libyan oil and oil in Texas.
And they made their money outside. They're billionaires from the outside. They came back in.
But he also dominates the local economy. They do not dominate the communication industry, the telecommunications, the banking, the farming sector, and so on and so forth. So so they have money, but they also. Like I know his son owns an oil company, for instance. That is based. Actually, his main offices are in Jordan, but they are an oil company. I mean, they actually produce oil from Gulf countries and in America and so on. So they're multi-billion-dollar corporations. That's what they own.
Jindib, I've also noticed the difference in religiosity in some of these camps. Like some camps we'd go to, and it was chill, whatever. Nobody really was strict. And then other camps we went to, and like if some of the women we were with, they had to like not wear hijab, but they couldn't wear a tank top. Like they had to wear like a button-up shirt, or it depends.
Yeah, if you went to the refugee camp, if you went to
like for instance the Tamimi, like the Tamimi village, the Tamimi village.
What about
all the women? They had to wear they had to put like shirts on, button-ups. They couldn't wear tank tops,
But that's a village.
Yeah, it's a village, but still, it's like
village mentality is generally conservative.
Right. Yeah, I mean, even some of the camps were like that,
Yeah,
Yeah, but it's funny. The Tamimi family, like I know their father is a communist. Like he's a godless person. For instance, I know his kids, and I know his kids are his. But you've spent a little time here, and you know how it is. I mean, you saw people. And you actually have the balls to go and stay in a refugee camp,
How do you describe Colombia?
Colombia,
the refugee camp, or
the refugee camp. Not the city, the refugee camp.
What about it? It's.
How do you describe it? What characteristics would you put on it? Like
now it's like a cement jungle. It's above the borders of Jerusalem, and it's chaotic. It's fucked up. It's it's disorganized, and Israel pretty much took over the entire Kalande area. There's the airport, right? Remember the airport? So
is it different though than other? Because I haven't really.
Yes, it is. It's much different. Yes.
How is it different besides the Israeli part?
It's unfucking bearable to be there. First of all, I would not venture to walk in that area because people build on because they aren't a place to build. They can't build anywhere.
It's very crowded.
So they start putting up high-rise buildings in very tiny areas.
Yeah.
And so on. So.
Yeah, my brother has a 3-story house.
But
because
that's
he
not
built
high
up.
rise.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, it's not three. No, you'll find 10, 15
Okay.
floor buildings
Yeah.
in Calandria. Yeah.
Calandria,
Did you cross that border? But did you
Yeah,
cross that thing from
yeah.
Calandria to Jerusalem?
Yeah, it's like cattle. Like you're like cattle. Right.
Yeah. See,
you were in my hometown.
What, you're from Calandria?
Yeah.
Bro, that crossing is like literally like they treat people like cattle because you like it's these the gates and the way you can only go single file and then the turnstile. It's not even a turnstile.
They have, I don't know.
It's like prison, bro. It's like
2018. Do they still have the machine guns?
What do you mean? What machine? Of course, they all have machine guns.
No, and they would. Last time I was there, they had on speakers on the seat, like on poles or whatever, and you had guys in machine gun, soldiers in these raids.
Like the raid stations, like the.
Yeah, and then they would be shouting.
Those are
everywhere.
That's everywhere. It's everywhere. The checkpoint at like when you want to get to Jenin, the checkpoint there, that shit is crazy. That's like some movie shit.
So you crossed from the north into Jenin?
Yeah, bro. They put you in these waiting areas, and they're like these little compartments. Compartmentalized little mini rooms you sit in, and there's no roof on them. So on top of you, there's this circular railing, and on those railings, the guards are just walking back and forth with their machine guns pointed at you. I'm waiting for them to just give me my passport back.
Yeah.
I'm like, what are you? My friend asked. She was like, "Why are you pointing guns at us? We're just sitting and waiting for our passports to get clear so we could go through the thing." And they just start laughing at us. They're crazy, bro.
These are probably border patrol, which are the lowest IQ.
I mean, they're 18-year-old IDF soldiers, bro. They don't know what the fuck they're doing, which is the scarier thing because they're so young.
Yeah.
I had a question about West Bank. Maybe somebody can answer, but like these Palestinian billionaires, living in these like villas and shit. Do they still deal with aggression from settlers, or are they somewhat shielded, from the occupation?
No, they're not shielded from the occupation. What do you mean dealing with settlers in terms of what? Well, this very particular person is a very wealthy character.
Well, like the settler aggression where they come and they harass people and they try to, take over their homes and that sort of thing.
I don't think they can. I don't think they can walk into this guy's property because this guy, has investments inside Israel too. And I know he financed a university inside Israel, for instance. I know that. We're talking about a multi-billionaire, not a millionaire, a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, the billionaire are a different breed. I mean, they cross borders.
I do want to ask Buttercup, does she still not believe in resistance? Buttercup?
I don't not believe in resistance. I just don't believe in I just don't.
No, I'm saying not you. I'm saying your friend.
Oh, Judy?
Mm-hmm.
She feels like it's been futile in the past for her family. It hasn't helped her family.
No, so she doesn't believe in resistance. Okay.
She believes in nonviolent resistance and diplomacy.
But nonviolent, they tried it over and over again. But,
They also tried violent, and her family suffered for it.
Right now, but non-violent didn't work, and the violent one did work for a little bit.
What she says both didn't work. Both didn't work. The Israelis have an obligation to keep the law.
It's okay to stand with the occupation then.
It doesn't stand with the occupation. She says that Israelis have an obligation to follow the law. That's nothing to do with.
So it means they trust in Israelis. Israelis.
She says violent doesn't work, non-violent doesn't work. The Israelis have an obligation to uphold the law.
I understand, but you know what that entails, right? It means believe Israelis with your life. It means bend over and get fucked and raped in the ass like it's been happening for over 50 years.
Yes, unlike you, she's had to experience that pain for her entire life for 3 generations.
Mm-hmm. See, you like to assume shit. You don't know my background.
You've never lived in a refugee camp.
Do you know that my people have been enslaved? I think you don't know about that, right? So we're just going to leave it at that.
We're talking about
stop assuming shit. Hold on. Stop assuming shit about others, okay? When you come into the space, stop assuming about other people.
So you're saying you experience the same hardship?
No, not me. God, you know.
What are you talking? So why are you?
I said, God forbid. I'm talking about the people where I come from. Yes, there's people getting enslaved.
I'm sorry you experienced that. I'm simply saying.
Right. Yeah. So respectfully, I would suggest you not.
She knows firsthand exactly what you're describing. She's going through. Why are you getting mad?
Wait.
No. She's in America. She said that she's not she doesn't want the Palestinians to resist in any shape or form, meaning no physical resistance, no diplomatic, because none of it works. So it means just believe in Israelis, because the Israelis
she doesn't
have
believe
this.
in Israelis. She's fatalistic. They're hopeless. Just don't.
So then, what is the
I think that's the word to use, fatalistic, meaning that
she thinks it's hopeless. She doesn't think there's a way out.
Right,
she just wants to save her family. She's trying to desperately to save them.
Yeah, the fatalistic part. Yeah, I think that's the word.
She said everyone's hopeless. She went there and there were gunshots out the door, and she tried to hide, and nobody moved. Nobody even values their life anymore. It's so hopeless there. It's terrible. Like, she just doesn't believe there's a way out. Not because she doesn't blame, and she.
Wait,
of course,
people don't value their life in Palestine?
She said her family are hopeless because things have gotten so bad there that, like, when there's gunshots out the door, no one even blinks. No one moves.
That's called conditioning. That's not, not valuable.
Well, that's being like just numb to the situation.
Okay, listen, I don't understand. She doesn't see a way out. What do you want from her? She just wants to save her family desperately.
It's just awkward to have this conversation. We're talking about somebody who's not even here.
Yeah, but the thing is that we were talking about it earlier, right? And I think Buttercup and me, we went back and forth maybe a few months ago. And Buttercup said no, she does believe in resistance and whatnot. And then we had to listen to a clip that was played. And then I think she came on here yesterday as well, and Edward and Jindip were talking about it. What I'm hearing
in my room.
No, it happened in your room, but they were talking about it this morning. We talked about it for a little bit. And
Jindip, do you get the impression that she supports the occupation?
Yeah, she definitely.
Jindip, you thought that she was conveying that she supports the occupation yesterday when she was saying her family just wants relief for her?
Yeah, no, I didn't get the sense that she supports the occupation now.
Okay, thank you, Amir. I think you should just trust Jindip.
The clip says something else. Thank you.
The clip says she supports the occupation?
Clip was played about, 4 months ago. Indirectly, she's saying do not resist or whatever. Diplomatic, it doesn't work. So pretty much put down your body and just trust Israelis with your life. That's about it.
I think I had this conversation with her.
Right? I mean, like she left Palestine, so it's irrelevant what her opinion is because she's not living there. So whatever she uses to justify, like her pacifist position, it doesn't affect her because she's not living there.
Our family's there.
Well, that's worse. That's even worse. Like, how are you going to justify? Like, I don't know what
she doesn't
doing.
want her family to die. Is what she says. She wants her family to live. That's it. And every time they resisted, her family suffered. She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. She wants her to get to survive. That's it.
But make it make sense, Buttercup. So no diplomatic. We tried. You guys tried.
She doesn't claim to have the solutions. She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. It's a simple wish for them to not die. That's it. She doesn't think. She doesn't see a path forward.
She's saying that trust Israelis, right? Because Israelis.
She doesn't trust Israelis. Israelis tormented her family. They kidnapped her cousin. 11-year-old cousin, and tortured him. Why would she support Israelis? They've been tormenting her whole life. Why would she support them? Are you nuts?
Yeah, but then what is the solution according to her?
She says she's hopeless. Her family is hopeless. Everyone is hopeless. They are being ambushed. The noose is tightening, okay? She just wants her family to survive. That's all she wants. And their life circumstances are so difficult in the refugee camp that all she wants is like basic amounts of relief, like running water and electricity and freedom of movement. That's all she wants. She doesn't have a solution.
It sounds like even when there's no resistance, the occupation still torments. It hurts her family members, right? So either way you slice it, there's some sort of suffering that her family.
That's right. One is a slow genocide and one is a fast genocide. She prefers a slow one.
Well,
Okay, but this
most
is-
people don't resist or are not part of the resistance in Palestine. It's just they have the loudest voices, but most people.
But they're all punished when there's a resistance happens.
Yes.
So what happened in Gaza?
Hold
The family's
on.
punished.
But without resistance, are they still not punished?
Yes, but it's a.
You don't have home demolitions. You don't have administrative
It is.
detentions. You don't have shootings.
It is. No one's denying that.
So
But
with
that's
resistance or
better.
without resistance,
It's
it's
better
still
than.
punishment.
Yeah, but there's just more punishment. That's all.
No, how's it more?
Because now her family can't work because they took away all the things. They can't move from city to village because they added more checkpoints. Things got significantly worse. Okay.
Wait, they were getting that way. Wait, Buttercup. It was getting that way when I went in 2018. They were putting up more checkpoints.
She's been there in 2018 and 2019 and 2020 and 22. It's never been this hopeless. She was
there in COVID?
Yeah, she goes every year.
I didn't know there were flights going during COVID. But I mean, things are bad now. Yes, but were they heading in this direction? Weren't they heading in this direction to begin with?
Yes, Edward, but what this did is it basically handed on a silver platter a genocidal government, the most far-right genocidal government in Israel's history, an opportunity to do what they've been fantasizing about for ages, which is ethnically cleansing the West Bank and genocide in Gaza, right? This basically gave them the capital, the political capital, to do their sick fantasy of destroying Palestine, and now her family's paying the price.
And even during the Labor Party, when the Labor Party was powerful in the 90s and 2000s, didn't they do the same thing? Didn't they expand settlements? Didn't they go after Palestinians the same exact way?
I don't know what the point of this discussion was. I'm not really sure.
I don't really get it either. And first of all, I just think it's weird to talk about somebody who's not even here. And it's not necessarily a crazy position to have that no matter what you do, Israel's gonna do the same thing.
I hope not everyone has the notion that Palestinians wake up in the morning and the first thing on their mind is let's go resist the occupation. That's not how things are. This is not how things work. We wake up, we try to do the things that we need to do on a daily basis. We just go on about our lives.
Resistance is
kids go to schools, we try to find something to do. Yes, things are at their lowest point. The conditions on the ground here at their lowest point in the entire Palestinian cause since the beginning of the creation of the state till now. We are at the lowest point in terms of conditions and how things are. But Palestinians don't wake up every morning saying, okay, I'm just going to go resist the occupation. That's not how things are.
Resistance means you're resisting something. So something has to be happening for you to resist. It's a reactionary position. It's not Palestinians just waking up and saying, let's go after a certain group of people.
Our mere existence and going on about
existence.
Can I ask you guys?
Existence.
I want to ask you guys one question, Edward and Jindip. So, if somebody says, diplomatic didn't work, resistance didn't work, what does this entail?
That's the definition of occupation.
I don't have an answer.
What does that entail? It entails you're okay with the occupation.
No, because they both didn't work, and it depends on how you look at it too. Some people say it did, some people say it didn't. It depends how you look at it. But when you're employing resistance to begin with, both non-violent and violent resistance, and you're getting the same outcome in both, putting the genocide on the side, obviously, generally speaking, you're getting the same thing that there's no change in policy if you resist non-violently or you resist violently.
Because you can endure for only so long,
or if you don't resist at all.
That's okay. So it's
the sewer rat is in the room. There's a sewer rat in here.
Listen, no need to call me names, Jindib, okay?
Not you.
I'm joking.
Who, which
Who do you think the sewer rat is?
Who, El Nostro? I cussed him out earlier. Where is he? He's here?
He's the only one that calls him.
Black Rabbi?
He's here under anonymous name.
Black
I
Rabbi?
cussed out El
No, he's not anonymous.
No,
because
when
he doesn't
Jindip
have
says
possess-
sewer rat, it's Norm. He's
It's
talking
El
about Norm.
Nostro. I know.
Jindip, he's in another room getting cursed out by somebody.
Yeah, I cussed him
Oh,
out.
he's here.
Oh my God.
He's not here, Jindip.
Amir's tentacles run deep.
He's here.
Intelligence
My
network.
I'm telling you, he's not
says
here. He's getting cursed out by somebody in a different room, man. Calm down.
He knows. Jindib, Amir knows where everybody is at all times. He is like the
But why do I have a notification that the sewer rat is in here?
You do?
Maybe you have somebody else blocked in here.
No, he's the only person blocked on this app is a sewer rat.
Yeah, but he's not in here. That's what I'm telling you. He's not here. No, we don't see it at the bottom. It's anonymous account. Yeah, one is John Kitover, which he likes to do. He's a son of a bitch, right? The fucking like being investigated for campaign fraud. He's a disgusting wild creature. And then the other one, we don't know. That's probably somebody else.
Did you show Jindib black?
No, El Normo's not here.
Norm.
The other room, he's being cussed at. He's still there.
What room? What room? What's it called?
Do you want? Honestly, I already cussed him out, called and everything. It's a fucking loser.
What room?
Wait,
Showism.
Oh,
is this guy a Jew or
yeah, New York Jew. Brooklyn Jew.
He's defending Epstein in ways I can't even tell you guys.
So Epstein? Oh my God! Wait a minute. What did I find out? Oh, they bugged. They're the ones that handled the surveillance for for Epstein's properties. Israel.
What's up, Hampton? Long time.
Israeli
no
company.
talk. Hampton is here after such a long time.
He also,
Hampton.
guess what else he fucking did? You know the, hold on,
What you been up to, Hampton? You good?
How's your YouTube channel?
Yeah, are you staying away from Clubhouse? Seriously? Look, Ludwig is not here to troll you.
He likes Ludwig, so that's why he doesn't come up here.
Edward is here, he can troll you.
He likes
You
Ludwig.
want to ask the same questions over and over again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy, bro.
Well, are you going to be with us for a while, or are you going to leave again?
No, I'm gonna be here for another 20 minutes.
Oh, 20 minutes. You're doing quickie, so you know.
No, I got pinged into a hip hop room. I went there and came right back.
Yeah. But that radio gets big, about 1,000 people in there.
No, you crazy. No, you know what got big? Earlier today, I was in a Farsi room. There was two of them. One had 5,300 something. Another one had 2,800.
Was it
followers?
Hey, man?
No, it was Farsi speaking. No, listeners, bro.
Wow.
Bro, those rooms are
You're
massive.
Iranians. I don't know. Like, you just take
There's
over.
90 million of these people. 90 million
Hold
of
on
these
for a
people.
second. I gotta
Come
tell
on.
you guys.
Yeah, but there's 100 million Egyptians.
Oh, Lord.
They
Come on,
get shut
tell us
off.
something.
So, normal. So somebody brought up the fact that there's Palestinian prisoners, that guy who was sodomized on tape, and there's a whistleblower. Obviously, Normal's trying to deny it. Do you know what he ends up saying? Jewish people don't do that. He got cut to shreds. People
That's
lost
what I
their
told you. Bibi
shit.
told me this. Bibi said some of these people are defending Epstein.
Guess what? Bibi was in the room. So Bibi caught their part. He thought he was being attacked for being Jew. I'm like, no. And Bibi doesn't even know about that sodomy case. And what happened? I don't know. And then he saw it. He knows. He's playing stupid. But anyways, this is Al Normal. And then he got shit on. You know, like Jews? Oh my God.
I thought chillism was Zionist.
No. Depends on people around. It's not.
But all I'm gonna say to you is the main person, or the moderator of that space, she's a degenerate. I know her for a while.
Sorry, he's not a chillism. I think he's a.
I texted you on Instagram. Check it out. She's a very disgusting human being.
I'm not really in that room much. It's just when I want to something.
Chillism has been around for, yeah.
All they do is crash out, bro. Everybody's crashing out over there.
That's the first.
is to trigger the people over there. Edward, you go in there. And
I've been there one time. First time I've been on like these spaces with Palestinians, and it was Brad Coons. He went by, and he was this white guy from the South, served in the military, Fox News all the way, and him and I went at it, and it was very interesting. This is a few years ago. That's the last time. And then I went in one more time, and then they're talking about the flat earth, how the earth is flat. I said, this room is not.
Yeah, there's some dumbasses that show this up, so it's...
Nathan, what's his name? Nathan that runs it?
I don't know. Okay, so the room that he's in, I don't know, sorry, it wasn't chillism. It's Trump, but pedophile, Epstein, are we...
Oh, I've seen that.
It's somebody else.
Oh, is that Royal?
It was Royal, yeah, who picked it.
I didn't go in there because she invites me in these fucking rooms where they're talking shit about Muslims, and I have to sit there and defend Islam.
No, it wasn't that.
I mean, they do. I think Norm always comes in and says attacks the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Because every time
he does, yeah.
He does it. He doesn't.
That's what we got it. That's what we got it.
Some of them are Islamophobes, anyways, in that room.
Yeah, well, to me, he was Italian black people, so there you go.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Hey guys, good evening. Did you see the Tucker Carlson and Mike Huckabee interview?
I was ranting and raving about it earlier.
Yeah, that's one for the ages, huh?
Yeah, that shit was amazing.
The news, like The Guardian and some other news outlets saying that, the Arab world is condemning what he's saying because he wants to take over. He wants to let Israel take over, basically, expand. And if they want to...
No, he basically said, no, I wish they'd just take the whole thing. That's it. That was his words.
He said it would be fine if they did. I don't think he said like it's an active plan. He was just saying, if they did, that would be fine. But he was kind of cornered. He was kind of cornered into it. I don't think he was saying it like it's their actual policy.
Well,
he was just saying they could if they want. He was saying they could if they want to.
Did you listen to that guy?
I did. And the context.
So what do you think? Give us your input on that character. Okay.
So I don't like Tucker Carlson at all, and I think he's repulsive. But
he's awesome.
Well, he's done a lot of.
He also bought a house in Qatar.
Okay. And how about Mike Huckabee? I want your reaction to Mike Huckabee.
But in this interview, I think I'm watching it. Like I can't lie. Like he killed it. Like he did an excellent job at holding him accountable and catching him in the inconsistencies.
No, but what do you think? What do you think about a character like Mike Huckabee, who represents the United States of America to the state of Israel as an ambassador? I mean, think of that character.
It's horrible, yeah.
Where do those people come from? What fucking planet do they live?
He's Jewish. That's why they have him on there, because he's Jewish.
He's not Jewish. He's Christian.
Mike Huckabee is not Jewish?
No, you think he's Jewish?
No, he's like one of the...
He believes in the Old Testament.
He's a former pastor. I know he was president. I know he was the governor of his state. I know his daughter is the governor of Arkansas. I know that. But this guy is a major character. He's a major political authority in America. And this is how, this is what they think and what they believe. It's very strange, isn't it?
Evangelical Zionist, that's what it is.
Oh, he's evangelical. Oh, yeah. That's I think...
Yeah, but he was talking and being scared as if
He believes this is the Holy Land, this is Israel.
You know what though?
Yeah, because the evangelical Zionists have like even weirder beliefs than the Jewish Zionists.
Yeah, because they're not following their own scripture. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's propaganda.
No, the guy was citing, verses from the book, the Bible or the Torah, in which Abraham told them, "Here's your land. You were in Iraq. They were in Iraq. This is your land." This is the kind of. It's kind of stuff that is just out of the fucking world. It's just very strange, very odd, for a person his age. I mean, this guy is not like a young guy who has not, he's very well spoken. I'm sure he read many books.
Who, Huckabee?
Huckabee.
Yeah.
But they're the worst. They're the worst. They get very at their mind
Fucking
state.
odd. I think we're missing the fact that this interview was allowed to happen, and a interviewer, a journalist, was able to speak this way to an Israeli high official or an American high official in this case.
But Tim Pulser was also kicked out.
And you would this wasn't possible 5 years ago, 3 years ago.
Listening to the guy, you would think that guy does not represent the United States of America. He literally, I thought he should be like a member of the Knesset or something. He should run for a local office, like a settlement council or something.
He didn't represent American policy. It was his own sort of wackadoodle beliefs that he was representing. This is not American policy that Israel should be able to take over.
It is. That's the sad part.
It's 100% American policy.
Why do you think they're calling it
take over Syria? To take over.
Why do you think they're calling it Judea and Samaria?
You think American policy is Greater Israel Project to take over Syria, to take over Jordan?
AIPAC doesn't discriminate across political lines.
That's not AIPAC's position. AIPAC's position is within the normal lines. They don't believe in settler. You don't know what AIPAC's position is, Davis? You don't know what their platform is? You've never read it? You can go. It's on their website. You can find out.
Just because it's on their
They support two states. They support two states. Officially.
Just because they may claim to support a two-state solution.
They don't support Greater Israel. This is some wet dream, evangelical dream that Huckabee's saying. Nobody is behind this.
Okay, Buttercup, I know you like books. Look up this one book by Paul Finley. It was back in the 70s, I'm 4. And this was before any of this came to light. His name is Paul Finley, U.S. Congressman, and the book is called They Dare to Speak Out. And see what he says about AIPAC way back then. They Dare to Speak Out by Paul Finley.
I don't support AIPAC. I think what they're doing is unacceptable, meddling with our politics in America. That doesn't mean I wouldn't attribute Mike Huckabee's views to them because they have different agendas. You should they're not aligned.
No. What you said is that what I said is that American foreign policy is dictated in Israel and not Capitol Hill. It's like a dog on a leash, and the leash is held by Israel.
Huckabee is a wackadoodle religious fanatic. Doesn't represent Americans' policy in the Middle East.
He's a Zionist.
Yes, he's a Zionist. The evangelical Zionists are the most wackadoodle Zionists.
Listen, they're all Zionists. Some are just more vocal than others. I mean, the thing is they're dictated by their own policy to be Zionist, okay? They're dictated, but they have to do what they're told because they're receiving AIPAC money. Okay, it doesn't matter what they say, what their political mask is. I mean, they are pro-Zionism. They are pro-occupation.
Christian Zionists raise more money than AIPAC ever raises. AIPAC would love to raise as much money as Christian Zionists raise.
The AIPAC is not the only Israeli manipulation in government. There's a whole other.
What I'm saying is that's true. Mike Huckabee just wants all the Jews back in Israel so Jesus would show up.
AIPAC is an interest group, right? They spend millions of dollars to support certain races over other races, candidates they feel are supporting their interests, which are Israel's interests, right?
Yeah, be careful when you use the word race.
No, elections. They support the candidates, but they're not invincible, right? They're not. As we saw in New York City, there were cases where they backed one candidate and another candidate won, right? So that all they can do, like any PAC, is spend money on races and hope that their candidate wins. But sometimes they bet wrong, right? And then they end up with a candidate that doesn't support their agenda. But the problem is that the Supreme Court decision about campaign finance, what's it called again? Help me out. Citizens United is like a Supreme Court decision that allowed these big interest groups to basically buy elections. And it's a problem we have across the board, like pharmaceutical companies and big tobacco. They spend billions
Those are
of millions.
domestic lobbyists. This is a
Contribute to elections, not buy elections.
No, but they're lobbying for foreign interests.
I agree. I'm saying, I understand. But the problem is, in general, or with our election system, is that they're able to be bought by big trusts at all, right?
Okay,
It's a
but
fucked up system.
Do you know about AIEF?
No, what is it?
Are you familiar? It's the Israeli Education Foundation, and it's like a partner organization to AIPAC, right? So what they do is they educate, basically brainwash, people on to the Zionist position. Okay, so they're sending money too. They're sending.
How do they do it? How do they? They take people on trips to Israel.
Yeah, they pay for trips to Israel. They basically re-educate them on, the Israeli occupation, and they tell them.
A trip to Israel is re-educating them and brainwashing them. I mean,
no, it's not just a trip to Israel. It's like a very highly curated.
I don't support AIPAC. I think they're monsters. I'm just saying what they are. They're not like the supernatural, they're not like an invincible force.
We're not talking about AIPAC.
We're talking about the second arm of AIPAC. You said they're linked to AIPAC, right? They're an education arm.
They're like a partner organization, but they are not. They work together, okay? But they're not on paper. They're not associated, okay? So this other organization is what informs, U.S. foreign policy on what the correct position is to have on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. So they are vested in promoting the Zionist agenda.
Yes.
Right? So
in our country, there's millions of interest groups just like this that have an education arm that is vested in educating policymakers and the public and elected officials and lobbying. This is what lobbying is.
But that's for the benefit of America domestically.
I agree with you. I agree. I'm simply explaining what they are so people understand.
Also, they don't have a win rate. Those other ones don't have a win rate like AIPAC, who has said that they have a 98% win rate.
That's what they say, but they're starting to puncture it, right? Their blueprint doesn't work anymore. We saw New York City, which is like one of the most Jewish cities and is the most Jewish city in the world, where Jews, 30% at least, voted for Mamdani, despite AIPAC's, spending all this money trying to smear him, right?
But don't you have more Jews in New York that are not Zionists?
No.
No.
When you're dealing with the Orthodox, because didn't they sit with him?
The Orthodox are a very small minority of Jews in New York. They're like not the majority. And even then, lots of Orthodox Jews are, and lots of them aren't.
And within the Orthodox, the Jews that sat with them are even a minority within the minority.
Right. So the anti-Zionist Jews are very, very small minority of ultra-Orthodox Jews. Who the rest of the Orthodox.
He didn't sit with anti-Zionist Jews.
Well,
that's even a minority of a minority of a minority.
Well,
you have to really understand this stuff.
The Samar factions, Yaakov, are pretty anti-Zionist.
No, but they're not like the Neturei Karta.
I know, but they're not Zionists by any stretch of the imagination.
Right, but they're not anti-Zionists.
Right, they're not activists.
Correct. Exactly, that's my point. So
they're not voting necessarily on Israel. They're voting on more like parochial issues, right?
Correct. They're on school, leave us alone for our schools and doing this and doing that. And they're voting on local issues. So they care about local stuff.
They don't even care Republican, Democrat. It's like whichever one is winning, they put their money on. Basically.
So who we sat with is immaterial to this whole
discussion. But I think if we talk about New York City Jews in general, the vast majority of Jews in Israel may or may not identify as Zionists, but they are very liberal. And in the liberal Jewish community, there is a big divide, and I think that it's becoming much more complex, especially after the latest war in Gaza, that Jews, while they might have sympathies with Israel, they don't believe in this sort of like suppression of free speech and labeling people anti-Semites, and they think even if they are wary of Mamdani in one way or another, they support his policies because his policies they think are in his.
Do you believe Buttercup? She's a Jew hater.
Who? Yaakov doesn't think I'm a Jew hater.
Yaakov?
Jacob, you think I'm a Jew hater?
Because Norm thinks you're a Jew hater.
El Normo? You think El Normo?
Yaakov is best friends with Norm.
El Moron.
What are you doing, Amir?
Yeah, no, he is. Did you know this? Yaakov's best friend is Norm.
Yaakov, are you best friends with
He's a friend. He's a friend on an app. He's not my best friend. No.
I mean,
he's a friend that I met on the app.
Buttercup, you know what he did, right? Norm actually exposed the whole WhatsApp group on his PTR, and we called him out on it, and Yaakov was on there. So I imagine that they're connected on the back channel on WhatsApp.
Apparently, I'm his best friend, so.
I don't know. It sounds like it's a.
Well, I'm just like.
You don't want to claim him as a friend either way.
But Yaakov, you don't think I'm a threat to the Jewish people, right?
Yeah, you are.
No, he doesn't.
The question was, do I think you hate the Jewish people? I don't think you hate the Jewish people, but I think.
But she's a threat to the Jews, right?
You guys attribute so much power to me. I'm just like one person. Like I have no power.
You have lots of power.
Do you really think somebody feels like that about you, Buttercup? That you're a
they all feel threatened by Buttercup. When she first came on here, they doxed her, did a whole bunch of shit with her, and now she's over it.
Because she's smart. Because she's smart, intelligent, and
even the Bro Valley, not to mention, I'm not gonna name any names. Even the Bro Valley came after her.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, unfortunate. But she's a threat, right, Yaakov?
Zionism started pre-World War II, right?
World War I. Like 1880.
No.
Yeah, I mean, the whole point, so...
Actually, technically, the first Zionists were Christian Zionists in the early 18th century, excuse me, so it dates back even into the 1700s. Yes. You will see Bible. Yeah, you will see Bibles. Yes, look at academics. They will say the first people.
The Zionist movement that founded Israel, like personal Zionism.
Right, but that's not the first Zionist movement. The first people of talking about
came from Judaism, by the way.
That's not the same.
200.
Okay, fine. Then I'm not going to argue with people.
No, I'm asking you. Didn't it come from the Bible, the late 200?
No, it was started by a secular Jew who.
No, we're talking about religious Zionism. It started from religious Zionism, then it became this. The movement died down after the Kingdom of Israel was,
it was inspired
and then you had the other kingdoms as well.
I think the biggest threat to Jews and Judaism is Black Rabbi in Jerusalem.
No, he supports Netanyahu. Buttercup doesn't
bring up that name.
Buttercup is anti-Zionist. Yeah, I know. And Ambrose is a threat as well, by the way, to the Jewish community, right, Yaakov?
Leave Yaakov alone. He's a sweet guy.
No, I look.
You didn't read the news that Uganda was going to put a statue to Netanyahu's brother in the airport.
Oh, wow.
Why Uganda?
Well, he led the raid to free the hostages.
You're not familiar with the history, I guess, right?
Yeah, you gotta read the history books. They flew 1,800 miles approximately to free an airplane that was taken there.
They wish they were gonna go to Uganda.
No, it was going someplace else, and they took it to Uganda.
No, I'm not talking about this particular incident. I'm talking about when they were talking at the Zionist Congress. Uganda was one of the choices as well.
Yeah, well, it's technically where Kenya is. They called it the Uganda plan, but it's technically where Kenya is.
Okay, that's before they.
It was offered by the British. It was Herzl felt he had to offer it, and the World Congress voted it down in the first plenary session, and it died a quick death.
Would it be would you say that Zionism really is the made Judaism give it a dark name. I mean, Judaism and Zionism. If you're telling me it started in 1700s.
That's just Christians. That's just when the Christians said, yeah, maybe the Jews should go back.
Jacob, why are you doing this? The Zionism is the
Because somebody said it started with this, and I'm being historically accurate. The first ones who called for Jews going back to that area were Christians.
Logic, right, Jacob? You could say just saying next year in Jerusalem is Zionism.
No, but I mean an organized, like published calls, like people saying this should happen. Okay.
Is it connected at all to Herzl Zionism? Like, is there a direct line?
No.
So
No,
why are
there
you
isn't.
connecting it? So you're confusing them. You're confusing
No, I'm
people
not.
who are illiterate and don't know this history.
I am providing them information. If they choose to look into it, let them look into it.
Providing spotty information that's going to make.
No, I am not providing spotty information. I'm providing another piece of information. Okay. You're choosing to say this is
There's no
not
direct
connected.
line between that movement and Herzl Zionism.
There is, yes, because there isn't supposed to be. All I'm saying was no. If you say that Zionism, i.e. returning the Jews to the land, starts in the mid to late 1800s, that is factually incorrect. Okay? Story.
Was Herzl inspired by Christian Zionists?
Not at all, but that doesn't mean that somebody... Because you make it sound. Look, this is not worth the argument that we're having. All I'm saying is the fact remains that it didn't. He's not the first person to have the quote idea. End of story.
There are the Christians, the Jews say.
Okay, so question. Did Zionism start by Christian Zionists or is it Jewish Zionists?
The Zionism that founded the state was founded by Theodor Herzl and had nothing to do with Christian Zionists. That's what Jacob.
No, but
never said it did.
The Christian Zionists had nothing to do with the current Israeli state. It was
never said it did.
In the late 1800s, who founded the events that led to the creation of the state in 1948.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that they're related. I'm just saying the first call. No, I'm not. None of them have said I'm confused, okay? You're the only one saying people are confused.
I think if you listen to the follow-up questions, you'll understand the confusion.
I'm not confused.
Anybody confused?
I don't know who's confused.
I'm going to go look it up because if you say that Zionism started and it's in the Bible.
No, the first call for Jews to return came from people that were Christian. The modern state was founded by Zionists, but that was not the first call in the modern era.
It's a fun trivia fact that's irrelevant to the current.
No, it's historical fact, not trivia. Is reducing it to like a small tidbit of information.
Who else here believes that Zionism was started by Christians?
This is how I understood when I looked into Zionism. Okay, it did start from Judaism, from the scripture, and then what happened to the kingdom of Israel, and there's other kingdoms and whatnot, and they were scattered, and the movement, the Zionist movement, died down, and then it got picked up again by the evangelical Christians. And then you had these people that are literally coining the term Zionism. There was a guy, I forgot his name, in 1890. He coined the term Zionism, and then Theodor Herzl was part of he was like the top dog of the Zionist movement. And then you had other people that, and the first Congress they had was in 1897, the Zionist Congress, and that's when they picked up Palestine was to be the, that's how we can convince the people to come to the land. Convince the
I feel
Jews
like we need a history book by Amir where it's like Theodor Herzl, the top dog, and then I feel like we need
the top dog.
You should have a history book with all the materials you put out, Amir. It'd be really good.
No, that's how I understood it. Originally, it did start from Judaism, right? And then the movement died down after whatever, what happened to the Jewish people, right, throughout their life. And then, it got picked up again by evangelical Christians. And evangelical Christians, they did, move this around. But I do have this question, Yaakov. Who funded these evangelical Christians in 1800s? Because
it goes back even earlier. It goes back to the 1500s. Some names you can look up: Thomas Brightman. The person that I knew was I had to look at the name, but it was 1740. This guy that was alive, Johann Heinrich Jung Stengler. He advocated for Jewish restoration of Palestine.
Isaac Newton was a Zionist.
Hold up.
There's another guy who was also in the 1500s. Many. And the other guy from the 1700s, the other guy I read about was Ezra Stiles. He was the president of Yale College, studied Hebrew.
Yaakov, I have a question.
Sure.
Were they motivated by a hatred of Jews? They wanted the Jews to leave their place? Was it motivated by some sort of Christian, like end times?
It's probably eschatological, just like that's why the current Christian sort of, like Mike Huckabee-ish kind of people are, the Christian Zionists. They want all the Jews to be in the ingathering of the exiles so that Jesus could come back and, then end times come about because, Christianity is an eschatological religion. Judaism isn't.
You don't think it was also like a way to solve their Jew problem wherever they were?
No, not at all. No.
Let me ask you a question real quick before we get into this whole, history.
Thomas Newton. I mean, you just go and research it. You will find that there are many major figures from the 15th from the 16th through the 18th century who were advocating on behalf of restoring the Jews to quote Palestine.
Hold on, let me ask a question. Was there or was there not a huge push from the German party in the early days to put them back, right? To the back to Judea, whatever geological boundaries you want to get
geographic
confusing. But wasn't there a push from the German worker parties to actually instate a state for Jews in the Middle East? Like they wanted them to leave. Was that not the case in the early days of the German Worker Party before?
I don't know enough about the German Worker Party. I'll be completely honest. I don't talk about things I don't know, so I'd have to research it.
Because I have a crazy theory, and I'm not gonna say there's evidence for this or anything like that. It's just something I pull out of my ass. But it would make so much sense if the Holocaust was used by certain Zionist entities as justification or global support for Zionism and founding the state of Israel.
Yeah, we kill our own so we can create a state. Yeah,
I'm not saying there's evidence for that. I'm saying it would make perfect sense.
So I think you got it reversed. What happened is
it would make zero sense.
The Jewish world was very divided before the Holocaust because so many people just didn't. There was it was half of them were Zionists, half of them were not. Then the Holocaust happened, and 2/3 of European Jews were killed. And then people, not just the Jews, but also the UN and sort of the global, powers recognize that Jews are, in this situation. They realized Jews are vulnerable and they're minorities, and it created momentum around the idea of Zionism. Yeah, but it had nothing. It wasn't like Jews did the Holocaust.
It wasn't like a plan. Yeah, let's kill 2/3 of ourselves so we can get.
It's like the Holocaust happened, and then it propelled. It put momentum behind the idea of Zionism and create popular support. But it's not like the Jews did it to get a state.
Yeah, like I said, there's no.
And Hitler didn't do it to give them a state. It wasn't like a premeditated thing,
Sounds like we had control over it. Okay, we've got enough. Let's stop it now. No.
It's just that people, after 2/3 of European Jews were wiped out, they said, "Oh, now we're really vulnerable," and everyone recognized that they're vulnerable. So it gave momentum to the movement.
So
and a lot of Jews embraced it because they felt vulnerable. So they embraced Zionism.
Do you believe the number of 6 million
Oh no.
died in the Holocaust?
I don't know. Do we do this, Amir? Do you deny Holocaust in this room or no? What's the limit?
No, I'm not a Holocaust denier. I'm just
I don't deny. No. Forget about the Holocaust thing.
We don't deny any genocides in this room. Okay, all the sides we acknowledge.
We can drop it. I mean, I'm just asking a question.
I was looking into the AI thing. So Jacob, do you think that the person that was like the leader of, I think, evangelical Christian movement, Oliver Cromwell from 1650s? I don't know if you read the history. I was wondering who funded this whole movement. Was it the evangelical Christians, or like was it the Jewish people, or was it
They got funding from within their own church apparatus. The Jews weren't giving money to the church, as far as I know, but that's my own understanding. I am an amateur in this area of history. I'm not going to posit an answer.
And from what
I highly doubt the Jews were giving money to the Christians.
From what Yaakov described it's not the Jewish version of Zionism, which is about self-determination and protection. It came from a eschatological perspective. So they wanted, for just like the evangelicals today, like Huckabee, their goal, the reason they want Jews to move to Israel is to fulfill their sort of end times prophecy of Jews.
Correct. Prophecy requires, in their mind,
Jews to go there,
prophecy
so
requires
inevitably they die, right?
To be
it's not a protection.
They have to swear allegiance. They get their point. Jesus is there. He says, "Okay, do you believe in me or not?" So therefore, you either convert or you die.
Is that prophecy in the Bible?
Certain people's interpretation of it, yeah, that in the end the Jews you have to convert or they die or whatever.
Well, the prophecies are in the Tanakh. They're definitely in there. Yes, for the Messiah to come. Now there's a discrepancy between has he come or our viewpoint is he hasn't come.
He asked about the Christian end times, I think, and Christian Messiah, right?
The Bible, yeah.
Yeah, but the Bible says that. But they reference of Isaiah, and they reference all of the things that say, in gather the exiles for Jesus. They interpret it as for Jesus to return. So in order for that to happen, then it's need to return. So all of these things are about were to Jews. To Israel, so that their blessed event can happen. So that's the motivation. That's why they wanted it. That's why I wasn't tying it to political Zionism or anything having to do with Herzl. It was a separate movement developed for separate reasons, but by Christians and Christians alone.
But it's here's the thing though, like the Scofield Bible and the interpretations that existed after the Scofield Bible, which basically is just standard, Judeo-Christian belief today.
There's the only Judeo. First of all, the only version that's Judeo is that which is written in Hebrew, because else you get to a translation of a translation of a translation, and you start to change words around and you get very far afield. So I won't say that this, quote, Scofield Bible is Judeo-Christian. Maybe Christian, but it's not Judeo.
I mean, it's Zionist, but I don't think there is such a thing as Judeo-Christian.
Well, you can say I don't believe in Judeo-Christianity, and many people make that argument, but if you want to understand the source, study it in Hebrew. That's why Harvard was created. Harvard University was created to teach Protestant ministers how to read Hebrew so they could study the Torah in its native language.
Yeah, and that makes sense, even as for Christians, it makes sense. But, obviously we have the New Testament, which was not written in Hebrew, for Christian.
It was written in Greek.
Yeah, you have the Septuagint, and you have, what was the other one? But the original scripture, for the New Testament was in Greek. And some of it, I think, was in Roman. But the point being, Christian scripture does not dictate that basically, it says essentially that those who rejected Christ as the Messiah were removed from the kingdom of Israel, and those who did were grafted into that's biblical, scriptural kingdom.
Yeah, but
Islam.
Vatican II removed that whole line of thinking. I think we're getting into an area that Amir doesn't want to get into too much.
So, by the way, I looked into the Oliver and all of these people. So he was influenced by a Jewish rabbi. I think that it does come from the.
Yeah, maybe some of his thoughts were, but like it wasn't funded. I don't think it was funded by. You'd have to research it more.
That's debatable on the funding part, but the Oliver was influenced. No, I'm saying the funding. We don't know. I have to look into it more. But the guy Oliver, he actually did get influenced by this rabbi. His name was what's his name? Right here, Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel, 1604 to 1657. And he was a Portuguese Sephardic rabbi, a scholar and printer in Amsterdam's Portuguese Jewish community. So yeah, I mean, it comes from the Jewish.
He wasn't. I don't believe he was a religious person in his own right. He wasn't trained. So he had to get his ideas from other people.
He was a scholar. Rabbi scholar.
Oh, interesting. I'm reading about this guy. He was considered a proto-Zionist due to his theological and diplomatic efforts to facilitate the Jewish return to the land of Israel through global resettlement, 1604 to 1657.
He influenced the leader of evangelical Christian movement, right? And then from there, it just went on and on. So it did.
He was influenced by a lot of people, not just the rabbi you mentioned.
Are you talking about Oliver Cromwell?
Yeah.
No. And then he had an alliance with
Oliver Cromwell drew his Zionism restorationist ideas primarily from Puritan millennial theology and biblical prophecy, influenced by contemporary preachers and Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel. That guy was famous, the scholar, and he was Jewish.
Yeah, so it seems like he got you. He found you an earlier Zionist who's a Jew. So.
I got you. I don't like. I'm not into got you claims. Like, if we found some interesting piece of information, great.
Hey, Jacob.
I don't play got you kind of stuff.
Jacob,
you know that.
I'm not trying to gotcha. Sorry,
I know, but you know that about me. Come on.
Jacob, you mentioned Thomas Newton. Did you mean Isaac Newton?
No, I never said Thomas Newton, but Isaac Newton was one of the proponents of return.
You did say Thomas Newton.
No, I didn't. I said a different name, but I never mentioned the word Newton.
No, I thought you said Thomas Newton.
No, I did not.
He said Cromwell, right?
Oliver Cromwell, but
I didn't say that. I thought.
No, I'll tell you the name. There was a Thomas. I'll tell you the name. It was Thomas Newton.
That's what I said.
So you did say Newton.
Right, but I didn't say Isaac Newton. Sorry, I thought you were saying, did I say Isaac Newton?
No, I asked you if you said Thomas Newton. And then I said, so you mean Isaac Newton? But you did.
Yeah, I should have said yes. I'm sorry. I did not mean Isaac Newton, but I did say Newton, but not Isaac Newton.
No, you said Thomas Newton.
Yeah, but sorry, my misinterpretation of your question.
That's interesting. All right, well, thanks for the information, Yaakov.
You're welcome. I actually studied this.
Now you change your tune. Shit.
Rabbi, are you shy, Buttercup?
Am I shy?
Are you?
I think she likes intellectually honest information.
She just wants to keep you honest.
I was correct. I stand corrected. And you kept him honest, Amir. You pointed out an earlier Zionist, so we all learned something today.
Yeah, I did. I mean, so I thought it was actually all, some of it was evangelical, but I think it did come from, the Jewish community, the Zionism.
Well,
but then Theodore Herzl believed in political Zionism, not religious Zionism.
So this is what I read about Menashe ben Menashe, Israel or whatever. He it seems like he had his own motivations, but he aligned himself with the Christian Zionists.
No, he influenced them. He was a preacher. He was a scholar.
Mind you, if these Christians wanted to return the Jews to someplace, it would have turned into some form of political Zionism. They would have had to create some form of government structure.
Like, I don't think Menashe ben Israel supported the eschatological motivations of.
That's a hard word to say.
Yeah, no, he did not.
I had to look it up.
What?
Eschatological?
Yeah.
It's like the end times prophecy.
End times, like is mainly in Christianity.
No,
I don't think it's eschatological.
All three faiths have an end times prophecy, whereas
No,
where they live in
Judaism doesn't. No, Judaism.
Yeah, they do. They have Gog and Magog. What do you mean?
That's just a battle, but it's not like
It's an end times
where everyone is judged.
It's the final battle.
Yeah, but it's not the same it's not in the same vein as Christianity's eschatological.
What do you mean? They all have a great war where they survive and the other ones die. All of them have some end times prophecy with a great war and a messianic ending.
Buttercup, you don't have a medal.
What?
You don't have a medal. Jacob has a medal.
I know. I guess he knows better.
I wonder if she's gonna fast. Are you gonna fast?
If I get a green bean.
No. I said the deal was you have to fast one day, and then I'll give you a green bean for one day.
How are you gonna know?
That's the deal. I mean, I have to trust you, right? So I'm gonna have to swear to your mama or your papa,
Okay.
or swear on Judy
or to Jacob.
Okay.
No, I don't think Jacob is connected like that. No. Do you believe in swears? I mean, can you swear to your mom or like promise on your mom or something?
I don't have to do that because I just don't lie.
Okay, you don't lie. You never lied in your life. Oh, no.
Wait,
all right.
Jewish?
Yeah, I'm Jewish. Why? Is it hard to believe that Jews don't lie?
I believe Buttercup. I believe you, Buttercup.
But this was a question being asked. How do we verify you did fast for a day?
I don't know. I guess you can't. There's no way to know. You're just gonna have to take my word and give me a green bean. You're dying to give me a green bean, Amir. You know.
It's an offer on the table. Because it's going to bring me some good deeds if you do it.
She really wants a green bean.
I don't, but Amir really wants me to take a green bean.
She doesn't want the green bean.
Amir really wants me to have a green bean to piss off Oklahoma.
I don't know. Our position is very wishy-washy. So, Buttercup, are you going to do it?
Sure, I don't care.
Are you going to fast tomorrow? Tomorrow's the weekend, Sunday. You just have to fast for one day, sunrise to sunset. No water, no drinking, no sex, no cursing while you're fasting.
I have fasted before. Jews also fast.
Yeah, but I'm talking about you can't have anything at all, not even cold, not even,
Also,
nothing.
that's how Jews also fast. They don't drink or eat.
You gotta quit smoking, Buttercup.
25 hours, buddy.
No bagels.
None of this 12-hour stuff.
Yeah, the Jewish fasts are longer.
It's not 12 hours, Jacob, by the way.
Well, it depends on the time of the year. Yours moves throughout the year, so it could be shorter, could be longer.
It's sunrise to sunset.
I know. And so in the winter months, it's shorter than in the summer months.
Yeah.
So Jewish fasts start the night before and then go to the following evening.
Plus 1 hour.
At the sundown.
Nice.
Plus 1 hour.
Oh, okay.
So wait,
you can't eat anything while you're fasting, Jacob? You can't eat, drink anything?
No.
Well, I've got a medical exemption, so. But before I got sick, I did it.
And they do it from age 12.
If you're a girl, 13 if a boy.
Like what?
We're not all girls, Buttercup.
When do you fast?
On Yom Kippur.
And
one day.
Yom Kippur? Oh, okay.
There are other fast days throughout the
But
year.
most people.
Most Jews don't celebrate them.
Hey, Jacob, I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
If I will convert to Judaism, okay?
You have to say no, sorry, you can't. I'm not a rabbi, I'm just kidding.
Would it be part of my belief system? Would Zionism be part of my belief system?
It's not part of the entrance exam.
You know what I mean? I mean, is it something that I have to support as a Jew if I become Jewish?
No.
It depends on the school, David. So there's one brother on this app. He was going to become a rabbi. He said he's actually in where's it, Norway. I'll let you talk to him. So he was going to become a rabbi, a Jewish rabbi, whatever, and he apparently
As opposed to the non-Jewish rabbis.
Yeah.
He was going to become a rabbi.
Yeah, I apologize. He's going to become a rabbi.
It's like pita bread.
Yeah, he's going to become a rabbi, and he was told from the school or church, the synagogue that he was at, he's going to have to endorse Israel.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the mentality.
Yeah, I mean that in generally, technically, I don't think that's a requirement. Look, every based in can make their own rules, but I haven't heard of it as being a hard and fast rule. I don't know.
Is it in the Torah? Is it anywhere?
No.
I'm
not a rabbi, so I don't want to give you an answer. I'm not a rabbi.
Okay, that's what I have to go back and look at.
Yeah, ask a rabbi.
I just wanted to clearly separate both, and not have it tied into any religious.
You gotta know the laws. You gotta know the laws. You gotta know how to follow the laws. You gotta live within the community for a year, 2. There's a lot of learning required.
You can ask Black Rabbi Davis. He charges, I think, $5,000 to $24,000.
No. I don't want to hear him talk.
He's here. Speaking of the devil, he's here.
Oh my God! Every time I see him here, I run.
Don't follow his path. You end up getting all fours getting spanked.
What's up with you? How you doing?
He's always talking about his books and his publications and his teachings.
Wow. Buttercup, have you engaged with Black Rabbi before? Do you like him?
Unfortunately.
He's single. He's looking for a future wife.
Oh God.
He's looking for a 40.
And he's 40, I think, or 41.
He looks much older.
He looks older, but he said he's claiming he's 40.
And he's been around for president. He could be a first lady.
And he's a rabbi.
Amir, I thought he was looking for a Chinese woman. Didn't he have a Chinese girlfriend?
No, not this one. It's Leib. Leib is married to some.
Who's looking for a Chinese woman?
Leib, that person. I think his name is Leib.
So I thought he was married. I didn't know he wasn't married.
Yeah, he's married. He's married to a Chinese. He's looking. So that guy. Oh my God, such a problematic person. He texted me a link of a nude Arab chick. He's like,
look, you guys have the equivalent of lashon hara, so that's just not
like idle gossip.
Yeah, no.
Evil tongue, evil speech.
In my religion, if something was said in public, it falls under permissible backbite. By the way.
Interesting.
So if it was done in public, so I have the right to talk about it. And plus, it's evil. I have to expose the evil.
It's hello.
That's another one.
Hello.
So did your prophet do that? Did he do that?
We have a hadith on this. So the Caliphate did it. We have a hadith.
No, but did he personally do it? Is there any recorded?
Did he personally do it?
Yeah.
There's a hadith on this. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
If there's something.
No, you referenced the Caliphate.
The school of jurisprudence. Yeah, the school of jurisprudence that I follow. It falls under permissible backbite.
Okay.
Yeah, and so because this is evil, he texted me a link that was a picture of nude some Arab girl. I confronted him in this room in front of everybody. I'm like, what do you think I am? I'm a pimp? He goes, if you can find me a chick like that, I'll switch and I'll become pro-Pali. And he converted to Judaism about what was it? I think like 5 years ago or so, or 10 years ago. And he's pro-Israel. You'll come across him. His name is Lee, but he's very racist. He's like he's Black American, but he's very racist.
What are the odds that he was joking?
He wasn't joking.
He's a real nut. I met him, right? He's like.
You talked to him, right, Buttercup?
You met him personally?
No, on this app. He's really crazy. He's not like a normal. He's like even crazier than Black Rabbi.
Really?
Yeah.
And then you have that other Ariel guy.
So, Buttercup, now I have it from your own mouth that Black Rabbi is crazy. Okay, so I'm not the only one who thinks he's crazy.
Congress is not the only
I
one.
second that in the
No, actually, that can be interpreted two different ways, Chindu.
Which way?
Black Rabbi is normal, and this other person is crazier, or a Black Rabbi is crazy, and this other guy is crazier, so he's also crazy. So it can be interpreted both ways. It's
Well, Black Rabbi
ambiguous.
steals Ariel's
That
wallet.
was very technical.
Put the link in the chat.
What? No, it's
Very
English
technical.
language. It's English language.
Technically, you're right. You're right. It was ambiguous.
Yeah.
I have a question, right?
And stealing.
Oh wait, Ariel's the crazy one, right?
In other words, the
They're
guy
all
is
crazy.
crazy. Okay.
What, Chindu?
I said, in other words, the guy is fucking crazy, right?
Yeah, it's easier to just put some more adjectives on it to make comparisons.
Yo.
Black Rabbi knows Ariel in real life. They know each other.
Yeah, they knew each other from before. Like literally, Black Rabbi used to give him sort of like a massage and put a tie on or something at his school. He was running a unlicensed yeshiva, you know. Yeah, I put the link in the chat. Check it out.
Characters, like they are real characters. Like
They've had standoffs. They've had like real standoffs.
Attila, check out the video. He stole Ariel's wallet, man. Black Rabbi. It's crazy.
There's like video of it. A lot of people don't know there's real video of them too.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, I've been trying to ask this question. Buttercup, how long have you been anti-Zionist?
I don't know. I was raised Zionist, and then in college, someone gave me a book by Benny Morris, and it made me realize that we only were told half the story, right? And then so I learned the other half of the story, and then I made friends with Palestinians, and it dispelled some of the stereotypes we had about Palestinian people.
I sent you invite them, Rose. Check your profile.
How many Palestinians have you run into? Have you known besides Judy, of course?
In college, I went to college, a very diverse college in New York City with a lot of, maybe like a dozen Palestinians that I met. We had a Palestinian club.
Really rich Palestinians at NYU or Columbia.
No, it wasn't NYU. It was a CUNY school. It was it was like a community school for working class people. Yeah, immigrants. Mostly immigrants.
What year? Around what years did you?
That's where you got your
I don't
communism
want to give away
training.
how old I am.
No, I'm just curious.
So
Like, do you have like a general?
Don't let her. No, don't make her dox herself. She's not going to.
It's like 2 decades, basically.
2 decades. So you've been anti-Zionist for basically 20 years.
Basically.
Okay. All right.
Not
That
more.
answers my question. I'm not gonna ask a bunch of personal questions because I know there's fucking weird people on this app. So that's it. That's all I want.
But it was an evolution. Like, it wasn't like an overnight thing. Like, first I read Benny Morris, but I still was a little defensive, right? And then over time, you learn, and then you see what Israel does over every subsequent war in Gaza. It was worse and worse and worse, and so it becomes harder and harder to be defensive of Israel, you know. And so it was a gradual.
Can we ask Rose the same question?
It was like 2014.
No, Emrose was raised anti-Zionist. I wasn't raised anti-Zionist.
I don't think there was even a question of like in American politics people even really talking about Zionism prior to like mainstream talks like prior to like 2014, and that's when I started kind of educating myself about what was going on in Israel and especially in the West Bank.
The term anti-Zionist was not even a thing, even within radical lefty culture. It was always Medinat Kol Ezracha, which I'm not sure how to translate. But it's in the past decade that the word anti became more and more important when you take that stand, right? Because it's not just about what you're for. It was also about trying to take a stand against something. Which is like I remember having that conversation with my dad, and for a very long time I did not want to use the word anti. I used pro-Palestine Israel. I used post-Zionism because it felt like it's going against something, against force. I'm for a one-state solution. But I think that the past 3 years have made it very, very clear that like you have to include the rejection of it and not just the advocating for something else, but you also have to actively reject it, which is a very big.
Emrose, are you able to express your beliefs in public in Israel?
It depends on most places. No, I'll probably get beat up if I do. Like somebody will slap me or punch me or throw something at me. So I wouldn't take the risk of saying something like this in public in most places.
Yeah, I would do that on your behalf, Rose.
I know you would, and I wouldn't let you because you will get shot. I'll just get slapped.
Yeah, when I'm suicidal, I guess.
Are you trying to perpetuate stereotypes, Jim?
Rose, I'll fly over to protect you too.
Oh, that's very sweet.
Aww.
But I'm the last one who needs protection. And by the way, if anybody is serious about that, the more volunteers we have in the West Bank for protective presence, the better. It's you have no idea what is going on there, like Jindeep does. But
what's crazy now is that it's all over social media. I mean, there's this guy. He's Israeli. I forget what his name is, but he's kind of a younger kid, and he goes around the West Bank, and you know he's always being like attacked by settlers. What is it?
Andre X.
Yeah. That guy.
Yeah. We have one of our good friends in our small Twitter group. Her name is Wani. She's retired, an older lady, but gorgeous, by the way. But she does protective presence probably like 4 or 5 days a week. And every time she comes to the update space after, and it just keeps getting worse. They officially now have gas masks because settlers have started coming at night, throwing gas, like tear gas grenades into the houses. It's just, the level of violence is increasing on a daily basis. Jadib, you have to promise to be careful. No being heroes and stuff.
Saul, are you Palestinian?
No. So on my mom's side, I'm Norwegian and Swedish, and then on my dad's side, I'm kind of a mix. I'm a dirty gypsy on my dad's side, basically. I mean, I have like Sephardic, so I'm partially ethnically Jewish, but Sephardic, North African, Armenian. It's just a mix of a bunch of stuff, but not the typical like Western Europeans that came to the U.S. So my family history is a little bit more interesting, I guess. But I am a U.S. citizen. I was born and raised here.
You like falafel?
I like falafel.
Okay, there you pass.
You do know falafel is Egyptian and Syrian.
No, you didn't know Emrose falafel and hummus is Israeli?
Yes, of course. Yes, I forgot. Yes.
But isn't it the most overrated food in the fucking world?
Falafel?
Yeah.
Jindeeb, bite your tongue. Blasphemy.
I think it's overrated. Shitty food.
I think falafel is coming.
I had the same argument with a friend, but you won't, about majadra. That I am never touching majadra in my life.
Neither would I, Emerald. Neither would I. I fucking hate that dish too.
He said, my mom would make majadra every day. I would come back, majadra with this. I don't want to see majadra.
Yeah, I used to run away from home and my mother made that when I was a kid. Like, I don't want to eat that.
See, so we stole it. Why are you complaining?
Waganoush is better.
Sorry?
So I'm like, Baba Ganoush is better.
No. We have
and Lebanon.
Lebanon I do myself, but Baba Ganoush, this is the $1 million question, right? So, cauliflower or eggplant?
Eggplant.
What? Who does it with cauliflower?
No, not with generally speaking. Cauliflower.
Oh, eggplant.
No, cauliflower.
Oh no.
The original Baba Ganoush?
No, just in general, between the two.
I've never ever heard
Of course it's cauliflower.
Yes, Jadib is on my team. Yes. I'm sorry,
No, but
eggplant looks like the swamp creature.
You know
Why
who
would
makes
anybody
the
eat
word
it?
Baba Ganoush? The Iranians. It's like runny. It's like it's not Baba
Dude,
Ganoush.
the inside of the eggplant looks like. Do you remember the movie from the 80s, The Blob? That's what it looks like to me. I don't understand why anybody would eat it.
Besides, it has no nutritional value in the first place anyway.
That's true. Cauliflower rocks.
Fiber. I know it's not so nutritious, but tastes good.
Cauliflower. But yeah, but labne you can do at home, and it's really good.
So you take yogurt, you put it in a cheesecloth, and let it like drip overnight, kind of thing, to make labne.
You add a little bit of lemon and salt to it for it to continue curdling.
That's pretty much it. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I made it. I just add salt. I don't add anything extra because if I want to add something later, then I'll add.
Then you make them into little bowls and you put them in a jar and just olive oil.
And the thing is that if you have industrial yogurt or you have bad olive oil, it will be horrible. It has to be really good, locally sourced yogurt, not just
Israeli olive oil.
no, never.
Palestinian
We never
olive
buy
oil.
Israeli olive oil.
Come on, Emrose.
No, I'm serious. We don't buy Israel. There are enough Palestinians.
They were joking.
How many? Do you have a number? How many olive trees that they have stolen from the West Bank, Emrose? That they have
Stolen or uprooted? The past.
They
the past
uprooted,
2 years.
took it out, and then took it inside Israel and then planted
The
it.
past year is about a little bit over 2,000, I think. And please take into account each tree is worth somewhere between 20,000 shekels and 50,000 shekels. So let's say between like $8,000 and $15,000. Olive trees are extremely expensive because it takes a long time for them to grow to a point where they yield actual fruit every year. Uprooting an acre of olive trees can amount to a loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Correct, I agree. If you really take into consideration the amount of effort, if you want to do that and calculate that in terms of like a money value, dollar value, if you plant 30 trees and it would take you about 20 years for the trees to be fully productive, calculate the number of days and the number of years, multiply that by each tree, and if you pay yourself $1 a day for each tree, taking care of those trees times 20 years, that's a huge sum of money. Yeah.
Which also goes to show why preventing the olive harvest is so detrimental, because those trees, they pay for themselves once a year if handled properly. The minute you prevent access during the harvest, that means loss of income for the entire year.
Correct. And imagine once a tree is uprooted or destroyed or cut down, after 20 years of raising a fucking tree, they come and
just buying that 20 years is in case you plant it from seed or something, right?
Right.
But you can buy them from nurseries, and then the relatively average plant would be somewhere about let's say $3,000, something like that, and then you will have to wait another 7 years. So it's not 20 years, but the costs are astronomical. People don't understand it.
Yeah, I know. They people would not understand.
Not to mention the ecological price, because olive trees are very good survivals. They don't need a lot of water, and the fact that they are still in the ground, even if not being irrigated, they keep the soil alive. The roots, everything they do, they keep the soil fertile. Taking them out and leaving the soil barren will create desertification and can potentially make the entire place unfertile for at least a few years until you can people don't understand the long-lasting damages, and I'm saying this as an agronomist, right? Somebody who does this for a living. It's just so evil.
Are fig trees the same way, Emeralds?
Similar, but not the same. Figs need a lot more water, but they're still. It's olive oil and vines. It's olive trees and vines that are. There's a reason that they're being revered in this country, because these are plants that have the ability. The more they suffer, quote unquote, the better the yield they give.
The more stress.
They're
just
literally
like the figs, right?
Exactly, but the figs do need a lot of water. If they don't get enough water, they will not provide yield. Unlike grapes and olives, that even complete lack of water, they will still provide some yield, but very, very concentrated. But more importantly, their roots go deep into the soil and are very nutritious to the soil. They can keep soil that doesn't have life in it is a dead soil. So it will turn into dust and will slowly start to literally blow away. This is why things like olive trees and vines and fig trees are extremely important for the health of the soil. And rooting them up after years of them being there is a death sentence to the soil.
And fig trees are much easier to plant and grow than olive trees.
A lot more.
They're very, very simple and easy to plant.
I love figs. I used to have 2 in my backyard.
You know that one of the reasons that the olive is so synonymous with Palestinians is because the way the tree grows, it grows deep into the soil, and its roots are so embedded inside the soil that it's almost impossible. This is why most of the time they won't rip them out, because that's pretty much impossible. They will cut them down. But it's very much like the Palestinian ethos, right? Deeply rooted in the ground. Like nobody can move it, and it's there for the oldest. There are 2 oldest trees, olive trees in the world. One is in Lebanon, one is in Palestine, and I think it's over. If I'm not mistaken, it's about over. Chinchib, is it 3,000 or 6,000 years? The oldest olive tree in Palestine.
Yeah, Rose, I own a few Roman, what we call a Roman olive trees.
Really?
Yes, of course.
No.
Yeah.
People, Roman olive trees are over 2,000 years old.
Yes.
And they're very common. But the oldest one, I think it's 6,000. I don't remember. Sad that Jindib is eating the same olives as the Roman soldiers did.
Yes, we still own. I mean, I inherited those from my parents, and they inherited from their great parents. So we call them Roman trees, Roman olive trees.
I just Googled it. It says the oldest olive tree in Palestine is Al-Badawi tree, located in the village of Al-Walaja near Bethlehem, estimated to be between 3,000 and 5,500 years old.
Yeah, so I don't remember.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that tree is in the world.
Really?
I didn't know. Wow.
Yeah, and I think the oldest one, I think, is in Lebanon, but I'm not sure.
That's crazy. What other trees last that long? Redwoods? Like, what other trees last thousands of years old?
To this extent, only sequoias and very, very durable trees. Most trees not all trees have the ability for vegetative regeneration the way that olive trees do, or the way that sequoias do. Willows have the same properties to some extent, but in this specific case, olive trees and vines are very unique. Very, very unique. You can say that pomegranate trees have the same similar attributes sometimes, but nothing compares to. Think about, okay, let's take an example. If you think about Greek islands, they're not exactly, you don't see a lot of vegetation around there because the soil might not be desert soil, but it's very rocky. And when a soil is very rocky, that means that water cannot be retained within it. But the olive tree, because it goes with the really, really deep inside, it can get, I don't know the words in English, like little droplets of water how would you call them?
Irrigated?
Like moisture. No, it's like moisture that's being kept between literally it's like the slates of the minerals of the particles that the soil is made of. So if your soil would be, let's say, silt for the most part, then between the particles of the silt that are built from like plates of minerals, you will have hidden water molecules. Some plants have the ability to extract that moisture from a very, very seemingly dry ground. Olive trees are one of those.
Yeah, and the roots of the olive tree retain whatever moisture. If you ever looked into, if you ever dug an olive tree root, you can see the moisture within the root itself.
The olive tree secretes a lot of carbon fixating agents. So everything around the root of the olive tree becomes extremely vital, alive soil with a lot of bacteria and fungi and other forms of life, which is they in turn secrete a lot of nutrients into the soil. So it's a whole ecosystem that is based around the roots of the olive trees. You take that away, the whole thing falls apart.
Guys, let me just say that it is so refreshing and beautiful to hear you guys talk about something other than Zionism and Judaism. It's so nice.
There's a saying, and especially Palestinians, the West Bank say it, and it was kind of picked up. If you live between the river and the sea and you don't respect the olive tree, you don't belong here.
Yeah, it's I guess it's being part of our lives. It's olive trees. Olive trees are just like a very integral part of our lives, pretty much.
I think also I agree with you. In Greece, olive trees are highly regarded.
They are.
You have to understand the importance of something like that back then. This is the entire region, the diet of the region is not necessarily protein based. If you think about really cold areas in the world, their food mainly consists of fermented or preserved ingredients because that's what the topography, the weather allowed it. In Palestine, and the Levant region, even all the way to Greece and the Balkans, the olive oil was essential for preservation. Essential. Everything you made, you could preserve using olive oil. Olive oil was a source of nutrition. Even when you had almost nothing left, the level of nutrition and fat and healthy calories you can get from an olive is insane. So there's a reason this thing became integral to the sustaining of human lives in this region. It's never a coincidence. And people learned to recognize those plants or those phenomenons and sacrificed it. And how do you say? Buttercup is not here. To make something sacred or holy, like this is the one thing that always sanctify. Thank you. This is why it's such a symbol, which, by the way, most of you know, goes all the way to the Bible. Olive trees are mentioned in the Bible as an important part of this land.
They still make soap out of olive oil.
You can make a lot of things out of olive oil.
Yes, we do.
There's a very famous soap factory in the West Bank, right?
I think it's still working. I don't know.
It's still working. It's still working, yeah.
I went to Amazon trying to find one, and there's actually one that says Palestinian olive oil soap.
Actually, we still make it at home. I mean, we literally we make it at home. We still do that for our own consumption.
I think most of us that are awake, we don't buy our olive oil in the groceries. We all have a Palestinian friend that we buy it from.
There's a brand, and I don't know like their ethics and who they're tied to and whatnot, but it's a Palestinian olive oil, but it's a pretty big brand. So I'm not too sure about like the history of this brand, and
You need to be very careful. A lot of people will try to exploit the word Palestine and maybe mix Italian olive oil with a little bit of Palestinian sourced olive oil just to, play on people's emotions. So
I'll show you the brand because
What's
I
the,
haven't.
what's the brand? And I'll tell you. What's the brand?
Okay, well, let me look it up real quick. Honestly, if you Google Palestinian olive oil, it'll probably be the first one. Actually, no. Where is it? Fuck, I can't find it. But there's a Palestinian. It's Al Arab.
Oh, okay, yeah, I know who they are. What about them?
So is it legit? Like, is it?
Yes, it's actually this company is legit. Yes, the owners are Palestinians. Yes.
What's the name again? So
Al Ard, the land, which means the land.
Al Ard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But there is in America there is what's that organization? Something called Fair Trade or something. They do source some olive oil from the West Bank, and it's bottled, and there's a facility somewhere here in the West Bank that actually bottles the stuff and ships.
Yeah, they make sure it's sourced from the origin, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
that it's not exploitative. That it's not exploitative of the farmers. Free trade.
Right. Yeah, and it's actually pretty decent, pretty okay.
Yeah, I've had that olive oil. I remember it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because they do go to small farmers and they make sure it's organic. They actually, send someone to examine if a farmer actually used any chemical fertilizer in his land, and something that's not available to us anyway. And they
I don't think anyone in Palestine uses chemicals.
Yeah, because we don't have access to the stuff. We used to have access to chemical fertilizer in older days, but we don't have access to that anymore. But they do source that from small farmers, and they buy the stuff like right out of the processing facilities in the West Bank. Those companies, this particular organization, the Fair Trade people.
Jindip, would you ever have non-filtered olive oil, filtered olive oil? Because I don't use the filtered one. I only use the real thing that doesn't go through filtration, that still has the murkiness and the solids to it. It's a completely different flavor.
What do you mean when you say unfiltered? I mean, the machines those days are pretty okay. I mean, we don't use the very old system that we used to use like 50, 60, 100 years ago. Now we have machines that we bring from Europe, from Italy, mostly Italian machines.
Yes, but the consistency, it doesn't go through the membrane that filters the solids that make it murky.
Right. So you buy the olive oil that might has some like dark matter still at the bottom. That
I prefer it. I always prefer it. It's far more flavorful. I know people freak out over it, but
yeah. Usually all you have to do is just put the after you crush the olives, you put them through a pressing machine, and pretty much a very simple process of extricating the oil out of the pulp of the olives.
Most
maybe not for like cooking with though, because I think it would just burn. But I don't even think you can find that here in the U.S.
It's illegal to import it.
You're gonna have za'atar with it, right, Jindip?
Have what with za'atar? I'm sorry, just repeat that again.
Good olive oil. Olive oil and za'atar.
Yes, of course. That's like a part of our diet.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be using olive oil to fry, right? Because that would kill the nutrients and whatnot.
It's not about that. It's about
I cook with it.
We use olive oil to cook, yeah.
To cook, yes, not to deep fry.
You can't do deep fry.
Yeah, no, not deep fry, but we do fry. If you want to make fries, you can use it. If you want to make falafel, you can use it.
Yeah, but that's deep fry though.
Because we don't buy other oil. That's all we use. Pretty much, that's it.
So what I heard, Jindip, is if you deep fry it at a certain temperature, it becomes kind of poison, though.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know about the deep frying. Because we don't use any other.
It has the smoke point, right? So as long as you're under the smoke point,
yes,
you're not going to get any like toxic chemicals or oxidization. So it's just pay attention to it. Usually will say if it's a good bottle of olive oil, it'll tell you the temperature, the smoke point. So you just keep it.
I don't think the paracetamol oil tells you the smoke point.
No, I don't.
But the cuisine in this region never goes to a point where you deep fry something.
Yes, correct.
It's not part of the everyday, but sautéing in olive oil or the most basic is completely fine.
Yeah, I'm talking about the deep fry then, because some people do use it to deep fry. They think that.
Do you know how much it will cost you to deep fry something in olive oil? Not to mention the health, right? But
I know people, they do that.
And they're idiots.
Yeah, but the thing is, what I learned about it is you shouldn't be deep frying it because it's supposed to be healthy, but then when you keep deep frying
deep frying is not part of our cuisine, right?
Exactly.
No, I'm saying falafel, you gotta deep fry it, right?
No, but like that
fries, you gotta deep fry it.
It's just like you fry in a pan and then maybe you reuse it like 1 or 2 times.
No, who uses oil?
If you're using...
People do that. Restaurants do that, Ambrose.
Restaurants don't use olive oil to deep fry anything.
No, they use any type of oil. They use it, they reuse it.
No, maybe, but not olive oil.
So are you telling me when you make the falafel, you throw away the leftover olive oil?
Nobody makes falafel in olive oil.
Jindip said he does.
At home. And you don't use
it. If that's the only oil you buy, then obviously you're going to fry falafel.
Yes, but we're not talking about a commercial fiber, right? We're talking about a small pot.
Yes, I know.
I know.
I guess you guys don't understand. Like I guess someone like me. I mean, I don't know. I can't box but I make I produce olive oil, and decent quantities. So, and it's something I've done, all my entire life. So we don't store olive oil. We store olive oil in big barrels, in barrels. And it's not like some bottles or stuff like that. So we have constant supply of olive oil. So.
Again, don't forget the olive oil that Jindip is using is not overly processed. So the burning point for that specific molecule is higher than what you would get in commercial olives.
Right. So if I wanna make some potato fries, I'm not gonna go buy oil to fry potatoes or to saute potatoes. It's not frying, we just saute.
No, saute is different than frying.
Yeah.
Deep frying, what I heard Jindip, and what I learned, you could Google this, right? Even though it's good, it's healthy, whatever, like the olive oil, but when you deep fry it, it kills that good stuff in there, and it becomes like poison. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's what I learned about it. Whether you do it in a small pan or a big pan, what did you say?
You know what oxidization is, right? So it's the same thing. Like the oil goes rancid, you have like
different
omega
do you know
right?
Do you know the terms omega-3, omega-6, all those things, right? So what they represent is the location on the molecule of the double connection between two atoms, right? So it's a double connection. If anybody remembers chemistry, it would be a 2-line connection between the molecules instead of one. The location of that changes the properties of the molecule. Certain oils like olive, like avocado, like coconut oil, the location of that double connection would be placed in a way that would make it a lot more susceptible to and a lot more easy to burn. However, if you look at vegetable oils, the location of the structure of that molecule, even though it's an oil molecule, a fat molecule, will be placed in a way that would make it a lot more sturdier for an exposure to high temperatures. But the high temperatures that we're talking about, like deep frying, and that almost doesn't exist in Palestinian cuisine. Even if you talk about falafel, you think about the commercial way falafel is done, which is not what traditionally you would see at home or in the region. So you have to separate the two. And yes, I mean, you're right. Certain olives, like olive oil, like avocado, like coconut, should not be heated to the point of starting to smoke, because the way that molecule breaks down does create a molecule with an exposed end that is a free radical, which makes it carcinogenic to some extent. But it doesn't happen in Palestinian cuisine because no dish goes to that extent. And usually, by the way, you won't see deep fried or high temperature food in the region. You will only most of the places that invented deep frying or extremely high temperature, extremely spicy foods would be tropical locations where food had a tendency to spoil a lot faster. So they would have to take actions in order to kill whatever grew there. So deep fry, extremely spicy food like India, places like that, it always resulted for health reasons. Palestine doesn't have the same humidity in the air, the same conditions that allow food to spoil so quickly. They did need to preserve things, hence the olive oil, but it's not, I think, what you envision. It's different.
Yeah, I think the whole concept of deep frying is not part of our cuisine, period.
The whole Fertile Crescent is a lot more known for fresh food and very little preserved food. The preserved food that you will see here are things like olive or at best maybe a yogurt stone, but this is why they say the Mediterranean diet is like the ultimate diet, right? A lot of fat, a lot of healthy fats like olive oil, like fish, a lot of fresh vegetable. You will never see a Palestinian table that doesn't have fresh vegetables on it. Never. It's impossible. No matter what you eat, you would have a plate with tomatoes, green onions, but there will always be fresh vegetables on the table. Otherwise, people simply won't eat. It becomes, am I right, Jadid? It's just impossible to eat without a fresh ingredient next to you.
Yeah, it's just the basics, pretty much the basic stuff. I mean, just basic healthy stuff. I think if you notice the diet of a farmer in Palestine, it just like you said, it consists of all those basic elements. Like you said, there's the basic fresh vegetables, and then you have the dairy part.
And the dairy, the labna is fermented for a reason, because once it's fermented, it can't go spoil. It can't spoil.
Right. So, and you have the bread, the olive oil, and the vegetables, and the dairy, and the protein part, which is usually eggs and so on. That's it. So it's pretty basic stuff.
But even when it comes to protein, there's no culture of like preserved meat or salted fish, right? It's always fresh.
Yeah, correct.
Which is not something like, if you go a little bit more to hotter places, then you won't see it. If you go to colder places, then you will see things like preserved meat, preserved fish. But here, the two things that you do preserve are preserved in a very natural way: oil or very basic fermentation like labneh.
Right.
And it's not just Palestine, but the whole Levant, even all the way to the Balkans, is very similar.
Right.
You like shakshuka?
I like shakshuka. Okay.
I'm half and half when it comes to shakshuka. I'm not the biggest fan.
What's I forget what it's called. Like, it's like an Israeli hot sauce. It's got like green peppers and herbs and stuff. Shuk or something?
Srug. Yeah, that's not Israeli, that's Yemenite.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Well, the Israeli people, they like to claim
Yeah, we
things.
stole everything. No, my Yemenite grandma made the most insane srug, and my dad is like hardcore. He's Austrian, like Ashkenazi all the way. So when he first started dating my mom, it was like he had to build the stamina, but by the time that like I remember myself as an older kid, he would put it on everything. My grandma would send jars of it a week and everything. He wouldn't eat an omelet, he would put it on everything.
What are the ingredients of the screwed?
Parsley, olive oil, garlic, green hot peppers.
Okay.
And that's the green version. You have the red version, which I like less, but the green version, it smells like parsley, garlic, and the peppers. The green hot pepper.
Yeah, that sounds very, very good. It sounds like really good stuff.
That's Yemeni. Yemenis are really good cook. They have really good food.
Yes, they do. They certainly do.
Like
Except for khilbe. Never eat khilbe. Whoever invented khilbe and amba, fuck you. Maybe you'll be cursed until the end of your days.
What is that?
Jesus Christ, that shit stinks to holy hell.
What do you call helbe in English? What is it?
I have no idea. I think I tried to find out once and we couldn't figure it out. Like, I only know it's khilbe.
Yeah, it's a very strange thing.
Think about Ashkenazi food.
Oh,
it's not Ashkenazi food.
No, there is Ashkenazi food and it's horrible.
Ashkenazi is like, it's like all the Eastern European Jewish food, you know.
Yeah.
What's the basic Ashkenazi food? Like what do you call it?
Fish,
The gefilte can be okay.
Okay. Really? Hold on. This is a phenomenon that not many people know about. Palestinians like gefilte fish. I swear to God, I used to work in import and export, and Palestinians actually import gefilte fish on a regular basis. For some reason, they developed a taste for it. I'm sorry, Jandeep, it's true. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you people, but for some reason you've decided gefilte fish is something edible.
It is actually, it can be okay.
Just looking at it.
Okay, to be clear, if we're talking about a fish patty, a patty made out of fish that is slightly sweet, has a gelatinous thing and a carrot on top. It's, oh dear God.
Okay, and what's the other fish besides the gefilte fish? The one that is pickled. What is that? Is that what's
herring?
Pickled herring? I don't know what they call it.
Yeah. Herring. Yeah, but that's more Eastern European than the gefilte fish is like hardcore Jewish Ashkenazi, and it's fucking gross.
Who did I know in my lifetime who used to do the what is it called? The salmon fish or what is the estrogen thing? What is it called?
Lax, like the
that kind of stuff.
Yeah. That's also Eastern European.
Lax is incredible.
Think about it. That's nothing could be further. Stuff. Yeah, but nothing could be further from Palestine. See, this is what makes me fun. It makes me laugh, right? There was no salmons in Palestine.
None, of course, yeah.
None. There will never be a salmon here.
None, of course.
But yeah, I don't know. Personally, I don't like gefilte fish. I don't like lox. If I had olive oil, tomato, and cheese, cheese, bread, I'm good for the rest of my life. Like, I don't need a lot more than that.
And Rose, are you sure you're not Palestinian?
I grew up here, you know, it's the same. It's
what you just described, you know, the bread, the tomato, the olive oil, the cheese. That's pretty much
Is it true that it's illegal to get a DNA test in Israel?
No, I can send you my DNA test if you want.
No, I was just wondering. I keep hearing that it's illegal.
People say it's illegal. It's not. It really is not. Some things people make up, which I don't understand. The thing is, there's enough bad shit without people having to make up some. Just use what you have. There's more than enough to go around, I promise you.
So I'm just curious, what is your ancestry?
My father came from Austria. My father came from Austria. My mother is from Yemen. The DNA test actually showed that I have some Iraqi in me as well. And for some reason, okay, this is funny. Do you know my daughter was born with the allergy to fava beans that is usually associated with Iraqi DNA? So somewhere along the line, somebody in my mom's family fucked an Iraqi person, I suppose. But I'm half and half.
There's such a thing as allergic to fava beans in Iraq. Is that the deal?
It's a genetic mutation, so they cannot. Yeah, it's like really common in only Iraqi DNA. And so you see it a lot in Jewish babies born today from Iraqi descent, and somehow, and they always test it in Israel, right? Because just to be sure, somehow my daughter was born with it, and you have to understand, my daughter looks like a kid from the Hitler Jugend. She has total blonde hair, perfectly blue eyes, but somehow she was born with the Iraqi gene that is allergic to fava beans. I don't get it. Genetics or fava.
It's funny because fava beans are actually not popular in Iraq, right? They're not.
Oh, yeah, I don't know how. It's just a thing. You don't know.
Interesting.
I like the dried ones. In Egypt, they call them ful.
Yeah,
we call them ful too.
Ful medames. Oh, yeah, it's so good. Oh my god. And then, like some people mix the hummus and the ful together.
Hummus ful is very Egyptian. Hummus ful is like the classic Egyptian breakfast.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
But I'm sorry. On this, I do think Egyptian falafel is better than Lebanese falafel. But when it comes to hummus, like hummus, nobody does it like Palestinians do. I'm sorry. That I've had the entire region I've tried. Nobody does it like Palestine.
Yeah, Palestinian hummus is pretty decent, but I always think hummus and falafel are just some overrated food for some reason.
Oh, yeah.
Not overrated.
What's wrong with you, Jindid?
I don't know. It's not something it's just not something I eat. Growing up, it's just not my thing. I don't know. I did not grow up eating hummus. We just did not. I find falafel to be just an overrated food. I know, just overrated.
Okay, so please, you have to get this right. Tahini, right? Is there life without tahini?
Yeah, there's plenty of life without tahini.
No. You know that when we were living we had to relocate for my husband's job to the east about 10 years ago. I was so desperate, I learned how to make hummus. Indeed, for a whole month, I tried to do it until I got it right. Like, I was so desperate, so fucking desperate.
But it's the simplest of things. Isn't it like a couple of ingredients and that's it?
The technique,
I agree with
sorry,
her. Making good hummus
is not easy at all.
Yeah, Rose, I agree with you 100%. I tried to make hummus myself. Does not taste the way that I wanted it to, so I agree with you.
No, I did a lot of experiments until I got a good one, but...
I assume you're making it like raw, right? Like
Yeah. Dry chickpeas.
Yeah, I even tried to use like the canned hummus.
Some people say, but no.
It's not it.
So the secret is to add a teaspoon of baking soda. For some reason, while you leave it in water overnight, if you add a teaspoon of baking soda, then it will peel on its own, and it will take away some of the bitterness that you get if you don't soak it overnight. And it has to be like super hot when you start putting it through the blender. It's the small things that made the difference. I think I tried like 13 different ways of doing it until I got the good one. And then it's just a question of balance, like the ingredients, but yeah.
I don't think I ever remember us making hummus at home. It's always, you just go to Abu Abid and you buy one. No,
yes, but you have good ones like right around the corner. We have...
Yes, you walked to the place with an empty plate and you said, fill that, take it.
Yeah, and by 11 a.m. there would be nothing left.
Correct.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Hello, Lala.
Bro, I just prayed 20 rakats of Tarawih, bro. My legs are bang! But alhamdulillah, we ball.
That's good.
Guys, have you ever used Tandem?
Tandem,
What is Tandem, the app?
No.
It's a language learning app.
No, I use Duolingo.
Oh no, well it's an app like this. Like you can have they call it parties, you know, and so you can have like live chat and stuff. But somebody recommended that I come to this app. I've only been using this app for a couple days, but I got banned from Tandem like 8 times for talking about Israel and Palestine, and like. Because you get reported instantly, and if you get 3 reports,
Wait, it's a talking app. And you use the word Palestine and Israel, and so on, you get banned. What?
If you talk, well, it's not exactly like people report you. That's the thing, and so anytime you talk about like Israel or Palestine, like the reports just come in so fast, and like you know you can get 3 reports in a day, and then you're gone. You have to use another device or emulate a device to make another account.
Is that the case though? Is that really the case? I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've been banned 8 times. Every time it's because I talked about either Israel or I talked about American politics. Like I talked about like how the U.S. is basically an oligarchy. You know?
So what do they want us to talk about that? I don't know. What?
Well, it's a language learning app, so they just I guess they don't want people, you know, talking about.
Oh, it's a language learning app.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's not Clubhouse. I was about to say.
You know,
I reported it a million times.
I made it like my pinned tweet on X, like the one on the top, is a tweet that has a thread from anti-Zionist Israelis, and I called it like the doctor's note. Like, if any of you are scared of being called anti-Semitic for speaking up against Zionism or the genocide, here's a thread of a shit ton of Israelis who are saying far worse than you ever will. So if anybody complains or call you anti-Semitic, just send him this doctor's note.
Yeah, it's funny, before this app, I had not met Israeli anti-Zionists or Jewish anti-Zionists, so this is definitely a very different experience, and I'm very glad.
Oh, you should follow us on X. There's a lot more of us there.
What was the study that came out that said around 30% of the Jewish diaspora were anti-Zionist, but they were just underrepresented, and the Zionist claims were pushing the illusion that every single Jew deep down is a Zionist. When the people who literally led the marches of after the genocide, they were Jewish people, Jewish students that were leading these marches, that were organizing the marches in the student campuses. But they tried to, you know, the media spins this role that Jews are under threat and being attacked on campuses. They'll highlight, like on Piers Morgan, I watched, like he'll bring on a Jewish student that says, oh, I got punched in the face because I'm Jewish. They hate us. When in reality, the video literally shows her agitating and another Jewish person moving away from her saying, you're doing the wrong thing. It's the silliest argument I've seen. That's the most anti-Semitic claim, that Jewish people are a monolith, as the old adage goes. All Jewish people believe this. All Jewish people belong here. All Jewish people are like this.
This is why we say Zionism is anti-Semitism.
Yeah, that's the clearest case of it. If you take a book and say on any people, all black people believe this, all black people are Democrats, all black people think this.
It's exceptionalism. It's literally saying we're different, we're not like you.
It doesn't make sense to call it anti-Semitism because typically the Palestinians are more Semitic than the typical Israeli.
Technically,
you know?
that is true, but it's the most stupid argument in the world. Language is an evolving creature. Even though technically you're true, right? the popular understanding of anti-Semitic is Jew hatred, right? Even though technically you're true, but the argument is just people go for hours and hours over this, and it's just call it whatever you want, right? And just we all know what it means in the context, but it's still anti-Semitism is an integral part of Zionism. It doesn't work without it. Without anti-Semitism, Zionism loses one of its pillar excuses for existing. So they need it, and they need to put an emphasis on it. It's just part of the construct. But I did put something in the comment. It's like a segment from an anti-Zionist Jew comedy show, but the ending is really funny.
I don't know if I can open links from here, or I guess I have to copy it.
Exposed. Jindeep, did you see Coexistence My Ass? I don't know if he's here. There's an anti-Zionist Israeli named Noam Schuster. She became like really famous online when she started doing like mocking segments in Arabic about Israel, and she even had like a satire song about the UAE and Dubai when the Abraham Accords happened. She grew up in a very special place in Israel that was supposed to be a unique model for what a one state would look like, and she has this documentary that is now available for free streaming, but it's only available between Palestine and Israel, like within Palestine and Israel, and it's called Coexistence My Ass. And she is so on spot on everything.
I love her, man. She's amazing.
She is amazing. She is really amazing. If you can watch it, if like maybe people can watch it via VPN, but it's so accurate.
I'd love to see it. If you guys can send me a link, that'd be great.
Yeah, put it in the chat. Yada, is that rumor in your profile picture?
Oh nah, I created that image through AI.
Oh shit, do you know who Rumor is?
Nah, but he's dope if he's doing anything like that. What is it? Like, is he an artist?
He's a rapper, and he kind of like came around like 2020, and then just kind of disappeared. Yeah, I'll send you I'll put a YouTube link in the chat.
Yeah, put me on. Like for this picture, I kind of like took a ski mask, the slump god kind of aesthetic, and I used the Victorian era art as the the foreground and the background. But did y'all see that Tucker Carlson interview with Mike Huckabee?
Oh my God, that was the most annoying 2 hours I spent.
2 hours ever.
Oh my God.
This man, Mike Huckabee, will spin silk out of shit if he has to. 100%. He's asked.
Personally, I think they're both idiots.
Tucker Carlson, fucking hats off to him.
Really?
I'll say this. Yeah, hats off to him. He shit on some other people, he shit on Muslims plenty of days. But hats off to the man. He posed very credible, serious questions on Mike Huckabee. He's the ambassador to Israel, as you guys know, Mike Huckabee. He sat right in his face. He said, look, dude, he said Israel is harboring pedophiles. He said Alexander something, some kind of Slavic name, Prokovich or some shit like that. He was the guy caught last year in Las Vegas trying to have sex with 15-year-old girls and 14-year-old girls. He was arrested in a sting operation. And through that sting operation, he managed to just get on a flight, go back to Israel, as happened multiple times.
Do you know why people shouldn't bring up that argument?
Why is that?
Do you know who Scott Ritter is?
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what his past is?
Scott Ritter?
Yeah.
I mean, Scott Ritter, he has those same allegations too.
Twice he was caught. He was
He's
twice
been raided
caught.
by the FBI recently.
So I'm saying, all I'm saying, idiotic, shitty, evil, bad people exist everywhere.
Oh, 100%.
Don't take one case and make it. Don't take one case and.
No,
don't take one case and make it out an example because you derail your own credibility.
No. But listen, Scott Ritter isn't being shielded 100% by the government. He's been raided by the FBI multiple times. The Israeli government isn't raiding this Alexandra guy's house. He's escaping his ultimate doom as being caught as a pedophile.
Look, to be honest, that is the least important part. That is the least important part. That is the least important part of that entire interview. Like, if anything was a waste of time, was that. It's much more relevant to mention that Mike Huckabee thinks that Jews have a divine right to everything between the Euphrates and the Nile, right? According to him, if Iraq attacks Israel and Israel somehow manages to conquer Iraq, they get to keep it because the Bible says so. The amount of insane shit that he said there is far more concerning than that anecdotal case that he spent 20 minutes on.
No, 100%. I agree with you. I wasn't even going to get into that yet. I wanted to start small. I was wondering, like, just because he said this incredible. I mean, let's be real. Did you expect any different from Mike Huckabee? I didn't. That was the least thing that I expected him to, like, the smallest hill I expected.
But we need to...
Like, I knew he was going to say Israel has the right to it. I knew he was going to say that. But at least I thought he was going to get to a place where, like, oh, hell no. As a U.S. official, just go into his banter and say, yeah, this Alexandra guy, he needs to be brought back to the United States and prosecuted for his crimes. And I think
you see that.
I expected him to at least put that forward, but he wouldn't even talk about the Israeli government in the way that they're harboring an actual pedophile, which they've done multiple times, of course.
That you can actually claim is like being diplomatic, which is one thing. But the things that he did give himself liberty to say that were anything but a diplomatic or representative of the U.S. government, I assume, or I hope, that is what's important, right? The things that he did allow himself to say that are extremely, because he did, when it came to the whole guy in the expurgation thing, he gave very diplomatic, technical answers. It's the things that he said that are anything but that are insane. And we need to understand that this is somebody that directly appointed by the president of the U.S. He knew who he was putting here, right? It's a very specific choice to put that person as the ambassador here. And that says a hell of a lot.
No, it's always been a choice. I mean, the ambassador to Israel has always been an evangelical Christian.
Not like this. Not like this.
No,
this is... If we thought Friedman was like extreme, this is a whole different level.
Let's ask yourself, truly, does it matter, truly?
Yes, I think it does. I really think it does.
Always been. The U.S.
I don't think it's a surprise at all whatsoever. I found funny on how small of a hill he was willing to die on. It would have been easy
Which is
as
exactly
a U.S. government official for him to be like, oh yeah, I believe in Israel. If they take over Iraq, they take over Iraq.
Which is exactly why it's so outrageous. Because 10 years ago, if a U.S. official would say Israel has the divine right to the land between the Euphrates and the Nile, maybe give some disclaimer, not in modern times, blah, 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 blah. There will be like condemnation or clarification from official spokespeople within half an hour, right? The fact that nobody from the administration came out and said, look, that's his personal belief, he doesn't represent the U.S. in any shape or form, blah, 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 blah. The fact that they didn't address it.
What's surprising about this? We know who's in office. We know this man that's in office, that's the head of the executive body of the United States government, has taken hundreds of millions of dollars of ADOSIN money. He's a wall-kissing cunt, just like Biden was, just like Obama was before him, and just like Bush was.
But didn't you find his
point
statements to be the most unhinged, fucking diabolical, crazy shit?
Oh, I think it's good.
For an ambassador,
it is good.
Like if this thing was uttered 10 years ago, the ambassador would have been recalled.
It's good for him to have said that instead of dance around it like every other politician would have. He just came out and said it.
And what happened? But Yada, what happened? He said it, and what happened? This is the point. 10 years ago, hold on, Yada.
What's going to happen from him saying it than not?
Well, look, this is a pivotal point in American history because the Republican Party has always historically been pro-Zionist, right? And now you have people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. It would have been Charlie Kirk. I think he was assassinated by someone connected to Mossad or somebody within that organization.
Okay.
But like the fact that all this shit is happening. Hold on, let me say this real quick. The fact that all this stuff is out in the open now, and you have people even on the right, basically exposing, the entrenchment of Israeli and U.S. foreign policy,
But do you know what the surprising thing is? Even if everything you're saying is true, it has never been worse for Palestinians than it is now. You people talk about like there's more awareness, Tucker Carlson. While you're talking about that, the entire West Bank is about to go through extreme ethnical cleanse. It's already started a year ago in like slow motion, but it's amplifying day by day. And the entire Jordan Valley, the Negev Desert, East Jerusalem, not to mention Gaza. I don't care how much awareness there is. The fact is that the situation on the ground has never fucking been worse, and nobody's talking about it.
No,
this is why it's so fucking annoying.
It's not that.
People talk about this anecdotal case or the other, or how Gen Z is far more aware. Respectfully, fuck your awareness, because the situation has never fucking been worse. Ever.
Look.
Ever. So while the pro-Palestinian community is patting itself on the back,
I agree with you. The suffering on the ground has never been this bad, and no one wants to see the Palestinian people suffer. That's not the case. You're making the conclusion that I'm saying it's a good thing they're exposing themselves in this way, as if they can expose themselves in this way.
I'm saying that by the time it's going to be, by the time enough people.
That's not the claim I'm making. Real quick, and Rose, real quick. All I'm saying is, I think the cat being out the bag is the biggest blessing, ultimately, for the Palestinian cause. Because in the past, if 200,000 Palestinians were killed under the Bush era or under the Clinton era, nobody would have bat an eyelash in the United States. Nobody. Truly nobody would have bat an eyelash. They would have been 100% pro-Zionist on Israel's side, and no one would have noticed. That's how the Intifada happened. That's how the Nakba happened. The Nakba happened because of that indifference. That indifference is now gone. So when Mike Huckabee comes out and says, I want Israel to conquer the Middle East and control and administrate Iraq and other regions in the Middle East, it's a beautiful thing. Why? Because it dismantles the Zionist argument completely. A U.S. official openly endorsed the opposite of the official position of the Israeli state. That is beautiful. Now that argument is gone. Now there is no, it's just self-defense. Nobody can say that. When they bomb Lebanon now, when they bomb Syria, when they eventually are going to bomb Jordan and Egypt.
What good does it does to me? What good does it does if nobody is stopping it?
When it comes to Zionists, the only good that happens with Zionism is when Zionism ends.
You're missing the point. With all that awareness, it has never been worse, and it keeps getting worse. And I don't care how many. Listen, don't interrupt. no matter how many people are aware, it keeps getting worse. Do you understand how frustrating it is? I know more people are aware, but somehow, despite all that awareness, we have never been close to a full ethnic cleanse of Palestinians and a full annexation between the river and the sea, and nobody's fucking doing anything. No one. You keep talking about awareness. You keep talking about how people are now exposed to what real Zionism is. Well, great. Where are those people? What the fuck is happening? How come if they're so aware, nobody's fucking doing shit?
Hold on, I
Do
just
you
want
know
to say
how
one
bad
thing.
it
When
is?
you say doing shit, what do you expect? You think the United States government is going to be overthrown tomorrow, and then a U.S. military invasion of Israel will save the Palestinians? As if that's what we're going for, then yeah, no one's doing shit. But the way that reality works is this. Our government is controlled by Zionist, blood-drinking, pedophilic, murderous, baby-killing monsters. 100%. And if their words expose their feelings and their true intentions, good. Because the Gen Z that we're saying, oh, so who cares if these kids, these college students can see Zionism for what it is? You don't understand the ramifications of that.
Yeah,
these
by the time Gen Z,
that we're shitting on and belittling, oh yeah, so who cares if you're aware? They're the future congressmen.
By the time,
What's with their identifications? What are their
positions of power,
they see this young.
Calm down.
This
By
is
the time they make,
Zionism.
by the time they make it to positions of power, there will be nothing left to save.
Here's the thing, okay? Let me just say this, right? You have to understand, the Israeli occupation, okay, is funded by the West primarily.
You don't need to explain it to me. You people need to understand what I'm trying to tell you.
We can't make magic happen overnight. We can't stop the occupation overnight. But the thing is, this is what needs to happen. This is the only way for those funds to dry up, for the IDF to no longer have foreign support, right? This is that turning point.
So
Unfortunately,
I agree with you. All I'm saying, what I'm trying to explain, by the time these people make it to positions of power, there will be nothing left to save. Understand how bad it is. I don't know how. I'm not sure what I'm doing wrong in communicating this, but this is nothing. We've never seen this before. What they're doing right now, with zero pushback from anyone, is unprecedented.
And it's a reality.
And Mike, what are you arguing with their identification?
The argument that there's zero pushback. Let's be real with ourselves. There are 5 million Palestinians in the West Bank. There is no way. Now, Israel can tomorrow say, look, we're going to push all the Palestinians out.
There isn't 5 million in the West Bank.
I know it sounds like a Zionist talking point. Just listen to me. Tomorrow, they can be like, we're killing every Palestinian who remains inside of quote-unquote Judea and Samaria, unquote, which the reality is the West Bank. They can say that tomorrow, but if they do, their political standing is completely gone. They've declared war on Jordan, who already is the second most water-poor nation on the planet, who will go to war and whose people will rise up in destruction of their monarchy that is holding the line. The Egyptians are walking on a knife's edge, trying to keep their people in line with them because of the extreme unrest on their southern border in the Sinai Peninsula. After a while, yes, Palestinians have suffered greatly, needlessly, through these murderous Zionist fucking rat animals. I agree with you. But you're acting like Palestinians are going to vanish off the face of the earth in 2 to 3 years' time, and Judea and Samaria, quote unquote, or the West Bank, quote unquote, whatever you want to call it, is eventually going to be 100% Israeli, and the world's going to just shrug their shoulders and say, look, it is what it is. There's no such thing as a Palestinian anymore. No, my point is, eventually, there will be that cord that snaps. The Epstein files is a fucking crack in the shield of Israelis. The statements by Mike Huckabee on Tucker Carlson is a crack. That crack's starting to show. Eventually, The entire structure, that thing that's been so solid over the
Did you know what I found out
the
yesterday?
exceptionalism of Israelis.
Do you know what I
gone.
found? Do you know what I found out yesterday?
Now the Israelis are enemies. Now the
Do you
American
know,
and
do you
Western
know, Yada,
society,
Yada, you have to let other people talk. Yada,
see them as enemies.
Yada,
It's
you
all
have
my-
to, Yada, you have to let other people talk. Indeed has been trying for like 10 minutes.
No, I was asking, he talked of the ramifications of the statements coming out of that nut job, Mike Huckabee's mouth. What are the ramifications? What ramifications are they? Where is, like Ambrose said, did anyone say anything about it?
Absolutely. Look. You're looking for the elite structure to be like, oh my God, Mike Huckabee's crazy for believing this. Look, the elite, they're walking a line. They're toe and toe. They're all Zionists. We know this. I'm not looking for Pierce Morgan to come out tomorrow and say, oh my God, Mike Huckabee, clearly I've had him on my show multiple times. You're insane for saying. He literally had, what's that lady that got nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize that's trying to conquer all of Gaza? She sat on his show in front of Pierce Morgan and told him, we want to conquer all the land from the Nile to the Euphrates. That's all Israeli land. She said it to Pierce Morgan. I'm not looking for an elite to yell. You guys are looking for some politician or some public figure to come out and say, Mike Huckabee, you're wrong, it's evil. I'm not looking for that. I don't give a fuck about that.
But Ambrose's argument is,
look, my
it
point
would be too late. It would be too late to save anything.
When is it going to be too late?
Hold up. We have to face reality here.
I don't think it's
in
never
that
going to
we
be
may
too late.
not be able. Hold up, Yada. We have to face reality here and accept that we might not be able to stop the complete destruction of Gaza. Okay, like that is a fucking reality. So more needs to happen, but unfortunately, the way things are, without starting an outright war with Israel, the only other option is to make that foreign policy so unacceptable that they're completely cut off from funding.
Look. Gaza has been completely destroyed already.
Yada, please let me talk.
Right.
Please, thank you. Look, the thing is, it's not just Gaza, and it's maybe some things that are clear to those who see it on a daily basis, but not to others. What has been happening in the past year goes far, far beyond Gaza. The West Bank is being pushed into concentration camps. We have over 40,000 displaced. Jenin, Tulkarem, Nur Shams, 47 communities in territory seized, cabinet officially annexing territories A and B. I can go into the Negev and the Jordan Valley and East Jerusalem, who's been under insane ethical cleanse. Every day there is another family that is being evacuated from a house that it had for centuries, right? And this is levels that new legislations against Palestinian 48 that is allowing the state to revoke their citizenship. This is far beyond Gaza. And what I'm trying to say is that respectfully to all those efforts and all that awareness, I'm not looking for anybody to attack and bring a military into Israel. But yesterday, for example, I discovered that Pakistan has a very solid trade relationship with Israel. Apparently, it's one of the biggest salt importers into Israel. Now, it might be a very, very small income for Pakistan to import salt to a small place like Israel, but if countries like Pakistan can't even cut off trade with Israel, then all the statements in the world, even if somebody came out and spoke against what Huckabee just said, if they keep doing, South Africa has trade relationships with Israel, Ireland, Spain, all those places that we see as somehow of a beacon of light about the Palestinian cause are fake, are fucking liars. They can't even cut off Israel financially, which would actually be the one thing that would work, right? Cut off Israel financially from the world, stop arming it. That might actually stop this psychotic show. But everybody's a fucking hypocrite, and that's my problem. So because
you're making it sound way easier than it is. Look, let's just be real. Practically, Practically speaking,
Yeah, if
Israel
Pakistan
is a
can't
real
cut
quick,
economic trade with
Ambrose.
Israel, then
Israel is a murderous, genocidal state. I know that. However, it is a state nonetheless backed by the largest, most powerful economy and military in human history. That is not the case. It's not the same. Pakistan is a U.S. ally. It also benefits from trade agreements with the United States. If it doesn't give salt to Israel, it's going to lose its most beneficiary. Its biggest beneficiary.
Then you understand.
Now the Chinese also have trade agreements with Israel.
Then you're agreeing with me. Then you understand what I mean. All the statements
we never said we disagreed with you.
What we're saying is Gen Z, respectfully, by the time they make it to positions of power, considering the rampant genocide expansion in between the river and the sea, there will be nothing left to save. So I'm not interested in we could talk about Mike Huckabee and his statements is one thing, but acknowledging reality and understand that if we don't do something to wake up the world and make it understand that it's now or fucking never. Because the occupation, it's not going to nuke Palestinians, right? It has a very nefarious way of doing that. It will slowly annex and it will slowly make their life a living hell, and more will live and more will leave until it's just small enclaves of Palestinians.
Look, I feel like
we're
talking. Look, you keep saying small enclaves. Like literally 80% of the population in Jordan aren't Palestinian people. Let's be real. They're already outside of the West Bank. They're already outside of Gaza. They're living in Egypt. They're living in Jordan. They're living in Lebanon. They're living in all these outside nations waiting to come home. If every single Palestinian in the West Bank, every single Palestinian in Gaza were forced out or killed, that doesn't mean Palestine is gone. It just means eventually there will be a point, a breaking
point. In 300, 400 years.
Please, I listen to you. Please listen to me. All I'm saying is, eventually that breaking point for Israel, the nation that has the backing of the United States government, who's already under so much financial turmoil and division that most of its population for the first time in Israel's history is against Israel, is getting to this breaking point where Israel, it's now or never for them. Even if they take the West Bank fully and every Palestinian is gone and moved out into Jordan and into Lebanon and into Syria and into Iraq and into Kuwait and into all these Arab neighboring nations, their breaking point for them to do that will shift the balance of support, not just in the Middle East, but in Asia and in Europe and in North America and in South America, more than it already has. Now it won't be just the students, it'll be titans of industry. These students go through levels. Right now they're just college students. Right now they're just laborers. They're just regular people. Eventually they'll move up to the managerial positions, the supervisors, the CEOs, the politicians. All the new generation coming up see Israel for what it is. And when that breaking point comes, it doesn't matter if they have the West Bank and Gaza.
Okay, can we tone down on
now
the
think of it like this. It's like a long burn version of the Second World War. There was a point where Germany had France, and it had Belgium, and it had Austria, and it had most of Russia, and it conquered those regions, and it pushed the Russians into Czechoslovakia, and it had it. But eventually they got crushed. And when they got crushed, came back into the rightful place. And that's what will happen to Israel. But when it happens to Israel, this is the death rows.
Enough, calm down.
Respectfully
to the ethos, respectfully
to all that. You want it to be in 2 years what happens in 20.
But again, respectfully, I don't want to wait 20 years. I don't.
You have to is the point.
Hold up. No. Look, I don't think people understand how pivotal the U.S. is a player in this game. Because look, what has it been?
I think that you guys don't want to face reality. So I think you guys So you don't
have
want to
to wait
face
for our
reality.
kids to grow
Don't
up
understand.
and run the country. The people who are powerful in the U.S. right now are turning against Israel. Okay, we don't necessarily have to wait for, the
You
new
need to
generation to
understand
rule
how
the U.S.
the occupation works. You don't get it. They have a way of doing this. This is why the management of the conflict, right? They slowly do it, and every time they reach a new level, they stop, they normalize it, and then they take it up another notch, and another notch, and another notch. And this is how we normalized annexing the entire fucking West Bank. This is how we normalized the Nakba. This is how they normalized everything. By the time 20 years will pass, they will have created such a facade that nobody will care. This is how they do it. And this is a turning point, right? The world has never given Israel more impunity than it has now. Because like it or not, along with that awareness, there is another side that was awakened, and it's a far more dangerous Mike Huckabee kind of side, and they are also vocal. And the problem is that right now, this side is giving Israel enough impunity, at least for the foreseeable future, to do whatever the fuck it wants. So, no, of course Palestinians are not going to go.
Not the foreseeable
Understand?
future
No,
for the first
but
time.
again, you don't understand how this works. This will be so difficult to if we let it go on. And the world is not fucking waking up. Because they do it in small steps that the world is not aware of.
No, let me ask you this, M. Rose. If Palestinians leave the West Bank or are forced out from the West Bank and Gaza, is your argument that there's no such thing as a Palestinian cause after that?
No. Who said that?
No,
My argument is that there will be a
Palestinian cause.
There will always be a Palestinian cause, but it doesn't. I don't want it to go to regret point where it will take centuries to undo it. And this is where we're at now.
Hold on, Emerald. Hold on, y'all. Do you think that we're going to forget? Okay, I understand the history of the occupation. I understand that they ramp down and then it comes back around worse every single time, every 5 years or 6 years or 8 years or whatever the fuck it takes. Okay, but the thing is, every other time in history that happened, nobody was paying attention. Okay, a small minority of people were paying attention. Now it's the whole fucking world. And the U.S., who has been fucking so brainwashed for like 60, 70 years, are finally waking up. I don't think we're going to go back to a point where we just say, oh, we have a ceasefire. Everything's fucking honky-dory. Everything's okay. No, people are going to wake the fuck up. You know, if they ramp down, that's an opportunity for us to fucking make arrests, to take things to international courts, to actually hold people accountable, to actually do something. I honestly think this might be the next step. Okay, like we can't hide shit anymore. People don't fucking forget like they used to. You know, people are paying attention. And I don't know. I mean, like, I support a war against Israel. I mean, we've fucking had so many unjust wars over the past few decades. Why wouldn't I support a war against Israel? But the point is, that might not even be necessary. Okay, so many people are boycotting Israel. So many people are not doing business with anybody who's Zionist or has any Zionist ties. You know, Europe is pulling its funding. Okay, the U.S. is the biggest financial supporter of Israel. They cannot survive. The IDF cannot operate without our support. So if it becomes unpopular enough, and I believe it will, then, you know, the IDF is going to be sucked dry of resources, and they won't be able to continue their occupation.
100%. That's all I'm saying. Look, Israel is not a nation that creates its own fortune. It doesn't have any natural resources the world wants. No one gives a fuck about Israeli olives and dates. Every nation on earth, the United States, Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, England, every single one of them back themselves by two things. Either they have immense military power and financial influence, or they have natural resources the world needs. Israel, on paper, has none of this. So the United States, which is where the most powerful Israeli Zionists, the most powerful people, the most powerful Israelis that keep the Israeli state afloat, they don't live in Israel. They live in America, where all the military power, the financial influence, and the resources are. If that is severed, that little tether breaks. I celebrate what my country said, not because I agree with it, but because it represents a break in that tether.
Respectfully to the passion and the motivation, which I appreciate, and the level of investment, I really, it's amazing. But you people need to come back to reality. I'm trying, and I'm not saying this because I enjoy this, right? I don't know how to explain to you that this is not good. Everything you're saying
nothing about it is good. It's better than what it was.
Yada, you have to try and listen. Please. Trust me, I know enough to know what I'm talking about. Everything you're saying is a very macro, borderline philosophical predictions. What I'm talking about what is happening on a day-to-day basis, and nobody is stopping it. And the way this occupation has done...
Nobody's talking about it.
Okay, never mind.
But she said nobody's stopping it.
But just please tell me that Israel has more support today than it did 20 years ago. Can you make that clear?
Yada, can I interject for a second?
Sure.
I've been listening to you and Emrose, and I think you guys both understand the danger, but different timelines, okay? You're looking at it from more, you're saying, in order to stifle this regime, the Zionist regime, we basically, it comes down to America, and within America, it has to come down to basically Gen Z getting into places of power later on. What Emrose is saying is equally in terms of alertness, but saying, hey, if we wait till that long, we may undue damage may be done by that point. So here's my question for you two: why can't we work on parallel paths? Why is it either or? Why should we not at this time figure out, okay, Emrose, what are your suggestions for preventing the West Bank from going through while simultaneously looking at what Yada is saying about the long-term approach? I don't see why it has to be either or. It could be Embrose's approach for the short term and Yada's for the long term.
What I'm trying to say is, look, we have a group, we talk every day. I think it was about 6 months ago, we had a low point, and we realized we need to change approach, because it became like a whack-a-mole, right? Every day we had more and more fires breaking out, like metaphorical fires, right? If we were focusing on Gaza, all of a sudden at the beginning of 2025, we realized they're shifting to the West Bank. And then we saw almost a daily situation in East Jerusalem. And all of a sudden the Jordan Valley started getting bizarre legislation that effectively erased some of the Bedouin Palestinian communities there. Then everywhere, and it became we were becoming frantic, right? We didn't have enough people to send for protective presence. We couldn't get enough people to work on petitions to counter. So it became overwhelming. We stopped and we said, okay, what now? And then we realized we needed to change course. And the objective right now, and I know it's going to sound a bit maybe childish, is to protect Palestinians, right? We're no longer about what's normalization, don't normalize, whatever. Like, we used to be against voting in Israeli elections, right? Don't be part of the game, of the system. But it's gotten so bad that we've shifted to, okay, we need to give Palestinians as much power as we can in parliament, because we need to push back in any way we can, because they're expanding the genocide and the ethnic cleanse to 48 too now. So it became like, instead of a big Palestinian cause, it's like, okay, we need to in a fragmented way push back against every fire that breaks out. So protect as many Palestinians as you can, and get as many Jewish diaspora to reject Zionism. But you don't understand how bad it is, because the way the occupation works is they will push. At some point, somebody might stop them, but they will achieve a lot by the time that happens. And then they will normalize, and they will make the new situation the status quo. And then within 10 years, another small cycle will happen, and another small cycle will happen. And they will normalize the management of the occupation until it becomes the de facto reality, and there will be no point in pushing back anymore, at least not in, let's say, the next century. And this is what we're seeing in the past year is unprecedented. And this is no longer about the long term. If we don't stop the short term, the long term will not take 20 years, it will take 200.
Okay, so Emrose, let's go ahead and go with your premise. Okay, so give everybody in the room, most of us don't live in Israel, Palestine. Okay, what do you want us as Goy to do to help with this? What do we do?
Echo the truth. That's it. It's very, very basic. Echo the truth. Echo the no, but okay. Okay, listen. When we talk about these things, focusing on global Zionism, and I understand that for the international community, that is important. But if we don't talk about the individual situations, then I don't know, Taco. I don't know. Come to Protective Presence. There are foreign volunteers that come. They come here for a month or so. I can give you various names of organizations. Simply having foreigners, Westerners mostly, sitting with them, with Palestinian community is so. We have so much requests for Protective Presence that there was one of the families that my friend Oni works with. Yesterday had her house burned down just because there was one night that we didn't have enough people to send. One night, and they burned the whole place down. So you see, this is the level of things that we're trying to do.
I've been listening for, hang on a second, I've been listening for a while with you and Yara, right? If I may. Both things can be true, Ambrose. The slow action, or whatever you want to call it, with Tucker Carlson, they're both idiots according to you. And if they have 2 million followers or 3 million followers, why not, maybe get some people to change their mind about Israel-Palestine? That's a good way to go about it, right?
I agree, but I would.
No. So both things can be true. You see, you can't take away the credit from what Tucker Carlson is doing, even though we have difference of opinion. Same thing with Piers Morgan. All of a sudden, he agrees that. What I'm saying is, look, he's got his own following: 2 million, 4 million, 5 million, whatever. If we can get even freaking like 50 people to get their mind changed about Israel-Palestine and become more pro-Pali, can you imagine what that effect is? Like donation, go to protest, speaking to the Congress members. So both things can be true. So I would suggest you not to take away the credit from the people that are actually, that are doing, like, even bringing awareness. Even you bringing awareness, even on Twitter Space, or I'm bringing awareness on the Clubhouse.
Amir, all I'm saying is that I would like to see the balance shift a little bit to focus a little more on the short term and a little less on the long term, because I think that if it stays like this, we're going to lose the whole thing, right? I think
we're not going to lose it. Hang on, hang on a second, hang on. We're not going to lose it because they've been fighting for over 50 years. They're still there, right? They're not going anywhere. Right? I know the life is very tough under apartheid and occupation system. They're getting killed, butchered, and slaughtered. But these people are resilient. The Palestinians are, mashallah, resilient. They're strong, they're brave, they're doing everything they can to survive.
I know we talked about the olive oil. I know soon what I'm saying, and the balance needs to be shifted so that people are also aware of violent situations and not just the global
But they can do whatever their country, like in their country. So I'm in America. Right? Everybody has their own responsibilities. Everybody's working from paycheck to paycheck. They can only do so much. There's a limit there. You see what I'm saying, Ambrose? So people that live in America, if you look into the majority of it, it's like living paycheck to paycheck, right? And what they're doing is they can bring awareness to things, talk about it, donate money, go to the protest. They can't fly out to Israel, and I would never fucking fly out to Israel. In my whole life, I would never fly out to Israel.
I'm sorry. I'm desperate, and I'm not talking about flying to Israel. I'm talking about flying to Palestinian territories. But
how do you get there? Do you get there through Israel, or do you get there through Jordan?
Through Jordan.
That's the Jordans not going to give us hard time?
Hold on. Emerald, let me ask you a very important
You
question.
do it for specific organizations.
This is an important question, okay? I know for a fact I'm not going to get into Israel because I've been vocal in the past. I've been vocal about this for over 10 years. There is no fucking way they're going to let me into Israel. Now, if I go through Jordan, right? Okay, remember what this flotilla tried to do, right? Obviously, they got turned away. If there is a way for people who are to get into the Palestinian territories from Jordan, like, this is information that you need to share with people. So I'm interested for sure.
For example, you said that you have Jewish heritage, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be easier for someone like you to do it, for example, right? A lot of the foreign volunteers are Jewish diaspora because it is easier for them to do it. They use their privilege to do it. So this is one thing that a lot of Jewish diaspora can utilize. It will be a lot more difficult for, like, Edward would never be able to do it. I doubt Z would be, or Amir would be able to do it, right? But someone like you can actually do it, or someone like Buttercup, for example, right? And don't get me wrong, this is a huge thing to ask of people, right? It's living in rough conditions, in a dangerous situation. You have to be mentally strong for this. A lot of the people, like there's a certain European volunteer in the past month. His profession is a firefighter, right? So this is. A lot of the people who do protective presence are awakened anti-Zionists that used to be in the IDF. And these are strong men who know how the IDF work and can deal with them. But the point is that we've gotten to the place where we're simply, like, I've been trying to help. There's a campaign, one of the NGOs that I work with is pushing Physicians for Human Rights, which is about opening a humanitarian corridor between Gaza and the West Bank. Do you know how many people we have contacted trying to get this campaign viral? Do you know how many people I have told that? Nothing. The most basic thing, right? Just move Palestinians that are critically ill from one Palestinian territory to the other. Israel won't allow it. We've talked to the Guardian, BBC, like, we can't get anybody to bite. This is the level of desperation that we're at. We're literally trying to save every possible life that we can.
I hear that. Can I ask you one very simple question?
Sorry if I sound desperate.
No. It's a desperate situation, and it disgusts me. Like, nobody.
I'm really sorry if I was rude to anyone.
No, you're okay, Rose. Like, I respect your passion, and I respect your work, and I absolutely understand where you're coming from, sister, 100%. But I have to ask you this question. I have to. You said a statement a second ago where we are focusing more on the long term, where the short term is far more critical. Can I ask you I told you where my breaking point is, where the breaking point I'm hoping for. I've articulated that. Can you articulate to me, in the short term, what's the breaking point where you're like, if we pass this point, then it's over. Then best case scenario, it'll be 100 years to reverse it. Where's that breaking point in your mind?
Is it when?
I think it happened a week ago.
So it already passed.
I think so. Yeah, I think it happened a week ago.
No, articulate like
So
seriously.
we've been.
Seriously,
So
not
I
speculation.
remember. No. I remember the beginning of 2025. We were sitting in one of our anti-Zionist Hebrew spaces, and again, I don't want you people to figure out. A lot of the people there were Zionists, and they did serve in the IDF. And we were talking about, like, we were looking at everything that was starting to happen in the West Bank, especially territories A and B. And two of the people in the group said, "Wait, we know this," and they were there during the last West Bank big operation, right? And they said, "This is exactly it. They're going after the West Bank," and that is when we started focusing and gathering the information about what's happening there. Statements that nobody noticed, and we realized what was happening, and we have been talking about it, trying to scream about it, and when the security cabinet passed, there were a few incidents. So the first one was when Bezalel Smotrich declared that they're resettling a place. That they're resettling a place called Chomish. Chomish was like a legendary settlement because it was one of the four that was erased during the disengagement. The disengagement was from Gaza and from four settlements of the West Bank that were evacuated. One of them was Chomish. The second that Smotrich declared Chomish a newly established, legal or not, right, settlement, that's when we started seeing the turning points. When the Security Cabinet officially passed the decision to annex civil intervention within A and B territories, that is officially saying we are no longer obligated for Oslo. And since there was almost no pushback on it, then I think that to me was the turning point.
That's amazing. Destroying Oslo.
So to me, that's what we have been screaming about this for over a year. I don't know if you remember, I came here, like I started coming here about a month ago, and every day I said, look at the West Bank, look at the West Bank, look at the West Bank.
We are looking at the West Bank.
Look, real quick, Emrose, hold on, Z.
In 2017.
Please.
Does that answer the question, Yada?
No, it does not, because you have failed to understand the gravity of what I asked you. I did not ask what you saw. Like, I respect how you articulated certain flashpoints in the history that led up to this point, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking you what you believe is the point of no return. You say it's in the short term. I'm articulated earlier that I believe that the war and the fight for the Palestinian cause cannot be ended just based on the land of Gaza and the land of the West Bank. That even if all these lands are taken and culled, like the filthy rat Zionists want to do, it still will not end the Palestinian cause. I've articulated clearly what is your
Hold on, let me communicate to Emrose what you're trying to say. So Emrose, I think what Yada's trying to say is at what point would you just say, now there's really no more point in fighting.
It's
like that's what he means by breaking point, where it's like you're like, now there's no reason for us to even try to fight for it. I know you said there's always gonna be he tried to ask for it about a roundabout way and say, are you saying that there's going to be a time where you don't need to fight for the Palestinian cause anymore? But that's kind of what he's trying to say.
I think this is where we're at. I think we stopped fighting for the liberation of Palestine, and we started fighting for the existence of Palestinians between the river and the sea. Okay. It's no longer about liberating Palestine. It's about making sure Palestinians stay and live between the river and the sea.
Okay, let me reframe that question. Is there a way, at what point would you give up on the West Bank, is what I'm trying to say, I guess.
Give up on the West Bank?
Yeah, so you said right now the Knesset has passed some laws which allow it to ignore Oslo Accords and to formally start slowly, like frog soup, basically taking over all of area ABC within the West Bank. Okay. Yeah. So the question is, at what point do you think would be that like West Bank would be a lost cause? I mean, I know none of us has control.
I think we're really close. We're really close.
Okay.
It's like on a breaking point.
Okay, so then to articulate your position, my understanding is what you're saying is that the West Bank may also already be a lost cause. Right now, we're just trying to find a way to get Palestinians to have rights even after Israel fully annexes all of like Gaza and the West Bank, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Yada, what do you think?
I think I understand her point a little clearer. However, it really doesn't negate like there's political ramifications, there's societal ramifications, there's historical ramifications that need to be taken into account to ignore the fact that throughout the entire history of this demonic experiment called Israel, throughout its entire history, we are now living in the very first point, the very first flashpoint where the majority of the populace of the nations that have propped it up, the majority of Brits, the majority of the French, the majority of the Americans, those who have put blood, sweat, tears, material support, political support behind the existence of this demonic entity, for the first time, their youth completely rejected, if not at least halfway rejected. I would say half of their youth. It's never happened before. Never. And to say that that's meaningless because we're already beyond the breaking point and Palestine's already gone, if in 2 years there's no Palestinian state, then the game is over, which is what I'm kind of hearing from your argument, Ambrose. I think that kind of shits on the monumental precedence of what we're seeing. So when Mike fucking Huckabee, the goddamn ambassador to the Israeli state, comes out and publicly endorses this Greater Israel policy, where Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt become sovereignly administered by foreign. Real quick, M. Rose, let me finish. Where these people administer these states, where the ambassador of the United States is openly advocating for that. If you don't see that as a clear sign of the death throes of this ideology, I don't know what to tell you.
I would rather conversation.
Richard makes them believe the same thing. He would never say it out loud. That's all I'm saying.
I would rather conversation like these. I would want a bigger part of these type of conversations to be about a humanitarian corridor and about Mike Huckabee's insane statements. Not that they're not important, but
I feel like you're focusing on survival.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, but when is the death? Where's the point of death? You can't even articulate. This is where Palestine dies. But you're focusing on
Palestine will never die.
No one knows that.
The only way to focus
Palestine,
on the survival
stop talking with the, listen, this melodramatic, like ethos kind of speeches. Come back to the ground, okay? There are 18,000 critical patients in Gaza that we need to save. There are 42,000 people that have been displaced from the northern part of the West Bank. There are 45 communities erased from Territory C. Respectfully to the ethos and the melodramatic speeches, I need people to talk about how to get those critical patients from Gaza to the West Bank. A little bit more than they talk about Mike Huckabee.
Okay, Emrose, can you
what happens? No,
hold on.
Can we stop for a second, because this just becomes some stupid philosophical debate. If we hold on, Yada, you've been like yapping for so long.
Soul, please let me say this point. Emrose,
you're never gonna stop, dog.
Yada, let us bridge the gap. I know what you're trying to say, Yada. I know what you're trying to say. Let me bridge the gap here, okay?
You don't fucking see
Emrose, Chill, bro, chill. M. Rose, give us some practical steps we can do. Are there charities? Are there organizations we can donate to?
Yeah,
Let's
so
be practical.
again, so I
Give
said
some
there's a
links or give
campaign.
some suggestions.
I said there's
please.
a campaign by Physicians for Human Rights and backed by a few well-known activists. The campaign is about opening a sharing corridor. It's being led and promoted by a doctor from Nasser Hospital and the physician from Human Rights. I will put the link in the comments. It has an Arabic petition, a Hebrew, and an English one, and it simply petitions for the world to force Israel to let Palestinians go from Gaza to the West Bank. 18,000 critical patients that can and should be treated within Palestine. And all we're asking is for a corridor to allow them to move from point A to point B. Very simple.
Rose, okay, is airlifting?
How does that help?
Is airlifting an option?
No, it's not. It's a 40-minute bus drive, Saul. That's it.
Yeah. But
That's it.
But here's the thing: if there's a blockade, they're not going to let people through.
Which is exactly why we would need people like you to talk about it. So imagine politicians, Congress, members of Congress saying, okay, guys, like you need to let these people go from point A to point B. It's a 40-minute bus drive. That's it. From Gaza to the West Bank, a 40-minute bus drive, and these people will have their lives saved. That's it. I'll put the link in the comments. Like, if people spend a little bit more time bringing awareness to things like that, we might actually save some children.
My question to you: will Israel allow them to go to West Bank?
That's what Israel is not allowing it. This is why we're petitioning the world about it.
So we can sit here talk about it, but Israel is the culprit, the occupation. We talked about this a long time ago. I actually talked about. Hold on a second, Saul, please. So no, hold on. We talked about this a long time ago when I first started opening up rooms. I actually talked to Jindib about this a long time ago. I'm like, would they allow people from Gaza into the West Bank? He said, hell no. You have to get special permits to, to be able to go to the doctor or something in the West Bank, and it's really disturbing. But I don't know. I think you're coming from a different angle. I think maybe you're not understanding what Yada said earlier, or what I said, Emrose, respectfully. I think both things can be true, bringing awareness and going over there personally and doing what needs to be done. But at the same time, Israel doesn't give two fucks whether you're American, Canadian, or Japanese, or whatever the fuck you are. They will kill you, and they will butcher you and slaughter you. It doesn't matter. We seen an American boy from Florida. He owned an ice cream shop in Tampa. He flew over there. He was sitting in his porch in the West Bank, right? And these motherfucking settlers, these terrorists, Zionist fuckface, they came on his property, tried to steal his olive tree or whatever, and then they tried to set up a tent. And guess what? You know the story, right? And what happened to him? They beat him to death.
Amir, I'll give you an example that is very tragic, but Hussam Abu Safir, right? He's an icon. And the fact that he's an icon is both a blessing and a curse. Because on the one hand, it means that he's probably getting beaten and tortured pretty badly. On the other hand, because he's an icon, that gives him a certain level of impunity. Because if something happens to him, this would break out and would be an international situation. This is why we always say, don't stop talking about Hussam Abu Safia. It's the same thing. If things like this petition, like this corridor, manages to go viral among Gen Zs on TikTok and like really go viral to the point where media, Piers Morgan talks about it, and then a Congress member talks about it. This might create enough pressure. We did it with the water campaign, and it was half successful because it managed to create enough pressure, along with pressure from other situations, to get something done. But this is where communities like these can be extremely valuable if utilized the right way. I put the link into chat. You guys can do with it whatever you want, but
I wanted to say I do agree with both sides. I do agree with M. Rose in terms of having a solution, and it may or may not work.
I'm sorry, define solution before you use that word without.
No problem. No worries. I'll define it. The link that she posted regarding Doctors Without Borders, signing the petition to put pressure on the U.S. and Israel to allow Palestinians to go from Gaza to the West Bank to get medical care. I think that's
and that's a solution to what?
To getting their medical care.
18,000 critical cases that lives, whose lives can be saved. That's
And that's.
Hold on. Can I?
Well, let me. Can I?
Edward, please.
Okay. Can I finish? I was talking. So having solutions like this on the table is very helpful. Because it brings what's happening to the Palestinians down to reality. We have two tracks here. We have the political track, meaning the global track. Israel is occupying the Palestinians and getting rid of the occupation. That's one thing. But at the same time, the micro level of helping Palestinians that need help. As the macro level track pans out, but having various, not just one, but multiple projects like this, where you're helping Palestinians and helping to slow down what Israel is attempting to do, especially if you have more than one project going at the same time, and it builds pressure on Israel and still brings awareness to people.
It saves lives, Edward.
Absolutely, it saves lives. It's a practical solution where you're actually saving lives. It could be, this project here, which is good, and then if you add on top of it a project like for water. I know you've done one already, Rose, but something else when it comes to water, something about helping to ease restrictions in the West Bank for people to get to work or school. Things like this matter to Palestinians on the ground. So projects like this matter.
Look,
and they save lives.
I agree, but
my argument is,
hold on.
Please. My argument is you guys are advocating for the body to take cough medication for the flu. Yeah, coughing is painful. It sucks. Taking cough medication may alleviate the symptom of coughing, but you still have the fucking flu. I'm saying
we can
flu medication.
But what's wrong with this program? What's wrong with
nothing wrong with doing both.
Exactly. No, I agree with you. There's nothing wrong with doing both.
But can I say something?
Yeah, but if you have a fever because of the flu and you don't make sure to bring that fever down, you might die.
Okay.
So we need to start by breaking the fever, so that we don't die of the fever, so that we can actually heal from the flu.
It was a simple analogy to articulate what I'm talking about. Is the source cause of the symptom. The suffering of the Palestinians who can't make it across the border to get the necessary medical attention in the West Bank is the filthy rat Zionist cause.
Okay, we don't need another speech because we're trying to talk about solutions. So this is why I wanted to say something, okay? No, I'm just saying, okay, I understand from Gaza to the West Bank is a 40-minute bus ride. However, who knows how long it'll take them to actually allow people to make that trip. So I'm saying it's probably more viable for people to be airlifted to neighboring countries or for doctors to be sent to Gaza, which I know there already are. So I'm not saying don't support putting pressure to, allow people to be transported from Gaza to the West Bank. But at this point, it's so urgent.
There's nothing wrong with wanting that. What's stopping it?
Yeah.
Who's saying no?
What I'm saying is,
who's saying no to
it? Might be a less viable solution short term.
No, it's
than
not
to just
that.
airlift people to neighboring countries. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying I think we should focus on getting people medical care.
I want you to
while
just
they're
be
in Gaza.
honest.
Bro, let me finish. I'm just saying there needs to be people also focusing on just getting medical care to Gaza or getting the people who are injured out of Gaza to a neighboring country that can actually.
So we don't want them to go to neighboring countries. There's no reason for that. They have perfectly modernized, well-equipped hospitals in Palestine, right? They don't need to go to a neighboring country. And bringing in physicians into Gaza, as important as it might be, is not relevant when we're talking about critical patients, cancer patients, kidney patients, other forms of critical diagnosis. This is not what when we bring people into Gaza, it's mostly for emergency care, right? Surgeons, trauma physicians. We're talking about people that need specialized care, and which they can and should be given in Palestine. It's a very basic request. And the thing is that we need to save lives. We don't want to ship them outside of Palestine. There's no reason to do that. A perfectly modernized, professional, high-quality hospital is 40-minute drive away. That's all
I understand
Israel
that, but
has
if
to say
Israel
yes to.
doesn't let it happen, you can't. Look, I don't know how many signatures.
But they wouldn't let airlifting happen. If they won't let this happen, they're not going to let airlift. I mean, they're really strict on, allowing Palestinians to leave.
We've seen situations where these things go viral and things budge. And all I'm saying, it's not a high chance that something will happen. But what if 10% of the people that talk about Israel-Palestine spoke about this corridor 30% of the time, right? These things can go viral, and these communities are not utilized the right way.
Bruce,
Do you understand
I have a question for you. This whole Palestinian-Israeli cause, it did go viral. Even the Piers Morgan, right, that idiot, the Zionist scumbag, he changed his position a little bit, and he went back and forth. I mean, you see Tucker Carlson, he was Islamophobe before. All of a sudden, he became sort of like pro-Palestine, sort of. So you see all of these things, right? There's a lot of pressure, but the U.S. president, we have the pedophile, right? Not only a pedo, he's a freaking Zionist scumbag, right? We can do the, we can do the petition, we can bring awareness to the community, but the biggest hurdle I see, right, in my opinion, it's actually the occupation. Look, I agree with you. Look, hold on. I support you, what you're doing, right? And I really appreciate it for what you're doing for the people over there, right? It breaks my heart to see these people, suffering and whatnot. But at the same time, I'm going after the bigger part. I have a problem with the big part, which is the fucking occupation.
And I'm asking you to help us. I'm asking you to help us with the small things on the ground, which I don't think are small at all. I don't think 18,000 people is a small thing at all. All I'm saying, can you help us with these things a little bit more sometimes? Because we really want to save these people. We really, really, really want to save them. And they really, really want to live.
I understand, but the problem is, let's say we go past that, right? We go make it wire or whatever, but at the end of the day, it's in Israeli hands and American hands, right? A lot of times they don't even accept it. I mean, look at the biggest issue I have. They could have allowed this like a long time ago when kids are suffering, when they flattened Gaza. The hospitals and whatnot. They could have done that. They could have allowed them into the West Bank. But they didn't do it. They could have allowed them into Israeli hospitals, but they didn't do it.
I think my point is clear. You guys can.
I know.
Now, all I'm saying is,
Israel is ever gonna let people.
They want to kill them. They want them to die. This is what the Israeli narrative is.
Yes, but they also need to save face. That's part of the doctrine of maintaining.
They're not saving face at all. They don't care about international law. They don't care about UN. They went after every agency out there. Not to mention, they even freaking went through America to threaten ICC officials.
Okay, so let's just give up. And stand on the sideline.
Nobody's giving up their nose.
And watch it happen. And wait until Gen Z has some power to do something. In the meantime, let's just watch them die. Yeah, that's a great idea.
I did not say watch them die. I said both things can happen. We can do, because the conversation originally started with Tucker Carlson, and you took it out of context and you turned it into, they're idiots, they're this, they're that. Both things can be true. I told you this in the beginning. Anybody that watches Tucker Carlson, bringing awareness is a big thing. People, learn about it. Some people they tend to change their position related to Palestine and Israel.
Also bring awareness to these things as well.
Emerose, you guys, listen, guys, respectfully to everyone in the room, you guys are talking past each other. You guys are trying to solve one global problem, but Emerose is doing short term. Amir and the other guy.
I'm interested in the long term and short term as well, but
fine.
Yes.
Okay, listen, guy, like you said, Amir, you said it correctly. Like, this is what I don't understand. You said it correctly. Both things can be true, right? So instead of trying to argue with each other as to whose point is more important, Amir, you give a long-term solution. There's like 10 different ways you can fight a long-term and 10 different ways you can fight a short-term. Stop trying to argue with each other, like saying like I'm more right or because of this.
No, she was trying to put down what Yada said about Tucker Carlson.
He's giving, dude, listen, guys. The problem Emerose is trying to solve is for Palestinians' existence, for practical day-to-day things like being able to get medical care, okay? That's one of the things that she is most passionate about, okay? Amir, Yada, and myself, we think, because we're not there, we don't have the expertise that Emerose has living in Israel, right? We're thinking more systematically, geopolitically, long-term. How do we go about this problem? Because we can't be there on the ground.
Taco. I need your help.
We're here to help. Just like you tell us, you put links on there. We can help there. Now, Emerose, here's how I think we can bridge this gap in this conversation, okay? Emerose, you can tell us from a long-term perspective, okay? Like what you think, if everyone who has an ounce of humanity in America who believes that the Palestinians have a right to self-determination, okay? Outside of Israel, in U.S., Europe, and so on and so forth, what do you think can be done for the long-term solution?
Sorry, Rose, before you go, Taco, will you share this ex post on your Twitter? Do you have a large Twitter following?
I don't, dude. I don't use it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. I'm building mine up now.
Which post and what?
Huh?
Which post? The Samir project?
Yeah, the one that you want to
so I just there are a lot of initiatives, but one of the most problematic things about these initiatives that a lot of them work on resources that are already inside Gaza, and one of the biggest problems that we need to bring more in.
No. My question was simple. Was just about the post itself. I was asking him to share it also. So I'm still growing my.
The Samir project it was established by two amazing, really extraordinary Palestinian women, and what they do focus on a little bit over 100 families that are in the most dire situation, and they provide everything from blankets to water to everything. Beautiful emergency clinics that they operate, like emergency dental care, and it's all. I cannot explain to you how amazing these women are. We've spoken to them a few times. If there was ever an initiative that I would full-heartedly say support with all your heart, is these two amazing women. Seriously, it's like the most special, insane project. It's insane. They're amazing. And what I wanted to say, Taco, all I'm saying is that just help us out with these things a little bit more.
And Taco asked you the question.
Ambrose, anything that you have like this, please, like you just did, put it in the chat, and anyone who feels comfortable doing can reshare it. Then we can help solve, or just do our part, whatever we can to help, those people that are suffering. Okay? And and then if you come up with some ideas of what we can do here on the American side, or the Canadian or the European side in terms of legislation, stuff like that, please let us know.
I'm trying to focus, and I've spoken to Buttercup about this, and I'm working with Chayel and a few other big activists, we want to replicate what Mamdani did with the IRA anti-Semitism definition to cancel it. We want more and more Jews to openly separate themselves from Zionism so that more public representatives will feel comfortable doing that and disengage from Israel. So I devote most of my time, my day-to-day job is about the ground, which I can't elaborate about, but this is what we do on foreign activism. That's the route that we can take to encourage as many Jews to actively reject Israel so that people feel more comfortable doing that with the fear of being labeled anti-Semitic. I think
we also have Muslims reject the Islamic regime in Iran to be equal on the both
Amir, be quiet, man. We're not talking about Iran right now. Okay, be quiet. We're talking about Palestine.
Fuck Islam then. Fuck Islam and Palestine.
Okay. Fuck yourself. Go. Your mom should have swallowed it.
Fuck the Shah.
And fuck the Shah as well. Yeah, go suck Raza Pahlavi's dick, bitch. I did retweet. I don't have a large following either. I did retweet, and I'll see.
Send it to your families. WhatsApp groups, whoever. Talk about it at work. It's really, think about it. Palestinians need to go to a Palestinian hospital. It's a 14-minute drive away. That's all the world needs to pressure on. Like, really shame Israel. Shame Israel from the most basic concept of why won't you let them take a bus from point A to point B? Shame them. Like, Israel responds to shame.
So,
I don't think Israel responds to shame, but I completely agree with you.
Look, I don't think Israel has already admitted to losing the culture war, to losing the psyop. Now they're just openly promoting
committing
genocide.
crimes. Yep.
Yeah, there's no hiding anymore. I don't think Israel really gives a shit about how terrible they look. They know who their supporters are. They know, whose pockets they're using to fund the IDF, and they know that those people don't give a fuck about their own constituents. They don't give a fuck about civilians in their own countries. The American government doesn't give a fuck about what we think, as American citizens. They've never given a fuck about us.
Okay, I'll give you an example. There was a 15-year-old Palestinian American that was taken into kidnapped, right? Administrative detention. And because he was American, and there are over, I think the last count was 280 between the ages of 14 and 16 in administrative detention. The only reason that he relatively got out fast, and we're talking about 2.5 months, was because he was American, and a lot of Palestinian Americans made a lot of noise, so somebody intervened. There are many examples of these small cases, and I know it looks like minimal to the point of non-existent, but these cases are important, and these cases, if they go viral, if they get enough attention, can create enough pressure that it won't be worth it for Israel to say no. Now, this is not a single case, right? This is big, but there's nothing to lose here. At the very best, we expose a little bit more people to the truth. At the very worst, this is the minimum that we get. At the very best, we might actually save some lives.
Do you care about lives of Iranians as well, or just the Palestinians?
Amir, not right now.
Fuck the Shah, yeah.
I said not right now. I will pivot in a bit. We're talking about actually serious issue.
Yeah, no. Fuck the Shah, right? But why?
Amir, ask yourself this question. Do you care about the Palestinians as much as you care about the Iranians?
Yeah, I do.
They're under genocide. Then why are you attacking
I do.
Amrose? She's working in Israel. Why are you attacking her?
We're talking about why this is triggered.
Calm down. Stop doing the attack. Stop. This is the problem with you, Amir. Look.
Yeah, Amir, why do you think?
Look, hold on a second. Hold on. Stop acting like a Cooney, okay? Stop doing that.
You sound like a Pakistani. If you're Pakistani, then IQ problem.
Stop acting like a Kuni mother, okay?
What's wrong?
Okay, Pakistani and then IQ problem. We cannot.
You can go suck Pakistanis' dick. Go suck the corrupted officials' dick. Go.
So, Amir, why do you think then Islam?
Okay, be quiet. It's not on you. Okay, be quiet. Attention, whore. Be quiet.
All right. So,
are you gonna shut your mouth?
Yes or no?
Shut your fucking mouth. Thank you.
Are you sad that Albanians burn mosques? Is that the only problem that you?
Can you please shut up?
It's up to you, Amir. Should I move it down? It's up to you. I'll give you two choices. Either you mute up for right now. I'm gonna give you the mic when we're done talking about Palestine, okay? Or I move you down. It's up to you.
So 2 years about Palestine. 2 years.
Do you want to bark? Do you want to bark? Do you want to bark about
Prophet Muhammad used to bark. Now.
Okay, there you go. See, the Islamophobic piece of shit. Fucking, the Pahlavi supporter cunt, the Iranian cunt. Go fuck yourself, bitch. Fucking bitch. Islamophobic piece of shit.
It's embarrassing, man.
It's better to support fucking IRGC member than, In your case, I would say I would support IRGC. Go fuck yourself. Go. Do whatever the fuck you want to do, bitch. There you go. See? Islamophobic. Let me put you on a block list and send you to the hallway, bitch. Islamophobic piece of shit. That's what happens. Bye-bye. Good luck. Your Iranian cause is not important to me more than Islam.
People on the stage, people in the audience, please do not think Amir represents all Iranians. He does not.
No, I don't. But I do like to say wild shit. I don't really give two fucks. I don't have no respect for these kind of disgusting
that the other guy here, the one you kicked out.
Yeah, not you, dude. Come on. He's not Iranian, bro. Unless he is. Whoa, that makes sense.
IRGC connection. Yes.
Okay, but you gotta give him credit for owning his shit immediately. He didn't even flinch. I own my shit. Respect.
Wait,
we're talking about Palestine right now. The idiot wants to kill. Yeah.
Wait, Emrose, I have a question for you. So, when you were talking about that legislation, or I think it was a petition, right, to allow
a humanitarian corridor.
Yeah. So, does the siege on Gaza have to end in order for that petition to pass?
No. This is why we call it a humanitarian corridor. There are videos from both a physician in Nasser Hospital from Gaza and from an Israeli doctor from Physicians for Human Rights. They explain the whole situation. 18,000 critical patients that should be evacuated into hospitals within Palestinian territories. It's a 40-minute drive. Israel refuses to allow it under all kinds of idiotic excuses you can imagine. And since it's a very basic request, right? One Palestinian territory to another. Palestinians, they don't need to go anywhere else. There are more than enough places that can treat them within Palestinian territory. And it's very basic. And Israel's not allowing it. So the petition is in English, Arabic, and Hebrew. The link is below. And please help us. Please.
Yeah, so this is really cool. I didn't know that this was happening. We have a coalition of medical universities around the United States.
But Leila, you didn't know that the people in Gaza cannot go to the West Bank?
No, I didn't know that this was going around.
No, but did you know that they could not go from Gaza?
Yeah, of course. Siege on Gaza. How are they allowed? How can they?
No, because some people don't know. Because Leila told me a long time ago that there's youngsters that are Palestinian. They don't have the knowledge.
Yeah, they don't. But no, I knew that personally. There's a siege in Gaza. Nobody can enter or exit. But I didn't know that this petition was going around. Basically, there's
recently had 32 medical professors, Israelis, that have signed it too. So we're getting some traction.
Who has to sign it in order for it to be passed?
The petition, nobody had. The more people who sign it, the better. But it's
in America, people in America can sign it.
Yeah. There's 3 versions of it. Each is advocating for a different entity. But the objective is to create international pressure to make Israel to pressure Israel to allow the corridor to open up. So we're simply talking about a few dozen buses that will each drive for about 40 minutes from point A to point B. That's it.
Okay, and is there a particular petition to fund the transportation?
The physician, no, it's all funded. The physicians have compiled the list with all their diagnosis, the name of the patients. We know everything. It's all there. And if
So
you,
this
if you
petition that you-
because
Emerald, you
but
put in the
Lala,
chat.
if you want to know more, I can put you in touch with the people within the base.
So-
like as a med student.
This petition you put in the chat, I can't. It says find your local campaign, but I put it Los Angeles. I can't seem to pull up anything.
Hold on, I'll try and look for it.
What? How do you sign this petition?
Hold on, maybe I put the wrong link.
Yeah, I don't mind signing it right now as we speak. I'll sign it right now. I'll put my autograph on it. You know.
So I'm sure you're aware there's a bunch of organizations in the United States that send doctors to like Gaza, or send doctors to like parts of the West Bank and stuff, or the south of Lebanon, like for humanitarian aid and stuff like that, and to go on medical missions. Essentially, that's the word I was looking for. So is this kind of like that? Like, are you recruiting doctors to go to the West Bank to help with this?
Not necessarily, and actually, people who volunteer themselves maybe would want to stay away from it because they legislated a new regulation about 9 months ago that anybody that this is the whole thing of the banning of the 37 humanitarian rights organizations. Because anybody that ever said anything, so I would actually advise people who volunteer themselves to avoid it. But the rest of the pro-Pal community, the rest of the world, the more signatures on it, the better.
Yeah, there was
who to avoid it.
People who volunteer
for example, a lot of people know Dr. Rosie from MSF. And she's volunteered within Gaza 3 times and now is being denied access, which they can deny based on the new legislation. So people like that, I would say stay away from it because you're just going to give them reasons to deny access. But everybody else, sign your little heart.
So if I sign the petition, does that mean that in the future I will have problems like going to medical missions and stuff like that?
Potentially, yeah, but I assume you will have problems regardless because you're Palestinian. They're never going to let you come volunteer.
I mean, no, like there are lots of Palestinian people who volunteer.
Yeah,
because
not before the legislation. You will not be able to scrub your record clean in a way that they won't find something on. Right? It's enough for a Palestinian to have a family member. Trust me. Like, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be brutal. I'm just being honest.
No. I think it's important to be honest. But
how many signatures do we need, Rose, to sort of like get Israel to change its mind? I think if we do get 7,000-8,000 signatures, would Israel consider allowing the bus from Gaza to the West Bank for medical?
Less about the number of signatures. I think it's more about making it viral, have people talk about it to the point where it's in mainstream media, where everybody is addressing it.
Right. So we need somebody. Jindip, do you have any connections in the industry? Jindip, Pierce Morgan, anybody? You know anybody? Anybody famous? What about DJ Khaled? We can get DJ Khaled.
DJ Khaled? DJ Khaled, what is wrong with you?
DJ Khaled. You know what I wanted to do, Emerald? I was trying to convince Edward.
What?
Me and Edward, we go over to DJ Khaled's house and we sit down and we have a conversation with him and see, maybe he'll change his mind. Because I think you need to have a conversation. I think a Palestinian on Palestinian needs to have that conversation, It's about that time.
Okay.
Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What about have you talked to Alana Hadid, Amrose?
To who?
Alana Hadid. She was on this app, and she was active on Twitter as well.
No idea who that is.
You don't. Yeah, okay. Do you know their family? The story of their family story?
Like Gigi Hadid and those people?
Yeah, Gigi Hadid is Alana Hadid is Gigi Hadid's sister.
Older sister.
Yeah, she was on here.
I know a little bit about his story.
Yeah, she was on
I know
this
the story
clubhouse.
of the father a little bit, but
Yeah,
nothing.
Alana Hadid was on this app, and Gigi Hadid and the father. Their story is they allowed the Jewish people into their house and whatnot, and I think the grandmother was pregnant or whatever with her father, and they went to the hospital to actually they gave refuge to the Jews, into their house, and at one point the water broke. They had to run to the hospital. And when they came back with the baby, they weren't even allowed back into their own house.
There are many stories like that. Many stories like that.
So they even have a mosque. I think did they open a masjid or something, Layla? In one of the states, I forgot.
The Hadid family?
Yeah. Isn't there like a mosque name after the family name or something?
I think it's in Chicago. I don't know if it's that one or a different Palestinian family. I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me look it up later.
And
I put two links of two new links. One is the post on X that leads to the English petition. The other one is the actual. See if one of those work.
Let me copy it.
Hello, Amir.
Assalamualaikum. What's up, Charlie?
Good. Is it not like everybody knows that there are patients in critical condition in Palestine? I guess everybody knows that.
Yes, everybody knows.
Yes, Charlie.
Also, Amir, I just searched it up. The Hadid family, they Muhammad Hadid, they didn't necessarily build a mosque or open up a mosque in America, but they do have connections to building mosques in the U.S., like through a larger network.
Mm.
So, for example, Muhammad al-Hadid was involved in helping build a mosque and Cultural Islamic Center in Virginia in the late 80s and 1990s. The mosque was as Dar al-Hijra in Northern Virginia. It's called Dar al-Hijra, meaning house of refuge, and described it as a welcoming place to everyone.
Nice. So yeah, that's what we're talking about, Samro. So she was active on this app, Alana Hadid, right? Her sister, and they have like a massive following on Instagram and whatnot. If you can find some actors like that, or if it's impossible to get hold of Angelina Jolie. She's very pro-Pali.
No, I'm working on something with a Palestinian friend. We're just waiting for a green light from some official official people. And if it does, then we'll try to have a really big space. There is a big Hollywood star that follows me on X that started following and supporting the water campaign, which I'm hoping to get on board. And so that's what we're going. But anybody that knows anyone is
I
welcome.
can try to get to Angelina Jolie if there's not a festival or she's showing something. Because I usually get tickets pretty easily and I've got rights. And she truly is an incredible person. So
Just
I'll see
about
if there's a showing.
reposting posts.
Yeah, I did it up on Try. I already sent this link to a bunch of people. I signed it, put it on Instagram. But she was at the Rafah crossing not too long ago. I hope she has a film something coming out because she has a few things coming out. It's just she's one of those people that will talk to everybody. She doesn't rush and she has no ego. Incredible event, and it's like it wouldn't be hard getting into her. Even her Instagram page is just talking about the atrocities across the world.
The more
very
people,
notable.
Yeah, the more people.
Just people in general. And we need the algorithm to pick up on it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is where communities like these can be extremely efficient. Ace, you remember the water campaign? Like we were pushing it, and the turning point was when Nelson, out of the blue, I know everybody hates him, but I know he did it. I know he did it just because he needed to get back in the good graces of the pro-Gal community.
So do you know what happened with that, right?
But it did.
Do you know what happened with that? So he fucked up big time, and he was trying to utilize me to get good graces with the pro-Palestinian side. He was doing the chatter. He realized that there's a bigger customer, like more users who are Palestinian, because he was, So I facilitated a bunch of conversations with people that he just really, prominent people on X, and then he came to an apology, and then we had a conversation. I'm like, why don't you actually do something that's actionable? So I guess he did this, which was great. But
so you were behind it?
I don't know if I'm behind it, because I just suggested it to him.
Because after that, we made it to the Kuwaiti space with the 300,000 people, and then the IDF spokesperson picked up on it, and that was a turning point.
It went viral, and it was necessary. So this is don't worry, we'll get this out there. I'll get this into people's hands all across this app.
Do you remember the memes? Do you remember how many memes they made about it?
I know. It's gonna be one of me somewhere. Oh my god, I died.
I think
you know what? You're making somewhat of a wave when people start to do those types of things. But you were honestly instrumental and incredible. I've spoken of you before. People have even gotten to know you here, by the way. We heard about you before we met you. A lot of people did because of what you've done. And it's good.
It was not me. It was a lot of us. It was a joint. People from Taiwan, Algeria, Egypt, Yemen, Europe, Palestinians. We had people from all
everywhere. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to get this to a few people that I know that
would be amazing.
Connected with Nelson and these guys, and they might do something with it.
That's amazing. Thank you.
But I have to bite the bullet. All right, we're gonna all work together to do this. All of us. It's a group effort.
That would be amazing.
And what makes me so sick in my soul is, what do people get out of not allowing medical care? There's a list of ailments that need treatment, and they're ready to go. It doesn't cost Israel a dime. So allowing transportation.
Ace, do you remember when there was the whole humanitarian aid blockade, where they were allowing things to come into Rafah? So we actually had conversation with, this was AMP. They had a conversation with a lobby group that was actively lobbying against this congressperson in America. This congressman in America to vote on a proposition, right? And we had this meeting with that organization. We were like, why are you doing this? And essentially through that conversation, we kind of came to the conclusion that if they were to allow, the humanitarian aid to come in, then it would affirm the crimes that Israel is committing against Palestinians. And I think that this is the same exact thing. If they're not justifying it.
How would it affirm the crimes are committed against the Palestinians if they
because for example, if Israel allows these Palestinians to leave Gaza and enter the West Bank, then they would have access to news reporters. The world would know about more. They would know more about
testimonies. It's one of the
so they want to keep it under the rug. They want to keep it under the rug, and they want to bar, people from actually finding out what's happening to Ghazawis, in Gaza. Because again, only 8 to 12% of the news actually leaves there. So allowing these people to leave Gaza and go into the West Bank to receive treatment would open up a door.
Have you ever heard about the Witness Project?
Yeah. An American project, right?
It was started by an Israeli professor in Princeton called Lee Mordechai, and he's an historian, but he felt like he had to do something. So, and by now it grew to a whole team of volunteers who work on a daily basis collecting testimonies. Because the one thing that we learned from the Holocaust is that the human testimonies are the single most important thing to preserve, because that is the one thing that is unrefutable. And Israel knows that. As Jews, they know that. And they're doing everything they can. This is why when the Nazis, when the invasion of the Allies happened, one of the first things the Nazis did is they tried to bomb their own gas chambers and crematoriums. They're literally hiding evidence. This is one of the core reasons Israel is flattening Gaza, right? Hiding the evidence, making the whole place unreachable, untouchable, so nobody can even find evidence if they try. And Lala's right. Testimonies are one of the things that terrifies them more than anything. And Palestine territory is one of the only things where they will not have access to these people.
You know, Amrose, I appreciate what you're doing and I respect you, but I think maybe as an Israeli you have a very different perspective on the reality of the PR that Israel doesn't care about PR anymore. I mean, it maybe a couple years ago, but there is no PR campaign anymore with Israel and what they're doing to Gaza. They're doing it openly. You know, Netanyahu has made public statements about eliminating, and they've even admitted it's all about having a Jewish majority so that Palestinians and Arabs have representation. They don't care. They really don't care. We're beyond that point.
Look, I agree that they have a lot more impunity. I agree that they have a lot more impunity than they did before. However, and this is where I'm going to take the other side, right? There is a lot more awareness and a lot more people willing to share posts like about a humanitarian corridor, right? This is not an extreme post. This is not necessarily even I'm taking a stance post, right? It's so basically humane that we can reach a lot more people. This is the same thing was with the water campaign, right? This is why it was named H2O for Gaza, because who's going to say no to water, right? You give water, everybody deserves water. Everybody deserves medical attention. So it is, in a way, something that even if you're not politically aligned with one side or the other, even if you're confused, your instinct is to support something like this. And this can create immense public pressure. And these are, I'm sorry, we might disagree on it, but I think this is the type of pressure that Israel still responds to if it's big enough. And I think this is a really good reason to try and make it big. 18,000 people on brink of death that can be easily saved is a really good reason to push this, I think, at least.
I agree with
before you
people
being aware.
aware.
So before you continue, you do need to keep something in mind. Not too long ago, Netanyahu had a whole press meeting that we all saw, where he was willing to offer $7,000 to influencers per post, so that they're posting things that are more pro-Israel. This is recent. Even this whole buyout of TikTok by the owner of Oracle, who actually gives the most money to the IDF. So we can't say that they don't care about niche. I mean, they don't care about what they do internally, but they do care about how they perceive from the outside. If they didn't, they wouldn't be trying to change algorithms. They wouldn't be trying to buy things that were blatantly showing what's going on in Gaza, which obviously TikTok was instrumental in. And they wouldn't be offering $7,000 per post for influencers. They do care
I'm aware that this was happening, but it was more about keeping other countries, unaware of what is happening in Gaza and also what is happening in the West Bank. So it wasn't so much about, no pressure on Israel is going to make a difference. But if they're being exposed to other countries, particularly in the West, particularly English-speaking countries, right? Because anybody I know whose native language is something other than English, they know. They're already aware. But countries like the US, Canada, Australia, especially Australia, they're very pro-Zionist. This is the battleground. These countries, Western countries, the UK as well, English-speaking countries primarily, that have less immigrants. They have less exposure to the outside world. They're less aware of geopolitical issues. These are the people that Israel wants to keep unaware. But as far as internal pressure, they don't care. The
Have you
average
not
is
seen? I'm from the West. Have you not seen the level of protests on the streets? In the UK, a billion people came out. Hundreds of thousands of people came out across the US and Canada. Like the protest pressure was big. I don't know why you think that people in the West are just so insulated.
They are. When you're comparing,
What do you mean?
When you're comparing it to other countries, they absolutely are insulated.
What do you mean? What do you mean? We have the same algorithm. It's the same social media that's being delivered. We have countries that are neighboring countries to Palestine who have laws that keep protesters inside. Okay. Wait, if you talk about other countries can have more of an oppressive role about what media reaches their masses, that's not the case for so far in the West at all. If people choose to be Zionists after seeing everything, that's a different story. But I live with the West. I know this for a fact. Other countries can actually block some features, whatever, because they don't have that freedom of press or any of that. That's prevalent in the West. Just tell me how many protests have you seen that are just huge numbers that are closer to what's going on in the Middle East?
I mean, so this is what I wanted to.
Where?
just
All
say
over?
something.
All over?
All over Europe, Italy, Spain.
Because Europe is Western nations. You know, they also have been
specifically said
feeding the.
English-speaking countries are the least aware because they're the most propagandized by American media. They're the most propagandized by the monarchy in the UK.
Things so people's eyes open. Let me tell you right now, yes, people are ignorant. I'm somebody that seeks knowledge, but I'm telling you, people who had no interest in politics, they knew nothing, their algorithm showed it to them. They could not turn a blind eye. They could not know what was going on. I don't know where you live, but I'm telling you from this experience. I mean, 1 million people came out of London. Hundreds of thousands. I'm talking about in Toronto and New York, there were road closures, disruptions every single weekend for like over a year. And Leela
There's protests in my city too. There's protests in my city too. But that's the point I'm making is this, okay? I have friends all over the world, right? And all of my non-native English speaking friends, they're very much aware of the situation in Gaza and the West Bank. They're very aware of what Israel is doing. They're very, very aware. However, when it comes to my English-speaking friends, it's maybe 1 in 20. Okay, maybe. But every other person is already aware.
Yeah, so this is your anecdotal experience.
It's not anecdotal.
I'm talking sheer numbers of protest numbers. You're talking about 20 people.
But look, there's a difference between humanitarian support,
Can I just
supporting organizations, and
really
people
quickly
demonstrating in the street. Look, they don't care about
you have to understand something. You have to understand something. Number one, I just want to get this across the board. What's happening in Palestine, again, especially in Gaza, only 8 to 12% of the news actually even gets out. So nobody, except for people living in Gaza, actually really know 110% what's happening. So that's just want to scratch that across the surface. Okay. The second thing is that the United States is the country with the highest population of Palestinians in the diaspora. Okay, there are about last stat that I read was about 250,000 Palestinians in the diaspora that live in the United States. And the way that we know about what's happening in Palestine, mainly whether it's through an organizing perspective or whether it's from a perspective of news, is we know about what's happening in Palestine through the family members of these Palestinians in the diaspora about what's actually happening. I mean, there's so much propaganda in the West here, right? But we can also make an argument and say that in the people in the United United States in the West have a higher understanding about what's happening back home because there's more Palestinians in the diaspora with that many people, that have family members from Gaza, or have family members from the West Bank or from Bethlehem or any of the occupied territories and areas in Palestine or in Israel. So, I think that it's across the board. There's a single country out there that actually knows 110% what's happening in Gaza and every single, or in Palestine, and every single country has their own version of propaganda. But there is an argument that you can make that there are more people in the West, particularly in the United States, that actually know about what's happening to Palestinians in Palestine through their families. And also, if you think about the movements, right, the different legislation.
Yeah, but you said to me that a lot of a lot of young Palestinians don't have.
But they don't make up majority of the population. Again, you were talking about.
But you said they don't have knowledge about. Hang on, bro. You told me this was, I think, last week or 2 weeks. You said a lot of Palestinians, especially the young ones, don't have enough knowledge about Palestinian issue that were born and raised in America.
Yeah. I'm talking about
Palestinians. Now you're saying that they're connected to their family and.
No. This has nothing to do with the kids. I'm talking about Palestinians who have.
We weren't talking about kids. We're talking about born and raised, even the university students.
The Palestinians in the diaspora, so people who left Palestine to live in America, they have family members immigrated to America. That's the highest population. Their kids and stuff, that's secondary. I'm talking about the people who immigrated to the United States and have family members in Palestine.
Yeah, but the family members.
That was the highest amount of people. Are people from.
Okay, so sorry.
But you said
hold on.
Bangladesh.
Why are we disregarding or trying to invalidate that the English speakers are the least educated?
Hold on for a second.
So we're not talking about the running out.
Stats here. Look at the chat. The countries with the most protests for pro-Palestine. Number 1, Bangladesh 1 billion. Number 2, UK 800,000. Number 3, USA 300,000, Italy 200,000. What are you talking about?
That is nothing.
And Layla, it's not Wayne. Be quiet.
In US
bro,
numbers,
shut
that is nothing.
So just hang on, bro.
With the
Keep coming off the mic, man. Just hang on, bro. Stop.
Very emotional. Very emotional. This is worldwide numbers. Hold on. This is worldwide numbers. And Layla, it's not that there's 250,000 Palestinians and living at the West and the US that somehow helps. There's 1 million Bangladeshis who came out, 800,000 people in the UK. The egregious things that have happened, they're so harsh. It's hard to turn a blind eye. And please stop doing this rhetoric of English speaking. I looked it up, thinking maybe you were right. You're wrong. Bangladesh 1 million, the UK 800,000, USA 200,000.
So I was speaking in terms of the news, right? In terms of the things that we know about happening in Palestine. We know about this usually through the family members of Palestinians because there's so much propaganda and there's so many misinformation out there, right? So for example, when we organize and we want to know about what's actually happening in Gaza, specifically in Gaza, because again, so little news actually comes out, we usually turn to the family members or the people who have family members within Gaza to find out what's actually happening when we can reach them. So that's what I wanted to say. Population in the country that has the highest number of Palestinians who have immigrated from Palestine to a Western country is the United States. The population of people who have family members from Palestine that live in the West is the United States. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but when you said 200,000, that is less than the population of my city, which is a very small city.
What's your city?
In a very large state.
Where do you live?
Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Albuquerque, don't give a fuck about brown people, bro. What are you talking about?
That's also not a city with a lot of Palestinians.
Also, what's the point of the argument?
There are Palestinians.
The argument is so pointless. No. Listen. Hold on for a second. Do you know that Americans haven't even come out to protest for things that matter to them? They're not even out there protesting for the fucking pedophile Trump in millions.
Can we just not ignore the fact that in U.S. please let me talk. Nobody has let me talk for the last 20 minutes.
Bullshit.
It's
I'll
not
give you
for
top 4.
You know what the population is of the U.S.?
Do you know what the population is? 340 million.
340 million. So 200,000 in U.S. numbers
300,000
is nothing. That means that a
So
very small minority.
That's the point of the argument.
But that
And we are the
doesn't
biggest
hold
country
on.
in the world.
Rose,
We're the
if
most
people haven't
populated
gone out
country in
to
the
vote,
world.
if people haven't gone to protest, that doesn't mean they're
Actually, Ace, hold on a second. Hold on a second. So it's the number's actually bigger, Ace. It's not 250,000. I'll read it out to you guys. October 7, 2023 to June 7, 2024. There was about 12,400 pro-Paddy protests, 1.5 million participants, 6 times pro-Israel, 2,094% student demos peaceful. October to December 2023, 3,300 were pro-Paddy protests, 1 million plus peak early surge. Student October 2023 to May 2024, 1,360. We don't have the exact numbers on this. You see what I'm saying? So numbers.
Yes, but the point I'm making is
it's not 100,000 by the way.
No. It's total the numbers.
I have not been able
for a
to
second.
make my point.
One second, let me give me a second. The total people that protest, I know you're right, it's in the millions. This is talking about a single largest protest. But let me finish. Even if someone hasn't come to a protest physically, doesn't mean they are not educated and they know what's going on. They're utilizing social media, they're utilizing things here. Anyways.
The point is, if we ignore the problem of underrepresentation for people who are pro-Palestine in the U.S. and English-speaking countries, then we are ignoring the biggest problem in the world, which is the ignorance that exists primarily in the U.S. Okay, and if we're gonna what your nationality is, where your pride sits in your heart, I don't care. I'm an American, and I don't give a shit about my country. So I don't care about telling the truth. Yes, there are protests in Albuquerque.
Are you organizing the protests in Albuquerque?
I have not personally organized a protest.
You can't be complaining about an issue without doing anything about it.
Listen, I communicate with people all over the world, okay, including the U.S., and I educate people on Palestine all the fucking time. I am not the problem. You're pointing the finger at. It's so fucked up that we all agree, okay, we're all anti-Zionist here, but all we do is fucking shit on each other. I am telling you a reality.
So you're shitting on the people's efforts. You're shitting on it.
I am not. I don't give a fuck about your effort. I don't give a fuck about your effort. Your effort in anything.
I'm not saying it's me. I'm not saying me. Don't get rude with me. Don't get. I never said it's me. Did I fucking say me? So
let me finish.
Did I say me? Did I say me?
Why? Look.
I said, do not belittle people. Hold on for a second. There's people in Israel, like we have beautiful Amber Rose, who is such a. There's a very small minority that's doing something. Am I gonna demonize her? No. People are doing something far more than they've ever done before October 7th. And the total numbers that Mia brought forth was millions. Can people be more aware and do more? Yes, but that's not just the West. It's across the fucking world. Yes.
All I'm doing is pointing out a fact, and that the U.S. is the most pro-Israel Zionist country in the West.
You're talking about the government, right, Saul?
I'm talking about my own country that I know. I know my own country very, very well.
So government. People are have difference of opinion.
No. Civilians. Pro-Zionist civilians. We are the most pro-Zionist.
Become the mayor in a very predominant. In New York, the biggest population of Jews is in Brooklyn. And Mamdani, this is he broke history. Okay. People have shifted the time and he became.
I am happy that Mamdani was elected. Look, I'm not shitting on the efforts that people are making. I'm just pointing out that
I'll give you a survey. I'll give you a survey about more than half of that. Hold on a second. So more than half of the Americans have become anti-Israel. Do you want the survey?
Okay.
Would you deny the survey? If the survey was done, it's more than half of it. Majority is anti-Israel in America. Would you deny that? I'm talking about people and civilians.
Because that's not true for my city. That's not true for LA. That's not true for New York.
True
That's
for
not
like.
true. That's not true for Houston. That's not true for.
Even the Haredi Jews are protesting. The Jewish Peace for what's it called?
Jewish Voice for Peace.
Yes. Do you know there's? Oh my God! You're telling me that's not true for New York?
So listen, I'm telling you, there's still an issue.
Can I just say something really quickly? So as
why are we taking America's dick right now?
1 second.
We don't fuck about America.
1 second. Hold on. I feel like
you live here.
So I feel like this conversation is extremely disingenuous because, what you're saying like undermines the effort that so many people, so many college students, so many people have gone.
I'm not undermining anybody's effort.
Jail for, as a student organizer, I can tell you, I've been arrested twice.
You're so poisoned by your ego. You people are so poisoned.
Where did my ego come into this? What?
I don't give a fuck that what celebrities you know. You're over here.
I didn't even mention celebrities. I didn't even mention
Did you get burnt that I brought up Anna Jolie? Are you jelly?
I'm talking to you about protesting.
Over Angelina. God, I'm telling you
about the students that have put down their lives for this cause. You're being disingenuous by saying that this doesn't work. You know how hard and how much hard people have worked towards this movement of liberation, and for you to come on here and say that people don't care about protesting or that it doesn't work is completely disingenuous to the work that put in.
I want to go over the survey if you guys don't mind, because this is going to debunk Sol's claim. Sol is saying the civilian Americans are pro-Israel. I put the link in the chat from Pew Research, and another one is Politicio. You should check it out. They have unfavorable opinion about Israel, Americans, okay? It's more majority of the Americans are anti-Israel, okay?
Statistics are the least valid of any science.
Just look at it. Bro, look at it instead of fucking bullshit and talking out of your ass, man.
So you're 20 friends.
You asked me for some stats, I give you stats. I go based on stats, man.
20 friends are formed.
Then I want you to just relax, calm down, and think straight.
Take those surveys. Let me speak. Most Americans.
All you do is hogging the mic. I want you to concede. Go look at the survey really quick. I want you to concede. Wrong.
Americans. I don't give a shit about
you don't
surveys.
give 2 fucks. You just asking for it.
I live on the street. I talk to people.
I don't care about your anecdote. I don't care about your anecdotal experience.
I mean, that's his survey. His survey is better.
Oh my God, your anecdotal experience. You can go shove that experience up your asshole, bro. I don't give 2 fucks about that.
Nobody cares about
You're such an idiot, man. Seriously, go based on survey. We go based on fucking data, what's available to even the teenage Jewish kids. About 30 to 40% of them decide with Palestinians or, the Hamas. Do you want that survey? I can give you that survey as well.
Do you know how much people have sacrificed?
Such an idiot, man. We have idiots like him, man.
Perspective based off of your own anecdotal experience.
Don't understand shit.
So much work that people have put towards liberating Palestine in the United States. It's so disingenuous for you to come on here and say that as somebody who's been arrested twice for that's so disingenuous.
I'm shitting on people who are name dropping celebrities because I think celebrities are fucking disgusting. I know Angelina Jolie doesn't give a fuck about anybody but herself.
I think he's jealous.
Are you jealous that I've met her?
They don't give a fuck. I'm not jealous. I don't give a fuck about celebrities.
Slap the fuck out of you. Do you know what the fuck she's done for people? And all celebrities are usually pieces of shit, and I don't like any of them. This woman has adopted children out of countries that are part of. She went to the Rafah crossing. This one was talking about backing freaking Palestine October 7th. She didn't even read the contract. She lost. No, you know what I know? I'm telling you. She's saying you know what you are? You're a low testosterone bitch because women are doing more shit, and you're like, oh my God, these women are. Shut the fuck up and level up, okay? Level up. We were talking about sharing a petition and getting them.
Now you're trying to do a fucking gender war?
I'm doing it on purpose. See, I tricked you. See, I got you. See how
fuck your gender war. I don't give a shit about.
Do you see what I did? Do you see what I did? I did it I got him exactly where I wanted him. I got the reaction I wanted.
I don't care about men versus women.
Okay, hold on. Amber Rose was somebody who's talking about this, and she's done quite a bit, and she's trying to get this out there. And I think Amir said, can we get it to a big name? And I clicked, and I said something. This is not about me. Why are you getting so... How about you figure out how to get that petition out there? instead of judging, instead of critiquing.
I was the one who
fucking do something.
The information.
How? Okay, they get out there.
I was the one who
do
told Yada to shut the fuck up and stop preaching, so that Emerald could actually give us solutions. Why the fuck are you virtue
You've just come across Emeralds. Okay, you just come across. Some of us have been in this for fucking years. We're not trying to. We shouldn't be fighting each other. We're not trying to fight each other.
You're trying
to be working together. All you do is attack people. We should be working together.
You pushed me to the point where I had to talk.
I pushed you? I pushed you? Oh. You have no control over your emotions.
The average American doesn't take those surveys.
Okay.
The average American is not involved in politics and staunchly pro-Israel. Okay? Most of these people.
You should leave the public chat. It's funny. It's what fun.
I'm dying.
You and Fire.
You
and Fire. Were you trying to do some kind of conspiracy against me?
They only survey big liberal cities. That's it. They don't survey the Midwest. They don't fucking survey my city. They don't survey.
We moved on. Thank you. We moved on. I want you to concede that you were a bullshitter, and I think I should issue you a certificate, the dumbest pro-pally on this fucking app. I issued Brett a certificate, the dumbest Zionist on this app. I think I need to issue you a certificate for being a dumbest pro-pally on this app. I think I need to do that. I've been issuing these certificates for past couple months.
Say, who gives
Do you want one? And then it's gonna say my name on there. My signature is gonna be on there. Do you want it? Can we give it to you? Yeah.
Go ahead. I don't give it, man.
I should start. See, even the pro-Pali side, we have dumbasses, and then we have the pro-Israeli side. We have a lot of dumbasses.
I don't care about being cool. I don't care about being fucking popular.
Dude,
I came on the
hold on.
Driving a bulldozer.
Just because you drive a bulldozer.
You want to talk to him?
Listen, you're just bulldozing everyone around by you screaming. Calm down, man.
Calm down, man. Calm down, bro. Do you like Angelina Jolie? I like Angelina Jolie. You like her?
Poor thing.
She's cool, man. You like her?
Hi, I'm Mujindab.
Hey, Laylush, how are you?
Good, alhamdulillah. I'm trying to stay awake for Qiyam al-Layl.
Qiyam al-Layl. May God help the Layl.
You should read the chat, man.
You know what I'm there? And the only reason you don't get to me is because I'm here on the chat and you don't know me.
No. So stick around. Stick around. So your little group of cool friends, and I don't give a fuck about.
I want you to be cool. Can you be cool like us? I think you mean well.
Calm down.
It's just your delivery method is just
I don't give a shit about my fucking delivery.
Okay, so you need to get honest, dude. Need give and take.
You know
calm
how
down.
you wouldn't be pro-Palestine if it wasn't the fucking cool thing right now. I've been pro-Palestine since 2014.
He's Palestinian,
There's nothing
He
to do
doesn't
with
have a choice.
I'm not talking about the people who are Palestinian. I'm talking about the fucking people who fucking just want to ride the fucking dick train. Right?
Be quiet. There's nothing.
Is that what you're doing? Are you riding a dick?
Hold on a second. I do it. So,
and that's why you start talking shit to me.
Let's have a conversation.
That's the reality of the
Hold on a second. So, let's have a conversation man to man, right?
I'm not here educating Americans.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. There are people that are grifters. Okay? We see Black Rabbi on this app. He's a grifter. We see that there are a lot of people on this app. I even came across quite a few pro-pallies, even on Twitter Spaces, grifters, okay? They're doing it for the sake of clout, okay? And do you know that I started? Hold on a second. Hold on.
When I
started this. Hold on, bro. I'm not done. Oh my God, I'm not done. When I'm done, I'll give you the mic. Hang on. When I first started the room, the first room I had, it was only 2 or 3 people or 4 people. Ace has been with me for a long time. Do you know that even when the room would be quiet down, I would read the articles and books and whatever related to Palestine, Israel. You see what I'm saying? And I started building the community on this app, right? And we came together, and the good thing is I even brought in some Palestinians came through in this room, and they became part of the family as well, right? So I want you to become part of it as well. But the thing is, you're becoming aggressive, man. You got to calm down. Tone it down, bro.
Bro, I'm not gonna just take the disrespect because this didn't start.
I'm not disrespecting you.
No, people were disrespecting me. They were putting things in they were putting words in my mouth that I was downplaying. That the U.S. like people in the U.S. are protesting and people are spreading awareness in the U.S. I'm in the U.S. I'm spreading awareness. I've been doing this shit, like I said, since 2014.
Listen, sir, I
People that I know in this
you
movement.
mean well. I just think you're deliberate with it.
Let
Other
me
members
finish.
here
I
is
don't
just
care about my delivery. I am an asshole. I'm a fucking piece of shit. But you know what? I have morals. I have values. I don't give a fuck about what's popular. I'm not a grifter. I know for a fact that the average American is pro-Israel. Okay? That I don't give a shit what your surveys say. And the point that I'm trying to make is this. Y'all were disrespectful because I pointed out an issue, which is that the pro-Palestine movement is underrepresented in my country. That is a fact.
it is. No one disagreed with you. No one disagreed.
But yes, they did. Yes, they did. Ace disagreed with me. Okay, and I don't know who else. Lala, she left. But like those two were being mad disrespectful to me, mad disrespectful, and that's why I had to get Buck. And I don't give a shit. They started throwing all this like, oh, you don't like strong, powerful women. I never said any of that shit. Most of my friends are females. I don't fucking care.
Oh, you had to get Buck. You had to get Buck. So I set you up and you fell for it, and you're still falling for it.
Why are you? Yo, you got fucking issues, Ace.
I got issues when I speak to people like you. We are coming together to do something about it. We all can do more, but then I thought maybe you're right, so I want to check the stats. I'm like, you know what, maybe I checked the stats, I gave you the stats, Amir gave you the stats. Instead, you're like, well, I'm on the fucking ground. I saw 20 people.
Where's Mazzy?
Get the fuck out of here.
Do you think that my experience is anecdotal or not?
We give you stats. Intellectual. Honestly,
when I talk to people on the streets
I don't give a fuck. I don't
literally
care
on
what
the
you
real
do on
world,
the streets.
not on social media. I'm not on social media.
Okay, then go on the streets then. Well, come on.
That's what I've been doing.
Then go back. You're causing dissension here. We're supposed to be working together. Instead, you're also rude to Emerald as well. Well, you're on his rant. You're rude to her. You just want to start beef with people today. Calm down, take a chill pill, take a nap.
People were mad disrespectful. You were mad disrespectful.
I am mad disrespectful.
You were mad disrespectful.
No, I wasn't mad disrespectful. I was a little disrespectful. If you want me to get mad disrespectful, you won't be back on this app. I'm gonna mute my mic to save your
You have the power.
Mute my mic.
You have the power to remove me from the job.
You'll be embarrassed. You'll be embarrassed. You won't have the balls left to come back on.
You think you can remove me from this app?
Bitch,
try.
Yeah.
Bitch, try me.
Hey, dude.
Remove me from this app.
Block you from this group.
Remove me from this app.
I said you're gonna be
You
so
think you have the power?
Stop attacking Ace, bro. Stop cursing, bro. What are you on about?
How do we
Stop doing that. Stop cursing her. She did not curse at you.
She just told me she can remove me from this app.
No, I never said that. I said I can embarrass you if you don't want to come back. So don't let me get there. Listen,
and also you have no right to call her a bitch. You have absolutely no right to call her a bitch.
We're supposed to be coming together. Thank you. We're supposed to be working together.
Then don't be disrespectful. Don't turn this into a fucking gender war.
You're being disrespectful.
To set you up.
This is the same thing what you're saying. You know, they're talking about you.
Can someone just say something?
Let's talk to. We have a new person on the stage.
Can you be quiet for a few minutes? Can you be quiet so other people can say stuff?
Yes, Chandra, you want to speak or should we give it to Handsome? We have the Handsome brother here.
Okay, put the Handsome brother on.
Go on, Handsome.
Assalamu alaikum. May I add a few points that would calm these two friends down? I think either one of them has some points, but I want to bring a few issues that they may have forgotten. A year or so before, I think a year before Iraq attack happens by the U.S., 1 million people, including me, were in the streets of New York City demonstrating against going to war with Iraq. 2 million were happening in London. But what happened? It did happen. The system, I'm familiar with US and England. I don't know about the other ones. The system is set up in a way that you're free to come out and demonstrate. You can tear up your vocal cords, but then you go home and nothing happens. That you're free to, it's a democracy, so-called democracy, you can demonstrate, yes, but nothing happens. The ruling elite run the show. Also, don't forget that in the US, the most sophisticated propaganda techniques are at use. And don't forget the influence of IPAC. So even though, let's say there are 1 million people in the streets of New York, 1 million out of 300 million, I'm making it easy. I know it's 340 million. 1 out of 300, that means about 0.3%, less than 1%. So yes, a lot of people are aware of what's going on. First of all, 1 out of 5 kids goes hungry at night in the US. 50, 60 million people don't have health insurance. Even though they're aware, the US is the only country that has 30-year mortgage. That means when you buy a house, if you buy a house, you are held tight. Your balls are held tight for 30 years. They're afraid to lose their job. They may care, they may be, first of all, I think they are not as informed as others. The media is highly controlled by certain elites. So, and the role of the media in the United States, as Chris Hedges said, is to keep people underinformed and over-entertained. So even if they know a little bit, but they don't know the whole story, they are unbelievably propagandized. I just want to bring these issues to the attention of my friends. I pause. I stop here.
Thank you, Handsome. You are handsome. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, nothing you said was incorrect. That's all true. Okay, but the fact is, the U.S. is still the most Zionist Western country by far.
You're talking about civilians. I provided you stats.
I'm talking about civilians.
Are you talking about the people in America? What about the government?
How well represented?
No, answer my question. Are you talking about the people or are you talking about the government?
Yes.
Oh my God.
What is your question? What is your question?
The amount of ignorance is insane.
Amir, my question is this: how many Americans are represented in the survey versus the population of the USA? And how?
So usually the survey.
You don't think there's any bias in the survey?
No. There's a sample size. It's done by Pew Research. This is a very trusted source. They usually have like a sample size, 1,200 or 1,400 people or something, or 1,500. And what they do is they go to different parts of America and try to get the thing, a part of America, different states or whatever. And then they gather people together and they ask them for all these questions. So I put a survey in the chat. It's very detailed. You should look into it. A lot of them, they are not favorable of Israel. You should look into it.
1,500 people is a very, very small number.
That's a normal thing. That's a normal part of survey. That's how the surveys are usually taken. You should look into it.
I understand.
There's a science behind the survey that goes into the how this.
Listen, I don't follow the propaganda of.
Okay. Pew Research is propaganda. All right, cool.
It is. There's a bias. Okay. It doesn't represent real Americans. Okay.
What is a real American?
So these are illegal aliens that they're
Amir, let's ask you. What is a real American?
What do you want?
Is it Zionist? Is it somebody who protests?
People.
What is a real American?
Personally, throughout my life, Are you illegal? Taking a survey for Pew Research. I don't know a single person who's ever. I don't know a single person who's ever responded to a survey from Pew Research. A single person, right? 1,500. That's the size of my high school. Okay.
That's how they take it. This is a regular thing. Like, bro, it's small. It's sample size is 1,400 usually, or 1,300 or something.
Size is Yesol. Oh my god.
Or 1,200. That's the regular thing. Oh my god, this guy.
So you're telling me that they're gonna go around surveying every single American within the United States? Do you know what a sample size is?
It is not that difficult. Listen, I used to work for
all 34 million.
I used to work for NORC. Do you know how many people? Do you know how many people I got on the phone in a day? Like 400
big
people.
Thing, yeah. You call so many people in a day, yeah.
Look, when I worked for NORC, having people take surveys, I would get at least 10 completes in a day, right? That's just one person. NORC has all of these centers.
I want to go back. I want you to answer my question. Are you saying that the American people are Zionists or the government Zionists or the biggest supporter of Israel?
And it's easy to get a sample size larger.
He said American civilians. He said American civilians.
American civilians.
American
civilians
on average are pro-Zionist.
Majority of Americans are pro-Zionist. Is that what you're saying? Just to clarify?
I'm saying that I know a lot of people from a lot of different states in the U.S., and the majority of them are pro-Zionist.
Simple yes or no. Are you saying that majority of Americans support Israel?
I'm saying yes. Over 50% of Americans support Israel.
Where's your evidence?
The evidence is in the people that they vote for, and.
No, not all the time, because politicians are bought out, and we don't have a direct democracy. We have a representative democracy. So the way that people are elected. Hold on. The way that people are elected aren't necessarily even by, the vote of the people. Like, we look at our presidents, right? Do you know what happened during the Trump-Clinton election? Hillary Clinton got majority of the votes, but because we have an electoral college and a representative democracy, Trump ended up getting the seat. So again, just because you have somebody in power doesn't necessarily mean that they represent the people. That's why we have people lobbying actively within the United States against those congressmen and women. So calm down, please. And I need a stat of you saying that over 50% of Americans support Israel.
Hillary Clinton is a Zionist, so what's your point?
What I'm trying to explain to you is that not everybody that's elected represents the people. What I'm trying to tell you is that majority of people that get elected don't actually represent the people. That's the analogy that I'm trying to tell you because of the system of governance that we have within the United States. Again, if you're going to make a claim, you need to give evidence. Give me a stat that says a majority, 50% of Americans support Israel.
I'll do a survey for you, and I'll call 1,500 people. And
go and refute my claim, or refute Leilu's claim.
I will find a survey that surveys more than 1,500 people, because I'm sure I can find one, and I'll send.
By all means.
That's fine, but we need to. Do you know the question is?
Hold on, bro. I think you're the only person who actually gives a shit. I don't think Ace gives a shit. Because she just wants to fucking
I don't give a shit about you, you little dirty bitch, okay? You don't speak to me
I found her a long time ago. And I'm actually lucky to have people like Ace and Faya and even Emerald that she started coming on this app. And other people like Jindib and Rio, not so much. I think he's sleeping. Fawad, for sure, he was invented by Abnormal.
The worst person in the
Layla, I'm going to have to think about that. Is it a good thing or a bad thing?
She's the worst person.
Don't be a man, Mommy. You're over here telling other men to go fuck themselves, because that's cool, that's fine.
No. So the question is,
it's fucking.
You're pushing the wrong fucking.
I want to do the question. Hold on a second. The question is, so
you're pushing the wrong fucking envelope here sometimes, and sometimes sometimes you just need to calm down and understand something. Okay? So. They're not arguing with you on the basis that they do not agree with your ideas, okay? But there's a give and take in this room, and you cannot say you can't just say I don't give a shit, I don't do this. You need to calm down, okay?
I'm a good judge of character, and I can tell you who's a decent person.
We don't care. We're not here.
a second.
We're not surveying the characters.
I want to add something here really quick. So, the question of the survey I wanted out is, do civilians support Israel, right? Or how do they look at Israel? Right?
Survey. Listen,
yeah, fine. But look, hold on. The original claim was, hold on, bro. I'm not done. The original claim was, your claim was, majority of civilians in America support Israel. They're Zionists. I need you to provide me a detailed survey that says that they're Zionists, they support Israel, okay? Thank you. I did my part. I need you to do your part.
If I can't find one, I will apologize to you. If I can find one, you will apologize to me. And
okay,
then
go on.
That's it. All right?
That's cool.
All right, let's see. The guy's reasonable.
Yeah, it's reasonable.
But Lelouch is not reasonable. I know.
No, but generally the problem is, I think when the woman gets involved, I think any woman, for some reason, I don't know, some guys, they kind of start acting out of their character. I don't know, when they see a strong woman.
I think if there's a creator, and
all right, can we stop the fucking feminist propaganda?
He divined the creator, divined the world.
Hold on. You Wait. You took this conversation to an entirely different disrespectful level by calling her a bitch. You do realize that, right? So it does have to do a lot with gender because of what you called her. All right? And if you were a real man, you'd be respectful towards her. If you were a real man, you'd be respectful towards her, even if you disagreed with her.
I don't give a shit what you think a real man is. I have a dick. I'm a man. Period.
But not a.
I was born a man. I'm a man. Period.
I think Emerald wants to speak. Hang on a second. Please allow Emerald. Go on, Emerald.
Look, all I'm saying is that I think awareness is extremely important, and definitely a lot more people are aware than ever before. And that is not something to be dismissive of or minimize. It's extremely important, and I hope it just grows. I'm just saying that sometimes, at least from my perspective, we need a little bit more help on the day-to-day things. And that doesn't dismiss how important bringing awareness like what you guys do is. Just sometimes we need a little bit more help on the immediate urgent issues. That's it.
Thank you, Marud.
Yeah, and not arguing over stupid bullshit. Let's be solution oriented. And I did not bring up the gender shit. That was Ace. Okay? I only responded to it. I don't listen, I don't give a shit.
Can we please move on? This is a waste of our time.
I'm not a fucking misogynist. I don't care about.
Let's move on, man. Let's move on. Thank you.
Who has a good recipe for?
Apologize.
Amir, did the second link work for you for the petition, by the way?
I did. I filed the petition. I think even Ace filed it. I saw her name up there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So if you get 500,000 people to flood the gates of the Israeli government with that petition, maybe that will have some effect here.
We're hoping it will go viral so that it will get attention, so that people talk about it. It's not actually about the petition. It's about having a call to action, right? So we can't ask people to just talk about it. But the point is to make it go viral. And again, I want to emphasize, the easy thing about this is that you don't need people that have insane awareness. It's very basic. Move critical patients from point A to point B. Nobody should say no to that.
Rose, I had a question.
No, I copied the link, and I'm going to share it with as many people as possible. But hey, can I respond, please? Because I just pulled up the studies.
Rose, I wanted to
I'm going to link them.
ask you a question. So, So I don't know if I have plans, and I've always wanted to volunteer in Palestine or in south of Lebanon. I'm waiting. I have to either be in my third or fourth year of medical school if I want to do that, be residency, right, for most of the programs. So I'm waiting. But if I want to do that, do you believe, based off of the knowledge that you have, that it's okay or safe for me to sign the petition? Oh, I can do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And again, even if you don't share it yourself, or even you sign by it in a pseudonym, even talking about the humanitarian corridor is a step, right? Like, make the term humanitarian corridor go viral.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, love.
Can I have?
She's
I have
gonna run the
several-
world
So,
one day.
Lailush, when you gonna volunteer to pick olives in the
Can I respond?
I would love to. I'll talk to your farmer.
I was asked to look. I was given a task. I did my task. All right. I'm gonna link the studies in the chat, and then I'll just read them off. Okay. There's several of them, so give me a minute, but I'll just read them off.
Seriously,
by the way, ironically, hold on. It's not a waste of time. I was given a task. If you're gonna challenge me, I'm gonna
read it. Hold on. I can look over it and get back to you. Yeah, I can get back to you.
No. You wanted me to find the information.
Sure.
So I'm finding the information, right? All right.
I'll look at it. So I want you to mute up. Other people are speaking now. Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna look into the study. Okay. Thank you.
I have several. I'll post all of them.
I have a very good feeling that in the future, me and Ambrose are gonna have lunch somewhere.
I have a very good feeling too.
There you go. See?
I have a feeling that she's gonna run the world someday.
That what?
She's gonna run the world someday.
Oh, we are doomed. God bless.
Oh, Ambrose is gonna run the world?
No, Lailush.
Oh, Lailush. Oh, Lailush is just learning how to give an injection.
I'm gonna have to be your advisor on everything.
No, I don't mind. I actually don't mind.
Lailush is just learning how to give an injection to little kids.
You can't see it yet, but I can see it. I can see it. These are the type of women that are going to save the world.
Aren't women magical? They're just magical, aren't
yes,
they?
Yes, they are.
There you go.
Amir, I just want you to know that the second source that I pulled was actually Pew Research Center, and it said the complete opposite of what you said. 64% in support of Israel.
What was the sample?
What year?
What was the sample?
Sample size and year, please.
I don't know. I have to read the whole article.
Let's see what year this was. This was 2024, May 30th. Amir's article, is that a more recent survey? Yeah, Amir's is 2025. What is it? Yeah, his is from 2025. He has two. One that says September 29th, and then he has one that says October 3rd, 2025. So his is more research.
So the article that you said, the very first point is it that says that Americans have less confidence in Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu than Israelis have in U.S. President Joe Biden. Only 30% of U.S. adults express or a lot of confidence in Netanyahu, while around half, 53%, have not too much or no confidence in him. An additional 15% say they have not heard of him. So I don't understand. What does this prove? I think the numbers are still less than half.
I have to make sure that I sent the right.
It's still
I have to make sure that I sent the right articles.
I also don't understand why it matters.
No, but it's still less than half, so it still kind of aligns with Amir's claim.
So we're talking about the American civilians, Emrose, how they look at Israel as, do they look at it as a threat? Do they not look at it? And
I'll put it this way: it's a lot less than before, but it's still not enough. How is that?
No, I know, but majority don't support Israel. That's the thing. Because the claim was, Sol said majority of Americans support Israel. There's
I said I
But
personally
the
didn't
thing is that, by the way, hold on. I mean, the question is that when we ask in the statistical testing, you ask the question, do you support Israel? For the most people right now, supporting Israel will be a negative because of the genocide. They don't understand the full gravity or the size of the situation. They're not necessarily talking about the occupation, the apartheid, the Nakba. It's good that they're anti-genocide, but we need to understand that that is an instinctive, natural, normal result right now. That doesn't understand. That doesn't mean they are fully in the knowledge of the scope of the problem. Do you get what I'm saying?
Second, Rose, the Pew, the research that he put in was from 2024, and it was, I think it was a higher number of people in America that were pro-Israel. And Amir's is more recent, 2025, in September and October. Now the numbers are shifting, so people are gaining more awareness and they're becoming more pro-Palestinian.
But again, so you have to ask yourself, what does the question, are you supporting Israel or not, mean? For many people who will say no, which is a good thing, don't get me wrong, but in their consciousness right now, it's the genocide. The concept of that 100-year-long occupation, I'm not sure that's...
So people have started to learn. You know what, that's true, but people have become so intrigued what's going on. It's been
I agree. This is what I said. It's a lot
people
more
are
than
starting
before.
to learn more. Yeah, no, but they're starting to.
But still
I know
not
people
enough.
are doing nothing. No, I agree with you. I mean, what is it? Honestly, it's going to be enough the day the U.S. breaks its undying support for Israel and doesn't veto everything. That's the day when the government decides.
That's why we're focusing. That's what we decided to focus to give a little bit more energy to focusing on Jewish diaspora, to have them speak out against Zionism, because I think that's a major blockade for many people to speak against Israel and Zionism, the fear of being perceived as anti-Semitic. This is why I think it's so important to replicate what Mamdani did, right? Because it will remove one of the biggest blocks that people have in talking about Palestine and liberating Palestine and human rights and all of it, right? So I agree with you on that.
Wait, what did Mamdani do?
Can I just say one thing? I just wanted to say, because Ace wasn't here earlier when we were having this discussion with Yada, and I was on Yada's side that America was at a turning point, especially when we were talking about how the average conservative view in the U.S., the average Republican view has shifted from being 100% pro-Israel to a lot of people very, very suspicious of the involvement of AIPAC in our foreign policy.
So I have a problem. When I provided you the Pew research, right? I provided you the stats. You had a problem because of the sample size. What happened to the Pew? Why are you posting a Pew research again? You don't have a problem with that? It's the same amount of sample size. It's the same sample size.
It's what I was able to find. If I spend more time on
so are you going to apologize now?
I apologize.
You had a problem. You had a problem with the freaking sample size, and the latest one that I posted is 2025. Yours is a little bit older. We should go read mine.
So,
right?
Leila,
can you post it?
Stop. Leila, Eric Adams before Mamdani adopted the new IRA, they think they call it the IRA definition of anti-Semitism, which pretty much makes everything remotely anti-Israel, like a hate crime or something like that. One of the things that Mamdani did, he did cancel a lot of the former administration decrees, generally speaking, but one of them was revoking the definition, the new definition, which effectively makes it... And think about being able to replicate that in multiple places across the U.S. That's what we're aiming for.
Have you heard of Empower Change? I think they're working on this.
Maybe a lot of people in our groups like reached out to organizations that they work with, and we have like another talk in about 10 days.
I think CARE is
to see
also
where we're
working on
at.
this too. Because I know what you're talking
Maybe.
about. I was confused. I thought it was related to the humanitarian.
No, that's something else that I'm working on a different group with Shayel and Itama Weinberg and Abby, and so we're trying to replicate that action in multiple places, just to get people more comfortable in speaking up against Israel and Zionism without being accused of being like a Jewish doctor's note.
Yeah. No. I thought this was. Sorry, I thought Mamdani did something in regards to what we wrote.
No, that's I'm working on multiple projects.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Like, he did that. Like, I think like the second or third day that he got after he got sworn in.
He revoked a lot of the Adams things, but this was one of them. And he couldn't have done it if he didn't have major support in the Jewish community in New York, which makes me very proud of them.
I know for a fact Empower Change is working on that, because here in Los Angeles, not really Los Angeles, but like Orange County.
If it's in Los Angeles, it's more than likely because one of my major partners on this is Shayel Ben Ephraim, and he's an LA Jew. And he's been working on this with me for about.
Yeah, but I don't know about that, but I know that Empower Change is definitely working on it, because they reached out to a few people in Los Angeles. My brother is one of them, so. But I don't know if it's a separate initiative than what you're doing, or if it's a coalition.
I just heard when it comes to Palestine advocacy, the sum is greater. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, right? It might seem small, but the more people do small things, it accumulates to something much bigger than just.
Exactly, and that's why protesting, right, Soul, is so important.
Everything is, from protesting to bringing awareness to signing petitions to simply talking about it in the office on the office cooler, right?
Honestly, I know it's an unpopular opinion, but I really don't think that protesting in the U.S. does anything. If anything, it's a justification for martial law. It's a justification for police brutality and all sorts of things.
So I have a
Like,
question.
we
Did
don't
you
riot.
serve?
We don't riot like Europe does.
Do you know what the Constitution is?
Can I just say that I don't think
What
protests
makes
should be
America so?
peaceful?
Hold on. Do you
I
know
don't
what
think they
makes
should be
America?
peaceful protests.
Okay.
I don't think they should be.
This guy just said that don't protest. You're fear mongering now. Now you're putting a wrench in people protesting and using their voice because there might be martial law.
Have you ever heard about a band called Rage Against the Machine?
Yes, absolutely.
The Gen Xers here. Well, do you know their most Jandeep? I knew you would jump. We know what. Of course you do. We know what police brutality means. Rage Against the Machines were the first ones to openly make it an issue, right? Do you know that song? Killing in the Name of? Killing in the Name of is only about police brutality and white supremacy. In the 90s,
I mean, this was an issue before that. This issue with Rodney King, it's been in the
Killing in the Name of was written because of Rodney King. It became the anthem.
What I'm saying is
I'm saying police brutality is nothing. Police brutality is nothing new. If that scared off people during the Vietnam War or during the 90s, then it would then nothing would have changed. Yes, you face police brutality. That's part of facing regimes, of facing oppression. Nobody's going to get scared off.
So can we look really quickly? My biggest
apology from this guy. So
apologize, and then I want to respond to what you said.
Apologize that you were wrong. Majority of Americans are not Zionists.
Hey man, I'm sorry. I could not find a more recent study with a larger. I'm not gonna give up, but for now, you win the argument. So I'm sorry.
Thank you. Then I want you to concede.
So you have great energy and motivation. I just think you should focus it on something else.
So can I please respond just a little bit quickly? Because hold on. So I would like to respond.
What do you mean by that? Okay,
You mentioned that protesting doesn't really do much for, Americans or in America. Can we really just look at every liberation movement that has happened in America, rights movement, the women's suffrage movement, everything that America went through to establish the freedoms that it has today, there was some kind of protest that occurred in order to make that happen. So in the United States, when we're trying to end this genocidal relationship that the United States has with Israel, protesting is a historically proven caveat or technique or strategy that is aiding to that. Okay? And if you think that protesting doesn't do much, then think about all the legislation that city councils and Congress people have voted on or passed as a result of people protesting in front of their offices. Like I can tell you, like here in California, many Congress people have refused to vote on bills or have even abstained or even have outrightly voted no on certain legislation and certain bills as a result of their constituents protesting. So I think that you are speaking from a very nuanced or inexperienced perspective, because real organizers and real people who are out on the streets and advocating and lobbying, they know what protesting actually does for liberation movements and has done historically to liberate groups of people.
I said specifically peaceful protesting. The suffragettes were not peaceful. They were violent, okay? And they had to use violence to get their point across.
Sorry, how
okay?
were they
The civil
violent?
rights movement was not a peaceful protest. The Black Panthers were not peaceful protesters. They were militant. I am saying that people need to take action, and they need to be willing to face prison time, and they need to be willing to engage.
Hold on. That all came later.
Hold on. Can we wait? There's a bit of a immaturity problem. There is a very big difference between violent protesting and civil disobedience, right? The Black Panthers, to my recollection, did not engage in illegal, violent activities. They did engage in civil disobedience and civil unrest. Yes, but that does not make it violent. You can't say that some of the Black Lives Matter, the looting, the vandalism, that might amount to violence, but that's not. But blocking intersections, blocking main roads, that's civil disobedience, which is very, very appropriate in extreme situations and must not be confused with violent resistance.
I mean, in America, protesters, like for example, like with PYM, we don't get permits to protest. Like the city blocks us from getting permits to protest, but we still take to the streets. That's civil disobedience. That's not violence.
Exactly, and that's not. And civil disobedience must not be confused with violent protesting or resistance. It's very, very different.
Okay, but there were violent protesters during the civil rights movements. The Black Panthers themselves got in many physical altercations. They carried weapons on them. They still do. Okay, they still exist.
That's a second amendment. That's called your right. No, carrying a weapon. Second Amendment, you're allowed to do that. That doesn't mean they were using it to be aggressive or shoot somebody. Second Amendment.
Okay, but what's wrong with rioting? What's wrong with physically removing people from
There's
office?
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's Ambrose. He said that what's wrong with physically removing people from office? That sounds like January 6th. Did you vote for Trump?
But it was the wrong people, okay?
Did you vote for Trump? Are you mad?
It was the wrong people. No, I did not vote for Trump.
Because some of these Trump people are very sketch.
This is actually a good example. So we had January 6th, and remember, end of 2024, Jewish Voices for Peace, they did a sit down on I think it's like one of the houses floor. The sit down, that's civil disobedience. Going into the House of Representatives, sitting down, not being violent, refusing to evacuate, and that's civil disobedience. The insurrection is not civil disobedience. That's violent protesting, and that's breaking the law.
They were going you have to realize something. Hold on. So I will say something. I've been arrested twice for protesting. If there's anybody who understands civil disobedience, it's me. Like, I've been doxxed. I've been barred from applying to universities and stuff like that. I understand what you're saying. But to say that protesting, these were literally the words that came out of your mouth and everybody on stage was listening to you. You said that protesting in America doesn't do much for Americans. Okay? Protesting in America. Protesting in America.
Rioting is wait, I'm going to understand. You're pro riots, but against protests and civil disobedience?
I'm not against civil disobedience. I'm against passive, peaceful protests, like marching down the street. No, you have to shut shit down. Okay? You have to shut shit down. You have to make the machine stop turn. Like, you need to do something, not passive protesting.
No, I think as long as you have an objective and you're on the street chanting something or in front of an elected official's office over a megaphone saying the same thing over and over again to drill it into their head, I don't think that's
no, you could I agree with them. You could disrupt people's everyday because people are going to be pissed off. I mean, oh my God, we can't get to the airport. We can't get to here. When we go to these areas, I think
that's very different from forcibly removing somebody from office.
That's what I'm saying. This is called civil disobedience, which I am all for. We need to make people uncomfortable. We don't need to get a permit and only protest in the little area they give us because it doesn't block traffic, it doesn't block anything at all. You have to be seen. You have to get the populace uncomfortable. You need to be heard. That does not mean going to the White House, removing people from power.
Yeah.
Forcefully, violently.
Ace, hold on. I think we need to define what passive protesting is first. Passive protesting is you going out in the street with no objective, like no specific demand or reason why you're protesting. Like, for example, what we saw after October 7th was a lot of people who were inexperienced organizers, little to zero organizing. Majority of it was college and high school students who have never organized anything in their life before, going to the streets and planning a free Palestine protest just for like solidarity and stuff, and that caused a big problem because there's no objective for why you're out in the streets. Whereas experienced organizers who have been doing this for like 10-15 years know how to organize, know that every protest revolves around an objective. But you being in the streets, hold on, Rose, you being in the streets and marching and protesting is not passive as long as you have an objective. So marching on the streets does not equal pacifist. It does not equal being
I agree with you, but I think it's important to understand shutting things down and causing disruption is one thing. Vandalism and causing damage, if a protest evolves into vandalism and rioting, then you end up hurting the everyday person, right? The business owner whose windows you smashed, the car of the single mom who needs it to get to work and that is now crushed. This is where it gets problematic. So you can disrupt lives, you can do civil disobedience, but we mustn't ever allow it to devolve into vandalism and rioting because that defeats the basic purpose and the basic core message.
Why not? Europe does it all the time. And I'm not saying... Can I respond? Can I respond, please?
Go ahead.
I'm not saying random acts of vandalism. I'm not saying... throwing bricks through the windows of businesses that have nothing to do with your cause. They're not impeding what you're trying to do. But I do think targeted acts of vandalism, I do think targeted acts of violence towards elected officials who have enacted policies that are harmful for minorities, harmful for
everything that you're saying is your opinion and no one's opinion here, because that is
I am a tanky, okay? I am a tanky. I am not.
But do you know what you're doing here, right? This is actually treasonous because you're actually trying to go overthrow the government without a democratic process. I want you to understand something. It doesn't fucking matter if it's Democrat or if it's Republican. This Zionist machine that's been funded since 1948. You think that it's a Republican thing or something new? No. We've given more aid to Israel than any other country combined. We've given them military aid. Now, of course, they're doing this fucking genocide. Everyone's amped up even more. Remove one, they'll be replaced with another fucked heart. And what's going to happen is they're going to use this example and say, oh, look at these people. They're jihadis, they're terrorists. Gonna make the causing shit. It may be coming from a good place. They're gonna use that. The next elected official is gonna make an example, and that is gonna create fear among the people who do want to protest. And do through civil obedience.
Do you really
So
think
you don't
one more
support
person in
a
office is going to
revolution?
change it? I support revolution. This Trump is in the fucking Epstein files. What the fuck are we doing? We need to overthrow the whole government. Are we revolting?
So many people are in the Epstein files. It's not just them.
I don't know, but those countries, they've taken the people down. But I've gone through the emails. I mean, obviously there's a lot. The amount of American government officials, corporations are implicit. It's mind-boggling. In India, Modi gets mentioned once, not even for pedophilia, and they're rioting on the fucking streets. They're going crazy. You go and see Europe. They see this one or two people on it. They're going nuts. They're removed. They're leaving office. They're being arrested. We're not even doing that. Is what we call revolution. That is revolution in itself, because our country is run by a whole bunch of fucking criminals who do barbaric acts. But we're not doing anything about it.
Okay, but can we just validate the fact that the civil rights movement was not 100% peaceful, and neither was the suffragette
No, I don't
movement?
think anybody disagrees with you on that.
Right, so why are we ruling that out?
We're not ruling it out. I just think that you don't understand what passive.
Peaceful doesn't mean violent. That's exactly what we're trying to tell you.
Also, I don't
We're
think
not
you
saying-
understand what passive protesting is. Passive protesting is protesting without an objective, marching on the streets.
So
you don't have to blow stuff up in order for it to be actual protesting.
Do you know what Myanmar Square?
If you're disrupting.
Do you remember the story about Myanmar Square? The man facing the tanks.
Yeah.
Do you understand the moral of that? What that story represents? What that one man, what his one action, why it became such an iconic moment in history?
Yeah, well, look, if people want to martyr themselves,
It's
that's
not
fine.
about martyr.
If
He
people
didn't
wanna
martyr himself.
Look, all
You don't know
I'm
the
saying.
story.
No, look, if you are going to disrupt if you're going to engage in active disruption, okay, that's not peaceful protest, right? And that's what I support. If you want to protest peacefully, fine, but just for some perspective, right? The last time I got charged with battery, it was because a group of boneheads, which, if you're not familiar, are basically racist skinheads, this is a punk culture thing, came to my city, okay, started harassing my POC friends, and basically, they were starting shit. Me and a few other people beat the living fuck out of these people. They got taken away in an ambulance, okay? You know what? Nobody's come to this city for a punk show and started shit with us since. This was, the Albuquerque chapter of Pirate Punks. So, I'm just saying, I think there's a time and a place for violence. And I'm not trying to derail peaceful protest. I'm not trying to
That's a childish, very immature understanding of the situation. There is never room for violence, ever. Violence is something you never, ever choose if you have another choice. And since you are not under oppression, and we're not talking about people who are under oppression, which is a completely different situation. You don't have to choose violence.
Okay,
you
let me ask you an unpopular
that are non-violent
question.
to resist and that are far more effective. The minute you engage in violence, you actually enforce the oppressor narrative.
Just 1 second. If you think being up a few government officials is going to somehow scare the entire system to bring it down to its knees,
No,
it's not the
I
same
think
thing.
okay, let me ask you a question. Okay, do you support Hamas?
Of course,
No.
They
No.
are resistant.
No, I agree. I
Absolutely
support
not.
Hamas.
Okay, hold on for a second.
So Ambrose brought this up. If you are not actively living under the oppression and the occupation, you're not going through hell, and you've tried all the peaceful means. And yes, sometimes you do have to resist. And I'm not saying October 7th, the hostel is a good thing, but there are times when they do respond, and they do have to pick up arms. They're currently have gone through 80, 90 years of oppression.
I want to be very clear that
hold on for a second. That's what I'm saying. Occupy and eat under international law. You're allowed to resist.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Hamas does not operate under the guides of international law. It's not armed resistance. I support the right of oppressed people to armed resistance. That if what Hamas does is not armed resistance. It's something else. And I don't want to have that discussion because there are more important things to talk about.
It's so uncomfortable because this is the inconvenient truth. Hold on, Ace. Let me just say something. This is the inconvenient truth. The only reason Hamas is labeled a terrorist group is because the majority that has state power in Israel/Palestine is the Israelis. Okay, there is nobody else fighting for the Palestinians other than Hamas. Okay, and she left. Okay, like some people don't want to have the uncomfortable discussion. I get that, but it's the reality of the situation. I may not support the, hold on, let me finish. I may not support the ultimate agenda of Hamas, but I support them in being the only resistance. Palestine doesn't have a standing military. They're not allowed to defend themselves legally.
I left because it's not my place to explain to you people the difference between anti-Hamas and being pro-resistance. It's not my place to explain it. I know the difference. Somebody else has to educate you about this, not me. But I stand against Hamas vehemently. That does not mean I'm anti-resistant.
I didn't say that you're anti-resistance because you don't support Hamas. I was just pointing out a fact that the only group that is defending Palestinians with force is Hamas. The same way a standing military would for any other country. It is war, okay? And war is war. So, I mean, to sit there and say Hamas are terrorists, okay? I mean, it's besides the point. Palestine has a right to defend itself, and if it doesn't have a standing military, then Hamas is the closest thing that they have to that. Like I said, I might not support their ultimate agenda.
When the occupying state, again, this is going to be controversial. When Israel was occupying, has broken every fucking international law known to man. They actively participate in annexation and taking people's homes. And there's over 45 UN resolutions against Israel. Israel has never played by the book. There were peaceful protests right at the border, and people, what was that thing where they shot them in the kneecaps? The protesters? There's been, a kid throws a rock at an IDF tank. They're taken. And my thing is, when your occupier has broken every fucking law, human rights violations, everything that we would know as decency as human beings, why do we expect the oppressed to play by different rules? They have to be the ones that abide by 1, 2, 3, 4. When in the last 80 years, it hasn't amounted to much. This is where the hypocrisy for me is. Your occupier breaks all day long, and they get emboldened. They get backed up by who? One of the gets backed up by the U.S. They don't get sanctioned. They don't get demonized. Nothing. And the IDF operates in ways that it's very fucking terrorist. But when this group that grew from the ground, absolutely no support from the gutter, and there's two factions of there's the political and there's you call it the military. You know, you call it guerrilla warfare. But they have to be prim and proper. That's the issue I have. You can't expect the people who are oppressed, beat down, homes taken away. The Israeli Supreme Court in September last year came up and said, did a ruling. It said the Palestinian prisoners are being kept in the most abhorrent conditions. There's evidence of starvation. A 17-year-old died. They were being abused. There's been beat. There's a sodomy case. A Palestinian prisoner sodomized. And five out of those, I guess, guards were actually charged with obstruction of justice. What I'm saying is,
There are actually hundreds. There are actually hundreds of cases that relate to sodomy and a whole bunch of other torture. But the thing is, this is the only one that actually came out in public, and this is why it made headline news. Otherwise, according to Metzelam, the human rights organization, there's a lot of reports out there of Palestinian prisoner abuse that it goes on every day. They torture them, they break their balls, private area, they break their hands, and guess what? There's even a report, the idea of soldiers throwing Palestinians up the roof of the building. Isn't that crazy?
I just want to say,
there's reports out there.
I'm glad that me and Ace finally agree on something. And also, listen, M. Rose, I'm not blaming you for not being pro-Hamas as an Israeli. I think that's it would be a miracle if I could get, I know you're anti-Zionist, but it would be an absolute miracle if I could get an Israeli person to admit that what Hamas is doing is more justified. Hold on, let me finish.
No, you will be quiet now. You will be quiet now. You will be quiet now, and I will speak. The thing is that my position is
Let her speak. Let her speak.
Well, she interrupted me. Just let me finish.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to say, I'm not against her for being anti-Hamas. I'm just saying that I get it. I understand. That's too far for an Israeli citizen. Okay, but just making my point. Ace obviously agrees with the point that I'm making. I'm not saying that Hamas should control Palestine. I don't agree with that. Even Hamas made in a statement said that they wanted a neutral entity to run Palestine, not themselves.
Look. I can't make the argument because it's inappropriate for me to make it. But I can tell all of you that you need to get a better understanding of what a Palestinian voice is. It's not a monolith. There are many, many opinions, and a lot of them are very different than what you think. It's not my place to reiterate those voices, but I can tell you that not enough of you are exposed to the multiple variations of opinions in Palestinian society, including in regards to Hamas. So please do a better job educating yourself.
Yeah, so I wanted to say something. So wait 1 second. I wanted to just say something. And so Emrose is kind of right, because for example, Palestinians in Gaza have different opinions on resistance or governance than Palestinians in Bethlehem, in Al Khalil, or in Ramallah, in the West Bank. Like, if you go to Palestine, you will find Palestinians of all different perspectives, opinions, and even Palestinians in the diaspora. But what I will say is that within Gaza, there's a survey that Middle East Eye released, where 70% of Gazawis within Gaza support Hamas, because in the past 2 years, Hamas has been the only voice for Palestinians.
That's not true. Remember, we went over the survey. I brought in another survey.
Was it more recent?
Oh, you're in your damn survey.
Hold on a second. I brought another survey.
Can you show me?
That says only 41% or 45% support resistance in Gaza. All right. And the rating for Hamas has gone up in the West Bank, and the PA rating in Gaza has gone up a little bit.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say essentially is that there are different, like, if you go to Palestine, you know, the biggest issue that I think that Palestinians have is that within Palestine, we have so many different opinions on governance and how we should be governed, and we have very different. We unanimously agree that there is an occupation, of course, but one of the biggest things that we tend to disagree on is like PA, and Hamas and that kind of stuff. Because if you go to Palestine, occupation affects Palestinians differently depending on where you are. For example, occupation in Gaza is completely different than it is in Bethlehem and Ramallah. There are similarities, but Gaza is under a literal siege, and West Bank, Al-Quds, like Jerusalem, is home to the holy site. So there's, people say there's more Islamophobia there. So what I was trying to say is that if you go to Palestine, you will see people of so many different opinions and perspectives, and I don't think that we do justice to Palestinians when we generalize and say that all Palestinians agree with this entity or this form of or this government.
I never made a statement.
One side, you guys.
No, I wasn't talking about you either. I wasn't talking about you.
I'm going to say something quickly. It's for our friends. I said this is what everyone believes. I'm talking about the hypocrisy. If you look at this from the outside, I'm talking about the support, not the support, but demonizing one, and then having different standards. But that's what I'm saying. That's why we can't sit here and throw the people that have strung on the bus. I get it. Keep in mind, after October 7, as the time has gone on, people's feelings are going to start to change over time. So, Netanyahu hasn't allowed an election for 16 fucking years. So the Palestinians haven't had the right to choose or not to choose. What I'm trying to say is, with this occupation, this genocide, the focus should only stay on Israel. I couldn't even sit there and, yes, I don't agree with, the Hawkins and all that. That's not what I'm about. But take the focus off of Hamas, as if they're the ones that are responsible for all this. It's the ones dropping the balls, and the bombs is the one that's funding it, the Western nations. That's it. I want to look at the people that have maybe been pushed to this end. Anyways, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, I just I just want to ask, can I be blamed as an outsider for supporting Hamas? I mean, in terms of moral support, right? Palestine deserves to have their sovereignty. They deserve to have a real state. They deserve to have a standing military, but they don't have that, right? And so I guess me and Ace are saying not exactly the same thing. Ace is basically saying, it's double standards. It's double standards.
Yes, double standards.
But I am openly pro-Hamas temporarily. Okay, I mean, I don't think Hamas should run Palestine. And like I said, Hamas released a statement prior to the most recent ceasefire that was broken, saying that they did not want to govern Palestine, that they were requesting a neutral third party to govern the state of Palestine. So even Hamas themselves do not want to run, Palestine. But again, they're defending Palestinians. There's nobody else defending Palestinians, in any active, measurable way. I mean, people have tried, don't get me wrong. Obviously, all of the aid gets rejected, or most of it, or some of the aid even gets used to lure Palestinians to their deaths. So
Yeah, but Hamas has never claimed to be.
It's Lil, I put the link in the chat. It's gone down to 44%, right, for the resistance.
Well, repeat what you said.
44% for the resistance in Gaza.
Yeah, but but so I don't think Hamas has ever claimed to be the governance of Palestinians.
No, I'm not talking about governance. I'm talking about the
I'm
resistance.
responding to Sol. I understand what you said in here, but Sol, I don't think what do I say? I don't think Hamas has ever claimed to be the government or governance of Palestinians within Gaza. They've always made their objective to be an armed resistance, a militant resistance against the Israeli occupation. And also the second objective, and I think this is said in their charter, that they also want to be the voice of people within Gaza. They've never claimed to be this governing body for Palestinians within Gaza Strip. So I think that it makes sense why they would come out and they would say that we don't want to be I don't think anybody expected them either to be.
They don't claim to be. They are.
They are, but that was never the objective of why
I
they
know, what I'm saying is this is where they're at, right? They're taking on the role, and there's two factions, the governing and then the military faction.
But that's not why they were founded. That's not. They wanted to be an armed resistance against occupation. They were had it in their plans, their intentions to be like
so
the peace.
Israel would.
Actually, Lelouch, that's also not true. Hamas started as a social movement. The original movement founded by Sheikh Hussein was supposed to create community centers that are following Islamic doctrines or Islamic teaching. They evolved into armed resistance, and it is a political party in every shape, way, or form. They do participate in the political game. They are a recognized party. The definitions regarding the PLO change, but they have. Look, I have to say this. I'm sorry. I am really, really sorry, but I have to say this respectfully. Hamas has been collaborating with Israel for over a decade. Hamas is. You need to speak to more Palestinians. I can't speak about it. It's really not my place, but you really need to learn more about this. This is very frustrating.
Okay, I just
So the
want to say...
1988 charter. Hold on, wait. Let me just respond really quickly. So the 1988 charter for Hamas emphasizes armed resistance or jihad to liberate Palestine, presenting itself as a military and ideological resistance movement. Okay, so it talks about defending and liberating Palestine rather than governing it administratively. In 2017, they released a political document that changed some of this language and presented itself as a Palestinian national liberation movement, indicating its willingness to accept a Palestinian state in 1967, without formally recognizing Israel. By then, Hamas had already been governing the Gaza Strip since 2007, so government had already become part of its practical role. So when Hamas was originally completely going based off of their charter.
They were governing because they were participating in the political game.
I'm going based off of their original charter.
I'm saying the minute they participated in the political game, they were no longer just a social movement or resistance.
Do you have any evidence, Emrose, for the claim you're making? Working together with Israel?
The collaboration with Israel, except for accepting money from them?
The money it was a necessary thing. They don't have a choice because of the occupation. Do you have any other evidence that shows that they're literally working for Netanyahu?
Look, I have an opinion. And this is why I am very
opinions are like asshole, right?
Yes,
Hold on. Because this is turning into conspiracy now. I thought you don't believe in conspiracies.
No, it's not a conspiracy, Amir. The thing is that everybody understands that part of Zionism is the doctrine of divide and conquer, right? Bibi has stated multiple times.
Even America's doctrine is divide and conquer.
Amir, Bibi
it's
and
not
other
Zionist it's a Western.
correct. Western
doctrine.
Imperialistic colonial modus operandi. I agree.
Yes.
However, Bibi has said publicly, many government Israeli officials, generals have said this publicly. Hamas is an asset, right? As long as you keep Hamas and the PA both in their corners, you prevent Palestinian unity. You keep the fragmentation and the lack of representation and a unified voice, and you perpetuate the situation. Hamas knew that was an objective. They knew it was part of the doctrine, and they played along with it.
One of the reasons, not all, one. You should read the data. The data says. Hold on a second, Rose. It's for humanitarian aid, right? And Hamas was cornered in; they didn't have a choice. If you're stuck in occupation, you're running the government and whatnot, and you're stuck in the middle, what do? Because every single dollar that came into Gaza, hold on a second. Every single dollar that came into Gaza was accounted for.
Let me ask you a question. No, it wasn't. Sure. No, it wasn't. First of all, that is one of the reasons that Bibi at 2018 transferred into sending cash money in a suitcase, so it's untraceable. But if you really want to have this conversation...
Do you know the Shin Bet gave warning to Netanyahu?
Hold on.
No, Shin Bet gave warning to Netanyahu, right?
Yes.
You know this, right?
Yes, I do, but they said...
Hold on. What happened after the warning?
Amir, can you listen for a second?
No, I'm asking you what happened after the warning.
I'm not going to respond. Can you listen for a second?
No, but we're having this conversation because I want some clarification. Hold on a second. They went to Qatar. Netanyahu got a guarantee from Qatar that this money will not be used for fucking military. That's what happened. And that's when they started sending money over. But anyways, because I hate talking, without any context, no stats, no nothing. It's just like it's all conspiracy now.
Can you write?
You're making it's a conspiracy theory. That's what you believe in.
Can you listen for a second? I am extremely, extremely uncomfortable having this conversation. It is not my place. However, if you do want to have it, I can ask a Palestinian friend to come and have it, but it's not appropriate for me to have this conversation. I'm not going to have a conversation with the Benial if he's a son of a bitch. I'm not going to have a conversation with that Palestinian like that son of a bitch. I would never have a conversation. He cursed my mother, cursed everything.
So
and did blasphemy in my room.
So wait, really quickly, hold on, Amir, really quickly, I just want to talk about the original 1988 charter, the founding document of Hamas.
We moved on from the charter, man. I wanted to have a conversation about this Hamas thing because Emrose is with this conspiracy that the agent said this, that, I just don't get it.
I'm not comfortable having this conversation.
I don't care about comfortability. It's not about comfortability. It's about talking about facts. The facts from your government officials.
But you said they've been colluding with Israel for the past 10 years. If that's the case, Qatar, buddy, that would be like they're colluding with Qatar because again, Qatar.
Yes.
Yes. Hold on for a second. Hold on. But you say Hamas has somehow been part of this master plan. It's not them who don't want the elections. It's Netanyahu not allowing East Jerusalem. It gets divided, conquers part of the game. But that, if they're being used for a means to an end and they don't have any way around it, even if they recognize it, that does not mean they're colluding. For the past 16 years, there's been various people that have been come in and out of different positions in Hamas. You're telling me that in 10 years there hasn't been some sort of track record to kind of prove this claim? Because it is a very salacious claim.
Okay, I am extremely uncomfortable having this conversation. I will do my best. I will do my best, okay? And please bear with me. This is like literally, I'm not supposed to have this conversation, okay? When Israel did the disengagement, right? This was in a way a projected result. One of the reasons that they did the disengagement was because the PA was against it. The PA knew that what would happen. They were scared of Hamas. Hamas was very powerful and was very popular at the time. And they knew that if the disengagement happened and the election will take place, Hamas would be elected. One of the major problems of that happening is the fact that Hamas refused to adhere to the international community guidelines. That international community is the financial and political power behind the existence of the PLO. The PLO was one of the biggest achievements of the Palestinian cause ever. It must not be disregarded. Yes, it's corrupted. Yes, there are problems. Yes, but it is still a representation of Palestinian statehood. Hamas won that election, and then there was the night of the coup, right, where they murdered 800 women, Palestinian children, and effectively solidified the separation and the segregation of these two Palestinian territories. Now, when it comes to Qatari money, we know for a fact that Sinwar knew what was happening. When the PA tried to first strangle Hamas financially, because that was a problem. As long as there's a division between the two Palestinian territories, Israel gets to perpetuate the narrative of there's no partner on the other side. Right, which gives them all the fertile land that they need to perpetuate the management of the occupation, and frankly, the ongoing genocide for the past over 78 years. But Hamas literally, willingly played along into that divide and conquer doctrine by exploiting the fact that Israel wants to manage the occupation. So every time they would get into trouble, there would be some kind of creation, and Bibi would send them money so that they would calm down. They willingly took that money. Now, yes, they are under occupation. And the one thing I don't want to talk about is what Hamas does to Palestinians in Gaza, because that's really not my place, but it is something that people need to be aware of. And having said all that, The Hamas refusal to adhere to the PLO guidelines, which effectively perpetuates the divide and conquer. The fact that Hamas, I'm sorry, does engage in crimes against humanity perpetually. That doesn't mean that I don't understand or support the right to armed resistance. I do, but that is beside the point. But this insistence of this does not represent in any shape, way, or form what I know to be the Palestinian statement, which is very diverse, but it's also very...
Emerald, stop.
Before you go,
You're about
give me a second, hold on.
You're about to speak for Palestinians.
Hold on, give me a second, please.
And you just said
So
you
when
can't speak for
when you
Palestinians.
brought up crimes against humanity, you know that what international organization it was? Early mid 2000s, we're gonna come and investigate reports of crimes against humanity in Gaza and Israel. Hamas said doors open, come on in. Do you know what Netanyahu said? The very organization that was made, he called himself. He called it anti-Semitic.
You don't need to teach me about this.
I know, but this is what I'm saying. When we talk about, I'm not saying Hamas has clean hands. Again, and look at the biggest perpetrators. Do you think Hamas?
I'm not. This is why I don't. You see, this is why I didn't want to have this conversation because
I know this is tough.
I'm not. No, I am in no shape, way, or form, under no circumstance, trying to downsize or reduce responsibility from the true villain of the story. Okay, this is why I don't want to have this conversation.
Do you think that they indirectly played into this and not like colluded, where they sat down and planned it together, and they kind of just?
I think it's more complicated of a conversation that I'm willing to have publicly. I swear to God, Ace, I'm about to start.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to push it, but just have, yeah.
Here's the thing, though. If you really want to support Palestinians,
you do not get to tell me how to support Palestinians, you fucking child. Shut up and learn something.
I can give you my opinion.
No, you do not get to condescend me or tell me how to support Palestinians.
I get that you're being upset.
You fucking idiotic outsider cunt.
I get that you have.
Shut up and ask questions.
I get that you have like a guilty conscience as an Israeli,
okay,
and so you don't want to have this conversation. But you know, like these are necessary conversations.
Don't antagonize. Hold on. Don't antagonize her. Just say what you have to say. Don't have to antagonize her.
I'm not antagonizing her.
Yes, you were. You are. You're like.
You're berating her. Don't berate her.
Yeah, you don't do that. You're belittling her, bro. Just say what you have to say, and that's it.
But that is what I had to say. It doesn't have to be nice or friendly. Facts don't care. You know?
That was your opinion. It was
my opinion. And you don't have to agree with it either. Neither of you have to agree with that. But I think she has a guilty conscience because she's an Israeli and she's not able to see things clearly.
Oh my God!
And then she says she doesn't want to
the amount of information that I know about this that you will never ever know is uncanny. And the fact that you have the balls and the audacity to condescend me and tell me how I should support this is insane to me. Insane.
You want to support it all. I gave you a pass earlier.
I don't need your pass. You're insignificant. Listen, bitch, you're insignificant. You're insignificant.
You're so hostile. I'm not being hostile towards you, Emerald.
Okay, all right, thank you. We're done. So you're antagonizing Emerald now. Okay, calm down. Anyways,
I'm only antagonizing. You only see it as
okay. We're done, man. We're done. Thank you. We're done. What you were doing earlier, you cursed the Ace out earlier, just like that, right? And you're going back and forth. You're attacking a whole bunch of people for no freaking reason. And then finally, what you had to do, you had to concede to the server and you had to apologize. See, this is a problem, man. You gotta read the room. So instead of speaking more, you should listen more and use your words wisely. You see what I'm saying? But anyways,
why is it so bad to offend people by saying?
Because you know you can be respectful.
Amir, I'm not a diplomatic person.
Yeah, I didn't say that you're a diplomat. I didn't say you're a diplomat.
So you got offended by me.
And I'm being so nice.
Oh my God.
Like I'm being friendly compared to what I can do.
You got so offended by me. You got so.
I didn't like that you were disrespectful. I'm over it.
You don't need to disrespect.
her. And you don't know Emerald actually. You just came across the first time.
How am I disrespecting by saying that I feel personally that she is clouded by her guilty conscience?
Do you know her clouded? I'm not even gonna, like, she's a very humble person. Her and I don't agree sometimes. But I'll never take away, this woman has risked her family's been dogs. She's gone, you can't even talk about some of this stuff. This is over 3-4 years ago, even before that, to help the guys across the border. Not one, two small things. So I don't agree with her sometimes, but don't be like, oh, guilty. Anyways,
we're moving on. It's just some annoying people, man, that come into this room, man. I can't believe this.
You know what? Look, you don't have to like my methodology.
No, I don't like your methodology.
For how I have discussions with people.
I don't like your methodology. Anyways, we're gonna pivot.
I'm like I don't even make.
Well, I'm not gonna bring you up, Jason. Sorry, you're no longer welcome on my stages anymore. Because your voice is freaking annoying as fuck. And it's just like. Anyways, looks like yep. What I was gonna say was let me see something. Okay, let's see. Hi, how you doing today? Do you want to speak, Ru? Are you there? Are you there, Ru? Then why'd you come up? Why would you come up if you're busy? Okay, that's okay. Sit in the audience. Thank you. We can waste the time. Why come up if you can't speak? Tell you what, let's bring you up one time, Jason. Just don't give me a headache, man. Your voice is, oh my God, really annoying.
Amir, I don't even have to come up anymore, honestly. This is great.
You don't have to come up, then why would you raise your hand up? Why would you raise your hand?
Because, I just want to be here and listen to...
Then you can sit in the audience and listen. You don't have to be up here. You can sit in the audience.
This is like the 4th time I think it's happened. This is great. I mean, Emerald is getting some sense knocked into her. You're getting that Hamas is the ones that are the bad ones. This is amazing. Pure entertainment, honestly.
Yeah.
This is great. This is how this discussions should go. Fuck people's feelings, really.
Yeah, you tell them so.
I've seen people shot in the face. Okay, I don't have to go to Gaza to see violence. I live in the 20th most dangerous city in the entire world. Okay, I've seen people die.
Is it under occupation? Is it under occupation?
It was under. I mean, it depends on how you want to look at it. I mean,
is it apartheid? Is it
cartel run?
Is it apartheid?
No, it's not an apartheid. But that's not the point. I'm not saying.
Is it under occupation?
Look, we're not. It's not a pissing match between.
Okay. Do you have boots on your neck by the cops? Do you have boots on the neck by the government officials?
Absolutely.
No, you don't. You can move freely. You can come on the side. You can park. There's no checkpoints.
Tell them about Jamie or tell them all over the world. It's not just
murdered by the police.
So tell them. Tell them.
This guy is such an idiot, man. For real.
Sinaloa was the most powerful entity in Albuquerque for like 20 years. Okay, do you know anything about the Sinaloa cartel? We are the biggest hub for narco trafficking in the entire U.S. Okay, all the drugs that get sent to the rest of the U.S. they come through my city first. And these people have to deal with the cartels. These are the type of people that hang people.
Which people? You have to deal with it?
Yes, I have.
You have to deal with it?
Violence.
So you're under the occupation by cartel?
I have personally faced violence from the cartels. I have been involved in violence.
The mouth you have on you, it will get you in trouble anywhere you go.
What does that have to do with anything? Like, I'm alive.
It does. The mouth you have on you, like you curse Ace out in California, in Los Angeles, if you were here and you did that to somebody's girl, oh my God, God knows what will happen to you.
People don't fuck with me in my city. They don't.
I'm just letting you know, California, be careful, okay? We have every week, we have like road rages, we have a whole bunch of shit that goes on.
Burke is way more dangerous than LA. Okay, we get more buck here. We have way more gang activity.
We weren't talking about gang activity. I don't really care about we were talking about, are you under occupation? The answer is no. Are you under an apartheid system? Answer is no. Right? You don't have 920 checkpoints in the West Bank. All right? You don't have the more than 1,000 gates that they've installed. The areas are controlled, the villages and towns that you live in. You don't have a gate. You can leave at any time of the day if you like. You're just an idiot.
Saying that I'm an oppressed person, I never made that statement. I'm not under occupation.
Okay. Then don't compare yourself. Don't compare yourself to Gaza, okay?
All I said,
or to the West Bank,
was I don't have to go to Gaza to see violence. I've seen it many, many times in my life.
That's a different type of violence. You see the different type of violence.
Just not in Palestine.
Do you see a different type of violence? Do you see the? Okay, are you going to come up to? You can listen from the audience, right, Jason? You don't have to be up here.
I'm not one of these privileged people.
Can you please tell us what was it called before 7th October? How did people refer to Gaza as open air prison? You know what open air prison is?
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Okay. So stop comparing your American situation, right? Versus what's going on and what was happening in Gaza before and after.
Who's disconnected from violence and what goes on in the world?
You are very disconnected to the international world for real. You don't know shit about international.
It's not comparable to Gaza.
So would you say, since you've experienced violence, it's somehow comparable to the Holocaust?
No.
Then why would you compare it to this genocide? As if
I didn't compare it.
You did. I'm not far removed from violence, and somehow that makes you. I don't know what your point was.
The point.
This guy is such an idiot, man.
So you're getting a very valuable lesson tonight. That is you tell Palestinians, that other people experience.
See, Jason, you said you wanted to listen to it. See what I did to you? You can listen to the room from the audience. You don't have to be up here. You don't have to talk. You don't have to bark on the stage. You can bark in the chat from the audience, okay? That's where you belong. You belong in the fucking audience. You don't belong up here. You belong in the audience.
Can I make my point, please?
And you have antagonized a lot of people, by the way, Jason. You're just an idiot. I think you probably lose the debate if I were to debate with you on the Palestine-Israel thing. Yes, go on, Sol.
Okay. The point I was trying to make is that there are people who have opinions on this conflict who have never seen violence. They've never seen people murdered in front of them. They've never been in a situation where they genuinely feared for their lives, and so they have a very disconnected ideology from these types of situations. All I'm saying is I'm not one of those people. I'm not comparing what I've been through to what the Gazan people have been through, or even what people in the West Bank are going through. Like, I haven't faced any of those types of situations. I'm just saying I've faced real life situations. I've faced real life violence, okay? So all I'm saying is, like, my perspective is not from some privileged, like, disconnected, out of touch point of view. And the reason why I'm such a obnoxious, loud, aggressive person is because of the life that I've lived, because of the experiences that I've had. Like, where I grew up, like, you have to be the biggest dog in the room, like, and I'm not trying to like assert myself or be dominant over other people, but I have I have that tendency because of my life experiences. So I'm trying to be more respectful. I'm trying to be more polite, but it's a struggle for me. Okay? Like, you don't understand the way people talk where I'm from and how they handle issues, how they handle disagreements. Okay? Sometimes people just shoot each other, you know? So I'm trying to be more of a civilized person. I've made a lot of effort over the last like 10 years or so. When I got out of the drug trafficking life that I was living and gang violence and other stuff, I'm still an asshole. I'm still very aggressive. I understand that. I'm working on it. But like, don't fault me for not caring when somebody says they don't want to have a conversation because it's uncomfortable. When people are trying to make points and people are making valid points, you know, and questioning, you know, people's position, and they start going into, you know, off the rails, saying that Hamas is collaborating with, you know, the Israeli government and the IDF, you know, because they were basically forced to take money because they have no other way to survive. Okay, like, that's not the same thing, you know. And everyone, I mean, Amir, you were critical of that. I just had a different way of expressing my opinion, and maybe it was more aggressive, and maybe it was a little bit savage, but that's the way I speak, man. Like I said, I'm not trying to be an asshole. It is what it is. So I'm sorry that if I've offended anyone.
What's up with you?
Amir, can you send me the link for the 42, 45%? What'd you say?
I put the link in the chat. You'll have to scroll up and see if you can find it. 40%.
Thank you.
Do you use AI?
For what?
For any of the anything? Do you use any kind of type of AI?
Yeah. Sometimes I just use like ChatGPT or I search on Google.
ChatGPT, I don't know. I use Perplexity, but you can use ChatGPT. Just you know, ask it what is the support for the resistance. It will give you. I'm sure it will give you the same link. And this organization is based out of Ramallah. They did a survey in the West Bank and Gaza. And I think the support for the Hamas has gone up a little bit in the West Bank, has gone down in Gaza. All right.
That's interesting. I wonder why.
Yeah, it's gone down to 44%, right? And then the samples.
Was this after the 23-point pace plan?
It has a date on there. Check the date, and you know, it's not too old. It's like you know, it's I would say probably recent, like from last year or this year. But you know, the thing is,
yeah, I mean, I can see if I'll look for it, but I can understand why it's gone down after the 23-point pace plan. Let me look. Wait, let me see.
Yeah, so the deal is, it's just the more and more you know, people are dying, right? So there's like more and more negative view. I think it's coming slowly for the Hamas or the Al-Qassam brigades, PIJ, and then there's like 2 or 3 more factions out there. Some of these are family clan members or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about what happened during this very short ceasefire, and what Hamas did, and what people have to say about that. Them going basically to war with other factions during that time.
Yeah, you mean Abu Shabab?
I don't remember the exact details. So if you want to give an overview.
It was Abu Shabab that was on a payroll of Israelis, right? They give them weapons. Netanyahu was giving them weapons, and what Abu Shabab was doing was, I think it was a clan member. I think it has 300 or 500 members or something. They were under IDF supervision, right? They would be allowed to steal the aid and sell it at black market for a year and a half or so. And when I first saw it, that why are these gangs allowed to steal the aid? I didn't know that this particular gang or whatever is working with Israel, and because they were Abu Shabaab was actually locked up under Palestinian prison inside Gaza until they flattened him. They let him out. They gave him uniform, weaponry, all that stuff, and they funded him. They allowed him to steal the aid, right? And they were putting the blame on Palestine. Look at Hamas is stealing. They're putting the blame on Hamas, and they were selling it to in the black market for 5 times the cost. And it was going on for such a long time. A lot of people died due to malnutrition. Food they couldn't afford it, and it was all done to Israel. And then finally, Avigdor Lieberman comes out, right? He's the Knesset member, and he exposed it. And Netanyahu came out, and he didn't even deny it. See what I'm saying? And Avigdor Lieberman even said that these people are identified with ISIS, Abu Shabaab, and his clan. So, yep, that's what's been going on, and I don't know, man. It's sickening.
So, Amir, I just read it. I want to know if this is the same article. 35% of Palestinians support Hamas compared to 24% in favor of Fatah. Hamas outpulls Fatah in occupied West Bank, where 32% of respondents support the group compared to 20% for Fatah. Wait, I'm just going to post the article in the chat. I don't know if this was the same one. I couldn't find the one that you posted, but let me just send this one. You let me know if this was the one you were looking
What's
at.
the percentage of support for resistance in Gaza?
And unless, 1 second, I swiped out. Well, this one also says 4 out of 5 Palestinians want Mahmoud Abbas to resign. Overall, 35% of Palestinians support Hamas compared to 24% in support of Fatah, while 32% say they do not support either party have no opinion. And in Gaza, the vast majority of Palestinians, 60%, are satisfied with Hamas's performance, with 66% in occupied West Bank and 51% in Gaza satisfied. I don't know if this is the same one that you were referring to, so I just put it in the chat. You let me know.
Let me check it out. Oh, you put in the Middle East. I was going based on Middle East. I was going based on the Ramallah one.
Is it the PC?
Yeah, PC. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was looking at that one too.
Yeah, that was done by a Palestinian organization, and yep, it's very interesting though that. Yep.
This one, I just put it in the chat.
Yep, I think that's a PCB. Yep. But it's interesting. I'm not gonna lie. What is this Fatima saying in the chat?
You know, Fatima unblocked me today, and she added. I was so confused. I woke up, right, and I checked Clubhouse, and I looked at my notifications, and I saw Fatima unblocked me, and she added me. I was like, "There's no way."
Yeah, Fatima went into a different room to spy on that room for me or whatever. I didn't even ask.
Oh, you guys are allies.
And no, I mean, and then she went in there. She's like, she came back and she's like, I'm here in the chat. If you scroll up, you'll be able to read it. Maya and Ace are conspiring against you. They're gonna hang you or something. I don't know.
There's no way. I'm dead.
Listen, we set her up and she fell for it.
I honestly never realized how much infighting there was between, supporters of Palestine.
You were the shit starter. We were calm. We did not have any infights happening right now. You were like the first person. I think this is like the first thing that we had in the last, I don't know, 2 weeks, Ace. We were calm, right?
Feels longer than that to me. At least
it's been longer than that.
Because I'm
it's just you. It's just, I think you are the problem.
You'll get used to me.
You are the
problem. I'm not going anywhere.
We don't. I don't want to get used to you.
You are the problem, man.
I'll be here for a long time, bro.
Really?
I'll be on.
You're gonna occupy my room. You're gonna occupy my room.
I'll listen, Amir. You happen to have the most interesting room that I've seen so far. I know there's a shit ton of rooms, and it's hard to find rooms sometimes. But like, I'm here because like this is good conversation. I mean, like I said, some of you might not like me. I don't know if that's going to change. It probably will.
So we have to live with you. Whether we like you or not, we're gonna have to live with you. That's crazy.
Yeah. Cause like I'm gonna be around, man. Unless you're gonna, if you're gonna, ban me from your rooms, I can't stop you. But like, if you're not, I'm gonna be around as long as the conversations are interesting. Like I'm gonna be around.
So Amir, you remember that guy who came in here and was talking about Iran and kept interrupting Amrose?
Yeah.
Yeah, his name was Amir too.
I know.
He back channeled me, and he was like,
"I put a block on his stupid ass."
He was like, "You don't care about human rights, do you? Or selectively care about human rights? Why didn't you speak against them when they shut me down, talking about their bias on Iranians?" Dude, and he was like, Iranians want the same freedom as you guys. He just started going off, and bro, and I just look at my requests, and I'm hit with like 15 messages from this guy, bro. He started going off.
I thought you have your messages disabled. You know you can do that, right?
You can.
Yeah. So a lot of people, they have their, like, especially women, they have their messages disabled.
No way! How do I do that?
You could go to your go under request, those messages that come through. Go under your messages.
Okay.
And you see the tab where people are sending you a message.
Yeah, the requests, right?
The request. So click on that, and then on the top you're gonna change the setting to from anyone to only for your followers. So then they won't be able to text you anymore.
Oh, nice. Okay, allow requests from no one. This is great. Yay. No more weird DMs. I didn't know you could do that. It's so cool. And there's also friends of friends. That's cool too.
Yep. Anyways, do we still have Jason down there? He's such an annoying orange, man.
Put the good child later.
Yeah, Fatima, would you like to come up? Gafan is here.
My best
He's
friend.
Israeli.
My best
you want to
friend.
talk about it, Israeli? Gafan? Wow.
Fatima and I are best friends.
Let's bring up Fatima as well. Hey, what's up, Gulag? How you doing today? What's up? You want to come up, Gulag? Come on up. Anyways, so this attack on Iran, that's probably going to happen. We'll see. And what else was there on there?
Amir, the thing that I came across the most interesting person today, and I will never understand people who are anti-ICE but are not anti-Israel. I don't. Like, for example, there's so many people, I feel like, celebrities...
What does the ICE have to do with Israel?
No, like, the ideology is the same, Like, the ideology is the same. Like, for example, I'll tell you something, okay? Like, for the past, 2 years, people have been protesting against Israel. And they've been, deported, detained by ICE. And then all of a sudden, it comes down to, this orange... monkey in office, and like these people from a particular community being targeted, and all of a sudden the same people, who did not say anything about Palestinians being, pro-Palestinian protesters or Palestinians being targeted by the same entity, all of a sudden they care so much about the same entity that's attacking. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I'm doing a bad job of explaining this, but I never understand people who are, oh, like, I hate ICE, like, free immigrants, and that's important, yes, but you're being hypocritical because you haven't said anything about Palestine, you know?
But not everybody knows about that. You see what I'm saying? Like,
No, but they do. The thing is that they do. What do you mean? You're telling me that the biggest social media influencers on planet Earth, they haven't seen a genocide.
No, you're talking about influencers. I'm talking about, people that work day-to-day life, right? Their day-to-day jobs. People in America, they're hand to mouth. They don't make enough money. You see what I'm saying? They make barely enough to pay the bills. And they work, right? In the morning, they come home, spend time with the family and the kids, and then they go back to sleep or watch, eat.
But Amir, what about the people who are like, I say neutral when it comes to Palestine, Israel? Like, they're like, I want to be neutral. But then they take a position when it comes to ICE.
It's because they're their hometown. That's why.
Yeah, in Americans, then it's understandable. I mean, it's happening in their own country, so it's not necessarily a parallel. I think most people.
But the thing is that America, like, funds Israel. It's like our taxpayer dollars. There's the biggest donor.
We're funding it, but not seeing it directly affect us negatively. But ICE does. That's where that's the.
Most Americans really don't care about foreign affairs. They care about what the economy, putting food on the table, their next paycheck, and the average American. Not
it does affect us because we're paying tax dollars to support the IDF. So it does affect Americans, but I guess they're just not aware. Like Israel has free healthcare, they have free education. We don't in the U.S., but we're
not. The U.S. isn't paying for that.
No, but we're not paying for it. So
we're not paying for that.
How are we not?
We give them $3.8 billion a year in tax credits so that they can purchase U.S. armaments. So essentially, it's keeping U.S. production lines open.
Well, okay, that's a good point. But either way, and
we get a return on that investment, so it's.
But the average American doesn't receive that benefit.
Yeah, I'm not saying we.
Oh, well, yeah, it benefits the government. It's a.
No, it benefits Raytheon. It benefits people who work at these plants.
There's more jobs that usually get created when the money is given to because it's at the top, into top.
Yeah.
I thought it was Ukraine and Israel.
No, of. The State Department, the foreign aid budget used to have all these different countries. Now it's just Israel and Egypt. Everything, the other stuff comes through Congress. Ukraine.
You sure about that? Yeah. Because last time I looked at that.
Yeah, it's like $1 billion a year. Trump made a big thing about cutting foreign aid and said we're going to have two countries left, and I think Rubio now said it's Egypt and Israel.
But then how is he going to sell the weaponry? How is he going to sell the weapons?
Well, they're going to sell it some other way, but the foreign subsidies are only going to two different countries right now.
I know,
my understanding.
This helps the weapon industry in America when we give out credit.
Yeah.
And it creates jobs.
Look, you don't have to sell me on that point.
Okay. So, yep. But anyways, let's see. We'll find a different way.
So essentially we get that money back in terms of, the military-industrial complex gets that money back.
Well, we get more than that money back. There's two main things that we get back that are worth more than $3.8 billion a year. So it's sort of like return. One is a constant feedback and improvement, like when you flight test aircraft in battle situations. That's worth that has a value. To say, okay, this doesn't work. This can be improved this way. We had a problem with this. You know, you can do it flying it around, or you can do it in Israel using it. So that has a value. The other is the intelligence that Israel provides. To replicate that intelligence would be worth a lot more than $3.8 billion. And these aren't my words; these are experts' words.
But again, it doesn't benefit the average American citizen.
No, it doesn't. But I'm just saying, it's not a gift. It has a return.
No, I get it.
Yep. But so the
Amir, how's your Ramadan been so far?
well, it's going good. Alhamdulillah.
What did you have for iftar?
Some egg rolls, and I made some white rice and chicken curry and something, like that, and some fruits.
Thanks. Amir, do you like rohabsa?
Yeah, but I forgot to bring it. I'm gonna bring it probably tomorrow or something.
Do you drink it with milk or with water?
I like it both water, and the water is a little bit more, less heavier. With milk, it's more heavier.
No, water is gross. It tastes so weird with water.
You should try it with watermelon.
Watermelon?
Yeah, mix it with milk and put a small piece of watermelon. And,
that doesn't sound bad. I thought you meant like drizzle or rohabsa.
It replaces those jellies. You know when you put jelly, but it tastes really good. You should try it.
But when you add the jellies, it becomes.
There's actually what you call it, restaurants that sell that particular drink with watermelon in it, with milk and sherbet.
That sounds interesting. My sister made a rohabsa tres leches. You know, the milk cake.
I think tres leches is overrated, but horchata is I don't know. That shit is legendary.
Horchata is pretty good. I'm gonna get in my car. I have to go for a play on the day now, guys.
Take care, Layla. Nice to meet you.
We're not friends. You called Ace a bitch. You need to apologize.
I don't recall calling anyone a bitch, but okay.
I don't know about that.
Leila, I give you permission to say bitch bye to him. Bitch bye.
No, it's Ramadan. I can't curse at anybody, but you can. I support you.
Okay, for Leila, bitch bye.
So the third country on the A list is Jordan, huh? That's interesting.
So are we gonna apologize to one another?
You're the one called her the B word. Idiot.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just offering a truce is all.
You earned a truce, so just get on
We were
your
both
PTQs.
disrespectful.
Get.
We were both disrespectful to one another.
Cool. I read that. Ted, continue.
I'm sorry.
You heard me.
No, I didn't hear.
Okay, I don't want to do this. This is just irritating to me. You earned truce. So just be on your best behavior. Don't overwhelm this. Be yourself. But like you said, you try to be a better person, reform.
And try to read the room before you jump into the conversation. Yeah. This is the number one thing on the side.
I'm sorry I called you a bitch. I don't remember doing that, but I was pretty heated.
It's fine, don't worry. I'm not, it's okay, don't worry. I don't hold these things personally.
Yo, Soul, fuck you, bro.
I move on.
Soul V.
You okay?
Sorry, let me just continue.
What's up, Adam?
Let me carry on this conversation from yesterday.
Do not
Adam,
You know, man, this guy was cussing me out yesterday.
Adam, stop being quiet. Stop being a little bitch.
So a different room,
Adam, I don't even know you, dog.
Hey, come to a different room if you want to sort this out. You know, come to a different room.
Adam, why are you
Adam, I don't recall speaking with you ever.
You did speak to me, and you were screaming on your mic.
Okay, were you talking shit? Did you disrespect me?
I was talking shit about you.
25 million.
What'd you say?
Yeah, Jordan. You're right, Jordan. It's for 25 million, but that's kind of a rounding error compared to 1.3 billion for Egypt and 3.8 billion for Israel.
So Jordan still gets the.
Yeah, it's called the Foreign Military. It's the program that used to include many, many more countries. Is called the Foreign Military Financing, or FMF. That's the credit system.
Interesting.
Yo, what's up, hi, Keith?
Hello, Adam. How are you?
I'm alright, thank you. How's your day been?
You guys can open up your own room. I don't know why you guys.
He just asked me how I am.
I just said hi.
Thank you. All right, thank you. This is not one of your rooms where you can say hi, hello.
I'm greeting people here.
Yeah, and you can greet it in private room like you do it. You know, you can give private in a private room.
You know, I'll say it to you as well.
I know. Hi, Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
Anyways,
can you bring it back up, please, in there?
No, I'm good. You can open it way better. Go to the private room. Let me see.
What are we talking about anyway? What's the main topic?
Okay. Let me see. Let me pull up. We're talking about server earlier.
Someone said something about you in the comments.
That's okay. Don't care.
Okay.
I ignore a lot of people bark in the chat, so I kind of
Yeah.
Salam, everybody. Ramadan Kareem.
Same to you, bro.
Kareem.
Alaikum salam.
Did you guys watch Mike Huckabee's interview with Tucker Carlson?
That's what I heard.
We were talking about that earlier.
Did you like it?
Isn't it insane that these people will not say a word or two about Trump? Like, they'll bark at each other, but they'll never go after Trump.
It wasn't about Trump. It was about roasting Mike Huckabee.
Oh,
but it was. I heard it was. It was good. I heard it from people that actually listened to it. Did you like it though? Did you?
I did watch parts of it.
Oh, nice.
Sure, yeah. But I'm familiar with Tucker Carlson and the type of interviews that he usually does, so I'm sure it won't disappoint when I do watch it.
I feel like the Republican Party is the party of Trump.
I don't know anymore if that's the case. It definitely was. Like in 2016, almost every Republican was a Trump supporter, but I think it's kind of fractioned off quite a bit, especially over the Israel stuff and APAC. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm apolitical. I don't believe in the two-party system and the stupid fucking binary that we have. So I have no.
Did you vote for
dog
Trump?
in the fight.
Did you vote for Trump?
No, like I said, I'm apolitical as far as American politics are concerned. So I've never voted in my life. I've always been staunchly against, American foreign policy and American politics in general, and the whole, divide and conquer agenda. I'm just not.
You haven't
not
considered down. You haven't considered down ballot voting, Saul.
I'm ready to leave the country, to be honest. It's not. I have no loyalty to America. This country's never really given me what I needed to succeed in life, and in fact, I feel like because I was born in this country, I experienced a lot of the things that I did, and particularly because of the political dogma in this country, and the war on drugs especially affected me very, very personally. So, yeah, I mean, I don't have a dog in this fight at all. I never have.
But I think you might want to look into like a Green Party though. So there's another party, and see if
familiar with Green Party, but they don't win elections.
Maybe one day they will. Maybe they will.
No, I don't think so, man. We have a two-party system, and that's just the way it is.
Wait, my bad. Amir, the reason why I mentioned Trump is because Mike Huckabee defended his position as in he's supporting Trump and he's backing Trump.
Oh.
And Tucker,
he is the ambassador to Israel. He's part of the administration.
so basically he's saying that I'm just supporting Trump, and I'm like, that's the way he was framing himself. And so Tucker didn't go after Trump at all. Like, he didn't say anything, which was very interesting to me. That like, Trump is that powerful and influential and their party still. I mean, we can talk about, like, there's potential it looks like there's some fraction within the party, but largely I think they still back Trump pretty heavily, everybody. So just goes to show how much power this guy has.
I don't know. I think both parties have similar corporate sponsors. And they're all owned by shareholder companies like BlackRock and Vanguard. I just think they do certain things under the guise of the Republican Party and do other things under the guise of the Democratic Party. And it's like it's just, you have a left hand and you have a right hand. This is the same. They both wipe the same ass. So some things are just like they need the Republicans to engage in especially regards to foreign policy. Well, no, because the Democrats are pretty pro-Israel as well, but not as vocal about it, So I think the same shit would have happened. I don't even remember who ran against Trump in this last time.
That
Was it
would
still
be
Biden?
Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, it was Kamala Harris. Yeah, because Biden is just okay. Biden already. No, he only had one term, but nobody was going to vote for Biden again, and he's not fit to even be a political puppet because he's what's the word? Senile, definitely in mental decline. But I think we'd still have the same situation regarding support for Israel if Kamala had won the election.
I think
But,
the Republican Party today is uniquely different in that there's no checks and balances even within their own.
Well,
I mean,
there is checks
within
and
the
balances
American government, but
what about
even
the
they
tariff
can't
thing
check
that just happened?
themselves.
I mean, the Supreme Court just ruled the 30% tariffs unconstitutional. So
Unconstitutional, but Trump will find another loophole around that. He's still going to proceed forward.
I don't know. That's the only thing the Supreme Court has actually done.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are no checks and balances in this administration.
Everybody knows we can't handle 30% tariffs. There's just no way. The American consumer can't support that. So China can eat it. They can eat it, no problem. But the American consumer can't.
Well, tariffs go straight to the consumer. Economists have long since proven that. So it's fundamentally a tax on the consumer.
Yeah, but it still affects these corporations. It still affects the shareholders for these corporations.
To the extent that demand decreases, yeah, but it directly flows to... Now the administration has to figure out how to pay all these taxes back to the consumers that paid them. That's going to be fun.
I don't know if they're going to give us a fucking...
Yeah, they're going to have to.
Rebate or something?
Yep, they're going to have to.
Well, I haven't paid taxes for the last 2 years, so I don't think I'm going to see shit.
I highly recommend you pay taxes.
It's not like I'm evading taxes. I just basically living an ascetic style. So, I grow my own food. I have chickens. I forage. I hunt. So,
You hunt in the
income.
middle.
I don't make enough income to pay taxes. Yeah, well, I do live in the desert, but we got mountains.
Yeah, but if you don't make any money, then you don't have to file taxes.
Yeah. So I don't have enough income to have to pay taxes. That's the thing. And I have quite a few side hustles that are considered like donation, essentially. They're non-taxable income, and I just don't make that much because, like I said, I live a very simple lifestyle these days. So the only thing I really pay for is my internet. I don't pay for my phone bill. I'm on a government program, but I do have to pay for internet for the house.
It's okay. You don't have to tell us. It's keep it to yourself, man. You shouldn't be telling people on this app. They're gonna make.
No, I don't care, man. Nobody knows me personally. Nobody knows my legal name.
It's very easy to find out.
Picture.
It's very easy to find out. It's not that hard.
Yeah, people can dox me if they want, but it's not going to affect me. I don't have an employer, you know what I mean? What are they going to do?
Yeah, just don't do it. Anyways, we got Dave here. What's up, Dave? Well, he left. This is interesting. Trump questioning why Iran has not capitulated yet. Israel continues to strike Gaza. He's saying that why is Iran hasn't made a deal yet. I'll put the link in the chat. U.S. Envoy Steve Witkoff said on Saturday that President Donald Trump is questioning why Iran has not capitulated in the face of Washington's military buildup aimed at pressuring them into a nuclear deal. Yep. It's crazy.
I mean, you think this upcoming attack on Iran is going to be worse than the one Israel did last year?
So
I mean, it wasn't.
Netanyahu was in America to convince Trump to do the attack on Iran, and apparently he became successful with it because he wanted a green light and he got a green light. There's a report from Times of Israel saying that Netanyahu got a green light. If the deal doesn't work out with America and Iran, Israel will attack Iran. You know, it's very disturbing.
I don't know. I'm bracing for World War III. I don't know how much aggression towards Iran Russia and China will tolerate, or what incentive they have to let it be what it is. I don't know. This shit's getting spicy.
So the EU is saying, is it time for the EU to stop funding the Palestinian Authority? There's an opinion piece right here. You guys can check it out. It was written by the New Arab. It's a Qatari newspaper. And it's interesting what it's, because the Palestinian Authority is not liked by a lot of Palestinians. And with this Gaza border peace plan, we don't know how far they're going to go with it. All right. Anybody else want to come up? You guys are welcome to come on up. Let me turn up the hand raising. Yep. Anyways, who else is in the audience? Let's see.
councillors across the UK signed Palestine pledge ahead of key local elections. That is interesting. Let's see. Over 1,000 councillors across the UK have signed a pledge to uphold the rights of the Palestinian people ahead of local elections. Let's see how this one plays out. I put the article in the chat. Hamas says Israel must end aggression as Trump board plans Gaza future. Hamas said any discussions on Gaza must begin with a total halt to Israeli aggression as Donald Trump's Board of Peace maps out the territory's future. Yeah, this doesn't make sense. It's fucking bullshit. I wish it wasn't bullshit, but it is. This Board of Peace. And Trump, I think he said there's $1 billion each that they have to pay the leaders of different countries if they want to be a permanent board member of this Board of Peace plan. And he said he pledged, I don't know, 7 billion or 8 billion. I think the Congress hasn't approved the money yet. I don't know how this is going to play out. It's some bullshit. Hey, what's up, Emrose? What's new with you, Emrose? You okay? Looks like, do you think the Board of Peace is gonna work out? It's some bullshit. I believe it's bullshit.
What was your take on the proposed Palestinian constitution?
Palestinian constitution?
Yeah, the proposed one.
I'd have to look into it. They have a constitution?
Yeah, there's a proposed one.
Let's see, who proposed it?
A working group. Here, I'll put it in the chat.
Palestinian constitution, proposed constitution.
Proposed Palestinian constitution will come up. Somebody from Princeton translated it from Arabic.
Sure.
But what entity in Palestine proposed it?
It's all there in the description.
The document neither defines borders nor displays any indication to accept peaceful coexistence with Israel.
Right, where are you reading from?
That's from Middle East Forum.
The president's rather powerful compared to other presidents. Very powerful.
I'll put the link in the chat.
Can dissolve they have not a bicameral system, but a proposed unicameral system, so just the House of Representatives, which is fine. The president can dissolve it without consultation, can also appoint all of the judicial branch without consultation. Like in the US or other countries, the president or the head of the government proposes and then the legislature approves it sort of as a check. In this case, the president just approves. I think it's 3 members plus the Supreme Judge.
I wonder how I don't talk to fucking Americans ever, but I wonder how the moderate conservatives are feeling. When they support it. They were super MAGA in the beginning in 2016, but they must feel pretty fucking stupid to watch the entirety of our democracy just crumble.
I'm reading the Constitution right now.
It's a long document. It'll take some time.
No, I'm not reading Constitution. I'm just reading the analysis that was done by newarab.com. I put the link in the chat.
I think you should read it in its entirety at some point.
Parliamentary elections.
Or just take it and point ChatGPT at it and ask for its strengths and weaknesses.
So, Fatah is not only a faction in Palestine, and announcing this decision will have many consequences. First and foremost, the loss of Palestinian citizens trust in Fatah. Therefore, a major loss for the Palestinian state. Well, so that's the one. Let's see. So there's different stages that the state will enter. I mean, but are they going to remove these checkpoints and whatnot in the West Bank? Are they going to get rid of these 800,000 settlers? me see what I can find on the. Is it a big document? Huh?
Very long.
So the key points are pre-Amble Foundation, Jerusalem Capital, Islamic Christian Protection, Arabic Official, Islam.
No Jewish protection.
What'd you say? No Jewish protection?
No Jewish protection, no.
No, yeah, it doesn't have the Jewish thing in there.
Yeah.
Just Islamic and Christian protection. Arabic Official, Islam Sharia Primary Law Source, Citizenship for Palestinians, Unity of Land, Rights, Equality, No Discrimination, Self-Determination, Social. Yep. I don't know, 60-day public review. We're gonna see what happens if in the next 60 days. But the thing is, I don't know. There's a lot of problems with it as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of vague language that can be interpreted multiple ways.
Yeah. And for this to work, because they didn't allow technocratic government into the people that were supposed to be part of the technocratic government, they didn't allow them into Gaza. Israel blocked it. I don't know if you heard about this. And technocratic government is supposed to be part of it, right?
Now, this is the entire document.
No, I know, but isn't the technocratic government supposed to be part of the this whole thing with the border?
This doesn't establish where this is in effect.
Right. So I'm just thinking if they didn't allow the board of peace, I don't know how these people are going to allow them to have a state. Do you really believe in this border peace cycle?
Not really.
Same here. So what do you think is the stopping forces? Is it the Israeli side or the Palestinian side?
What do I think about what?
Who's going to be who's the stopping force that's from happening? Would you say it's the Israeli side or the Palestinian side?
It's both. I don't think it's one versus the other. I think both need to work together. Both need to work together.
I know, but let's say if the Palestinians are ready for it, but I mean, you don't think there's going to be hurdles from the Israeli side?
I don't think so. I think if they stop challenging the Israelis will adopt a different posture. But that's, some may say I'm overly optimistic, but that's my personal point of view.
Right. I don't know. I mean, I kind of feel like, actually, I do feel like that this, even if the Palestinians were to accept it, the board of peace, whatever, form, but the stopping party would be the Israeli side, because they're the one that are occupying it. That's the problem. If it was in your hands, would you give them a state right now and then just get it over with?
When they say we're going to establish a country through peaceful means, not through non-peaceful means, I would welcome discussions. Like this document, I'm trying to find the right paragraph in this document, which speaks to that.
Pretty big document.
This Constitution.
Yep.
There's a martyrs fund still.
But there's a martyr fund on the Israeli side as well. I don't know if you read the thing where if it's what is it? If somebody from the Israeli side that's dies defending Israel in any shape or form, not just a soldier, their family can qualify for the martyr fund.
Martyr is a different term. Dying. Getting hurt in combat, I think, is.
They use a martyr, by the way. I'll put the link in the chat for you.
Yeah, but it's not a martyr in the Islamic sense of martyr. I'm trying to find this paragraph. Where is it? I wish I could search this thing.
Because the Israeli side is calling it martyr.
No, they don't call it martyr.
Yeah, I mean, they even call the victims of Holocaust martyrs. I mean, you know this, right? Let me see.
Yeah, they were truly martyrs, but someone who is an IDF member who gets their leg blown off is not a martyr. Civilians who were killed in the Holocaust, yeah, they were martyrs. I would call them martyrs every day of the week till I die.
Martyrs, let me see. I'll put the link in the chat. This is coming from the Israeli website, not my sources. It's talks about. There we go, right here. And it talks about benefit for the spouse and children of a martyr. A martyr refers to whoever was executed or killed by authorities of a foreign country due to a Zionist activity, as well as executed of killed in an enemy country by its authorities or on a hostile organization because of his affinity to Israel, his Jewishness, or this country's hostile relation with Israel.
Yeah, that's different than falling in combat.
Falling in combat, same thing. It's if you read into it more.
It's like if you say I'm Jewish and you get killed for it, that is a martyr. Read the document carefully. And I think probably we could count on two hands the number of people that
did you hear what I said? Not just if he's Jewish. Affinity to Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you say I support the country of Israel.
It could be a non-Jewish.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so, that's a martyr. If a country kills him, that becomes a martyr. And his spouse and the family, they're going to get it from the martyr fund. It's in the link. The same thing on the Palestinian side, right? If somebody resists or whatever, and they fight with a settler, they get taken away. He's the breadwinner. Who's going to pay the family? Who's going to feed the family? That's where the martyr fund comes in. Because that's the whole concept behind it. Because he's protecting his honor, he's protecting his nation, he's protecting his people, and if he dies or if he gets arrested or whatever, the money, they're going to give it to his family. I'm sure you know about this.
I think we have different definitions.
Because, there's a lot of Palestinians that get arrested in administrative detention without due process. And they tend to be the breadwinner. How is it different, Diego, from, go and give it to me. How is it different from your side versus how is it different from Palestinians versus Israeli side?
I think people who engage in terrorist activity, which is attacking civilians, look, everyone has the right to resist, but that's resistance against, this is international law, resistance against to occupying forces. So blowing up buses or ramming cars or knifing people or becoming a shaheed by blowing yourself up someplace. And that form of martyrdom should not be rewarded. That's a very different form than dying in battle or having your leg blown off in battle or being in a foreign country and saying, oh, I support Israel. Like, yeah, which can carry the death penalty in some countries.
But yeah, they don't get awarded for killing civilians or do suicide attacks. You know this, right?
Some do.
No, you would have to provide me sources because I looked into it. They get funding if it's a suicide, bomb killing civilians. We have, what's up with you, Rabbi? How you doing?
Hey, my brothers and sisters, how are you guys? What's going on? Yeah.
You okay?
Yeah, I just got finished giving the class, and I'm out of bed and back in my apartment, sitting down, and I was like, you know what? What's going on in my clubhouse family?
No, we're not your family, bro. Stay in your lane.
Why are you being cold, man? I'm coming with open
Seriously, I'm not your family. I don't know where did you get this idea from.
I thought we were like clubhouse family.
No, we're not. Acquaintance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You wanna come up, Sapolsky? You're welcome. Come on up. Tell us where did you get the sources from for killing 50,000 from Iran International, probably, right? Was I the source? No.
Isn't it a miracle that Khomeini is still alive? It's a miracle.
Yeah, it could be a miracle, but it's problematic. If they were to kill Khomeini, there's going to be a big problem because the Shias, not only in Iran, you have Shias in Pakistan, a whole bunch of other countries, Lebanon, Iraq, Yemen. I think America is, and then even in America, they might have some sleeper cells. So I think America should think outside the box. The American government, they shouldn't go around and killing leaders.
What leaders have they killed?
They tried. Didn't they kill that guy? What was his name? Soleimani or whatever?
General. He's a general.
As a leader.
Yeah, the Iranians didn't do too much about it. They kind of accepted it, man.
Yeah, that's why people can move on, accept it, but I'm saying they shouldn't be going around killing people like that. Because if it happens to the American officials, then then it's sort of like justified, right? So you did it to one of ours, and if you do it to one of yours, then it's justified. Even Stephen. What's up, Taco? How you doing, bro?
So, Amir, you're not proud of America, like killing enemies? You don't like that, or?
Who's the enemy? Can you tell us? Are the little 20,000 children enemies in Gaza?
No, but the other,
America gave weapons to Zionist terrorist entity called Israel that have killed 20,000 children. That children are the enemy?
No, but they're collateral damage of the other 50,000.
They're not collateral damage. 20,000 children. They're your enemy.
No, they're collateral damage of war.
Oh, okay. All right. No. It's not called a war. They're under occupation and they're resisting. And it can never be a war because you have one party.
Hamas?
No, Hamas
Why are you taking away from their words?
Hamas didn't say it. 8th of October, they want to return everybody.
It's too late.
Israel turned it down. Yoav Gallant said in July we had a good deal on the table, but Netanyahu denied it. The negotiator said it.
When you captured over 200 people, women and children, that's how cowardly they were. That they captured women and children, and you kill like hundreds of citizens. That's an act of war. That's not resistance.
Okay, so how many people has Israel killed from 2022 to 2023 and capturing Palestinian children, women, men, keeping them inside Israeli dungeon without due process? Can you tell us?
Yeah, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but that's still not a war against the Palestinians.
No, it is. They killed over 500 people.
I posted an article in the chat up there.
They did? Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, it's unfortunate your position, that's all.
I feel bad for you. You know, one day you're gonna have to come back.
What's JPC? Jerusalem Prescott.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'll come to America. What's your problem?
You'll have to return.
You what?
You'll have to come back for good.
Why you mean for good? What are you talking about for good? It just, you know, the saddest thing about it is like people like you say like you're Muslim and you fear God, all these type of things, but you won't fight against Islamic radicalism. That's just butchering Muslims all across.
Can you fight against the Jewish radicalism that goes on in the West Bank that terrorizes the Palestinians? No, I am focused. Can you fight it? Right? You're on the ground right now, right? You're on the ground. You like to come up here and bark a lot, right? So are you going to fight with your Jewish terrorism that goes on in the West Bank? Literally, Times of Israel, other newspapers, they call it Jewish terrorism that goes on in the West Bank. Are you going to fight against it? Forget the Zionism, Jewish terrorism. What do we do about that in the West Bank that goes on against the Palestinians? And do you know indoctrinated these mofos are, these terrorists? Do you know Daniela Weiss? She's telling them that it's Judea and Samaria and it's our land, and she says the Palestinians are squatters. Okay? So get hold on. Look into your terrorism, the Jewish terrorism that goes on in the West Bank. Instead of barking out of your asshole, okay? Stop doing that.
Okay, Amir,
knock it up.
Amir, my point to you is very simple.
Asshole.
If you
you want to come for my religion, I'll come for your, and it's happening right now as we speak. The terrorism, there's thousands of attacks that has happened to the Palestinians in the West Bank. Go look into it. Go look into it. No. I want you to fix your problem. You have Jewish terrorism on your hands that's going on in the West Bank right now.
Okay, Amir.
Instead of barking, coming up here, all you say is a bunch of nothing. You just fucking bullshit all the time.
Okay, Amir, I come in peace. What I'm saying to you is that outside of Gaza, okay, there's Islamic terrorism against other Muslims throughout the entire region, right? And what I'm saying to you is, why are you not fighting against that?
Can you please tell us what is going on in the West Bank, the Jewish terrorism? Well, what do we do about that?
So just saying,
Well, what do we do about the Jewish terrorism that goes on in the West Bank?
I have no problem talking about it, but
can you please tell us why are these people terrorizing the fuck out of the Palestinians every day? Why the hell are they stealing sheep? Why the hell there's a cat raper that's going around raping cats, a fucking disgusting, Israeli settler, right? And he's a Jew as well, by the way. Why the hell do you have another Jew inside Israel? Literally, he's into bestiality. He wants to rape dogs. Right? They caught him, this was like a couple of years ago. Why the hell you have Jewish kids, 15 kids, and it's actually not kids, it's, I think these are adults, it was mentioned, Jerusalem Post. They gang raped a 15-year-old girl, a 15-year-old Jewish girl. Why the fuck would they do that inside Israel? You have Jewish terrorism that goes on inside Israel. You want to come up here and talk about my religion? Fuck you and fuck your fucking religion. Whatever the fuck you follow, bitch. You're just a grifter. Fucking asshole. No, you're not gonna bark here, okay? Go stay in your fucking lane. Go to the other room. Go get lost. Fucking asshole. Get lost. I don't want to talk to you. I'll move you down. I don't care. You want to bring up my religion? I'll bring up your religion. I'll tell you everything that's wrong with it. It's happening inside Israel. You have another case. 2 17-year-old Jewish kids gang raping a 2-year-old toddler. This happened inside Israel. Okay? Your Jewish people inside Israel, they're part of the idea. They're fucking killed 20,000 children in Gaza. Jewish people, right? These are your Jewish terrorist kids, or in the idea, or whatever you want to call it, adults. Such an idiot, man. Fucking asshole.
I really don't understand why you asked me.
Yeah. Why is your Jewish terrorism that's going on in the West Bank? Why is the Jewish terrorism that's going on in the idea? Why are they raping girls in the idea? These are your Jewish brethren. Sick.
Well, I mean, these things happen in societies all over the world.
Yeah, no. This is Jewish terrorism. I'm going to blame the Jewish terrorism. Just like you blame Muslim terrorism, I'm going to blame it on Jewish terrorism.
No, but I'm saying Muslim
Yes. I'm going to blame it on Jewish terrorism.
Millions of people are dying.
Jewish terrorism. You understand what a Jewish terrorism is?
No.
Yes. By the way, Bree, I know you like to bark in the chat. You don't want to come up. Do you know California allows child marriages? Did you know this? I'm in state of California, by the way. There's been over 25,000 cases of child marriage in California. You should look into it. Yeah. Instead of barking in the chat, I know you like to bark in the chat. You don't want to come up. Yeah. Keep barking. Just like Black Rabbi barks on the stage, you're barking in the chat. Keep doing it. And I speak with facts. I actually looked into this a couple days ago. There's about 4 states that don't have no age on the marriages, and you want to come and attack my religion. You, Islamophobe, this Black Rabbi character, his mom is a Muslim, but he wants to attack Islam.
I'm not attacking.
You're not attacking.
I want you to stand up against Islam.
Right. We should talk about Jewish terrorism that goes on inside Israel and outside Israel. Okay. Let's talk about another incident. What are you doing in Golan Heights? Why are you occupying Golan Heights? The Jewish terrorism, right, that goes on in Golan Heights. Why are they occupying Golan Heights? It doesn't belong to you. It belongs to Syria. Why is your Jewish terrorism occupying buffer zone in Syria? Why is your Jewish terrorism is occupying inside Lebanon that has killed over 500 people since November, since the truce? Why is your Jewish terrorism is literally allowing people to go into southern Lebanon? They were even going to build settlements. They even build a fucking website. Did you know this? That they were selling some settlements in Lebanon, southern Lebanon. And this is all related to your Jewish terrorism. Not Muslim, not Islam, Jewish terrorism. You see what I did there? You see what I did? You see how I'm coming for you? Fucking asswipe. You want to come for Islam? I'll come for your religion. I don't give 2 fucks.
I'm not coming for you.
I'm done. Shut your fucking mouth. If you don't want me to attack your religion, I'm not gonna, stop mocking attacking my religion, bitch.
Crazy, bro.
Yeah, you're just a crazy fucker. All you want is attention whore. Grifter, attention whore, running an unlicensed yeshiva inside Israel. You don't have no fucking respect for nobody. You're just a disgusting human being.
I don't know why you do all this, man.
You're just a disgusting, filthy human being.
Why? What did I do?
No, what?
I came here like to I want to hold hands with you to stand up.
Bro, I'm not gay, okay? Go hold hands with that girl that you fornicated with. She's pregnant. Stop flirting with my moderators.
Nobody's flirting with your moderators. We're talking.
Fucking sick, man.
I love you, man. Come on. Virtual hug. Shalom.
Bree, you should go, respectfully, you shouldn't be assuming shit about people, right? I think you're mentally not okay in the head. I understand you're a Trump supporter. I understand you probably even defend Epstein. It's very problematic, people like you, and there's a lot of Trump supporters out there that defend Trump and Epstein. That's very, very thick, Just like Norm going around defending Epstein all day long, every day. It's very crazy. It just doesn't make sense. So you shouldn't be defending Trump or Epstein. It's a pedophilia behavior, right? You shouldn't be doing this. There's a lot of them that do this on this app, and I call them out. I have a disease called calling out disease. And I don't really give 2 fucks, I have nothing to lose. So, and I can't see people defending Epstein on this app or Trump anymore. That's what I'm saying. It's very disturbing. Yeah, I'm a clubhouse warrior. Yeah. Like an idiot. anyways, hey, what's up, Craig? How you doing tonight? Gonna come up.
Hey, morning. Good day.
Good morning. What's going on with you?
Same shit, different toilet. I'm alright. How are you guys?
Getting ready to remove the evil regime in Iran.
Put the link in the chat, Craig. Did you know that Black Rabbi got caught up? He was stealing Ariel's wallet.
Who's the wallet?
Ariel. You remember Ariel that used to be on there?
Yeah, I remember Ariel, yeah.
You know he's active on Twitter Space right now? I mean, like he's, they're cooking him on Twitter Space, different spaces.
Wow. So which, I'm looking at all the links now. So
Right, yeah, I put a link in the chat. You see it? It's on YouTube. It's on my channel.
The only thing I see is you got newharrow.com news wire.
No, if you scroll down, like I just posted right now.
Alright.
So this is the thing is that we're going to be able to establish American military bases in Iran. This has not ever existed in American history.
Not in this live, maybe next live.
No, we're going to.
Where's that American military bases there?
In Iran?
This guy, bro.
Yeah.
When?
In the Shah's time.
Really?
We had port calls at Bandar Abbas.
So we got to bring them back. Make Iran great again. With American bases. Man, it just feels good to see his capitalism grow, to see his democracy grow, to remove the evil from the world that wants to keep things the same and empower radicalism, intimidates its neighbors through violent force. It just feels good that, this is where American taxpayer dollars are going. It's unbelievably beautiful. Can we pray together? Mary, you want to pray?
May God curse the American regime and Israeli regime for putting putting Israeli regime and oppressing and suppressing group of people, and forcing the sanctions on an entity, on a sovereign nation. They should not, they should still keep their nose out of their business, right? Has nothing to do with it. Literally, Netanyahu was up here in America to convince, to convince Trump to do the attack on Iran, right? And guess what? A couple of days in, when he came back, he was sad. It was posted, I think, in Times of Israel. A couple of days later, Trump comes out and he gives a green light to Netanyahu that if the deal doesn't work out, you could target Iran and we will back you, right? So Netanyahu, has a hand in this, right? If he really gave two fucks about the people of Iran, like he said it on, like he was barking, like you bark all the time on this fucking app, right?
We're talking.
No, you bark all the time, bro. You bark all the time, bro.
We're talking.
Listen,
you know you bark.
Don't interrupt the moderator, please. Can you not interrupt the moderator?
So Netanyahu, right? If he really gave two fucks about the Iranian people, like he does, he could have told Donald Trump to, we can avoid the thing and we can do it diplomatic way and let's work this out.
We're trying.
No attack.
We're trying.
No.
We're trying.
Who's we? Who's we?
Americans.
You're a traitor. You're a traitor. Right. You're not American.
What would be the diplomatic way,
Diplomatic way where you could sit down and try to work something out. I'm thinking the last time they did the attack, right, during that 12-day attack, I think the America could have given a little bit more time, right? 61 days passed, and all of a sudden Israel had to do the attack. They didn't have to attack Iran. They could have stopped it. What was the point? It was almost $10 billion worth of loss that happened to Israel. Almost close to $10 billion. That's a lot of money. And it depleted 25% of the missiles. Yeah, it depleted 25% of stockpiles of the U.S. that go in the top system.
And the stock share, they're all Israeli Zionists. So is there really like a loss there?
Yeah, but Amir, again, America is doing the sanctions against Iran. Like you may say that Israel's lobbied, they made their case. Okay, fine. A lot of nations come to America and make their cases of various different military interventions the United States participates in, whether it's directly or indirectly. So that's a normal thing. But the issue is that we're going to bomb the hell out of Iran, and we're going to assassinate their leaders, right? And then we're going to establish a new American providence in that region, right? So I mean that's what we're witnessing, and that's what you should be grateful for. And you should be thankful.
Grateful?
For the fact that we're gonna cleanse that land of its evil by assassinating.
I was with you until you said grateful. What the fuck? What are you saying right now?
They should be gay.
Bro, I was with you until you said grateful.
I didn't say.
Oh, just like the slaves should be grateful. Hold on. Just like they should be grateful to the Americans from taking out of the tribes of Africa. Like, what do you want about as a black person? What kind of traitor are you?
Wait, what does slaves have to do with it?
Doesn't identify as black. He identifies.
They should subjugate this nation. They should subjugate this nation, and then the nation themselves should be grateful for this.
Yeah, we're going to subjugate them to our will, and they're going to make them better. That's what we're going to do. You're going to sit there and watch.
Right, like slavery. Exactly, like slavery. Very good. Very good. Very good, black man. Very good on you, you traitor. You Uncle Tom that you are. What an Uncle Tom? Because you're an Uncle
He doesn't identify as black. He does not identify as black. You know.
Where's all this coming from? Like,
I'm being stereotypical. He sounds like a black man. I don't know. I'm just assuming.
No.
You might be right. Maybe he's a white guy.
He's a white.
I don't know. Oh, you identify as white, black?
The point we're going to dominate the Arabs.
He's going through midlife crisis right now. He doesn't know what he is. He's going through identity crisis. And we are trying to, and he fornicated with some girl inside Israel. And she's pregnant.
Oh, that's what it is. So, he fell in love with a Jewess.
It's a girl. She's I think she's comes from Ashkenazi background, and he's into I guess because since he thinks he's white, he's into like white chicks, right, Black Rabbi? Right.
Man, we're talking about subjugating the will of the Muslims in the region, and you're talking
again subjugating. Okay, can you please tell us what is left hour about? Do they subjugate their women? What is left hour? Can you tell us? Do you know what left hour is, right? Do you understand what that is? Well, that's a sect under Judaism. You know this, right?
I don't know so much about it.
Yeah, do you know they subjugate? If I put an article in the chat, right? Literally, they're covered up from top to bottom. They arrested a whole bunch of them in Guatemala, right? You should look into it. And guess what? It was started from Israel. This particular sect, and it's a very extreme sect. They don't really. They're actually
fanatics. Look, every religion has their fanatics. These 400 people. They run from country to country. They have a very warped sense of reality, and
I got you. We can even talk about. We can even look at the Haredim Jews inside Israel. Do you know in their area you have to wear modestly? The Haredim Jews inside Israel.
So that's their interpretation.
They have signs. They have signs, and the women. I saw a whole bunch of documentaries on this at the workplaces. Right,
happens in the United States too.
No. At the workplaces, the women is separate, men is separate. Did you see that, Black Rabbi? They're literally it's exact thing. Why are they subjugating women? Why aren't they working together?
In
the same.
Wait, Abir. The difference in our religion.
That's their interpretation of Jewish law. Okay, but you said you didn't want to. You didn't want him attacking your religion. Don't attack ours.
He's attacking our religion. He brought up again Muslim subjugating. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, there you go. You see it again. There you go. See, this is the problem with when we talk to Black Rabbi, he goes to the next level. When I bring up the facts about his own religion, a lot of times he doesn't even know what the hell I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, but you gotta realize, in Judaism, religious women don't want to be around men. So it's not
same thing in Islam.
Yeah, same thing in Islam, my bro.
But either way, the point is, we're going to make you guys better people. We're going to improve your functionality, and you're going to be more American.
How are you going more American in what sense? Should we make your community that lives inside Israel more American? Because they don't speak American. They speak Hebrew.
They actually hate America.
Yeah, they hate America.
They actually hate America.
No,
They spit on your flag.
I do not.
That is not incorrect. They literally spit on the.
All right, if you believe that, that's okay. You know, I see American.
They literally. Hold on. Don't they call? Hold on. Don't they call them the Goyim?
I don't know what they call them.
It means nation. It just means nation.
Look how
They
everyone
love America from a cultural
boom
standpoint.
boom on your head.
Either way, doesn't matter.
No, I'm talking about the people themselves. Not even from a cultural standpoint, darn it.
Anyways, black rabbis running a licensed yeshiva.
Music, they love American culture. It's completely the opposite as you described.
But Jacob, you know what I heard from Emrose and Amos? What I heard, because they're Israelis, right?
Yeah.
What I heard from them is they don't like when American Jews, they get involved in their own politics, and they kind of look down upon American Jews because they're down there on the ground. They're part of the idea. They're fighting the fight against the enemy, right? Enemy could be anybody, Hamas, Lebanon, whatever, right? And they're doing all this stuff, while the American Jews are just not really doing anything. You know, they're just in, sitting in New York or whatever. And Emrose was telling me this. Emrose, I heard it from Amos as well. And Amos told me that, these people, they don't have any clue. They just support, Netanyahu, any terrorists or whatever. And they're not happy with that because they have to do all the work on the ground.
Yeah,
I understand that, but they also don't take into account the diaspora funding of Israel and
the only reason why I'm understanding is because of the
the APAC lobbying group. I know the American.
No, I'm talking individuals. No, APAC is just for the betterment of U.S. government policy, U.S. government coordination with the state of Israel. I'm talking about American philanthropic organizations that contribute both individually and collectively to the state of Israel.
But how much money does it go from that?
Oh my God, billions of dollars a year. Billions.
I'll have to look into that because what I heard from Amos and Emrose and even Eagle agreed on this.
I understand it. I agree with it. Yeah, I would feel the same way, but I think they're not looking into the entirety of the relationship.
Amir, these people are not players in Israeli society. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? Some people think passport, Israeli citizen. What are you talking about? They're Jews.
I'm saying in Israel, the people you're talking about are not players in Israeli society.
What do you mean? Who's a player in the Israeli society? Give me the name.
In order to see if that was a truly a viewpoint, you would have to do a broad-based survey of at least 2,000 Israelis. 3 people in Clubhouse do not make a representative sample for the Israeli population.
They're kind of like ghetto. They're like outskirts people. They're not like...
They're ghetto? What are you talking about?
It's an opinion I've heard before.
Eagle literally lives in Tel Aviv. What are you talking about? Do you know how expensive Tel Aviv is?
Depends where you live.
You're seriously mentally not okay in the head, man. I wish you were okay.
Some places are Tel Aviv.
Hey, what's up, Sunny? Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to Farm. Yeah, you're such an idiot, man. Like Rabbi, seriously, man.
Either way, man, the key thing is there's going to be American military bases in Iran, and Khomeini's going to be dead very soon, and the world's going to be better.
Oh, we'll see, my bro. Oh, wait, you've tried so many times since 2002. We'll see.
You're not getting the point. I told you this number of times. I don't know why Americans are mentally retarded. No offense to any Americans. A lot of them are mentally retarded. I told you he's actually leader of one of the school of jurisprudence. So forget about the Iranian Shias. You have Shias in Iraq.
Who's the
Shias in Pakistan.
The guy keeps saying Khomeini, but he already passed away. He means Khomeini.
Khomeini is a leader of Jewish prudence.
Not Khomeini. He passed away. It's Khomeini.
Okay, fine.
We don't care.
Right, the current leader. You're
Not
saying
fine. That's what reality is.
I know exactly.
Person. How dumb can you be?
We don't care.
I know. So shut up. If you don't even know his name.
Yeah,
how can you even know his
school of Jewish. Hang on a second. I'm school of jurisprudence.
Okay, you said Jewish thought.
Yeah, no, I said Jewish, but I think it came out as
Jewish thought. Yeah.
Yeah, it's jurisprudence. So there's a lot of people that follow his school. There's a lot of people that follow his school, and there's a chance if you guys take it out, if American government takes it out, there's going to be a lot of problems. Not just in Iran.
We're going to take him out like we did Soleimani. You're going to be sitting.
Yeah, but he's not a Soleimani. He's a leader. He's just an idiot, man. You understand what the difference is? It's an idiot, man. Soleimani was just like maybe a leader of army, in general, right?
We own you guys. We own you.
We own this region. Mentally retarded. This guy. Just keeps on talking out of his ass.
Israel's going to be the dominant force in this region. You have to accept that. The Jews are conquering the Arabs. It's that simple.
So you want to rule over Iran?
Yeah.
The Jews look at you.
Iran yourself?
You're so dumb in your life. Here's what and they wouldn't even accept you, Black. That's what Jews are. You should have seen what they did with the Ethiopian Jews. He's an idiot, man. He's so I don't know. Are you a black person? Is your skin color? Hold on. You're a Zion. It sounds like you're a Zion.
I'm loved.
Well, let me. You asked me a question. Go ahead.
I'm loved by the Jewish people. I'm loved.
Oh, is your skin color black?
Yeah.
You think they love you?
Yeah, for sure.
You're an idiot in your life. You don't know how racist these people are. Zionists.
You don't.
I'm not talking about Jews. I'm talking about Zionism.
No, they don't like you. They don't like you. That's nothing to do with me. They don't like you.
How do you know they don't like him? How do you know they don't like him? How do you know they don't like him?
I'm literally their cousins, unlike you, bro. The way they treat black people with black skin, you should go look at their history books and see what they did.
They don't like him.
Because he's a terrorist.
You don't even know who the fuck you are. Calling somebody a terrorist. You're having an identity crisis. Calling someone a terrorist.
What's my identity crisis? I know who I am.
You don't know who you are. You're fucking confused. You wake up every day confused.
I'm an American imperialist, and we're conquering a region, and you can't do nothing about it.
You're a bozo. You're a bozo.
Yeah, well,
that's cool. But I'm on the winning side of history, and you're in this room because you're losing, right? I mean,
losing where? Losing where?
Can there be one day without someone humiliating you or insulting you or trying to prove you wrong?
I'm in a pro-Palestinian room.
Look, man.
And my people are conquering.
Look, if everyone else look, bro. If everyone else in the world disagreed with me on the truth, hold on, man. Let me just because you're saying you're on the winning side, we're on the losing side. I agree. We are on the losing side. Your team has military. I agree with that. That doesn't make it more. 1 second. By the way, you cut me off like. Well, my wife's cut me off. My wife's cut me off, and now you're my wife. You remind me of her. You keep cutting me off. Let me finish, my wife, if you don't mind. Yo, have some self-restraint. Let me finish my statement. All right.
Why are you gay, Hamza? Why are you gay? Are you gay? Why are you gay? Why are you gay? Oh my God. Anyways, Black Rabbi, do you want to know a fun fact about the racism? After I think I said this before to you, right? After they established the state, in the 1950s, when they started bringing in the Jewish people from Iraq and all these Arab nations. Do you know how much racism was there against the Arab Jews? And hold on a second, hold on. Do you know how much racism there was against the Sephardic and Arab Jews coming from the Ashkenaz? Hold on, hold on. I know you're about to get triggered. This is a fact, okay? The Ashkenazi Jews were being racist towards Sephardic. And are you gonna shut up or no? I'm speaking. Just mute up. Thank you. You can't be hogging the mic. I know you want to dominate the room. I know. You're attention whore. We all understand you're attention whore. The Arab Jews and the Sephardic Jews, they were getting discriminated by the Ashkenazi Jews. There was a big protest in 1970s and 1980s, right? And you should look into this. This is actually factual. And slowly, they started to become less. There was a lesser discrimination against the Sephardic and Arab Jews, right? So, and this is what ended up happening. Now, at this moment, I mean, do you agree that in Dimona you have, a pretty big, large population of Black Americans living over there, correct?
Anymore.
Do you agree?
You used to be, not anymore.
Okay, so right now, who lives in Dimona?
It's mostly Israelis.
Are they Black American?
There are some.
Okay, what's the population? 20,000, 30,000?
No, I'm telling you, most of the Black Americans don't live in Dimona.
I heard weren't they like Israelite? Are they Israelite?
Yeah, a lot of them are Israelites, yeah.
So why are you an Israelite?
I'm an Orthodox Jew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I keep the Torah, all the mitzvot. But the point is just saying that the vast majority of Black Israelites that are here in Israel are normal Israeli citizens. Like sometimes you'll see like a police officer and like I may think she's Ethiopian and she'll be like, "What's up, man?" I'm like, "Oh, whoa." I say, "Oh, you're from Dimona." She's like, "Yeah." So I see like Black Americans all over. There's 10,000 African Americans live here in Israel. They fight in the army. They love this country and they're doing a lot of advocacy to the Black community on behalf of the state of Israel. So we're all one big family here, Amir. And more importantly, we're conquering Iran, a world superpower. Our sanctions show not only do we have the power to cripple a nation, but also we have the ability to rebuild the nation with our sanctions, meaning the sanctions are not going to be removed in Iran unless the proper leadership is in place, right? So the people, in conjunction with us, Iranian patriots, as Trump has named them, they are going to fight to the end until we establish a government that works in conjunction with the United States. That's what's happening, right? And you guys should be excited that your people are going to be freed, that they're going to have a Western-style democracy. Many of you fled Iran to come to America for a better life. Now we're bringing the better life to Iran.
Okay, do you want to hear the racism level? I'm going to tell the whole room now.
2026.
So in 2016, you have the racism acknowledged at 77%. High police violence, housing denial inside Israel. Ethiopian Jews, 75%. That was 24 to 37% in 2016.
What does that mean?
And in general 2014 poll, 95% say racism exists inside Israel. So 77% of Africans, right, asylum seekers, in 2016 there was they were they acknowledged there was 77% of them faced racism.
A lot of them are criminals. A lot of the asylum seekers.
Now they're criminals. Now they're criminal.
A lot of them.
Did you seek asylum as well when you went to Israel?
From America?
No. Did you seek asylum inside Israel?
No. I ran for U.S. Congress and then I came to Israel.
You're a fucking liar. You never ran for no fucking U.S. Congress in your life.
Bro,
you lie so much on this bitch, it's crazy, bro. You actually believe your own.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
What type of visa did you get to come into Israel?
At first, I got a student visa because I was going to yeshiva, and then second, I got a permanent residency after I got married.
Thank you.
Yeah. So yes, I ran for Congress in LA in 2016, and then after that, after I lost as a Republican nominee actually, then I came to Israel and
were you primaried out or you lost in the general?
The primary in LA is an open primary, so I was running against a couple of Democrats and Karen Bass, so I lost, but only by like a couple hundred votes, by the way.
The only person that funded his campaign was his girlfriend in 2001.
What year did you run for U.S. Congress? What year? What year?
Such an idiot.
You could Google it, man.
I don't want to Google. I'm asking you, what year did you run for Congress?
Google it.
You just said 2016.
You can't hear. You can't listen. So that's why.
Well, that's the same year that they did the survey about the racism, like Rabbi.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, well, there's a whole issue. Some Ethiopian kid got shot.
It's a whole issue. No, I mentioned Africans, and then I mentioned Ethiopian Jews separately.
Why are Africans that come here criminals?
Do surveys in France. Like every country's working on making it better. Israel is no exception.
It's at pretty high level, though, Jacob. Not a small level, at high level. And just like the Arabs, I'll give you a survey from the Arabs as well. It was about 71%.
Yeah, it's a high level for a small percentage of the population. Black people are less than 1% of the population. So while I think it's bad and I wish it would improve, it's not a systemic problem to 40% of the population, or even, let's say, 13% of the population in the United States. Black people represent approximately 13% of the population in the United States. In Israel, it's less than 1%.
No, I know. I'm not good. I'm not doubting the population-wise. I have a problem with the racism that goes inside Israel, because
racism is an international thing. It's not just something you can pin on Israel.
72% in 2015. Their areas are underfunded. Self-determination exclusively unique to the Jews, not to the Arab, Muslims, or Christians. You could, but to the Arab Jews, it's okay. You can have the self-determination. That's right there is discrimination. That's literally racism. And this law was passed in 2018. You can look this up. The right of return.
Put links in the chat, please.
You know about it, right?
I don't know, put links in the chat. I'll look at what you're talking about.
Sure.
You're mixing all sorts of different things together.
Self-determination is not racism against the...
I don't know. You're mixing racism with self-determination and stuff. Just put some links in the chat.
Sure.
You gotta realize, if I were to get citizenship, it would ruin my argument back in the States. It's only because I lived here and I came here to learn Torah on a spiritual mission and found out the truth of the conflict on that journey that I could come back and empower American citizens, right? If I get citizenship, then I'm like, I'm Israeli, I'm loyal to, the whole thing. But it doesn't matter. My relationship with the state is extremely close. I'm supported on all levels here. I've met most levels of government here. And it's one of the greatest experiences of my life. That's going to continue on forever, God willing. More importantly than even what I just said is the rectification of the evil that exists in this region and elevating and allowing the Muslim people to experience American life, right? That's what we're doing here. That's the mission. Israel, what's peace? What's peace with the Palestinians? Wants peace with the Persians, and wants peace with the Syrians and everyone else, right? It's about peace. You guys don't want peace. You have to want peace. That's what we have. And unfortunately, we have to use military intervention as an instrument to soothe the soul into compliance, right? And that's what the airstrikes in Iran are going to represent.
You want to hear something crazy? I just pulled up the article. I posted a self-determination, Jacob, in there from NPR. Times of Israel, Black Rabbi. Do you know what the title of this article is? 52% of Israeli Jews agree African migrants are a cancer. Isn't that crazy?
But they are, though. They really are.
No, okay. That's not racist thing to say. It's okay.
No, it's these particular people.
You're just an idiot, man. Seriously, you are an idiot.
I've seen it with my own eyes. If you come here, you come to East Tel Aviv, South Tel Aviv, where they're at. You see these people, drug addicts. They're very lowly. They not represent the best people from Africa. These are the lowest people that find ways to get smuggled into the country, and they add no value. You know what I mean? They're dark. You know what I mean?
They're dark. Okay, I'm just an idiot.
Literally dark. So it's not racism. It's the truth. They came here like there's other groups that come to Israel that contribute a lot. The African, Sudanese, these other people, they're criminals mostly. Prostitution, drugs, all that stuff is by them. You can't look at Israel from the lenses of America. It's not. It's more cultural differences. It's not. In America, it's race. It's like you're dark, I'm light, this whole thing. And in this part of the world, It's not about that. It's about where you're from. It's about like your culture, how it integrates with other cultures, and so it's cultural differences. Even amongst the Jews, there's conflicts, right? Mostly because of cultural differences that are also ideological, expressed ideological, but it's cultural differences. But you can't use the word racism in a sense of what my grandparents experienced by the brutality of white people in America. You can't use that same perspective here as it relates to, because no one
Racism is racism.
Yeah, but you guys want to weaponize
Cultural
that too.
differences, as you're speaking about Mordecai, they often split along racial lines.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There's not the same. There aren't white people and black people in this region. There's people who are African, people who are Sudanese, people who are Arab, people who are European, and people get along and people don't get along for various reasons. But to say race like America is a gross misappropriation. And it's all in fact, it's actually offensive as an African American that such terms are being used, because it marginalizes the pain that my ancestors went through. The rape, the brutalization, all these things. And you marginalize it and you make it into a weaponized political term. And that's offensive to me as an African American, right? So the point over here is we're talking about culture.
Now he's African American.
No, what are you talking about? You taking offense about? Like, who said anything offensive to you?
When they try to use the pain of black people to justify their military cause. You know what I mean? When they try to, cosplay and say, oh, well, we're fighting just like the black people fought. No, you did not. We taught the white American what peace, what justice, and what equality is. You guys do suicide bombings. You guys kidnap children, women, pregnant women. Right now, we're talking about the terrorists in Gaza, right? That's what they do.
Terrorists in Gaza.
Terrorists in Gaza is crazy.
Yeah, you are a terrorist, mofo. All right. You should look inside of you. The terrorism that goes on in the West Bank against the Palestinians. You should look into that. Against the type of shit that they do. They steal sheep. They steal. They even steal pipes. They burn down forces. They torch cars. They even torch mosques. They do a whole bunch of crazy shit to the Palestinians. Not to mention that kid from Tampa, Florida. He owned an ice cream shop, by the way. He went over there, right? He was a Palestinian American. He was sitting on his front porch. All of a sudden, you have disgusting terrorist settlers. These are Zionist Jewish settlers. These are terrorist Jewish settlers. Come in the front, garden or whatever, and they start to break his olive tree or whatever, and then they start to set up tents. He tried to push them back, and they beat the crap out of him. They killed him. The ambulance couldn't even get there on time. And guess what happened to his brother? His brother has autism. He's about 16 or 15 years old, and he got what was it? The dad said that they took him in, but the Times Visual reported that the kid threw rocks at the IDF truck, and they just arrested him under administrative detention without due process. And that's what they've been doing to the people in the West Bank, arresting them, right? So I think you need to work on your terrorism, the terrorism that comes from your side. You need to fix that. You can't be doing this. I put more links in the chat, Yaakov, if you want to check them out. The last link I put in there is for the Arabs. The discrimination rate, this poll was done in 2023. I pulled up on Perplexity. It says 86% see moderate high racism. The 2016 Pew Research, 79% see discrimination versus Muslim Arabs. And this is the Arab experiencing discrimination. But anyways, there's a lot of polls out there.
So the U.S. Gerald Ford aircraft carrier was spotted entering the Mediterranean through the Strait of Gibraltar after being ordered to the region as part of the U.S. buildup for military action. This is the greatest assembly of naval militaristic craft in world history, right? This naval, what we're seeing, we've never seen this much power and might all accumulated in the Persian Gulf ever in human history. We should all take a step back and look at God's miracle. Look how God is blessing this land. Look how God is blessing the Iranians. We're talking about close to
God has blessed this land so much, it's always at war, right? It's always trying to go in attack mode, always trying to start shit up, right? With other people, the neighboring countries. You're just an idiot, bro.
May I ask what war you are talking about, Amir? I just joined in. Just
the 48, 67. This 7th of October, it wasn't started by Palestinians. Just 1 year prior to the 7th of October, 2022 to 2023.
Are you talking about that?
Yeah, that, and I'm talking about the what happened to the Palestinians.
Oh, can I say a piece?
What war are you talking about?
I thought we were talking about America in the Iraq war, because he said the biggest invasion. And
yeah, America started the war. That's right.
No. What I was thinking was Pearl Harbor. That was the biggest naval invasion, and then the Iraqi war in 2003. But then I didn't know we were talking about this. That's why I asked. That's all. That's why I asked. That's all. That's why I asked.
But okay, let me ask you this: who started the Iraqi war? T.
That's very controversial.
Which were the first or the second?
The one with the WMD.
He's talking about the second with the U.S. In all honesty, I believe we did. The Americans started that war. It was honestly to justify a lot of things, a lot of spending money.
Let's be very clear why we went into that war. Iraq consistently violated the UN resolution that did not allow them to have any missiles that can go past 130 kilometers. They broke that over and over again. America told them to destroy the weapons and let us bring in inspectors, and it completely rejected over it. Those are the weapons of mass destruction.
The UN, the weapon expert, what was his name? Scott Ritter. You heard about Scott Ritter? He went over there, he checked, there was no WMDs. Okay? Alright. Get your facts straight, shut the fuck up, get your facts straight. Yeah, there were no WMDs in Iraq, you're right.
Can I say what really that war was about?
Okay, wait, really quick.
Yeah, what was it about, T?
The point is, them having missiles.
There's no point, you're pointless. You're just an idea, your existence is just an idea, bro. You don't exist.
Fair enough. But the issue is that having weapons that go past 130 kilometers were weapons of mass destruction for our allies, and also they killed American soldiers. The weapons of mass destruction did exist. They were neutralized, and Saddam was removed. Iraq is a better place today.
Do you guys know about Gilgamesh?
The Epic of Gilgamesh?
The Tomb of Gilgamesh.
Tell me more.
We're about to go
So, to be honest, what I believe that's why we went into Iraq is because to get the weapons of Gilgamesh, which was a spear that can neutralize but not kill. What I mean by neutralize is not killing people. It's to start people. Listen. Just wait. I'm not rambling. You can look this up. This is in Hillary's emails.
I'm not talking to you, T. I'm saying, Black Rabbi, we listen to you ramble.
No, we don't want to hear this stupid stuff, bro.
It's not stupid, bro. This shit is actually real. You too foreign propaganda.
See, I'm listening to what you're saying.
I know you are, because you're a weirdo too.
ISIS also destroyed a lot of artifacts in Iraq. I think it's interesting to
look into that too as well. But that's kind of weird. In my opinion, that's a little weird.
What is
why
it called?
they did that?
Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh.
Yeah, Gilgamesh. The staff. Look up the staff of Gilgamesh and Hillary Clinton's emails. We went to war because to get that technology, and that technology was to stop people from coming as a whole. Like stop. They use. You can look it up. Heat waves. Look up U.S. Army Humvee. Look up U.S. military Humvee heat waves. And if you look at when they deploy it, it should be in like 2009 or 2008. We went to Iraq in 02, 03. That's why we went to war in Iraq, to discover ancient technology.
Yeah, but there's no tomb confirmed.
Yeah, of course there's no tomb confirmed.
Preliminary mud brick anomaly invasion for WMD.
Of course, bro. Of course there's no tomb going to be confirmed, because that's what the world power wants you to know. They want you to know that it did not exist. But just look into it.
Okay, I'm gonna.
That's what I'm saying. Just look into it. That's why I said it's gonna be very controversial. What I say.
I know, but we can agree to disagree. Thank you.
You're right. You're very right.
Yeah, it was had to do with the father of the Bush, because there was some animosity as well. Saddam, and then you had Netanyahu approaching the Congress as well, that Iraq is the enemy, because Saddam Hussein was wanted to attack Israel all the way in, and Saudi Arabia. It played a role as well, because Saudi Arabia. Saddam Hussein was probably going to take over Saudi Arabia as well, and Saudi Arabia could not fight for some reason back then, and so they were sort of like, kind of scared, and so they had to come up with a reason. They made up a fake reason, the WMDs, which were never found, and Israel provided fake intelligence as well, right? That they got something going on with something going on, and that's what they did, man. They invaded Iraq. Iraq is still under occupation. They're still, over there trying to set up military base and whatnot. Yes, speak.
What do you, Amir, peace. What do you think about these military buildup towards Iran? Real quick, bro. 2 out of 11 aircraft carriers are in the region. A bunch of aircraft are also being moved towards Iran, looking like a large-scale operations.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think they're gonna do a full-blown attack. You know why? Because the elections are around the corner. So it's gonna be limited. He said limited strikes, and if it's a limited strikes, I think that I kind of looked into it. It's going to be like military sites or like nuclear sites, right? To kind of force Iran to do the deal, and that's where we're at right now. And there would be no regime change.
Hey, Amir, can I give you the video of what I was talking about earlier? The correct name?
No, I have it. I pulled up on my AI. I pulled up on it.
So, are you watching the same video? Not
the video. I just pulled up the whole thing. What happened to it and how it was debunked and.
No, not that. I was talking about the weapon. The weapon I was talking about. That's why.
Gilgamesh. Yeah, Gilgamesh, right?
Yeah.
That's what I said. Gilgamesh. I pulled up on the AI. It corrected the spelling.
So
and it gave
AI is not.
Sorry. Yeah, but I did a deep research on. No, I know, but I did a deep research. I use Perplexity. I don't use ChatGPT. I use Perplexity to do a deep research on it. You see what I'm saying? It takes about a minute to pull up everything and relate to Gilgamesh and. And
I don't use AI though. That's the thing.
No, I know you don't use it, but I like AI because it gives me sources, right? And then because it provides whatever it thinks it is true, and then gives me the sources. I can click on the sources and look into it more.
AI they only give you shit that is programmed by the creator, right?
Not necessarily.
Okay. But just look at this video. It's the U.S. military testing its weapon. I just want you to watch the video, bro. I just want you to watch the video. And then I'll show you. I'll pull up
Hillary's emails about going to Iraq during that time in 03. Just please, bro. Please, just.
Where's the video? Put the link in the chat.
Alright. Give me a second, because I'm still kind of new to all this, so.
Are you new to the app, T?
Yeah, a little bit.
Like, how long you been on?
Maybe like, I don't really get on here a lot, but I've been on here maybe like 2 months, 3 months. Real shit, so. I don't know how to send videos on this shit, but if you really want to watch it, it's called Non-Lethal Weapons Active Defense System. And it's the U.S. military really doing the experiment on people. They're not doing it, but it's like a show of force in a way. Yeah, see, I don't know how to drop the link in here. I don't know how to drop the video in here because my phone not pulling that shit up, bro.
I put it in the room chat. You look at the bottom, click on the little thing where you see the Rose message, and just slide it up, open up the message thing, and put it in the chat.
Yeah, I don't see any of that. What you talking about, bro? Oh, you talking about
Maybe
this?
you need to update it, man. You need to update it.
At the bottom of the screen, you should see my name again, and if you scroll up, you should be able to swipe up the chat.
Yeah, I can swipe up the chat. You talking about looking at people that are texting, right? I can do that, but I'm trying to share a video.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just put the link to the video, share, and then copy and paste the link to the video and put the link in the chat.
Alright.
Bro, what do you do for a job, bro? Like,
nigga, why you trying to understand what I do, bro? What you do for a job?
Oh my god, I do not care. I'm just making conversation.
Bro, I work for a Havoc system, bro. What you do?
Nigga, I was a musician and now I do IT support.
Let's not use the N-word, please. So you
why you install what I do? That's kind of weird.
You install AC systems, T? You install AC systems, if you don't mind me asking.
Am I what?
You install like AC systems, like, AC for the house?
I make the gauges. I made the gauges for HVAC system. So like for what you call them? Fire hoses? Not fire hoses. What you call them? The things that you get off the wall. Damn. Sorry, I'm a little sleepy. Been drinking a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
But you know what I'm talking about? The things that you get off the wall and then shoot the phone.
Oh, a fire extinguisher.
Yes. Fire extinguisher, I made the gauges for that. Oh. I made the gauges we make also other gauges for CO2 monitors and stuff like that. So what you do for work? No? You don't do nothing for work?
Nigga, me? I'm sorry, me?
Yes, yeah, you asking. Both of y'all, actually.
Excuse me, Amir. Yeah, like I said, I was a musician professionally for a couple of years, and now I do IT support.
Yeah,
what type of IT?
It's
Daddy's back.
Right, real quick. I do IT support for it's a large grocery.
Mommy's not here. Get lost.
Large grocery chain.
Because Daddy's back.
Yeah, I can't send it. Maybe I do need to update the app. I can't send it, bro. I'm sorry. I really am sorry.
You can update it. Tell you what, just come back tomorrow. Take some rest because you're sleepy, right?
No, just look at it. Then
you gotta update the app, man, so you can put the link in the chat.
Or I can just do this, maybe.
You could just do that, maybe, yeah.
Nah.
Are you about to do that?
Nah, I'm not gonna
No, you're not gonna do that, huh? You're gonna do something else.
No, I'm about to just
I'm just
about to put the exact video.
Alright, cool.
Because That's the real reason why we invaded Iran and Iraq. Really, Iraq. I don't know why we invaded Iran. I mean,
Look, it's
not
interesting.
Iran.
It's an interesting theory, right? So next time somebody brings it up, I know what to do.
What you mean? You don't think so? Why do you think we invaded? Just because?
Because there was animosity between his dad and Saddam Hussein. He had problem with Saddam Hussein. Plus, Saudi Arabia was lobbying America. Israel came. Netanyahu. I mean, what was it? Was it Netanyahu? Who was the official? The guy came over, and he gave a speech at the Congress, right, that we should do the attack in Iraq. And Saddam Hussein had become a threat to Israeli society and the Israeli country. And he provided fake intelligence as well to America.
So,
and
I'm be real with you, bro.
They didn't even help us fight the war in Iraq, bro. It was all America.
I'm be real with you. This is my first time ever hearing about Israeli being involved in that war. I'm be real.
You didn't know that?
Totally, no, I never knew that. I never knew.
Oh my God.
And that kind of makes a lot of sense too, though. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
It does. It makes a lot of sense as well because
you're weak-minded.
Shit, we don't.
You're weak-minded.
I'm weak-minded because I didn't know a certain thing.
You're weak-minded.
Black Rabbi is a loser. A loser.
Chill, bro. You just gotta chill. No, I'm not gonna call him a loser because that's just
loser.
No, I'm not gonna call him a loser.
He impregnated some chick inside Israel, right? He fornicated with her. He's a rabbi, and I don't know if he's
Are you Israeli?
Yeah, he doesn't have Israeli passport, but he acts like one.
Hey, all right. Well, fuck all that shit, bro. Look at what I just texted. Non-lethal weapons, active defense force system. Just look that shit up, bro. Just look that up.
Alright, cool. I'll do that. Thank you.
Alright, just because I can't send the video, so I give you the name.
I got it, bro. I got it.
But what you mean?
You know how to share a video?
No, excuse me, bro. I've been trying to.
Look, what you do is you copy the actual link to the YouTube video.
Yeah, I'm not letting me do that.
Oh, the YouTube is not letting you do that?
Nah, I'm on the app. It's not letting me do that.
No, it has the option.
I spent like 5 minutes trying to do it.
Bro, don't
I'm not bullshitting, bro.
Don't stress it.
So we have Black Rabbi here. Rabbi, are you okay?
So, hey, my question is, are you an Israeli?
Yeah, he's inside Israel. He lives over there. He's a leech.
No, I'm talking about you. Amir, I'm talking about you.
No, I'm in Los Angeles, bro.
No, what you represent? Like, are you...
I'm on the pro-Palestine side. I'm anti-Zionist. I hate fucking Israel.
Okay. Who was over there fucking Israel girls?
Black Rabbi is fucking Israel. He's over there.
My question is, I have a question for you, Black.
Can you call me daddy?
I ain't calling you, nigga. What?
Fuck. Freak ass. What the fuck?
Exactly. See, that's how they all feel like, bro.
He's an idiot, bro.
My question is, how do you feel about those New Yorkers that got caught with that red bag coming out the sewers?
I know New York is turning against your brother Mandani. He's going to be out of there soon.
Who's my brother Mandani, nigga? I don't fuck with neither one of y'all niggas, bro. I don't fuck with no Jews or no Muslims, nigga. I'm a Christian, bro. I don't give a fuck about y'all niggas, bro.
You should stop using the N-word, bro. Even the Christians. You know that 20% of Palestinians are Christians, by the way?
Yeah.
Did you know this?
You know that. Yeah, dude.
And do you know how they treat Christians over there, bro?
Bro, when I say it's you know.
They spit on, so these are your Christian brothers as well over there, bro.
Yeah, it depends on how I use it.
The last podcast.
That's on me, bro. I understand, bro. I understand.
You know how Christians get treated inside Israel and in the in the West Bank.
Oh, I know. So I see it.
No, hold on.
I see Christians get treated in the.
So they spit on Christians. They push them around inside Israel. Right, they do a whole bunch of stupid shit to the Christians, right?
Bro, I know this.
Guess what? Look, I'll give you another example. You had a fallen soldier, Black Rabbi. Do you remember that guy? There was a Christian IDF soldier, right? He died. He was a fallen soldier for Israel. Guess what? They didn't even allow him to be buried in the same cemetery as the rest of the other fellow fallen soldiers because he was Christian, right? So so they had to, they're like, you could go and bury him in a Christian cemetery.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
My words don't necessarily. All right, sometimes the ignorant of me comes out sometimes.
I know, but you're gonna get
educated. That doesn't mean that I'm not unknowledgeable about certain things. All right.
But it's good to go back and forth. You learn something.
I know, but you kind of coming at me like I don't know things. That's all.
You don't know these things, do you?
Yes, I do. I do know these things, but I just need you just to. I'm trying to be respectful of the room. I understand, Just, but that doesn't mean, just correct me when I'm wrong, but that doesn't mean I need a history lesson about it.
No, because what you said was disrespectful to the Christian community.
When did I say that?
You said I have nothing to do with this. Literally, Jesus Christ was born in Bethlehem, Palestine.
Yeah, but that's not.
Mm-hmm.
Are we about to get in this conversation?
So I would suggest you show some respect, okay, for Jesus Christ.
I do show.
For the Palestinians, please don't disrespect them by saying, "Oh, I don't have this, I don't have this." It's connected to your religion. That's where your religion came from.
I hope you know anybody that live over there aren't the true Jews.
Oh my God, bro!
Yeah, we're not talking about the Jewish thing. We're talking about the Christian.
No, I'm talking about If you want to go, you kind of got there.
I don't want to go down that path. I don't want to open up a can of worms. But let's talk to Black Rabbi.
We're not talking about the wars. We're talking about like the real.
I know. But I'm saying, I'm saying, moving forward.
If you want to talk about that, like
hold on. Moving forward.
We can get into it, but I don't want
to. Hold on a second. Moving forward, please don't disrespect, Christianity or Muslim or because this right here, hold on. This fight right here, you can't just say, "Oh, I'm not Muslim, I'm not Jew, I don't have a dog in this game," because your whole religion came from that part. Okay, that's what I'm saying. It's mentioned in the Bible. Bethlehem.
I came a little bit down south, more so.
Mm-hmm.
Christianity.
Bethlehem is located in Palestine.
Start over there.
Bethlehem is located in Palestine, not somewhere else. And he was a Jewish rabbi, by the way.
So what do you represent? Is my question.
What do I represent?
Muslim? Yeah,
I'm Muslim. Yeah, I'm Muslim. Yeah, I'm proud of it.
All right. And not a lot of Christianity or Catholics really know about this. But where Jesus really came from is in Africa, in Ethiopia. That's where
the Bible says he was born in Bethlehem.
Because the Bible, not the modern Bible. The modern Bible that we know as what we know as the modern Bible, King James, is not the true Bible. It's not the true Bible. The true Bible is written in Ethiopian and is from Ethiopia. Because that's where it came from.
All right, let's talk to Black Rabbi. We're going to pivot. Hold on a second. Pause it. We're not going to dive into the religion thing, man. Calm down. All right, let's talk to Black Rabbi. Yes, Black Rabbi, what do you think about T? T, do you want to talk to Black Rabbi?
Yeah.
I don't think none of y'all motherfuckers want to talk to me no more after I said some things. No, I feel like it's me, myself, against everybody in here.
No.
At this point,
it's not you yourself. It's not like that.
How about this? How about we just move on with religion? How about that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pivoting from religion.
All right, I agree with him. Let's move on from religion.
Amir, can we talk about how ghetto M. Rose is? Like how ghetto she is?
Shut the fuck up, man. Stop doing that. I'll give you one chance. Yeah. I'll have to move you down if you're gonna keep it because you and a whole bunch of Zionist scumbags on this side, you guys have a tendency to attack women.
No.
Why?
Yeah.
Amir.
No, don't move him down because we have to.
Yeah, but he's attacking somebody. He's attacking somebody that's in the room, but it's in the audience for no reason. We're not even talking about her. And the Zionist scumbags, they like to attack women. Al Normo does it. A whole bunch of Zionists. Bibi does it. The other guys, what's his name?
So wait, are you a Muslim that's for Zionism or with?
I'm anti-Zionist.
And then Black is a Zionist.
Hey, this scumbag is a Zionist, yes.
I'm not a Zionist. I'm a human being.
He claims that he became a Jewish rabbi. I don't think he's a rabbi.
Okay.
He's a fraud. He's a grifter. He runs an unlicensed yeshiva.
That's fine, bro. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, you don't gotta keep attacking him, bro. That's fine.
I know.
I understand what you're saying. You
didn't see him attack you.
I get it, bro. Because now you making yourself look bad.
He was asking you to call him daddy. You gonna go for it?
You think I'm gonna call a grown ass motherfucker daddy, Nick? Motherfucker, like.
Why not?
You think that? Why not?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, you my daddy. How about that? You came from my religion, motherfucker. But we not gonna do that. We not gonna get there. Bro. Chill, bro. Both of y'all chill. Just chill, bro. Y'all need to chill.
I gotta go. No, this shit crazy.
I'm saying I'm about to dip Loki too. Chill, y'all.
I can't believe it, man. Did you just say this to him? Oh my god. You want to be called daddy? Oh my god.
Cause he don't get tight. He don't get no pussy.
Oh my god. Calm down, man.
Amir doesn't.
Calm down.
I don't think you do. Who's your wife? You got a girlfriend?
Yeah.
How long y'all been dating?
It depends which one you're talking about.
I'm talking about all them years. From the moment you start talking to her to the moment now.
Yeah, but the point is like this. I think you need to pray that Amir has sex because he's very.
We're not talking about Amir having sex. We're talking about you having a girlfriend, bro. Don't change the subject, bro.
Amir, you're frustrated.
Nah, don't change the subject. I don't know this dude, bro. I don't know none of y'all. But you kind of weird. Amir, and I don't like weird people.
Amir, you notice
that be trying to.
Shlomi Bateak brought this point out. He says a lot of the people who are anti-Semitic have very big sexual issues. A lot, like Nick Fuentes, yourself.
And you in front of a projector screen. What do you be teaching?
I teach about God, how to get close to God.
Who's your God?
The God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
How did you become that? What made you think? What made you, what? My bad. That was bad. That was bad recitation. My bad.
It's okay, bro. It's okay. So many traitors in this room. Man.
My question is, why do you gotta be an asshole sometimes? Both of y'all, really. Amir as well. Amir and Black. Why y'all gotta be assholes?
I'm not being an asshole. I was being nice to you.
You were being a little bit too.
I was trying to educate you on this, that it is a Christian cause as well. It's not just a Muslim and Jewish cause.
But at the same time, you kind of going against this motherfucker, and then he going against you.
No, this idiot is a grifter. You see what I'm saying? He believes every single soul in Gaza, including trees, cats, everybody's a terrorist. Make it make sense.
Not the cats.
Yeah,
cats are terrorists?
Yeah, everything's terrorist.
You telling me my little Chloe a terrorist? She the sweet, but she is a diva. No, my bad. I'm just fucking around.
Yeah, calm down, buddy. And this idiot thinks that they're all terrorists.
In all honesty, though, we not gonna have peace if motherfuckers can't have civil conversations with each other.
We're having civil conversations.
Wait, no, it don't matter about what religious shit or anything like that.
It's nothing to do with religion. Amir is sexually frustrated, and he's taking it out on Israel.
Calm down.
Why are you saying that part, though? That's the thing. Why are you saying that?
Amir, is it true or not?
How do you know I'm sexually frustrated?
What's up, Aaron? You came in some bullshit, bro.
No, I'm good. I just want to talk to him. Okay, he could be sexually frustrated. I am not sexually frustrated. You want to talk to me about that?
Yo, this motherfucker funny.
Are you fucking kidding me? You're talking about somebody being sexually frustrated? The only people who talk about that shit are the people who actually are. I bet you wouldn't mind about that having a girlfriend too.
So, Amir, you sexually frustrated?
Huh?
No,
you heard him. You heard him, Amir. That's deep. You did that. You heard him.
Aaron, you was talking about Amir, or you was talking about Black, bro?
No, I don't know whoever was calling Amir that he is sexually frustrated.
Yeah, Black Rabbi doing it, so Black Rabbi.
Nah, hey, bro, you came into a kind of low.
No, I know, but Black Rabbi was
bullshit conversation, bro.
Yeah, Black Rabbi was projecting.
And I'm trying to get these motherfuckers to defuse, but they too deep into each other.
Defuse?
Yeah, y'all gotta stop that shit, bro. Real shit, man. If we want peace, we gotta understand each other and be clear-headed. But y'all too so focused and cloudy-minded with what's going on in the world and just what people say to you and just thinking that that's what the world is. Man, y'all gotta realize, be outside and understand what's outside and just talk to folks. Be calm. Talk to respect folks. If you talk to people with respect, you will understand them. No matter about their religion, their sexuality, or whatever. If you talk to them, you will understand them.
So we do have the situation.
Y'all don't understand that.
T, did you say that you want him to call you daddy? Did you say that?
When, you know damn well I never said that, bro.
You said it earlier.
I heard him say it.
Yeah, you said it earlier. Look, this guy is saying that you said it.
Hey, I made a connection. There we go. The Zionists and the non-Zionists getting together. Look at y'all.
I'm not getting together. No.
Yes, y'all are, because now I said some truth. Now y'all want both of y'all.
You
both
literally
of y'all
said earlier
saying some shit towards me.
When Rabbi said,
and we making progress.
Hold on, T. When Rabbi said,
actually, we not making progress because now y'all focusing on y'all.
You like to hug the mic, right? You like to hug the mic. You want to be attention seeker. Is that it?
You do.
You gotta allow other people to speak, man. So when Rabbi came in, right? He came in here really hard. He said, "Call me daddy," right? And then you're like, "Fuck no, I'm not calling you daddy. You call me daddy." You see what I'm saying? You said, you literally said this to him. That makes you, and this is why you made Whirl leave. He left the room.
Nah, call me daddy.
Yeah. Oh my God. You see? Now this is another
nasty rabbi. Oh, no doubt towards it, bro.
Nasty rabbi. Too many people want to be called daddy, man, from another guy. Like, that's gay.
Yeah, stop the homosexual shit on the world of
It's not gay if you don't look. A hole is a hole.
Calm down. Let's keep it clean. Let's keep it
chill, bro.
So, by the way, Black Rabbi, why do you want other people, especially guys, to call you daddy?
Yeah, it allows them to be more comfortable receiving wisdom from you, like they're learning from their father.
Do you think that T is your son?
I think if he wanted to be successful, he would call me daddy.
This motherfucker.
Wait, hold on. What kind of success that you have, Black?
Behavior.
That background that he has behind him, that's his success.
No, let me ask you.
Behavior modification.
Who's the judge of that you have success?
Can you speak with an American accent?
Why should I? Or you get triggered by so many tiny things that you're talking about teaching behavioral things.
It helps me take you
did I step on your foot? You trigger this thing. You trigger this much little bit to just trigger you, and you're talking about giving people behavioral
Damn,
stuff.
he giving me some oaths. Hey, Amir, you want some eggs, bro? How you like your eggs? Try to tremble. Cause this nigga.
Alright.
Excuse me. This man cooking him.
Come on, tell me why you people need to learn stuff from you. Don't do American English, whatever it is.
Why? Damn, I gotta take the 6 now. You gonna have some land.
Just the most important thing is we're getting ready to bomb the hell out of Iran. and we're getting ready to kill Khomeini.
Who's we?
No,
it's not gonna happen.
Wait, hold on. Let me get it. Let me get to it.
America.
Why?
Why?
Okay, why?
Both countries I'm into.
I'm asking the same thing, bro. Why?
I'll get to it. Hold on. I'll just twist them in the manner you guys won't be able to. Why? Why? Why?
Are you coming down with COVID?
My bad.
He's
Nah,
doing
something
drugs.
got stuck in my throat.
How you doing drugs? How you doing drugs, man?
What?
Hey, why does everybody always like cries like a bitch when you get
It was
shot like a couple of
a
times?
stomach split.
Hey, listen, I'm from Pakistan. You guys want to come fight with us?
No, you guys are broke, so you're dependent on.
Don't matter. Don't matter. You guys want to fight with us?
Hey, Black, you an American?
Hey, come on. Hey, Israel, you want to fight with us?
Wait, Eric, wait, hold on, y'all, hold on. I just want one question, because I'm an American.
Yeah.
So, Black, are you an American?
Yes, born and raised.
Same. So
Hey, why not?
Wait, bro. Just let me finish my question, bro. Please, let me finish my question, and then you can have the floor. Why do you want to pick a fight with these folks? With anybody right now, especially right now. After we got done with the Iraq and Afghanistan war, why do you want to go to another war?
So what we're doing now is not necessarily a war, it's a military intervention, right? Where we're going to remove the regime from this country and we're going to allow the people to be empowered. Now, how it affects you specifically is when you go to the store and you buy groceries, right? They're at certain prices. Those prices exist because of the value of the US dollar.
So we should go to war with China then, not the Middle East.
Let me make the point.
There's no reason to go to war with anybody.
You are giving so lame thing, trying to act like you are so wise the way kind of you explaining it. It makes no sense.
Just let him talk, bro. Just let him talk.
Okay. To be able about facts, you have to be intellectual. Just because you're deep in your voice and trying to say when you buy stuff it's US dollar does not mean you're presenting a valid point. When you're making a fact, you gotta state a fact. You want to state a fact? Okay, let me talk for you through it. You didn't win in Iraq. You didn't win in Afghanistan. You lost $220 billion. You went $330 trillion in debt. You were talking about winning regime change. You don't even know what the regime means. You don't even know what you're doing.
Not lying.
You want to change the regime? Okay, you want to change the regime?
Not lying.
All right. If you want to talk about changing regime and you hate so much, you hate the communists, why don't you go against Russia?
Russia not even communist. That's the funny part.
Yeah, they all say y'all don't like the China, y'all don't like the Russia, y'all don't go against
it's
the
really the Chinese
fight
at this
with
point.
them. You don't want to fight with them. If India says a couple of things, you'll go ahead, bend your knees. But all of a sudden, how come every time United States goes to war to a country is after like a decade ago, Netanyahu has said the same thing. Y'all like bitches. That guy
I tell you why,
that, and y'all go ahead like, yes, sir, I'm gonna do that.
I tell you why.
You don't even know what's
military
complex. Okay, let me tell you something. What's gonna happen? See, what happens is Afghanistan is called the graveyard of empire. You spent billions of dollars in Afghanistan. You were not even able to go outside Kandahar and Kabul, these two cities. That's why it's called the graveyard of empire. You didn't gain shit over there, but you gotta do that because your economy and your government is based on war. That's how the companies who are sponsoring your politics
military
make
and social
money.
conflicts.
If you stop doing that, y'all not gonna make money. The companies making enough. Your Democrats and the Republicans.
We could make a lot more money. We could make a lot more money that benefits the citizens. But the thing is that the folks. Wait. Let me say this one thing, because you are completely right. Because there ain't nothing but war over here. But the only reason why is we go to war over here is because certain amount of people get money. If we just shut the fuck up and deal with ourselves, the citizens of America will be so much more wealthier and richer as a whole. But that means that the wealthy folks that are up top that control the money, they won't, because war equals money. It all started during World War II. It started 1914.
States of America is a kingdom right now. You guys under
dictatorship. Yeah, there's a lot of kingdoms, low key.
And they make you feel good to talk about, oh, we're going to war against somebody. Come on, go have interviews after.
I hope you know, bro. I hope you know.
FBI agents, all of them talking about that. It was such a waste of
80%,
time. Go tell to all the veterans who come up all to the senator here, Senate hearings, and they shout about it, how they send them and kill those people, and now you're gonna sit here.
Bro, I hope you know 90% of Americans don't want to go to war.
Exactly.
It's our government. It's our government. Because they have to do it for their money, bro. They're controlled by the companies.
I'm not gonna get anywhere. Respectfully, stop speaking over each other. And Rabbi, I think there's no point of engaging with this idiot. And I do have to hit the bed. I think I'm going to be ending the room because it's been running for past 15 hours.
Can you dream about me today?
Bro. I'm not gay. I'm not gay.
I did a thing on Khomeini's head.
Calm down.
And I want you to visualize it. I want you to visualize it. Me dancing on Khomeini's head. And bombs raining down all over Iran and all the strategic.
Hey, Velvet, we're gonna talk for a little bit. Let me end the room, man. We'll talk a little bit. Okay, maybe.
Days. I guess thinking practically, we should have known that with everything being hardwired, that there was a way for people to listen in, because everything was hardwired back then. So I guess in hindsight, yeah, duh. But I had no idea. That's a fun fact that I learned today. Wow.
So Trey, I wanna get back to your point about the for example, like the tax returns with AI. One of my best friends in the business, she real estate operators, and for years she's kind of been my go-to to talk to about AI. And so we decided to have like a weekly conversation about how we're using AI as real estate operators. So that's something that's been new on my podcast this year. And one of the first episodes, we talked through how she put in her tax returns and had AI. One of the things is when you use, AI, you're supposed to, the stronger the prompt, the better the outcome. And so she gave it some personas. She used people in our world as a guy. He's a tax lawyer, so like someone who would defend you in a tax audit. Named John Heyer. She said, act as if you're John Heyer, and review my tax returns. And then also, she's used some other people as well. And then, Tom Realwright is one most investors know. But using some like well-known figure who's got a lot of content out there, things like that it can pull from and say, hey, put this persona on. Or she even said like, hey, you're an experienced CPA, review my tax returns and see, are there any missing deductions, are there any, anything where we missed either saving money or anything along those lines. And she had over $90,000 in depreciation that her CPA had missed. And so they went ahead and she went through it, and it actually I think it was filing her trust wrong or something. It was something along those lines. And so there's something like that you can do. One of the things is just kind of keeping in mind is that with AI, you have to trust but verify. So you say, hey, cite your sources. Don't hallucinate. And then if you have any questions, ask them. don't just assume or hallucinate. And so those things have been critical. So look, we're not tech bros or anything like that. We're both just two operators wanting to utilize AI as leverage, and that's just one of the things that we've shared as one way that we have utilized it. And I've done it myself, just, looking at my tax returns and saying, hey, is there anything on here that, either did I miss anything, or is there any opportunities for me to go a different route? And I was ending a partnership, and it actually brought up a really good conversation that my CPA didn't have with me, which was I had bought out a partner on some properties, some rentals, and it was a conversation on basically the basis that I would be left with because of the buyout. And we ended up having a really good conversation. And sometimes the question is it, laziness on the CPA's part, or, is it something that they just, they were thinking about, but they didn't communicate? Like, stuff along those lines ended up being a really good thing for me to be able to talk through it, so I knew where I stood in that sense.
Yeah, I think AI is superior to I mean, I hate to put it like that, but it is what it is. I think AI is just superior to humans in the sense of, like, they don't miss anything. It's there. Like, when I say that. Hey, good morning. Who am I speaking with? I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought there was someone on stage. But no, I think AI just superior. In corporate, I use certain templates. I somewhat micromanage myself. I have a stopwatch to let me know how long I'm in the claim in any given moment, just to kind of keep me locked in, because I have the tendency to drift sometimes during the day. I think AI just always laser focus, precise. I think that's just the advantage it has. Now, are there cons to AI? Absolutely. I still think I think we're still way too early in the AI stage to trust with everything that AI tells me. I what's the word for it? I do my due diligence. As Keto likes to say, I give AI the famous Keto, disclaimer. I always make sure I double and triple check it. But at the end of the day, man, I'm excited about the things I'm figuring out how to do with AI. I think some of us in this room are further up that road than where I'm at. I know y'all are, actually. And I think there's some people behind me who haven't really embraced AI yet. The main thing I would recommend, though, is that I think everyone in this room, I'm hoping is asking the question, hey, am I staying ahead of AI? Am I keeping myself in the path where AI isn't going to take me out? I think we had this conversation before. And, I think there's something that we all need to ask ourselves. Are we making sure we position ourselves to where AI doesn't take us out financially, take away our skill set, whatever that may be? And then how can we leverage AI to be more efficient, to be more productive? And then if you sit down and have a conversation with my college kids, they on some, hey, what about the environmental footprint? Are we going to have any water left by the time we get through with AI? Or the radiation coming from these power plants, these data centers rather, are they going to take away the ability for humans to be able to live a good quality of life? So there's so many different angles to it, but just going back to the original question, I hate to say it, but I do think I don't know if there's a way to mitigate our information getting out there, right? I think the only thing we can do is just accept the fact that it's going to get either one way or the other, and then just kind of do our best to mitigate the damage on the back end. Maybe freezing your credit when you're not actively engaged in seeking more credit. I don't know if it's more to it than that, but yeah, man. So I was just curious to see if y'all had touched on any of that with the AI side of stuff. But anyone else want to jump in there?
Hey, Trey, that was really insightful of you, and I wanted to just comment on how your kids are feeling, because your children are actually feeling the way I had my nephew on my podcast. His podcast is going to come out in a week or two, and I was floored at how he's feeling. He is a amazing like engineer, and he went to school. He did a double major in high school, so he finished high school with his associates. He had his master's by 21, and so did his sister. And it's like, I think it was, no, by 22. And so he works for one of the top corporations in the world, and having to be in that space. And he said a statement that I'm just like, it was shocking. He said, "I'm only as good as the AI bot," and I'm just paraphrasing, but it was like, "I'm only as good as the AI that I could build to replace me." So the only thing that I can do at this point is just go and find a farm and be somewhere, because this is just done. Like, we're just done. It was so pessimistic, and I was surprised.
Yeah, well, it's a conversation worth having. I mean, honestly, our son, I'm proud of him. He's doing his thing in college. Going down the path of being an accountant. But I'm like, son, do you think it's possible one day the AI could, they could automate accounting? And apparently they're taking classes on this stuff. So yeah, but legally, I don't think it's wise to completely trust AI, especially, but he was like, but on the bigger, apparently the college kids are saying, hey, you millennial me, my age group, you guys screwed it up with inflation, and you guys are gonna screw up you guys had Captain Planet, but clearly the Captain Planet didn't land home because y'all letting these data centers get built. And by the time we're up and y'all went to the upper room, what are we gonna be left with? Houses we can't afford and data centers everywhere with all this technology, and for what? And so yeah, it's crazy to hear the perspective of the different demographics, I guess is the best way I can put it, man. And listen, I'm not gonna front like I know y'all use AI for y'all schoolwork. Now, to what extent, I don't know. Hopefully y'all ain't commit plagiarism and get called out on it at school, but you can't tell me y'all ain't leverage AI in some way, shape, or form. So let's not get on the soapbox, but we have those kind of conversations. Go ahead, Frank.
Hey, good morning, Trey. How you doing, man? Last week you were out with you had an issue with your auntie, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you for asking, man. Listen, I told Kito, bro, we take it one day at a time, man. But thank you so much for asking.
Well, we were praying about you. I don't know what's going on, but God bless you and your family. But thanks for having this great conversation. I'm a granddad student at Georgia Tech right now, and I use AI in school every day. But what I use it for is, and I'm in the class with these youngsters, and I use AI as a tutor. So I tell ChatGPT, teach me, coach me through this problem. Don't cheat, and then it'll take me step by step. So it can be a wonderful tool, but it can also be used for bad stuff, just like everything else. So it's I find it invaluable. And another trick that I recently learned is I can go on YouTube, and on YouTube I can I can copy the whole YouTube and paste it into Gemini and tell Gemini to fact check the whole YouTube before I spend time listening to it. When I'm going down my rabbit hole, right? I want to make sure that I'm listening to accurate information. So Gemini will say true, false, over exaggeration or whatever. And I haven't found another AI that will do that. So it's progressing. But thank you. And for the taxes, just like Courtney said, I put my tax return in there, and ChatGPT found a $1,000 credit I get for going to school that I never knew after all these years. So it's a beautiful thing. So thank you.
Hey, I'll tell y'all something that y'all can do, especially for some of you newbies who are just beginning. This is something that I've actually created that I do myself sometimes. So let's just hypothetically say that you're new, you don't really have much experience, and you don't have money to maybe pay one of these mentors and everything. One of the things that you can do is you can actually, kind of what Frank said, utilize investing in real estate kind of like, just act like your bank. So pick one lane to go down and everything. And actually, like one of the things that people have to do is you have to learn how to be able to talk to sellers. You can actually create a tutor for yourself, like an objection handler, like a landlord objection handler. And the best way to actually do this is to actually go out and do it. You know, find some for sale by owners, find a script somewhere, go somewhere and just say, you know, what's a wholesaling script or what's a lease option script or whatever. Go out there and actually do it with a landlord and everything and record it. Every single time the landlord comes up with some type of an objection, go back to ChatGPT to teach you how to overcome that objection. And you can say, as a matter of fact, you can give them the profile. You can say, you are the landlord of a house at 123 Main Street, Atlanta, Georgia, 30315. I am looking to buy this house at a deep discount. I found out that the individual who's selling the house, or maybe it's not even for sale, this house has grass grown real. Just describe the whole entire scenario. And even before the call, I didn't even think about this. You can prepare for that call. What may be some objections that this individual will have for me, you know, when I call them? And go back and forth until you feel comfortable, then get on the phone with them and actually record. Well, you're supposed to ask for permission, but record the call and everything. And what you can actually do is you can upload that call back into chat, and it may, more than likely it is going to be unsuccessful when you just begin. It is what it is. So you can upload that audio file to ChatGPT or whatever LLM you're using, and then it can provide you feedback on things that maybe you could have done better, things that maybe they said that you didn't pick up on. And that's a great way of utilizing real world experience, and you're getting better every single day. And then it'll give you suggestions of what you can do next time. And I would just use that as a way of being able to grow my business. But instead of you just sitting there watching a million videos and paying all this money for everything, you're actually putting this into practice every single day, and you're getting better, and you can leap light years ahead of most people who are just watching YouTube all day.
You know what it made me think of? And thank y'all so much, man, for the convo, because it's mind blowing. Like, again, Idris is miles ahead of me with this, and Miles probably, I'm talking about country Miles. So when he speaks on this, I sit back like I'm a student and he's a teacher taking notes. But to his point though, get this. It's been about 2 weeks ago. My wife and I, we have life insurance on my mother-in-law and my aunt that's going through her issues, and ironically, she gets a phone call from who she thought was the life insurance people. Kid y'all not, man. This thing, and it ended up being, we ended up finding out this wasn't a, come to find out, it wasn't even a live person she was communicating with. Come to find out, it was somewhere, according to life insurance, they had got several phone calls. But apparently, these people who's committing fraud are leveraging the AI to do it as well. And they just take the basic information that's out there, and they're calling people asking for, they call them like they're asking you verification questions, but they're using the verification questions to get your information or whatnot. And so I would just say this, that you know how they say it's a two-edged sword? We're gonna see some wonderful things and become more efficient, leverage AI, but just realize that on the flip side, we all know that there's a negative to it. People are gonna use AI in a negative way. So just make sure y'all keep your heads, you know, on the swivel, as they say on the football field, and make sure you just stay focused, man, locked in on different stuff, man. We talk about white collar crime, dealing with properties and deeds and stuff. So just be careful with this stuff, man. I hate the fact that we have to even be concerned with it, but we're living in the real world, and unfortunately, we are who we are as humans, man. And so, yeah, this is a great talk.
I just wanted to, highlight something that Frank said, which kind of underscores what I said earlier about Google and Gemini. The reason Frank can take that YouTube link and put it in Gemini is because YouTube is Gemini based. If you really look at all of the different platforms that are Google based, it's so much, right? And so Gemini has access to all of that information. On the back end, of every YouTube video, Gemini already has the script to it. Any videos that you upload to your Google Drive, it automatically transcribes your videos and your audio and retains that stuff on the back end. So it's all there in Google-based products. In the beginning, it's already there.
Oh, I do it too.
Hey, good morning. Welcome to the stage. Go ahead and jump in there, man. If you got something to speak on.
What up, kings and queens? But now, I was about to say, when you ask the AI to search YouTube, manually as a human, we can go download the video transcription of the video. So that's what the AI does instead of sits there and like, let me watch the video. but so of course, OpenAI, you have to attach that to YouTube. But when you're building your own agents, is that Claude? Google has direct connection. Of course, it's theirs. Google just came out with a music making tool. That's a side note. But the main thing is being able to use certain prompts to be able to take, your AI take something from YouTube. It's taking the full transcript, so it could be 2 hours long. Being able to take that transcript, download it, memorize it, then take an action. Y'all should try Manus out. Manus will do it way better. But as far as being able to, have your own agents, when you learn how to connect your own YouTube API, you can do those actions all day long for free.
Good stuff, man. Yeah, I ran through this conversation. My youngest, my 8th grader, is having some issues with a particular part of his math curriculum. I think I'm going to try to see if AI has some stuff that can kind of help us out at home versus him staying after school on some days for tutoring. I think again, y'all. I think as we talk about it more, I think we need to make a deliberate effort to have AI conversations. And again, man, I hate for those who have a view such as my kids when it comes to the environmental impact, I would love to have that conversation. Just honestly, I'm not aware enough. I know the stuff that's in the media. Is my understanding they're working on more efficient ways to run these data centers. But I think right now, just keeping it real, like on the real level, I don't think that as a man of a household, I don't have the luxury to be on the cat and playing side as opposed to, hey, I need to make sure they don't stand ahead of this curve, like any way, shape, or form. Because I would hate to be the one that says, well, I'm not gonna learn more about AI and stay ahead of this thing because of my environmental conscience, and then end up, behind the 8 ball, so to speak. So I think we need to be deliberate and intentional, having more conversations about AI and make sure that we doing what we can to stay ahead of this thing, if that makes sense.
Hey Trey, you can do it. I think it's Entre Motivator. I think his name is Entre Motivator.
Yes,
one of the things that you can do is, if you don't know how to do something in AI, have AI tell you how to do it. Just whatever you're saying to us. My son is having trouble in math in this particular area and everything. Could you create an AI tutor? That's kind of like, that's not necessarily an AI agent, but it can be more so like something that's real simple to do. It's like a custom GPT. You can use Notebook LM. There may be some better ways of doing that. So basically, you can prompt it, and you can upload maybe your son's curriculum. You can upload maybe the syllabus, and then you can start. Maybe if there's like a particular text that they're using, you may not be able to upload that because it may not be a soft copy, but you can go out and just put in the name, and it can probably go out and find it in that particular section or whatever. And then what it can do is give your son some type of an assessment. Oh, another thing you could probably do is probably take a picture of your son's test and everything, or homework assignments and everything, and then upload those as data. And then maybe have the AI give it some type of give your son like a diagnostic test to take, and then based off that, the AI can create customized lesson plans, and then based upon how your son is answering, they know specifically how to best address those areas, whether he's an auditory learner, whether he's someone who has to learn by doing, whether he's somebody who has to watch videos and everything. The AI can create all of that for you. And the thing is, all you have to do is prompt it. The way that you would ask someone a question, ask AI that question. Do not overcomplicate it. You know, the first thing, just say, you are the top math tutor for 8th grade, or whatever it is that you want to say. Just prompt it as, it's the top of the top of the top of the top. And then, you know, it's kind of go down like that. And that's how you can do anything that you want information on. But of course, yeah, you do want to fact check and verify things, but that's just a simple way for people to utilize AI to help them solve problems immediately.
And also, Idris, what I do when it gets too complicated, I tell it to explain it to me like I'm 10.
Yes, absolutely.
Break this down. talk about the man under the bridge that got a big too much water in his cup. Hey, Trey.
Go ahead.
Trey, it's Trey. What Idris is saying is so simple, man. All you got to do for your problem is take a picture of his math book and upload it and say, "Help him solve number 2."
Okay. Yes, maybe not that one, but I would suggest try Manus for what Idris just said. You know, I think that's a great suggestion. Being able to, because ChatGPT ain't gonna do the work. You know, ain't gonna do the real work. But Manus
is that
go ahead, Frank.
Is the prompt game. Like I want people to really focus on that, because I know people saying AI is easy and AI is this, that, and the third, but it's actually really critical. You got to really, like when you're doing your prompts, like when you're really doing a prompt, your prompt be long as hell. Like it be long, like because you really want to tell it exactly, like it just was saying, like first you want to always tell it what the role, who you want it to be, right? You know, is this a person that's been in real estate for 30 years? Is this a person that did this for X amount, and what position they held, right? You want it to think like that person. And then once you get from that, then you want to get, I always tell it, who am I, who is this being delivered to, right? Because when you get into that point, right, do you want bullet points? Do you want a script? You know, you got to be able to be very exact. And here's one last one I like to give you, is give it the tone that you wanted to give it in too. Right? You know, or do you want to be angry? Do you want to do this? And then the more that you're able to do this, the more that you're able to do it, then you get into this actually, the great